Blue Star, 2036. The shadow of the apocalypse looms, as 2.3 billion pairs of eyes fixate on the holographic projection floating above the city. It is the live broadcast from the Savage Realm, determining the fate of nations. Dragon Kingdom live broadcast. The screen is a ghostly pale white. The fierce wind whips at razor-sharp ice shards, raging across the wintry ice plains. The camera zooms in on a lone figure struggling in the snow. Lin Xinga, one of Dragon Kingdom's 3 lucky participants, and the only female. At this moment, her condition has reached its worst. Her cold-weather suit has already been torn by ice shards, exposing skin that is terrifyingly bruised and purple. Her once lively eyes are now bloodshot, with thick frost coating her eyelashes. Every step she takes drains all her energy. Who? Her heavy breathing is broadcast across the globe, like a dull blade, slicing into every Dragon Kingdom citizen's heart. The barrage section has already turned into a hellish battlefield. Baka. The Dragon Kingdom woman is still alive? Her vitality is as stubborn as a cockroach. God bless Lighthouse Country. Look at our Captain Johnson, just discovered a geothermal spring, enjoying God's blessing, while the Dragon Kingdom? Oh, she's just fertilizing the ice plains. I've been saying it, Dragon Kingdom's luck is running out. A weak woman like her is just a death sentence. I'd suggest she commit seppuku to save air. I feel so sorry for Goddess Chinga. Even if there's just a little spark left. Stop dreaming upstairs. This is the winter ice plains. -40 degrees. Unless a miracle happens, she won't survive tonight. Dragon Kingdom's viewers, looking at the screen full of mockery, clench their fists, only to soften again, filled with deep sorrow. The truth is right before them. The other 2 Dragon Kingdom participants, though from special forces, are also caught in a fierce battle, struggling to keep going. But Lin Xinga. She hasn't had food for a full day and night. The extreme hypothermia has caused hallucinations, her vision blurring, the world seeming to spin. She cannot sleep. If she sleeps, she may never wake up. Lin Xinga bites her tongue hard, the rusty taste of blood stimulating her nerves, bringing a moment of clarity. She represents not only herself, but also the 14 billion people behind her, all waiting for resources. If she dies, Dragon Kingdom's fate will be reduced, disasters will strike, and that means tens of thousands of lives. That's... Lin Xinga's previously unfocused pupils suddenly tighten. At the foot of the mountain several hundred meters ahead, the wind and snow seem to be blocked by some kind of force. In the silent natural landscape, an abrupt, right angle appears? Nature rarely cuts such a perfect right angle. That is an artificial mark. Is someone there? Or is it a relic of civilization? No matter which it is, it means a change. The instinct to survive squeezes out the last ounce of strength from her body, as Lin Xinga crawls and rolls toward that direction. Closer. Closer. As the distance shortens, the live broadcast becomes clearer. It's a stone house. Though mostly covered by snow, the neatly stacked massive stones in the flawless structure silently declare its identity. The global live broadcast explodes. What the heck? A house? There's a house in the Savage Realm? Impossible. The Savage Realm just opened its second day, who could build a house? Even a construction maniac couldn't build this in a snowstorm. It must be a relic. A prehistoric civilization relic. It's over, Dragon Kingdom's participant is so lucky? They actually found a relic? Don't panic. Relics are usually guarded by beasts, maybe she'll be eaten by a monster as soon as she opens the door, ha. At the Lighthouse Country Strategic Command Center, a group of experts stares intently at the screen, their expressions serious. Analyze the structure, this doesn't look like something from a primitive tribe, more like a modern bunker? Lin Xinga collapses in front of the stone house. She doesn't have the strength to think about what it is, she only knows, it can block the wind. She extends her frozen hands, trembling as she pushes against the heavy stone door. Creak. Surprisingly smooth. The stone door was not locked, and with a dull grinding sound, a gap slowly opened. An old, dry, but much warmer air than outside rushed towards her. Lin Xinga stumbled and fell in, forcefully shutting the door behind her. The world instantly became silent. The roar of the wild wind was blocked outside, and though the stone house was dim, not a single draft came through. She collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, the relief from surviving the ordeal made her eyes sting. Wait, inside here. With a faint sliver of light coming through the door crack, Lin Xinga could see the furnishings inside. There were no fierce monsters, no decayed corpses. Only a simple stone platform, like a bed. In the corner, there was a pile of dark, charred things, like charcoal. And on the stone wall directly opposite, there were even carvings of several lines of text. That was Chinese characters? Dragon Country livestream. I didn't see that wrong, right? Those are square characters? Holy crap! That's Chinese! Is this the savage world? Did our ancestors from Dragon Country come here? Quick! Zoom in on the screen. Let's see what it says. The director clearly realized the severity of the situation and immediately zoomed in, focusing on the carvings on the stone wall. The writing was vigorous and strong, engraved 3 points into the stone, exuding a casual yet arrogant air. November 2033, first entering the extreme cold land. There's a little charcoal left in the corner. If the unlucky ones who come later are cold, they can light it themselves. The fire starter is under the stone bed. By the way, go out and walk 800 meters to the left. There's an ice hole. Inside you can find fish. They taste fresh and have few bones, perfect for steaming. Su Chen, leave. Dead silence. Whether in the livestream room or in the high-level meeting rooms of various countries, there was a deathly silence at this moment. Then, the bullet comments exploded like a nuclear bomb. 2033? Isn't that just 3 years ago? The national luck game hadn't even started back then. Who is Su Chen? The key point is charcoal. And fish. Right now, those are life-saving things. I don't believe it. It must be Dragon Country cheating. This is a script. Special effects. Shut up, foreign devil. Can your script predict the next 3 years? Inside the stonehouse, Lin Xinga stared at the characters on the wall, completely stunned. Su Chen? 3 years ago? She subconsciously reached out to feel under the stone bed. Her fingertips touched a cold, hard object. Taking it out, it was a well-sealed metal cylinder. She twisted off the lid and blew gently. Whoosh! A tuft of orange-red flame immediately leaped up. There really was a fire starter. And the flame carried a strange warmth, just a small tuft, enough to restore feeling to her stiff fingers. She trembled as she crawled toward the pile of black charcoal in the corner and carefully lit one. Boom! There was no thick smoke, only a pure wave of heat that instantly swept through the entire stonehouse. The sudden warmth and the extreme cold felt incredibly joyful. Lin Xinga felt as if she had soaked into a hot spring. The cold inside her body was forcefully driven away, and her originally bruised skin quickly returned to a healthy color. Even with every breath, she felt a warm current flowing through her limbs, and the fatigue vanished completely. Dragon Country Special Event Management Bureau. Director Zhang Dingbang slammed the table and stood up, his eyes fixed on the flame on the screen, his voice trembling. Quick! Find out who Su Chen is. Search through the national household registers, we must find him. This is a miracle. This is the blessing of the heavens for our Dragon Country. At this moment, Lin Xinga was curled up beside the fire, enjoying the long-awaited warmth. She looked at the words on the wall that described the fish as delicious, with few bones, perfect for steaming, and her stomach let out a thunderous growl. The once hopeless deadlock was suddenly broken because of these few lines of text. Other countries' national luck was about survival. Her national luck seemed to have turned into a rural leisure business? Senior Su Chen. Lin Xinga murmured, her eyes sparkling with an unprecedented light. Who exactly are you? At the same time, the livestream comments completely reversed direction. The earlier mockery disappeared without a trace, replaced by Dragon Country viewers wildly spamming the screen. Su God is amazing. Ha ha ha. The hot springs of the lighthouse country are nothing. We have treasures left by a big shot. 800 meters, turn left. Xinga, wife, go quickly. Su God is treating you to fish. This is not just a few lines of text, this is clearly a newbie guide left by a max-level big shot. Inside the stone house, the flames licked at the air, dispelling the cold that had settled deep in her bones. Lin Xinga did not linger on this warmth. She knew very well that heat could only maintain body temperature. To survive, she had to eat. The twisting sensation in her stomach felt like an invisible hand, crazily wringing her insides. 800 meters. Lin Xinga looked at the writing on the wall, her gaze firm. If it had been before, walking 800 meters in a blizzard would have been a suicide mission. But now, with that warm fire starter in her arms and the strange warmth left in her body from the burning charcoal earlier, it felt different. She decided to take a gamble. She grabbed a handful of snow and stuffed it into her mouth, forcing herself to swallow it, using the cold to wake up her dazed brain. Then she pushed open the stone door and threw herself into the blizzard. Global live stream. On the screen, the thin figure moved, one step deep, one step shallow in the snow. The wild wind roared like a giant, trying to blow this tiny ant away. The barrage instantly became dense. Oh my God! What is this crazy woman doing? She left the shelter? According to behavioral psychology, this is an irrational self-destructive act caused by extreme hunger. She probably wants to find an open space and wait to die. Baka! Is this the wisdom of the Dragon Country people? Giving up a safe shelter to go die? Can the person above shut up? Chinga goddess is going to find food. The Su God guide says there are fish over there. Ha ha ha. You guys are killing me. You believe in a 3-year-old graffiti? Even if there were fish 3 years ago, with this freezing place, the fish have long turned to fossils. Waiting for the Dragon Country player to die miserably. In such bad weather, even polar bears wouldn't dare go out. In the Lighthouse Country Strategic Analysis Room. A blonde, blue-eyed analyst pointed at the terrain map on the screen, the corner of his mouth curling into a mocking arc. That area has an ice layer thicker than 3 meters. Unless she's carrying heavy drilling equipment, it's impossible to break the ice surface. The Dragon Country is definitely losing this time. The noise from the outside world was inaudible to Lin Xinga. All she could hear was her own breath, like a bellows. 400 meters. 600 meters. 750 meters. Every step felt like wading through a lead-filled swamp. Just when she felt her legs were about to lose all feeling, a slightly sunken area appeared in her blurry white vision. It was the ice cave Su Chen had mentioned. But it was clear that no one had been here for a long time. The thick, solid ice had sealed the lake again, leaving only a rough outline. Lin Xinga knelt on the ice, her hands trembling as she dug through the snow. All she found was ice, more ice. Could it really be a scam? Despair was about to rise at this thought when her fingertips brushed against something hard. It was a dry wooden stake stuck in the ice, with only half exposed. If she didn't look carefully, she would think it was just a common dead branch. But on the wooden stake, it seemed that a thin silver thread was wrapped around it, extending all the way down into the ice. This was the mechanism? Lin Xinga took a deep breath, grasped the dry wooden stake, and with all the remaining strength in her body, she pulled upward with all her might. Crack! The once unbreakable ice surface actually made a crisp cracking sound along the silver thread's cutting path. That was no ordinary thread. It was a silk so sharp that it could cut through gold and jade. Dragon Country livestream. What the hell? What is that thread? How did it cut through the ice like cutting tofu? Did I see wrong? The ice layer is at least a meter thick, right? Look. It's being pulled up. On the screen, Lin Xinga gritted her teeth, her hands reddened from the strain, but with her movements, a large silver net broke through the ice. This net is made of an extremely special material, and in the dim, snowy storm at this moment, it actually glows faintly. Every thread of the net is as thin as a hair, yet despite 3 years of being frozen in ice, it hasn't decayed in the slightest. Splash! As the fishing net completely left the water's surface, the previously silent live stream room exploded with noise. In the silver net, 7 or 8 bizarre fish with shimmering, mirror-like scales were struggling wildly. Each of them was as long as an adult's arm, and in the extreme cold air, the fish were still emitting faint heat, energetically slapping the icy surface, making crisp cracking sounds. There really are fish. And they're fish this big. At this moment, all the sarcastic comments mocking the Dragon Country contestant for sending themselves to death seemed to have been slapped across the face, disappearing without a trace. This is impossible. The analyst from the Lighthouse Nation almost dropped his coffee cup onto the floor. In such low temperatures, fish should have already gone into hibernation. How could they be this active? And that net, what material is that? High polymer nanomaterial? Lin Xinga didn't care about the stinging pain in her palm. She pressed down hard on a silver fish trying to jump back into the ice hole. The fish was incredibly strong, its slippery scales were cold to the touch, yet there was an odd vitality in them. This is what Senior Su Chen said, less spines, more tender flesh. She swallowed a mouthful of saliva, the extreme hunger making her feel an impulse to chew it raw. But reason told her that she should go back to the stone house, cook it, and eat it to maximize her energy intake. She quickly picked up the fish, tucking them into the hem of her cold-proof suit. Just as she was about to pack up the silver fishing net, her movements suddenly froze. On the handle of the net, the seemingly ordinary deadwood stake, there was also a line of tiny words carved into it. The camera faithfully captured this detail, and the high-definition footage was instantly transmitted to billions of viewers worldwide. It was Su Chen's handwriting. It was still that casual, seemingly careless style, as if he had scribbled it on a whim. The silk toughness of the third-tier magical beast, heavenly silkworm spider, is okay, just too thin, it cuts the hand. Next time, better use the black-armored crocodile's tendons to weave the net, feels better. Su Chen. The air froze once again. Dragon Country live stream room. Is this Versailles? This must be Versailles. A third-tier magical beast. From my memory, the shell of a second-tier magical beast can't even be pierced by armor-piercing shells. And we don't even know its abilities, and this third-tier beast was solved by Su Chen. The person upstairs isn't wrong. Su Chen means he slaughtered the third-tier beast, harvested its silk, and wove it into a fishing net? The key point is, he dislikes it because it cuts his hand? I'm kneeling. Is this what the world of experts is like? We're still worrying if Chinga can survive the night, and Su Chen is already thinking about the ergonomic feel of a fishing net? An incredibly absurd yet uplifting contrast exploded in the hearts of every Dragon Country viewer. While contestants from other countries were still fighting over a moldy piece of bread, running away from a first-tier magical beast, the mysterious senior from Dragon Country actually used the body materials of a third-tier magical beast as fishing tools? And even gave it a bad review? This kind of overwhelming dominance brought a rush of excitement, instantly making the live stream's popularity skyrocket. Lin Xinga looked at the words, and for the first time, a faint curve appeared at the corner of her pale lips. Though they had never met, she felt as though she could see a young man wearing a thin coat, sitting in the ice and snow, casually tossing away this priceless godly equipment while disdainfully shaking his hand. Su Chen. She whispered this name, and the deathly grayness in her eyes had long since vanished, replaced by an unprecedented brilliance. This was not just food. This was a signal. In this desperate world, there was someone who once stood on top of it all. And now, she was that person's successor. Lin Xinga carefully packed up the fishing net. This is a tool that can cut through ice, definitely a great thing for self-defense. She was holding the still wriggling silverfish, braving the wind and snow, turning back toward the stone house. Although the wind and snow were still fierce, and the path remained difficult. Her steps, however, were 1,000 times lighter than when she had first set out. Not long after Lin Xinga's figure vanished into the snowstorm, a faint rustling sound suddenly broke the silence on the ice field. About 200 meters from the ice cave, behind a snow dune, a pair of green eyes slowly opened. It was a giant snow wolf, its shoulders over a meter high, its fur standing upright like steel needles. It did not rush to attack, but instead, it stared intently at the direction Lin Xinga had left, its nostrils flaring as if it caught a trace of the scent of high-grade fish meat in the air. It let out a low growl, the sound dripping with extreme greed. Immediately after, from behind the snow dune, the second, third, a full 7 pairs of green eyes lit up. In the wind and snow, the murderous intent silently drew near. Chapter 3, Is it survival or vacation? The snowstorm was like a knife, cutting painfully against her face. Lin Xinga practically smashed herself back into the stone house. As soon as she shut the heavy stone door, a dull crashing sound followed. Bang! Inside the stone house, Lin Xinga leaned against the cold door, panting heavily. Safe. Lin Xinga slid down to the ground, clutching the few silverfish still flapping in her arms. The feeling of surviving a disaster washed over her, but what followed was an even stronger sense of hunger. She didn't waste any time on fear. Here, fear was the greatest luxury. She dumped the silverfish onto the stone platform, her gaze searching around the room. Since Senior Su Chen had left charcoal and fire starters, it was very likely that there would be. Sure enough. On the other side of the stone bed, because of the dim light, she hadn't noticed it earlier. There was a stone niche embedded in the wall, inside of which was a blackened iron pot, with several small clay jars sealed with animal skin next to it. Lin Xinga lifted the iron pot. It was heavy. The pot was made of an unknown material, black all over, and when struck, it emitted a sound like metal against metal. The bottom of the pot had a thick layer of soot, clearly used many times. And on the lid, still engraved were the bold, flowing characters of that man. This pot was polished from the skull of a black-armored crocodile. It has great heat conduction. The small jars next to it contain purple crystal salt and wild mountain pepper powder. Use them sparingly, as these things are hard to find. Su Chen. Dragon Country Live Room. What the hell, a black-armored crocodile skull? I'm a bit confused, is Su Chen in this forbidden zone trying to survive or on vacation? The focus is the seasoning. They actually have salt in chili? I'm crying, at my house, we can't even get salt without coupons. Lin Xinga looked at those words, her eyes slightly red. She took the pot, and began to melt snow. The pure white snow quickly turned into clear, warm water in the black-armored crocodile skull pot. Lin Xinga had no tools to handle fish scales, but to her surprise, when the silverfish scales touched the hot water, they dissolved like grease, blending into the water, and not only did it not smell fishy, but it also released a strange, refreshing fragrance. Perfect for steaming, with few bones. She remembered Su Chen's guide and didn't hesitate, directly sliding 3 silverfish into the boiling water. Then, she carefully opened the clay jar, pinched a small amount of purple salt, and sprinkled it into the pot. Goo goo. Only a few minutes later, a powerful, overwhelming fragrance exploded within the small stone house. It was not the ordinary smell of fish meat. It was a kind of scent that seemed to awaken the most primal desire to eat, rich, savory, with a touch of wild mountain pepper spiciness, seeping out through the crack in the door. The banging outside the door grew even more frantic, as if the wolf pack had gone mad from the smell. And on the screen, billions of viewers around the world, all subconsciously swallowed at that moment. The director, very considerate, gave a close-up of the pot of fish soup. The milky white soup was bubbling in the black pot, the fish meat as translucent as white jade, rising and falling with the bubbles. As the purple salt crystals dissolved, they gave the surface of the soup a faint, dreamy purple hue. At that moment, the live broadcast switched to a split screen. The purpose was to show the current conditions of competitors from various countries, for a brutal comparison. Left screen. Johnson from Lighthouse Country, the tough Marine, was hiding in a damp cave. He was holding a tube-like, dark green object, which was Lighthouse Country's pride high-energy concentrated food for individual soldiers. Though nutritious, it was made from cheap extracted protein and synthetic starch, and the taste was said to resemble chewing on a fermented rag. Johnson's face twisted in disgust as he gagged, forcing himself to swallow. Middle screen. Yamamoto from Cherry Blossom Country was hunched over a dead tree, gnawing on the bark. His calves were swollen from a poisonous insect bite, his body burning with fever, and in a delirium, he grabbed a handful of moss and shoved it into his mouth full of black-green liquid. Right screen. Lin Xinga used a clean branch as chopsticks, picking up a piece of fish that resembled a garlic clove and gently blowing on it to cool it. The fish melted in her mouth. In that moment, Lin Xinga's eyes suddenly widened. There was no fishy taste. Fresh. Fresh to the point that her scalp tingled. Next came the spiciness. The wild mountain pepper's strength instantly cleared her blocked sinuses, making her sneeze loudly, and she felt every pore in her body opening at that very moment. Phew! Not caring about the heat, she picked up the heavy black pot and took a small sip of the soup. Boom! It felt like swallowing a ball of warm flame. This heat flowed down her esophagus and into her stomach, bursting out to her limbs and bones in an instant. The tiny blood vessels that had been stiff and dead from the extreme cold quickly revived under this energy's rush. Lin Xinga's pale face, like paper, visibly flushed with a healthy red tint. Even her bloodshot eyes became extraordinarily bright. Global live broadcast room. The bullet comments briefly froze. Then, a crazy outburst began. I'm losing it. I'm eating synthetic starch blocks, and she's drinking milky white fish soup? This fish looks so tender. I can smell the fragrance through the screen. Baka. This isn't fair. Why does the Dragon Country contestant have a pot? Salt? Fish? This is cheating. Must report. Is this the national luck of Dragon Country? Let me ask, what good is Lighthouse Country's technology in front of that black pot? Can it cook fish? Am I the only one who noticed Lin Xinga's state? She was about to die, drank a couple of sips of soup, and now she looks like she just finished a spa treatment, glowing. Some sly netizens began stirring up trouble in the Dragon Country live chat. What's the point of eating so well? Such precious resources, instead of trying to preserve or analyze the composition, she ate it herself? Exactly, selfish. How many people at home are still starving, and she's enjoying herself? I suggest Dragon Country contact the contestant immediately and stop her from eating. This fish must have research value. However, these comments were quickly drowned out by the anger of Dragon Country's audience. Get lost. How can Xinga live if she doesn't eat enough? How is she supposed to gather resources for the country? The things left by God Su are for the future generations of Dragon Country to eat. Who dares to talk back? Inside the stone house. Lin Xinga had no idea about the commotion outside. She only felt like she had been reborn. The sharp pain in her abdomen was gone, her body filled with an unprecedented strength, and even her hearing had become more acute. This is not an ordinary fish. Lin Xinga looked at the remaining soup in the pot, her heart shaken. Just half a fish had restored her to full health, even better than before. Clearly, the creatures in the Forbidden Zone were vastly different from normal creatures. Her gaze turned to the other 4 silverfish placed aside. That was left for her on purpose. If this fish really has such miraculous effects. Lin Xinga put down the black pot, wiped the soup stains from the corner of her mouth, and her expression became more serious than ever. She faced the drone camera in the void, her eyes firm, and slowly spoke. I am the Dragon Country contestant, Lin Xinga. I now submit the resources I've acquired to the nation. Her voice was soft, but it resonated with power. The next second. A cold, vast mechanical voice rang through the live broadcast signal, echoing in every corner of the world, in the mind of every person at the same time. Detected Dragon Country contestant Lin Xinga, holding F-level spiritual resources for cold pond silver fish. National operation mechanism triggered, 100-fold manifestation. Randomly selecting manifestation location. The world was stunned. Before the high-ranking officials of various countries could react, the mechanical voice sounded again, this time with a declaration that would make every Dragon Country citizen's blood boil. Selection completed. 400 cold pond silver fish of the same quality will manifest in Dragon Country's S province at the reservoir. Note, the fish meat is delicious, long-term consumption can strengthen the body, improve cold resistance, slightly boost cell vitality, and delay aging. Boom! At that moment, Dragon Country erupted. It was not an ordinary fish. It was a spiritual fish that could delay aging and enhance physical strength. Though 400 was not many, this was the breakthrough from zero. It meant Dragon Country had gained its first batch of extraordinary resources. The troops stationed near the Tanfu Reservoir in S Province quickly mobilized, guns drawn, sealing off the scene. And in the livestream, the previously loud comments declaring Dragon Country's inevitable fall, accusing it of hoarding resources, instantly disappeared, leaving only a screen full of red exclamation marks and tears. Su Chen is awesome. Shinga is awesome. Delay aging? This is a divine medicine. Ha 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 ha. Where's that soldier from the lighthouse country who was eating toothpaste? Come out and take a few steps? Inside the stone house, as the system's voice faded, the 4 fish around Lin Shinga turned into light spots and vanished. She wasn't upset about losing the food, but rather let out a long breath, a proud smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Senior Su Chen, you saw that too, right? Dragon Country will not lose. Chapter 4, The Map of the Barbarian World? Dragon Country, S Province, Tianfu Reservoir. The silence of the deep night was suddenly shattered by an eerie sound. Splash, boom. The once calm water surface seemed to boil, with countless silver-white streaks of light suddenly appearing, as if a galaxy had descended from the sky, crazily smashing into the water. The splashes soared several meters high, reflecting a dreamlike glitter under the spotlight. Li Weigua, the leader of the regiment stationed at the dam, almost lost his grip on the binoculars in his hands. Report. Large biological reactions detected in the target area. Energy readings, off the charts. The voice of the monitor in the communicator was panicked. There was no need for instruments. With the naked eye, it was clear that the silver fish falling into the water didn't scatter but instead swarmed and leaped across the water's surface, their scales gleaming in the moonlight, and every flick of their tails stirred up a sense of power not typical of ordinary fish. Seal it. Immediately seal off the entire reservoir area. Li Weigua made a quick decision, his shout reverberating through the air, not even a fly is to be let in. Quickly fish one out for inspection. This is national resource, it's my lifeblood. Half an hour later. The makeshift battlefield laboratory was surrounded, airtight. Several old professors in white coats surrounded the still twitching cold pond silver fish, their eyes filled with a passion as if looking at their first love. Incredible, simply incredible. The leading academician's hand was trembling as he pointed to the microscopic data under the microscope. Cell vitality is 50 times that of ordinary fish. The fish meat contains a special biological enzyme. We just fed 0.1 grams to a dying white mouse, and its vital signs are stronger than its prime years. This isn't food. The academician suddenly looked up, speaking directly to the camera, his voice hoarse but full of excitement. This is medicine. A biological substance that can enhance the national physique, even delay aging through food supplementation. If we can extract and mass-produce this, the Dragon Kingdom's military capabilities in extreme cold environments will take a huge leap forward. The news returned to the Imperial Capital's Special Management Bureau. In the conference room, after an eerie silence, there was an eruption of suppressed cheers. Zheng Dingbang slammed his fist heavily on the table, his eyes red. Good. Good. Su Chen, no matter who you are, you have sent a great gift to the Dragon Kingdom. This is not just 400 fish. This is hope. At the darkest moment of global disaster and resource depletion, the Dragon Kingdom has torn open a beam of light in the darkness. In stark contrast to the Dragon Kingdom's celebration. On the other side of the ocean, the atmosphere in the Lighthouse Nation's Strategic Command Center was as cold as an ice cellar. On the screen, the shimmering silver light from the Dragon Kingdom's S Province reservoir stung everyone's eyes. Fuck. A 5-star general smashed his coffee cup into pieces, the brown liquid splashing everywhere. Why? Why does the Dragon Kingdom have such luck? That house was built by Su Chen, the fish was guided by Su Chen. Is this Su Chen the illegitimate child of God? General, according to intelligence analysis. The intelligence officer said nervously, Su Chen left behind not just supplies, but something, like a system. What do you mean? Because of Su Chen's presence, the Dragon Kingdom players skipped the exploration and trial and error stages and went straight into the harvest phase. The intelligence officer displayed a comparison chart. While R. Johnson is still distinguishing which moss is edible, Lin Shinga is already consuming high-energy protein. This gap will expand exponentially over time. The 5-star general's face turned pale as he stared deadly at the mysterious name on the screen. Investigate. He squeezed out a word through clenched teeth, filled with intense killing intent. Use all our agents in the Dragon Kingdom, even if we have to turn over the land, we must find Su Chen's real identity. Such a person cannot be left for the Dragon Kingdom. In the savage realm, the stone house. Lin Shinga had no idea what kind of storm her pot of fish soup had stirred up on Blue Star. At this moment, she was holding a burning piece of charcoal, using the firelight to carefully examine the stone house that had saved her life. After eating and drinking, her physical strength was restored, and reason once again took control. The house was not big, about 20 square meters, with only a stone bed and a stove, leaving it feeling empty. But a closer look revealed that every stone on the wall had been carefully polished, tightly fitted, and not a single draft could get through. This was definitely not a temporary shelter. This was a long-term stronghold. Lin Xingge's fingers ran over the rough stone wall and finally stopped at a mark near the head of the bed. It was a simple calendar, carved directly into the stone with a sharp tool. 1, 2, 3. Lin Xingge counted, and there were only 3 characters, meaning 15 days. Next to the mark on the 15th day, Su Chen left the reason for his departure. The words were still wild and unrestrained, carrying a casual tone that made people itch with annoyance. Eating fish every day, my mouth is about to become tasteless. Plus, this place is too cold, there's no way to bathe, and no one to scrub my back, it's boring. I heard there are long-haired pigs in the southern forest. The meat should have more chew than this cold fish. I'm leaving, don't miss me. Su Chen, December 2033. Lin Xingge looked at the words on the wall, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help twitching twice. A bath? Scrub my back? Need more chew? While billions of people around the world are desperately fighting for clean water, this predecessor moved because he found it inconvenient to bathe and got tired of eating fish 3 years ago? Dragon Kingdom livestream. The bullet comments exploded again, but the style of the comments became quite unusual. Put. Forgive me for laughing unkindly. Su Chen's reason is too hardcore. This is an extreme cold place. -40 or 50 degrees. Su Chen is actually thinking about scrubbing his back? The smell of Versailles is too strong. But I love it. Is this the calm of the strong? Wait a minute, am I the only one paying attention to the long-haired pigs? Since the fish is a spirit fish, then this pig. The upstairs blind person, you've discovered a hidden gem. Su Chen is going to stock up. Lin Xingge took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock and absurdity in her heart. She continued to feel along the stone wall. Since Senior Su Chen left behind words and supplies, based on his character, could there be other things as well? Her fingertip brushed against a tiny crack. Empty? Lin Xingge's heart stirred, and she gently pried with her finger. A stone slab, about the size of a palm, loosened. She removed the stone slab, revealing a piece of yellowed animal hide. Unfolding it, it turned out to be a map. Although the lines were simple, even somewhat abstract, the key landmarks were clearly marked. This is... Lin Xingge's pupils suddenly contracted. The map centered on the stone house, radiating outward. On the left, it marked ice cave, fish. To the south, a dense forest was drawn, labeled snow forest, pigs, bears, meat firewood, can make do with eating. On the east side, there was a huge skull symbol, with a line of blood-red small words beside it. Dragon's Fall Valley, don't go if you're not strong enough, it's a death trap. Boom. Inside the Special Administration Bureau, Zhang Dingbang suddenly stood up, the chair crashing loudly to the ground. Quick! Screenshot! Every frame must be clear. Zhang Dingbang's voice was trembling, this is a strategic map. This is the god's view of the wild realm. Compared to fish meat, the value of this map is immeasurable. It's like being in a fog mode game, where only Dragon Kingdom has unlocked the full map. In the live broadcast, Lin Xingge's fingers tightly gripped the animal hide map. Her gaze moved past the spine-chilling warning of Dragon's Fall Valley, finally locking on the south side snow forest. Meat. Although Su Chen referred to it as neat firewood, for her, who urgently needed to replenish her calories and energy, it was more valuable than gold. More importantly, according to Su Chen's logic, that place was his next stop for food. Since she was going to follow in Senior's footsteps, she couldn't just be content with drinking fish soup here. Lin Xingge glanced at the warm fire, then at the sturdy stone door. If she stayed here, relying on the remaining fish and charcoal, she could get by for 2 or 3 days. But that wouldn't be enough. The battle for the nation's fate was like sailing against the current, if you didn't move forward, you would fall back. Other countries might be temporarily behind, but they would quickly catch up. If Dragon Kingdom wanted to truly rise, it had to keep winning. If I don't even have the courage to walk the path Senior laid out, that would be a disgrace to Dragon Kingdom. Lin Xingge carefully tucked the map into her clothes, grabbed the silver-threaded fishing net. Although Su Chen disliked how it hurt his hands, in this icy wilderness, it was the sharpest weapon. She roasted the remaining fish, wrapped them in the animal hide, and tied them to her waist. Without hesitation. Creak! The stone door was pushed open again. The howling wind, mixed with snowflakes, rushed into the room, blowing out the last spark of warmth from the fire. Lin Xingge stepped out, her slender figure once again blending into the vast snowstorm. But this time, her back was no longer hunched. Instead, she stood straight, like a sword drawn from its scabbard. And 200 meters ahead, behind a snow dune, 7 pairs of eerie green eyes were staring fixedly at this prey that had voluntarily stepped out of the safety zone. They were the snow wolves, starving for an entire winter. The lead wolf crouched low, drool hanging from its fangs, its back leg muscles tensed, ready to pounce. In their eyes, this human was very weak. But what they didn't know was, the seemingly weak human held a fishing net from Su Chen, one that could cut through even solid ice. The roles of hunter and prey are often decided in a single thought. Chapter 5, The Trap Left by Su Chen. The cold wind howled like a ghost, whipping up snowflakes that were as sharp as knives, ruthlessly striking the desolate ice field. Lin Xinga dared not look back. The rustling sound behind her grew more intense. It wasn't the wind, it was the deadly sound of claws scraping the ice surface. 7 hungry snow wolves, like patient hunters, were encircling her in a fan shape. She sealed off her only way of retreat. Ahead, there was a forest as dark as ink. The trees soared into the sky, their trunks an eerie iron black, with twisted, grotesque branches resembling countless dried, ghostly hands reaching out to the heavens for help. Even from 100 meters away, an oppressive feeling that suffocated the air still surged towards her. A whoa! The alpha wolf behind her let out a sharp, low growl, signaling the attack. Lin Xinga gritted her teeth, her heart pounding like a drum. She tightly clenched the silver net in her hand. This was her last hope, but against 7 snow wolves working together in perfect harmony, her chances of survival were almost zero. I'm betting on it. She looked at the map, where Su Chen had marked the snow forest as meat bait, something to make do with, and took a deep breath of cold air. She gathered her strength, and in an instant, her body shot forward like an arrow leaving its bow, charging toward the pitch-black forest. The moment she crossed the invisible boundary at the edge of the forest, a miracle happened. The wolf pack, which had been relentlessly chasing and exuding murderous intent, suddenly came to a halt as if they had slammed into an invisible wall of air, just 5 meters from the edge of the forest. Their sharp claws screeched against the ice, sending a spray of frozen shards flying. The massive alpha wolf stood outside the forest, its eerie green eyes showing an almost human-like fear. It let out a few reluctant growls at Lin Xinga's back, paced around a few times, and finally, tail between its legs, led the pack away, fleeing like a dog with its tail tucked between its legs. Global live stream. Oh my god. What are those wolves afraid of? They'd rather stay hungry than enter? It's over. This is even scarier than being eaten by wolves. According to animal instincts, if even predators avoid a certain area, there's definitely something even more terrifying inside. Lin Xinga just escaped from the wolf's den, but now she's stepped right into the tiger's den. The Dragon Country contestant has truly lost her way this time. Lighthouse Country Strategy Room. The blonde analyst pushed up his glasses, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. From an ecological standpoint, this black pine forest might be the territory of high-level magical beasts. The wolf's reaction confirms this. She's doomed, even if she has that net. Within the forest, the light suddenly dimmed. The massive tree canopy blocked out the sun, and the air was thick with the musty smell of pine needles and a faint trace of blood. Lin Xinga leaned against a thick black pine tree, breathing heavily. She had noticed the unusual behavior of the wolves and gripped the silver net even tighter, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. What is here? She looked around warily. Quiet. Too quiet. There were no bird calls, no insect sounds, not even the wind dared to make a sound here. This kind of deathly silence often meant that the ruler of this place possessed absolute dominance. Lin Xinga forced herself to calm down and took out the animal hide map from her pocket. By the dim light, she found her current location. Next to the 2 characters for Snow Forest on the map, Su Chen had casually drawn an arrow pointing to a region at the edge of the forest. Next to it, there was a simple smiley face. Beside the smiley face was a line of small characters. The wind-chasing rabbit runs too fast, its meat is too little, chasing it is tiring. I made a few automatic snares, hoping to catch it myself. Su Chen. Lin Xinga blinked. Automatic snares? Catch it myself? What's with this tone, like saying there's bento at the convenience store downstairs? She swallowed, carefully following the map's guidance and advancing about 50 meters. On the trunk of a giant black pine tree, as thick as 3 people embracing it, she saw the mark. It was a smiley face symbol carved into the bark with a knife, and even after 2 or 3 years, the knife marks were still clear, carrying a hint of mockery. This is it? Lin Xinga lowered her head and looked at the snow piled up at the roots. There was a slight bulge, barely noticeable unless one looked closely. She crouched down and gently used the withered wooden stake in her hand to push aside the accumulated snow. Click. A soft click of a mechanism sounded. The snow scattered, revealing a deep pit about half a meter in diameter. At the bottom of the pit, a finely crafted wooden mechanism had been triggered, with 2 extremely strong beast tendons tightly binding a grayish-white object. Lin Xinga focused and her pupils suddenly contracted. It was a rabbit. But this was no ordinary rabbit. It was the size of a medium-sized dog, with muscular hind legs, and even though it had been dead for some time and frozen stiff, the two incisors that protruded from its lips still gleamed with a metallic cold light. What was most terrifying were its front claws, which were like two sharp daggers. A first-tier magical beast, the Windrunner rabbit. In the pre-entry training materials for the restricted zone, this was a highlighted dangerous creature. It was extremely fast, capable of instantly launching wind blades, and its sharp claws could easily tear through light body armor. But at this moment, this magical beast that had terrified countless beginners was lying quietly in the pit, its neck snapped like a frozen chicken in a supermarket display. Next to the mechanism, there was a small wooden sign with usage instructions written on it. Remember to reset the spring after taking the item. There are a lot of rabbits around here, and they're pretty stupid, they'll still jump inside. Su Chen. Dragon Country Livestream. The bullet screen went silent for 3 seconds. Then, a flood of what the heck exploded across the screen like a tsunami. Fully automatic trap? Su God, are you Doryman? What the heck, stupid? This is a first-tier magical beast. The materials say this thing is highly alert, it can hear a leaf fall from 100 meters away, and in Su Chen's eyes, it's an idiot? This isn't survival, this is clearly Su Chen's automatic vending machine left for Linchinga. As Dragon Country viewers celebrated, the livestream screen switched to a split screen. This time, it was the Neverset Sun Country's livestream. On screen, the proud wilderness survival expert, Edward, was in a similar sparse forest. He had also encountered a Windrunner rabbit. Oh! Look what I found! Edward whispered, showing a confident smile at the drone camera, a lone rabbit. Rodents of this size usually have very delicious meat. Looks like I'm in for a treat today. He drew out his tactical knife from his waist, crouched down, and tried to approach quietly. However, just when he was still 20 meters away from the rabbit, which was eating moss. Squeak! The rabbit, which had appeared harmless, suddenly turned its head, its ruby-like eyes gleaming with fierce light. In the next second, it pushed off the ground with its strong hind legs, and its body turned into a grayish blur, moving so fast that the camera could only catch a gust of wind. What? Edward's face changed drastically, and he instinctively raised his hand to block. Swish! A visible cyan wind blade was slashed from the rabbit's claws. Blood splattered. Ah! Edward let out a sharp scream, clutching his wrist and staggering backward. The hand that was holding the knife had been cut off halfway, leaving only a layer of skin connecting it. The Windrunner rabbit did not pursue, instead, it disdainfully flicked its ears and disappeared into the bushes like a gust of wind. The Neverset Sun Country's livestream immediately turned into a scene of wailing. Oh my god! What kind of monster is that? How can a rabbit shoot waves? Edward's hand. It's over, there's not enough hemostatic agent. This is not a creature that humans can fight. This is unfair. The contrast was striking. On one side, the survival expert was screaming, his wrist severed by a rabbit. On the other side, Linchinga was crouching in the snow pit, effortlessly lifting the frozen Windrunner rabbit like pulling a radish. So heavy. Linchinga weighed it and found the rabbit at least 30 pounds. Following Su Chen's instructions, she struggled to press the spring, which had been polished from some kind of beast bone, back into its slot. A thin layer of dry leaves and accumulated snow was carefully spread again. The trap was reset. The whole process took less than a minute. Thank you for the gift, Senior Su Chen. Linchinga smiled at the camera, her first smile since entering the Forbidden Zone. In that smile, there was no longer the previous despair and tension, but instead, a kind of deep-rooted peace. It was like a child, wronged and hurt, finally returning to the shelter of home. As she continued deeper, within the next 200 meters, she found 3 more tree trunks marked with smiling faces. Reward, 3 wind-hopping rabbits. Nearly 100 pounds of high-energy beast meat. This was not just food, but the capital to survive in this frigid land. When she dug up the 5th trap, it was empty. But she wasn't disappointed, because beside the mechanism, there was a small rolled-up tube made of birch bark. Curiously, Linchinga unrolled the bark, and on it, the familiar handwriting appeared. This time, however, the content warmed her heart. If you get scratched by a rabbit or injured, walk 50 steps east. The purple-leaved grass called hemostatic orchid. Crush it and apply it to the wound. It'll heal faster. Don't push yourself too hard, as long as the mountains are green, there's no fear of hunger. 2034, Su Chen. Linchinga looked at the words, her fingers gently caressing the rough bark. Senior Su Chen. He seemed to have predicted everything the future survivors might encounter. He not only left food, left weapons, but even left medical advice. In this cold and cruel, globally broadcasted killing field, these words that transcended time and space felt warmer than any weapon or tool. Linchinga took a deep breath and carefully tucked the birch bark into her close pocket. She turned her gaze eastward. There, a few inconspicuous purple grasses swayed in the wind and snow. And deeper in the darkness, it seemed there were more secrets left by Su Chen. This forbidden zone, which made the whole world tremble, was slowly turning into the back garden of the Dragon Kingdom, thanks to Su Chen's writings. I will survive. Lin Xingge, with 3 heavy rabbits on her back, her gaze firm as iron, said, with your share, I will win. The return journey was no easier than the way there. Carrying nearly 100 pounds of weight, every step Lin Xingge took left a deep imprint in the snow. The snowstorm seemed to have lessened, but the eyes watching her from the darkness grew bolder. Rustle! A sudden shake came from the bushes on the right. Lin Xingge stopped and did not look back. Instead, she quickly dropped the wind-hopping rabbits at her feet and reached for her waist. There, she kept the fire starter left by Su Chen and a spare bone spike she had just taken from a trap. A pair of dark green eyes slowly appeared in the shadow less than 10 meters from her. It was a lone wolf. Perhaps it was an old, weak, or sick wolf driven out of the pack, or perhaps it was a scout responsible for perimeter guard. Its body was smaller than the previous pack, but the hunger in its eyes was even more ferocious. It stared at the dead rabbits on the ground, a low growl escaping its throat like the sound of a bellows. Global live broadcast? This luck. Just left the wolf den and now a lone wolf? It's over. Engaged in combat with a heavy load, can't keep up with the stamina. Run. You can still live if you throw away the meat. Throw away the meat? The words throw away the meat didn't exist in Lin Xingge's dictionary anymore. This was not just meat, this was the life of the Dragon Kingdom. Who? A breath of hot air escaped from her nose and mouth. Whether it was an illusion or not, the warmth from the silverfish soup seemed to gather again at her abdomen, pumping through her limbs with each heartbeat. She felt her hearing sharpen, even clearly hearing the subtle crunching of ice crystals under the lone wolf's paws. The wolf moved. Without hesitation, the starving beast lunged, its foul-smelling mouth aimed directly at Lin Xingge's throat. But in Lin Xingge's eyes, the movement was not as fast as she had imagined. The strange rush of heat surged into her eyes, and the world seemed to be pressed to 0.8x speed in that instant. Instinctively, she sidestepped, her foot slipping not by mistake, but as a smooth fall into a tackle. Screech! The firebrand in her hand flared up violently, an orange-red flame exploding in the darkness. Beasts fear fire, it's an instinct embedded in their genes. The lone wolf was dazzled by the firelight in midair, its movements freezing for a moment. Now's the time. Lin Xingge's other hand drove the beast bone spike with full force, and though it missed the wolf's head, it left a deep gash on its front leg, revealing bone. At the same time, her resilient silver-threaded fishing net descended over its head. Awah! The lone wolf yelped in pain, and with one foot tangled in the net, it crashed heavily to the snow. It glanced fearfully at the human holding the fire, whose gaze was even fiercer than its own, and finally let out a whimper before dragging its injured leg and tail into the darkness. Lin Xingge did not pursue. She gasped heavily, her heart racing, but the hand holding the spike remained as steady as a rock. The explosive power of that moment, it was something she couldn't have done before. Silverfish soup. She looked down at her palm, a flicker of understanding crossing her eyes. What Su Chen left behind was not just food, but the key to evolution. 20 minutes later, at the stone house. The thick stone door blocked the cold from the outside. Lin Xingge lined up 3 wind-rabbit corpses on the stone platform. Without hesitation, she selected the 2 largest. Dragon Country contestant Lin Xingge, applying for resource upload. E-level spiritual resource detected, Windrunner rabbit, corpse, 2 specimens. Quality rating, contains trace amounts of wind-type spiritual energy, firm meat, long-term consumption can greatly enhance the explosive power of human leg muscles. Since this is the contestant's first time hunting and uploading an E-level magical beast, the national first kill mechanism is triggered. 100x manifestation upgraded to 10,000x manifestation. Resources being deployed. Target, Dragon Country Eastern Theater, Black Dragon Base. Boom! Dragon Country, Black Dragon Special Operations Base. The shrill alarm echoed through the night sky, but was soon drowned out by deafening cheers. In the center of the drill field, what was once an empty cement ground suddenly had a mountain of meat appear. Even though the corpses were processed, the sight of 20,000 giant wind rabbits stacked together still had a visual impact that could suffocate anyone. What was even more terrifying was the bloodlust. Even in death, the aura these magical beasts emitted caused the nearby military dogs to bark wildly, too scared to come near. Hurry! Logistics team, everyone get to work. Tonight, the entire base gets extra meals. Base Commander Wang Taizhan strode over, looking at the pile of meat with eyes shining like searchlights. Special Operations Team eats first. Once they're done, send them straight to the testing field. 2 hours later. A top-secret report was sent to the highest command. This can't be possible. The old military doctor in charge of monitoring mumbled as he looked at the data pad in his hand, incoherent. The special operations team of 120 people, after eating the Windrunner rabbit meat for half an hour, their average 100-meter sprint time improved by 0.5 seconds. 3 of the soldiers, their speed broke the human limit, reaching under 9 seconds. And there is a certain air current disturbance phenomenon on these 3 individuals. It's like they've awakened some kind of superpower. The conference room fell into a deathly silence. After a long time, Zhang Dingbang slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, his finger tapping lightly on the table. Su Chen, what kind of future have you left us? This wasn't meat. This was raw material for mass-producing super soldiers. In stark contrast to the ecstatic high-ups of Dragon Country, the international public opinion was collapsing. The spokesperson from the Lighthouse Country's White House hysterically shouted at the press conference, cheating. This is blatant cheating. That Su Chen entered early, he destroyed the balance of the game. We strongly demand that Dragon Country release all the relevant information on Su Chen. This is the shared property of all mankind. Facing the siege of Western reporters, the spokesperson for the Dragon Nation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs simply adjusted his glasses and gave a calm smile to the camera. As for the so-called cheating accusations, we find them utterly absurd. Senior Su Chen survived in the Forbidden Zone 3 years ago purely by his personal ability, and that is a historical fact. If any country feels it is unfair. He paused, his gaze suddenly sharp. You can also try to send a senior through the past. As long as you can manage it. One sentence, a complete knockout. In the wild world, Stonehouse. The changing winds of the outside world could not disturb this place. Lin Xinga was using the firelight to handle the last wind-running rabbit left for herself. Su Chen had left a remark about this, complaining that the meat was too little and troublesome, but for Lin Xinga right now, this was simply the top-notch delicacy. She clumsily used a stone knife to split open the rabbit's belly, preparing to take out its internal organs. Ding! The tip of the knife seemed to hit something hard. Lin Xinga froze for a moment, pushing aside the bloody and mangled abdomen. A thumb-sized, pale blue crystal quietly lay there. It was transparent and clear all over, and inside it seemed to have a small whirlwind slowly spinning, emitting a faint and mesmerizing glow in the dim stonehouse. Without thinking, Lin Xinga reached out to take it. The moment her fingertips touched it, a weak yet clear numbing sensation spread from her finger through her entire body. This is... She remembered the note Su Chen had written casually at the corner of the map. Sometimes there will be these shiny stones in the rabbit's belly, don't eat it, it will break your teeth. But I found that if you hold it in your hand while sleeping, you will feel particularly good the next day. I think it's called the magic core? Lin Xinga's breathing became rapid in an instant. Magic core. If meat can strengthen the body, then this thing, could it be the key to unlocking the cultivation path Su Chen mentioned? Lin Xinga held the pale blue magic core, the numbing sensation in her fingertips constantly stimulating her nerves like an electric current. Eat it? Or not? That is the question. Su Chen's message only mentioned that it would break your teeth, but didn't say anything about what else this thing could be used for besides holding while sleeping. But her instincts told her that the energy contained in this thing was definitely not just for warming your hands. With a senior like him, who takes everything for himself, he definitely wouldn't leave useless things lying around. Lin Xinga put down the magic core and turned her gaze back to the stone carving that covered the entire wall in the room. Earlier, she had only focused on the map and calendar on it. Now, as she got closer and examined it carefully, she noticed a clear fracture line at the bottom of the stone carving. It seemed like a movable stone slab was embedded in the wall. Lin Xinga's heart began to race. She tried to press on the edge of the stone slab and pushed hard. Ka! With a sound that made her teeth ache, the stone slab actually flipped over. The smooth side vanished, replaced by densely packed, wild, and beautiful characters. The writing was still wild and full of impatience that hit you in the face. A letter to those who come later. If you're a foreigner and can't read, just pretend I didn't say anything. Since you were able to flip open this slab, it means you're smart enough and didn't try to swallow that magic core like a candy. If you had, by now you'd probably have exploded into a firework. No need to read further, just find a cool place and lie down. Lin Xinga's lips twitched slightly. This senior Su Chen really has a sharp tongue. She continued to read on. This thing is called the magic core, and it is a conglomeration of spiritual energy. For you right now, it's like high-concentration nuclear waste. Direct absorption would undoubtedly result in death. However, I was bored, so I simplified the energy operation rules of the wild world. The following is a mantra called Basic Wild Breath Method. Don't worry about the principles, don't ask why, just do it. Hold the magic core in your mouth, don't swallow it. Press your tongue against the roof of your mouth, and breathe in this rhythm, 3 long breaths, 1 short, pause for 3 seconds after inhaling. Exhale 2 short and 1 long breath. Match with specific muscle tremor. Forget it, muscle tremor is too hard for you, you first practice breathing. Note, when you practice, smoke will rise from your body, that is expelling poison, do not think you are on fire. Su Chen, January 2034, left in a winter night of complete boredom. After reading it, Lin Xinga only felt it was hard to believe. This is done? No need to sit in meditation? No need to 5 hearts facing the sky? No need to feel the heaven and earth? Only need to hold a stone and pant? Lin Xinga looked at those few simple rhythm instructions, somewhat not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This is not a cultivation immortal technique at all, it is simply like the text explanation version of primary school broadcast gymnastics. But she did not hesitate in the slightest. The fish Su Chen left let her live, the trapsy left let her eat meat, this trust already did not need logic to support it. Lin Xinga sat cross-legged on the stone bed, put that icy magic core into her mouth, the tip of her tongue lightly pressed against the upper jaw, adjusted her sitting posture, and began to try that strange 3 long 1 short breathing rhythm. Chapter 7 One person fights a pack of wolves? Global live broadcast room. The screen split into 2. On the left was Lin Xinga of Dragon Country, just like an old monk in deep meditation, closing her eyes to nourish her spirit, her mouth sometimes bulging a little, looking plain and ordinary, even somewhat dull. And the right side of the screen belonged to the Lighthouse Country contestant, the special soldier Johnson, who was called the strongest single soldier. At this moment, Johnson was in a state of extreme madness. 10 minutes ago, Lighthouse Country used the precious once-a-week off-field assistance opportunity. They did not transmit food, and did not transmit weapons, but transmitted an injection stored in a silver briefcase. Codename, Titan Type 2 Gene Enhancement Liquid. This was a super medicine urgently developed by Lighthouse Country with the strength of the whole nation, combining the magic beast blood samples Johnson collected in the Forbidden Zone before. Roar ah! In the screen, Johnson let out a non-human miserable scream. He was bare on the upper body, his originally strong muscles now like countless small snakes crazily swimming under the skin. Blood vessels bulged into purple-black color, and on the surface of the skin even seeped out fine dense beads of blood. Oh my god! Is this the price of evolution? The Lighthouse Country commentator's voice trembled, yet carried fanatic heat. Although the process is painful, our warrior will gain power beyond ordinary people. This is the victory of science. He knelt in the snow, saliva mixed with blood flowed all over the ground, his eyes rolled white, only beast-like horse sounds coming from his throat. The barrage instantly exploded. Ugh! This is too disgusting. This is the so-called evolution? Is this a biochemical crisis? Is Lighthouse Country crazy? Turning a person into a monster? As long as we can win, what if he becomes a monster? Look at his data panel. The strength value has already broken through 30. It is 3 times that of an ordinary person. Look again at Dragon Country's side. What is Lin Xinga doing? Sleeping? Holding a stone and playing? So funny, although our Johnson is in pain, that is real strengthening. Is Dragon Country's one cultivating immortals? Even breathing method, read too many novels, right? Just when global audience mocked Lin Xinga's behavior with cold ridicule and hot sarcasm. Dragon Country, Imperial Capital Special Management Bureau. Dozens of supercomputers were running at full load, the roaring sound of cooling fans echoing through the hall. Have you captured it? Zhang Dingbang stared at the big screen, blood threads covering his eyeballs. Captured it. An old man wearing tang suit was so excited that even his beard was trembling. Director. This breathing rhythm, godlike skill. Godlike skill. He was the Grand Master of Dragon Country martial world, studying internal family boxing for a whole lifetime. Seemingly simple 3 long 1 short, actually secretly matching the rhythm of heaven and earth. Look at Lin Xinga's chest and abdomen rising and falling, every inhale is squeezing the lung alveoli function to the limit, even driving the slight tremor of the diaphragm. This is not ordinary breathing at all, this is using oxygen and that so-called magic core energy to give the cells a bath. The old man pointed at the thermal imaging analysis chart on the screen. Originally, Lin Xinga's body heat distribution was very uneven, hands and feet icy cold. But as the breathing technique progressed, a dazzling red light rapidly spread from her mouth to her entire body, eventually gathering at her dantian, forming a perfect cycle. Quick! Record it! Don't miss a single frame. Zhang Dingbang slammed the table suddenly, his voice loud enough to startle. Notify the Ministry of Education, the military, and the sports committee. Make this video top secret. No! Don't make it secret. He took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with a mad gleam. Directly promote it across the entire internet. Let the whole army, the entire nation, practice along. Since Su Chen carved this on the wall, he obviously had no intention of keeping it private. This is his gift to the 1.4 billion people of Long Country. In the Wilderness Realm, the Stone House. Lin Xinga was unaware of the commotion outside. At this moment, she was immersed in an unprecedented, wonderful experience. With that strange breathing rhythm, the cold, hard demon core in her mouth began to slowly melt. A warm current flowed down her throat, but instead of entering her stomach like food, it turned into countless tiny warm breaths, burrowing into her limbs and bones. Pain. An itch. It felt as if countless ants were crawling between her bones. The smoke that Su Chen mentioned truly appeared. Even through the screen, viewers could clearly see, from Linchinga's head and pores, wisps of grey-white mist continuously steaming out. That was not water vapor. It was the impurities, old injuries, and blood clots that had long accumulated in her body, being forcibly expelled by this domineering energy. Linchinga's breathing grew heavier, like a high-power engine warming up. Her muscles, originally sore from the long journey, were now repairing and reorganizing at an astonishing speed. Her skin became firmer and whiter, but with the texture of ivory. It was hard to tell how long had passed. When the last breath of turbid air was exhaled. Crack! The demon core in her mouth completely shattered into powder. Linchinga suddenly opened her eyes. At that moment, it felt as if a lightning bolt had flashed through the pitch-black stonehouse. Her eyes were as clear as cold stars, the fatigue from before gone, replaced by an overwhelming sense of power. She raised her hand, looked at her slender palm, and tried to grasp the air. Snap! The air was actually pinched with a crisp sound. This is cultivation? Linchinga mumbled to herself, a storm surging in her heart. Just one attempt, and an E-level demon core, the lowest grade, had a more terrifying effect than her 10 years of physical training. If she was a startled fawn before, now she was a young leopard showing its fangs for the first time. Senior Su Chen. Linchinga gently touched the wild characters on the stone slab, her eyes full of reverence. What kind of realm have you reached? She wanted to continue flipping through the lower half of the stone slab. It seemed there were more words there. But unfortunately, that part of the engraving had become blurred from the erosion of time, and she could barely make out a few phrases. Battle techniques. Crumbling mountains. Power techniques. She couldn't see clearly. A great sense of loss surged in Linchinga's heart. Having brute strength but not knowing how to use the techniques was like a child swinging a big hammer. Dragon's Fall Valley. The next landmark on the map immediately appeared in her mind. Su Chen had left his insights there. Since this was the basic breathing method, the deeper knowledge must be there. She had to go. Linchinga stood up, her bones cracking with a series of popping sounds. Just then. Rustle, rustle. Suddenly, a dense sound of footsteps came from outside the stone house. Unlike before, the footsteps this time were chaotic and heavy, even accompanied by the sharp sound of claws scraping against the stone walls. The wind stopped. The snow ceased. But that nauseating, rancid smell crept through the crack in the stone door. Linchinga's gaze sharpened, and she quickly walked to the door, peeking outside through the observation hole. She could feel a chill creeping up her spine, despite her recent surge in strength. Under the moonlight, a dense cluster of ghostly green eyes flickered like will-o'-the-wisps on the snowfield. It wasn't 7. It was 30. Maybe even more. The snow wolves she had scared away hadn't truly left, they had gone back to call for reinforcements. And this time, standing at the front of the wolf pack wasn't the usual alpha wolf. It was a massive wolf the size of a calf, with silvery white fur and a patch of red fur on its forehead. A peak stage beast, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. It coldly stared at the stonehouse, its eyes gleaming with intelligence, like a hunter watching a trapped beast. Awah! The Howling Moon Silver Wolf let out a long howl, causing the snow on the roof of the stonehouse to fall in showers. The pack of wolves crouched low, emitting bloodthirsty growls from their throats. They were waiting for orders, waiting to tear through the turtle shell and feast on the blood and flesh inside. Inside the livestream, the audience from Dragon Kingdom suddenly had their hearts leap to their throats. Holy crap! This wolf has become a genius, and now it's summoning reinforcements? That's the Wolf King. It has to be. Its size is way too unfair. We're doomed. Linchinga just finished her training, and hasn't even had time to digest it yet. How is she going to fight? Facing this hopeless situation, Linchinga slowly loosened her grip on the door latch. She turned around, picked up the beast bone spear that Su Chen had left behind, now polished to a shine, and wrapped the silver thread net around her left arm. If this were half an hour ago, she might have felt despair. But now, feeling the relentless surge of heat inside her body, seeing Su Chen's message written on the stone slab, "Don't force it, leave the green mountains behind," Linchinga's lips curled into a faint smile, one mixed with madness and battle intent. This wasn't just for survival. It was to prove how powerful the divine-level strategy from Su Chen truly was. Since the senior said to make a feast out of this divine beast. She yanked open the heavy stone door, and the cold wind rushed in, causing her long hair to whip wildly. Then let's start with you guys, as the first sacrifice to this breathing technique. On the snowfield, the killing intent boiled. The 30 snow wolves did not rush forward all at once. They spread out, cutting off all escape routes. The silver-white wolf king crouched on a large stone, its icy blue eyes filled with mockery, as if watching a doomed execution. The livestream comments were already unbearable to watch. "We're done for, with this many, even if you had a Gatling gun, you'd still kneel. That breathing technique might help, but there's no way it'll turn someone into Superman in an instant, right? Don't watch anymore, switch to the next stream. Johnson from the Lighthouse Kingdom is currently ripping a brown bear apart." On the screen, Lin Chinga moved. She didn't adopt any defensive posture, just slightly lowering her waist, the beast bone spear slanting toward the ground. Breathe in out. 2 short breaths in 1 long. With this unique rhythm, her previously calm heartbeat suddenly sped up, and her blood surged through her veins like flowing mercury. A faint white mist rose from her skin again. Whoa! 3 snow wolves couldn't hold back any longer and lunged at her in a V-shaped formation. The stench of blood hit her face, their sharp fangs cold as ice. But in Lin Chinga's vision, their movements seemed to be in slow motion. She could even see the saliva hanging from their fangs, and the subtle twitch of their muscles when they exerted force. It was too slow. Lin Chinga's right foot slammed down on the icy surface. Crack! The hard frozen earth cracked open, forming a half-meter deep pit. Using the terrifying recoil force, her whole body transformed into a black shadow, charging directly into the wolf pack's attack range. Thud! 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 The 3 dull impacts almost overlapped. No one saw how she fired her spear. When the image froze, Lin Chinga was already 5 meters away. Behind her, the 3 snow wolves, mid-air, looked like broken kites. A mist of blood erupted from their throats, and before they could even scream, they crashed heavily to the ground. It twitched twice and then stopped moving. A one-hit kill. There was a brief silence in the global live broadcast room. Then, the bullet comments went wild. What the hell? What just happened? Did the frame drop? Replay it. Quick, show a slow-motion replay. Did that one shot hit 3? What kind of speed is that? On the scene, the wolf pack was clearly stunned by the sudden change. They tucked their tails, growling uneasily in their throats, and the originally tight encirclement showed signs of loosening. Is this power? Lin Chinga looked down at the bone spear in her hand. The tip of the spear was dripping with blood but had not yet touched. In that instant, she felt as though she hadn't exerted much force. The sensation was like a hot knife cutting through butter. The heat inside her body did not subside with the killing, but instead, it grew even more violent, urging her to vent more. Roar! The Wolf King on the boulder was furious. The cowardice of its subordinates enraged the leader. Chapter 8, Hundredfold Manifestation? Basic Operations. The Wolf King leaped off the rock, its body swelling against the wind, and its once docile silver fur stood up like steel needles. It opened its massive mouth, and the air around it roared violently. Swish! Swish! 2 crescent-shaped blue wind blades formed out of nowhere, tearing through the air with a sharp screech, aiming at Lin Chinga's neck. Magical attack? Is this the ability of a peak first-level magical beast? How do you dodge it? Lin Chinga's pupils contracted slightly. The speed of the wind blades was several times faster than the snow wolf, and their sharpness made her skin sting even before they got close. She couldn't dodge. Then smash it. The blurry words from the lower part of the stone tablet flashed in her mind. Crush the mountain, concentrate power into 1 point. Although she couldn't see the exact method of exerting force, under the stimulus of life and death danger, her body instinctively reacted. She threw away the spear and clenched her 5 fingers suddenly. Her spine tightened like a bowstring, and all the power in her body converged into her right fist through her fascia and bones. Break! Lin Chinga shouted clearly, throwing a punch toward the wind blade. Flesh against wind blade. This would seem like self-harm to an ordinary person, but at the moment of contact, a sharp metallic clash rang out. Bang! The first wind blade was smashed apart, scattering into chaotic gusts of air. Lin Chinga's punch didn't slow down, and her figure moved like a ghost, passing through the turbulent air. In the blink of an eye, she was right in front of the Wolf King. The Wolf King's eyes finally showed fear. Its proud wind blade was shattered by a human fist? It frantically swung its claws to block, but the delicate white fist had already landed on its ribcage. Copper head, iron bones, tofu waist. For wolves, the waist was the most vulnerable. Boom! A visible shockwave exploded in the air. Accompanied by the sickening sound of breaking bones, the Wolf King, as large as a calf, didn't even grunt before being sent flying like a cannonball. Boom! The Wolf King crashed into the stone house's wall 20 meters away, shaking the entire house. It slumped down, its waist twisted at a strange 90-degree angle, and black blood mixed with internal organs splashed from its mouth and nose. The light in its eyes quickly dimmed. 1 punch. The Lord-level magical beast, dead. The remaining snow wolves, seeing this, no longer had any trace of fierceness. They let out a mournful cry, tucking their tails and running off, wishing they could sprout 2 more legs. The wind and snow still raged. Lin Xinga stood amidst the pile of wolf corpses, slowly retracting her fist. Her clothes were soaked with sweat, then quickly dried by the intense heat from her body, enveloping her in a layer of mist, like a fallen immortal. Huff! A long, turbid breath was exhaled, lingering in the air like a sword that wouldn't dissipate. Dragon Kingdom Live Room. It was a full 10 seconds before the screen was filled with "Dragon Kingdom is awesome" comments, which erupted like a tsunami, and the server instantly lagged. In the Special Management Bureau. The old man in tang suit suddenly yanked off a few beard strands, his eyes wide like copper bells. What's going on? In such a short time, Lin Xinga managed to defeat a first-level magical beast? How is this possible? Zhang Dingbang, who didn't even feel the burning of the cigarette but in his hand, tremblingly ordered, "Quick! Send the video of that punch to the military. Tell them, no need for further testing, the things left by Su Chen are nuclear-level strategic resources." In the Barbarian Wilderness Realm, in front of the stone house, Lin Xinga calmed her restless blood and walked to the corpse of the Wolf King. This is a big one. According to Su Chen's 1,000-fold materialization rule, if this peak first-tier Wolf King was uploaded. She crouched down, about to drag the corpse, when her eyes were suddenly drawn to a patch of bright red fur on the Wolf King's forehead. She had noticed it during the battle, and under the patch of fur, it seemed there were faint flashes of light. Lin Xinga pulled out the stone knife at her waist and skillfully sliced open the Wolf King's forehead skin. A crystal, the size of a walnut, glowing bright red like fire, rolled out. This crystal was 2 sizes larger than the wind-hair demon core from before, and as soon as it appeared, the surrounding snow began to melt, a scorching heat rushing toward her. Second-tier mutant demon core. It might even contain fire-type or berserk-type special energy. Lin Xinga carefully picked up the demon core, and as soon as her fingertips touched it, a tingling sensation, 10 times stronger than before, surged up her arm straight to her brain. So this is the battery for the next phase? She curved the corner of her mouth into a smile, tossing the demon core in her hand. She glanced back at the stone tablet inside the stone house. The basic breathing technique is powered by an E-level demon core. So, does this second-tier demon core mean I am qualified to try decoding those unclear battle techniques? At the same time, on Blue Star, in Sakura Nation's live broadcast room, the screen was shaking violently, accompanied by heavy breathing and desperate howls. Sakura Nation's Special Forces soldier, Ichiro Tanaka, was lying in a mud pit, his American-made M4 assault rifle's barrel glowing red as he frantically sprayed bullets ahead. 50 meters in front of them, a wild boar, the size of a miniature tank, was leisurely rubbing against a tree trunk. First-tier magical beast, ironback porcupine. Dang, dang, dang. The bullets hit the gray-black skin of the porcupine, sparking a series of sparks, just like hitting bulletproof steel, leaving not even a white mark. Baka! Is this monster's skin made of alloy? Ichiro Tanaka pulled the pin on a grenade and threw it with all his strength. Boom! Flames engulfed the porcupine. However, when the smoke cleared, the porcupine just shook its head, the dirt on its body blown off, revealing even darker, shinier fur. It was enraged, snorting, scratching the ground with its hind hooves, charging at Ichiro Tanaka like an out-of-control armored vehicle. The same Ichiro Tanaka who had just been shouting about teaching Dragon Country a lesson was now rolling and crawling in a panic, tripping over a tree root, and before he could scream, he was knocked into the air by the sharp tusks of the porcupine, blood gushing from his thigh. The bullet screen erupted in cries of despair. It's over. Our firearms can't even break its defense. And this is just a first-tier magical beast. That woman from Dragon Country faced a whole pack of wolves. She must have been torn apart. Exactly. The Dragon Country footage must be a recording or special effects. Our elite Sakura Nation soldiers are struggling this much, how could that woman? Just as the Sakura Nation viewers desperately searched for excuses to salvage their fragile pride. A cold, mechanical voice echoed through the national system, blasting across all live rooms globally. Notice, Dragon Country contestant Lin Xinga successfully killed a peak first-tier magical beast Howling Moon Silver Wolf. Silence. A deathly quiet. In the Sakura Nation live room, the ironback porcupine that had been chasing after Yamada's backside seemed to suddenly become much more refined. The Sakura Nation viewers in front of the screen stared with their mouths wide open. Before they could type Dragon Country cheats on the keyboard, they were slapped by this invisible slap, their heads ringing. Peak first tier? Lord level? No damage single kill? They can't even defeat a normal wild boar without being wiped out, while the team next door is already farming the boss? The scene cuts back to the Dragon Kingdom livestream. No special effects, no editing. Lin Xinga is stepping on the twisted corpse of the Wolf King, holding a rough stone knife in her hand. She didn't scream like the Sakura Kingdom players, nor did she flaunt in front of the camera. She didn't even prioritize processing the pile of priceless wolf meat. Put The stone knife precisely stabbed into the Wolf King's eye socket, and with a flick of her wrist, she skewered it. Her movement was fluid, with a cold, surgical beauty. Aside from the crimson second-stage magic core, she skillfully pried open the skulls of more than 30 regular snow wolves one by one. Too small. Lin Xingge looked at the few grain-sized shattered crystals in her hand, frowning slightly, seemingly a bit disdainful. According to Senior Su Chen standards, these might only be considered defective batteries, not even enough to floss your teeth. Dragon Kingdom livestream. Versailles. This is definitely Versailles. Sakura Kingdom, we're playing Resident Evil. Dragon Kingdom, we're playing Gold Miner? What is she doing? Why doesn't she upload the meat first? The meat is what we need the most. One viewer was anxious. Upstairs, you don't understand a thing. A special bureau's bullet screen floated by. This is strategic composure. The meat is for the country, but the magic core is the foundation of her strength. Only when she's stronger can Dragon Kingdom gain more. This girl, Lin Xingge, is too clear-headed. Lin Xingge carefully stored all the magic cores on her person. In her logic, this was a very simple math problem. The Forbidden Zone is a playground for the strong, and a crematorium for the weak. If she delays strengthening herself just to hoard some temporary supplies, next time, she will be the one who dies, and Dragon Kingdom will be finished. Almost done. After scavenging all the magic cores, Lin Xingge finally turned her gaze to the pile of wolf corpses as big as a mountain. She walked to the open ground in front of the stone house, grabbed one of the Wolf King's hind legs with one hand. Up. The hundreds of pounds of wolf carcass were easily tossed to the top of the pile like a ragdoll. Dragon Kingdom player Lin Xingge, applying for resource upload. Detected 31st stage beast corpses, 1 first stage peak Wolf King corpses. Triggering 100-fold manifestation. Resource drop in progress target, Dragon Kingdom Northern Warzone, Hanshao border. Dragon Kingdom, Northern border. It's 30 degrees below zero all year round here, and the soldiers, dressed in thick cotton clothes, still suffer from frostbite on their hands and feet. Squad leader. Look at the sky. A patrolling soldier pointed at the night sky in shock. In the originally pitch-black sky, countless golden cracks suddenly appeared. Then, huge glowing spheres, like meteor showers, fell, precisely hitting the open space behind the sentry post. Boom! 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 The earth trembled. When the light faded, everyone was dumbfounded. Meat. Meat as far as the eye could see. A total of 3,000 snow wolves' corpses piled up together, stretching for miles, and the rich blood scent even scattered the wind and snow. At the top of the meat mountain, 100 silver giant wolf corpses, as big as calves, stood proudly, their fur shining with a metallic sheen under the searchlights. Quick! Check the radiation level. The squad leader's voice was shaking. Radiation level 0. Spiritual energy content high. Extremely high. The military doctor looked at the overflowing values on the instrument, tears of excitement flowing. Squad leader. The wolfskin. This wolfskin is bulletproof. I tried cutting it with a scalpel just now, the knife broke, but the skin was unharmed. Cold resistant? This is a biological armor that can resist bullets. All units, listen up. The squad leader suddenly ripped off his hat, saluted the sky with a standard military salute, and roared, "Thank you, Lin Xingge. Thank you, Senior Su Chen. Tonight we improve the rations, tomorrow everyone changes into new uniforms." With this batch of supplies, Dragon Kingdom's northern defense line would be as solid as iron. At this moment, a series of glaring red bullet screens suddenly popped up in front of Lin Xingge's national luck panel. These weren't from Dragon Kingdom viewers, but from international bullet screens forcibly left in front of Lin Xingge after spending national resources to exchange for national luck points. Content is blocked. The Sakura country official, this is cheating. Humanity cannot possess such power. The Dragon country must publicly reveal the so-called breathing method, or it will be considered a crime against humanity. Lighthouse Country Security Bureau, to maintain peace on Blue Star, Dragon country contestants must immediately stop hoarding Su Chen's legacy. Relevant data should be taken over by the United Nations. Sun never sets empire. The magic core in that woman's hand belongs to all of humanity. She has no right to keep it for herself. Looking at these sanctimonious accusations, Lin Xingge sneered coldly. Moral kidnapping? Unfortunately, in this world where the strong prey on the weak, morality is the humility of the strong but the epitaph of the weak. She raised her head, staring directly at the camera in the void. In those cold eyes, there burned the arrogance and dominance inherited from Su Chen's words and lines. She said nothing, just slowly raised her right hand and held up her middle finger. Then, she turned and closed the door. Bang! The heavy stone door slammed shut, sealing all the noise and prying eyes outside. Want to learn? Inside the stone house, Lin Xingge sat cross-legged again, picked up the second-tier red magic core, her gaze burning. Then stay alive, come and take it yourself. Chapter 9, Who do you want to punish? Lin Xing's raised middle finger acted like a mute button, causing the global uproar in the media to pause for a moment before exploding into an even fiercer storm. On major foreign social media platforms, the topic hashtag Dragon Country Lin Xing anti-human hashtag instantly skyrocketed. So arrogant. This is a provocation to the civilized world. That is humanity's opportunity for evolution. How dare Dragon Country monopolize it? I suggest the United Nations form a coalition to apply pressure. My God, if that is truly an evolutionary opportunity, we must obtain it. Even if it means going to war. Even worse, some so-called international human rights organizations began flooding Dragon Country's official accounts, their words so venomous it seemed like they wanted to crawl through the internet and bite people. Meanwhile, Dragon Country's livestream chat was going crazy. Facing the screen full of foreign words calling it selfish, anti-human, demanding the strategy be handed over, Dragon Country netizens' fingers were practically sparking. Do you still have any shame? Who was talking nonsense when Lin Xing almost froze to death yesterday? Now that we have the strategy we earned with our lives, why should we give it to you? Because you have a big face? Because you're ugly? Moral kidnapping? Sorry, in the wilderness, surviving is the only morality. In the imperial capital, the Special Operations Bureau's war conference room. The air was thick with the smell of tobacco. Zhang Dingbang's cigarette had burned down to the filter, but he seemed oblivious, his gaze fixed intensely on the red hotline phone flashing wildly on the table. It was a call from the United Nations Secretariat. Besides that, there were also official notes from ambassadors of 12 countries, including Lighthouse Country, Sun Never Sets Empire, Sakura Country, all piled on the table, with remarkably similar content, demanding Dragon Country immediately disclose the detailed data of the wilderness breathing method on humanitarian grounds. Director, should we answer? Secretary Xiaoli's voice was a bit shaky. They said, if we don't pick up, they'll start the international sanctions process. Answer what bullshit, right now when everyone's trying to save themselves, what sanctions? If they have the guts, let them come. Zhang Dingbang smashed the cigarette butt into the overflowing ashtray, a blood-curdling sneer on his lips. Tell the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, reply with just one sentence, the strategy is the legacy left to us by Su Chen for the future generations of Dragon Country. It's private property. Want it? Fine, let them go and ask Su Chen himself for authorization. Find Su Chen? If they could really find him, then they would truly be impressive. But if they did find him, Zhang Dingbang would even thank them. But? No buts. Zhang Dingbang suddenly stood up, a fierce bloodthirsty aura exploding. In this era of resource depletion, the breathing method is a nuclear weapon. Would you share the nuclear button with enemies trying to kill you? Treat those diplomatic speeches like they're farts. Zhang Dingbang turned around, his eyes sharp as knives. Our top priority now is to ensure the survival of the other two children as well. Lin Xing approved that the path left by Senior Su Chen works, so let's get everyone on it. But Director, the head of the technical department said with a troubled expression, the weekly supply transport is extremely valuable, usually used to send emergency packs or heavy weapons. Also, the system limits the transmission of large amounts of text data. Who said we need to send supplies? Zhang Dingbang pointed at the breathing method demonstration video of Lin Xing, which had been analyzed frame by frame by the technical department and even turned into a 3D model on the large screen. Just transmit this visual memory. He turned around, looking at the huge tactical screen behind him. On the screen, besides the snowfield where Lin Xing was, the situations on the other two split screens were far from optimistic. Player number 2, Li Yi, was in the tropical rainforest, now surrounded by a swarm of highly poisonous black mosquitoes the size of fists, trapped in a tree hole. His body was swollen with large lumps, and his consciousness was starting to blur. Player number 3, Wang Meng, was stuck in the death desert, his water bottle long empty, his lips cracked like old bark, relying on willpower to hold on to the last signs of life. The supervisor's pupils trembled. Director, this is too risky. What if they can't learn it, or? There is no what if, Zhang Dingbang interrupted him, his gaze sweeping over the wild Su Chen left on the screen. Since Su Chen said it's the basic breathing method, that means it's for people to practice. Sending supplies can only save them temporarily, but sending this will save their lives. Execute the order. Yes. In the savage realm, the death desert. The scorching sun was like a furnace, roasting every grain of sand. Wang Meng lay behind a sand dune in the shade, his consciousness on the brink of death. He had once been one of the top scouts in Dragon Country, with a will of steel, but in the face of absolute physical limits, willpower could not substitute for water. Am I going to die? I'm bringing shame to my country. At this moment of despair. V-Room. A strange wave directly exploded in his mind. It wasn't a sound, but an incredibly clear memory fragment, like someone forcibly inserting a video into his cerebral cortex. In the image, a man whose face was unclear was demonstrating a strange breathing rhythm. Tongue against the roof of the mouth, 3 long, 1 short, feel the heat flow. Then came a line of serious text. Special Department Secret Order, immediately practice this method. This is the only path to survival. Wang Meng's body shook, and his previously unfocused pupils immediately snapped into focus. The country has not abandoned me. He used his last ounce of strength to flip over and, following the rhythm in his mind, began to breathe in and out with great difficulty. His lungs burned like he had swallowed burning coals. But he dared not stop. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. From deep within his body, which had been scorched dry by the sun, a faint but resilient coolness emerged, then turned warm, flowing through his dry meridians toward his limbs and bones. At the same time, in the tree hole of the rainforest 1,000 miles away, Li Yi also suddenly opened his eyes, ignoring the buzzing poisonous mosquitoes outside, sitting cross-legged as his chest and abdomen began to rise and fall rhythmically. At this moment, the 3 Dragon Country contestants, across different regions, practiced the same method together. In the special department hall, everyone held their breath, staring intently at the 2 life signs monitoring charts. Beep. 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 The previously weak heart rate curve suddenly started to rebound strongly. The values soared. It worked, the technical supervisor exclaimed, his voice breaking. Wang Meng's cell activity is increasing. He's absorbing the spiritual energy in the air and locking in moisture. Li Yi's body temperature is dropping, the breathing method is helping him detox. Zhang Dingbang let out a heavy breath, his tightly clenched fist finally relaxing, his palms drenched in cold sweat. We won the bet. And the live broadcast in Dragon Country exploded. They've learned it. They really learned it. This is a Dragon Country soldier. This is what we call execution. Where's the foreign devil who just said to prepare for Li Yi's funeral? Come out and take a walk. However, at the moment when the Dragon Kingdom was in a frenzy, immersed in hope and glory, ZZZZZ. The screen of the global live broadcast suddenly shook violently, and then fell into a dead silence, a pitch-black screen. 3 seconds later, a line of blood-red characters, accompanied by the mournful sound of an air raid siren, forcibly covered everyone's retinas. Global announcement: the last contestant of the Pamir Kingdom, Amir, was attacked by a group of third-tier iron-winged corpse vultures. All members were killed. Pamir Kingdom, National Luck Challenge failed. Punishment arrives: the country's freshwater resources are permanently reduced by 50%, randomly, a vulture plague will descend, national luck stripped. The screen restored. It was no longer that mysterious wild world. Instead, it was the capital of Pamir Kingdom in the real world. On the once bustling streets, countless black spatial rifts suddenly cracked open without warning. Thousands of decaying monstrous birds surged out from within, pecking at anyone they saw. The city instantly turned into a hell on earth. Rivers visibly dried up, the earth cracked open, and screens shook the heavens. This was the price of failure. No respawns, no reloads. In the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room, the barrage that was just filled with passionate comments was instantly cleared. Everyone felt a cold chill shoot up from their souls to the top of their heads. This is not a game. This is truly a threat to the very existence of a species. Zhang Dingbang looked at the brutal scene, his eye twitching for a moment, then he suddenly turned to look at the 3 screens in the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Xingge was wiping a knife. Wang Meng stood up in the desert, his eyes full of piercing light. Li Yi stepped out of the tree hole, slapping the poisonous mosquito king dead with one blow. Chapter 10: The Consequences of Failure. In the live broadcast room, the barrage area seemed to have been paused. The millions of comments that had been cursing Lin Xingge for being selfish and shouting to punish the Dragon Kingdom evaporated in an instant in front of Pamir's bloody scene. In the screen, Pamir's iconic piece of square had now turned into a human hell. Black rifts in space looked like ugly scars stretching across the air. Countless iron-winged vultures, with wingspans of over 3 meters, dove down, their sharp iron beaks easily piercing car roofs, dragging people hiding inside out like bugs. No mosaics. Just splattering red and despairing gray. A mother from Pamir knelt with her child among the ruins, praying. The next second, a huge shadow enveloped her. Crack. The signal was cut off. The live broadcast room of Pamir Kingdom went completely dark, leaving only a terrifying disconnected message. Fear. A fear that originated deep within the genes, the fear of ethnic extinction, crawled up everyone's spine across Blue Star through the internet cable. This is not a variety show, not a special effects movie. If we lose, we really will die, and our whole family will perish. The camera slowly switched back to the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room. In the screen, the campfire flickered, making a warm crackling sound. Inside the stone house, it was as warm as spring. Lin Xingge was sitting cross-legged beside the fire, holding a skewer of wolf meat, sizzling with oil. She ate seriously, chewing every bite carefully, allowing the energy from the meat to be fully absorbed by her body. On one side was hell, on the other side was heaven. This extreme contrast struck like a heavy hammer, smashing into the faces of those who had been shouting about sharing strategies. Dragon Kingdom's audience watched this scene, and many of them had tears in their eyes. If Lin Xingge hadn't been strong enough, if it hadn't been for the strategy left by Su Chen, would the Dragon Kingdom now be like Pamir? Su God. No one knew who sent the first comment. Then, a flood of text poured onto the screen. Su God, save our Dragon Kingdom. Whoa, seeing Sister Lin eat meat, I actually want to cry. Thank you Su God, thank you Sister Lin. Where are those haters now? Keep on hating. If it wasn't for the breathing technique left by Senior Su Chen, Lin Xingge would have frozen to death on the first night. By then, Dragon Kingdom would be the next Pamir. In the Special Management Bureau, after a deathly silence, a suppressed sobbing sound erupted. Zhang Dingbang's eyes were red, staring fiercely at the girl eating meat on the screen, his voice hoarse. Record this, forever record this moment. Tell all the citizens that our peace was bought by someone who fought for their lives ahead of us. In the wild world, Stonehouse. Lin Xingge had no idea what was happening outside, but the blood-red notice and the faint bloody aura in the air made her understand everything. Another one gone. She swallowed the last bite of wolf meat, her eyes frighteningly calm. There was no pity. In this world of cannibalism, sympathy is the cheapest burden. To avoid becoming a pile of rotten meat, one must be stronger than the monsters. Breathing techniques are just the basics. To survive in Dragon's Fall Valley, you must acquire the battle skills Senior Su Chen mentioned. Lin Xingge stood up and wiped her hands with snow. She walked to the corner of the stonehouse, where Su Chen had piled up various items. Previously, because of the tight schedule, she only took the spear and stone knife. Now, she needed to see if there was anything else useful. In the corner, there were several stone carvings, crookedly carved, like some sort of prehistoric art performance. Lin Xingge moved aside a stone slab carved with "I was here," under which was a palm-sized circular object. It was neither wood nor metal, its texture smooth and warm to the touch, covered with intricate carvings. Next to it, there was a line of small characters carved by Su Chen, using some unknown tool. Bored, made a compass, but this junk broke. It only points to the place with the strongest energy response. It's so noisy, threw it away. Lin Xingge. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly. It only points to the place with the strongest energy response? Lin Xingge's beautiful eyes lit up. This wasn't broken, this was clearly the most advanced resource detector. In the wild world, areas with strong energy often mean two things: extremely dangerous monsters, or incredibly precious treasures. For Lin Xingge right now, this was exactly the map she needed. She picked up the simple compass and tried to infuse a trace of the spiritual energy she had just cultivated. Buzz, the needle in the center of the compass, which looked like it was made from some kind of beast bone, instantly started spinning wildly, emitting a sharp buzzing sound. 3 seconds later, the needle firmly fixed itself in the southeast direction, motionless. Its firmness was as if something was desperately calling it from there. Southeast. Lin Xingge thought for a moment about the map. That's the direction of Dragon's Fall Valley. As expected. There was no waste in what Senior Su Chen left behind. It's time to set off. Lin Xingge dried and packed the remaining dozens of pounds of wolf meat, strapping on a simple animal skin backpack. She hung the compass at her waist, and with one last glance at the stone house that had sheltered her for 2 days. It was safe here, with fire and walls. But comfort is the tomb of the strong. Thank you for your hospitality, Senior. Lin Xingge slightly bowed to the wild script carved on the stone wall, then resolutely turned and pushed open the stone door. Whoosh, the biting cold wind, mixed with ice shards, instantly hit her face. The outside temperature was even colder than it was 2 days ago, and even though Lin Xingge's physical strength had greatly increased, she still couldn't help but shiver. She tightened the cold weather clothes on her body and, following the compass's guidance, stepped into the vast snowfield with heavy and light steps. The livestream camera angle raised. On the vast and boundless white wasteland, Lin Xingge's tiny black figure looked like a stubborn ant, heading towards the dragon's lair. Lighthouse Nation's comments: is she crazy? Leaving the safe house to die? Sakura Nation's comments: hee hee, it would be best if she dies on the way, then Dragon Nation's national fortune will be cut off. Dragon Nation's comments: Sister Lin, be careful. That's the deep water zone over there. No one knew that, half an hour after Lin Xingge left the stone house. Under the quiet ruins of the stone house, a dry hand suddenly stretched out and forcefully crushed the stone wall carved with the breathing method. Walking for 10 kilometers. The surroundings began to change. The once flat snowfield gradually gave way to undulating glaciers, with massive ice spires piercing the sky like sharp swords. This is the shattered ice domain, the essential path to the Dragonfall Valley. Crack, crack. The ice beneath her feet was uneven, and every step she took produced a crunching sound that made one's teeth ache. Lin Xingge walked slowly, placing each step carefully on the pressure points of the ice. This was a special skill she had briefly learned before entering the forbidden area. When walking on the ice fields, one must move as lightly as a cat. No one could say for sure whether a certain ice slab would be too fragile. Suddenly, the compass at her waist vibrated. The needle, which had been pointing firmly southeast, began to shake violently without warning, emitting a sharp and urgent buzzing sound. It wasn't pointing into the distance. It was pointing directly beneath her feet. Lin Xingge's pupils contracted, and the hair on her body stood on end. Almost instinctively, she rolled forward. Boom! Where she had just been standing, the ice, several meters thick, instantly shattered. Countless shards of ice flew out like shrapnel. A massive mouthful of sharp teeth, exuding a strong stench, burst through the ice below, snapping shut in the air with a loud bang. It was a giant ice crocodile, more than 10 meters long. Its body was covered in heavy scales like blue crystals, and its yellow-brown eyes were filled with cruelty and greed, staring intently at Lin Xingge, who had rolled aside. A second-tier magical beast, the cold pool ice crocodile? Inside the Special Management Bureau, an old expert's teacup shattered into pieces. This is impossible. According to our calculations, this area should be a safe zone. Moreover, how could a beast of this level appear on the outskirts? Before anyone could respond, the ice crocodile, having missed its first strike, angrily whipped its tail. Snap! The surrounding ice shattered like fragile glass, and Lin Xingge's foot slipped. She fell towards the cold lake beneath, along with the broken ice. In the dark, bottomless water, countless yellow light spots began to glow. Those were eyes. Hundreds, even thousands, of eyes. This was not a lost crocodile. It was a crocodile swarm. Cold. The piercing cold instantly seeped through her specially designed thermal suit, as if countless steel needles were stabbing into her pores at the same time. The moment she fell into the water, Lin Xingge held her breath. Even in the dim water, hundreds of pairs of glowing yellow eyes were still clearly visible. It was the light of hunger. Splash! The water churned as three cold pool ice crocodiles, the closest ones, swung their tails and charged at her like arrows. In the water, their speed was more than 5 times faster than on land. Lin Xingge twisted her body in the water, using the buoyancy to avoid the first massive jaw, and her stone knife stabbed fiercely into the white belly spot of the second crocodile. Ding! Sparks even flashed in the water for a moment. The stone knife broke. The hardness of these beasts' scales was more exaggerated than the rocks on the shore. Lin Xingge used the force to push herself off the crocodile's back, and like a fish, she darted towards the light above. She couldn't fight in the water. There were too many of them, and the terrain was too disadvantageous, making it extremely dangerous. However, just as she was about to reach the shattered ice surface, a terrifying, suffocating water pressure suddenly exploded from the abyss below. The hundreds of ice crocodiles that had been attacking wildly stopped at once, as if sensing some predator. They trembled. Then, these several-meter-long ferocious beasts, with their tails between their legs, fled in all directions as if one step too slow would make them the prey of some existence. Lin Xingge's heart raced wildly, and she abruptly turned around. Chapter 11, 5th-tier Magical Beast? Just a pet I raised. At the deep bottom of the lake, 2 lantern-sized scarlet vertical pupils slowly lit up. Next, a huge head, breaking through heavy water waves, appeared. With the oppressive force of ruling over the world, it slowly rises. Boom! The ice lake shattered. Amidst the flying ice shards, a gigantic snake, over 20 meters long, with translucent ice-blue scales covering its entire body, soared into the sky, blocking the already dim sunlight. It coiled atop the ice, raising its head high, and with its tongue flicking in and out, the air around it instantly froze into frost. In the global live broadcast room, a deathly silence lasted for 3 seconds. Then, chaos erupted. Oh my god, this size, is this Godzilla? Ha ha ha. It's over. Not even gods can save the Dragon Kingdom people this time. This monster can't even be pierced by tank cannons. 5th-tier beast, the ice-scaled Python King. Lin Xingge stood on a piece of floating ice, her body drenched, and as the cold wind blew, her hair quickly froze. She tilted her head back, looking at the giant beast that seemed like a mythical creature. Even from tens of meters away, the pressure from its life force still made her blood surge, and breathing became difficult. This is the real difficulty of the Forbidden Zone? Lin Xingge smiled bitterly and tossed aside the broken hilt of her sword. No escaping. A monster of this level, even a sneeze would create airflow strong enough to tear her apart. At that moment, the giant snake moved. It slowly lowered its head, bringing its massive head close to Lin Xingge, and in its cold vertical pupils, her tiny form was reflected. It opened its mouth. A stench of cold wind rushed towards her, enough to freeze an elephant, its chilling aura enveloping Lin Xingge. It's over. Global viewers closed their eyes in grief. Lin Xingge did not close her eyes. Even if she had to die, she would die with her eyes open. She instinctively tightened her grip on the compass at her waist, the only solid object on her, and even in death, she would crush a tooth of this beast. However, the moment she took out the compass. The giant snake, once filled with murderous intent and about to swallow her whole, suddenly froze. Its crimson vertical pupils, full of cruelty and violence, locked onto the ugly bone compass in Lin Xingge's hand. 1 second. 2 seconds. The murderous intent in the giant snake's eyes slowly retreated, replaced by a strangely human-like sense of grievance? Even a hint of appeasement? Hiss. The giant snake emitted a low growl, its massive body obediently lying down on the ice, its enormous head cautiously leaning over, gently touching Lin Xingge's back of her hand. Cold, slippery. But no murderous intent. Lin Xingge stood frozen, her mind blank. What is going on? At that moment, the compass in her hand suddenly became hot, and the previously blurred patterns on its back began to glow faintly, and a line of flowing dragon-like characters appeared. Detecting the presence of Little Blue? This is my pet for guarding the door, usually fed a bit of crocodile meat. Every 3 years, it spits out an ice heart lotus, which can widen meridians and tastes like mint candy. If it dares to show its teeth at you, or try to eat alone, use the compass to smack its head, smack it hard. Its skin is thick, you can't break it. Lin Xingge. Global viewers. The old expert at the Special Management Bureau, who had just picked up a heart-saving pill, dropped it into his teacup with a plop. Little Blue? Guarding the door? This giant beast, which could easily knock against an armored battalion, is your pet guard dog? Lin Xingge looked at the words on the compass, then glanced at the giant snake in front of her, now behaving like a big cat, her mouth twitching involuntarily. Senior Su Chen. What exactly have you done in this world? Hiss. The giant snake seemed to sense its owner's presence, its mouth opened. Puff. A huge, crystal-clear ice crystal was spat out and slid to Lin Xingge's feet. Inside the ice crystal, 3 glowing blue lotus flowers, with petals like jade, radiated a shimmering light. Through the ice layer, Lin Xingge could feel the pure energy emanating from them. Resource detected, 5th tier spiritual medicine Millennium Ice Heart Lotus. Effect, cleansing the tendons, breaking marrow, reshaping the bones. The system's prompt rang out loudly in the global live broadcast. Originally, the viewers from Sakura Country who had been mocking the Dragon Country were now looking even more disgusted, as if they had eaten a fly. Increase life by a full cycle of a decade? Widen meridians tenfold? What does that even mean? These are treasures only found in immortal cultivation novels. Is this for me? Lin Xingge pointed at herself. The giant snake, humanized, nodded its large head and then happily nudged the ice crystal towards her feet. It seemed to be saying, "Here, take it, it's all yours. Don't tell the master I was mean to you earlier." Lin Xingge took a deep breath, bent down, and picked up the invaluable ice crystal. It was heavy. Not just in weight, but in the significance of the opportunity it represented. Thank you. Lin Xingge looked at the giant snake and, almost by instinct, reached out, patting the cold, hard scales, since it was raised by the senior. We are family now. Family. Upon hearing these words, the vertical pupils in the giant snake's eyes squinted into slits, seemingly pleased. It slowly raised its upper body, and its massive tail swept violently across the ice. Boom! The shattered, perilous floating ice area ahead was forcibly swept into a straight path by its tail. Even the crocodiles lurking under the water were so intimidated by the pressure it radiated that they quickly rolled away. It lowered its head, signaling Lin Xingge to proceed. This wasn't a magical beast. It was clearly the top-tier bodyguard in Path Clearer. Dragon Country livestream. I just want to ask one thing. Who else? Who was just saying they would collect Lin Jie's corpse? Come here, I'll give you a red buff. Is this the true worth of God Su? Even when he's not here, the legends of him fill the world. Even a snake has been trained to be this well-behaved. Am I the only one noticing that Ice Heart Lotus? If Lin Jie eats this, does it mean she can practice those high-level combat techniques? With Little Blue clearing the way, the once perilous broken ice domain became a smooth path. Half an hour later, Lin Xingge stepped onto solid land. Behind her, the giant ice-scaled snake stayed in the water until it saw her safely reach the shore, before reluctantly sinking back into the lake, continuing its duty as the gatekeeper. Lin Xingge stood by the shore, took a last look at the calm lake surface, and hung the compass back on her waist. This time, she did not hesitate. Because the compass needle was now firmly pointing towards the huge canyon ahead, constantly shrouded in thunderclouds. There, the mountain range undulated like a dragon's spine, and the black rocks shimmered with a metallic glow under the lightning. The Dragon's Fall Canyon. Death Desert. The scorching heat of 60 degrees Celsius in the day faded, replaced by the freezing cold of minus 30 degrees at night. The sand grains glistened under the moonlight, pale like a sea of dead bones. Wang Mang sat cross-legged on a sand dune sheltered from the wind. His military uniform had already hardened with salt from sweat, clinging to him like armor. If it were before, this extreme cold would have been enough to make him hypothermic and go into shock in just half an hour. But now, it felt like there was a furnace inside him. Breathe. The rhythm was strange, yet it harmonized with a certain rhythm of the world. With each breath, the thin spiritual energy in the air was forcibly drawn into his lungs, flowing along his meridians, turning into a warm current that protected his heart. The most miraculous thing was that this breathing technique locked in his body's last bit of moisture and even started to absorb the free water vapor from the air. His once dry, cracked lips had a hint of moisture now. This is the method left by Senior Su Chen. Wang Meng opened his eyes, his gaze sharp like lightning, no trace of near-death left. He reached out and dug a deep pit in the sand in front of him, laid down a piece of parachute fabric, and used the temperature difference to collect dew. After finishing that, he continued to dig deeper. His reconnaissance instincts told him that the sand layers in this desert were moving in an unusual way. There seems to be something supporting it. Crack! The sound of the engineer's shovel hitting something hard echoed sharply in the quiet night. It wasn't a stone. Wang Meng pushed aside the loose sand, and under the moonlight, he saw a corner of a bluish-gray brick. The surface of the brick was covered in weathered marks, but one could still faintly make out an ancient cloud pattern carved on it. The solemn and heavy atmosphere was clearly not a natural formation. This is... Wang Meng's heart suddenly skipped 2 beats. Before he enlisted, he had studied archaeology. This pattern looked almost identical to a ritual totem described in ancient texts of Dragon Kingdom. But he kept quiet and, without a sound, filled the sand back in to cover the marks. There is too much water here. He couldn't grasp it yet. First survive. Once I'm strong enough, then I'll dig into this tomb. Wang Meng grabbed a small drop of dew that had gathered on the umbrella fabric and drank it in one gulp. Sweet, cold. This was the taste of life. At the same time, in the tropical rainforest. There was no extreme cold here, only the suffocating heat and the constant sound of insects. Li Yi was shirtless, his once fair skin now coated with a thick greenish liquid, emitting a nauseating foul smell. That was the fluid from the venomous mosquito king, mixed with several herbal juices he found nearby. Although the smell was so strong it made him want to puke, the effect was immediate. Within a 10-meter radius, not even an ant dared to come near. Gulp, gulp. Li Yi crouched by a stream flowing from a crack in the rocks, drinking deeply. The water source had been found. Though it was only as thick as his arm, it was crystal clear. After drinking his fill, Li Yi leaned back against a tree trunk, feeling the hot flow within and repairing the meridians that had been poisoned, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Our Dragon Kingdom ancestors really knew what they were doing. He glanced at the countdown on his wristband. As long as he continued practicing this breathing technique, in no more than 3 days, his physical strength would break through the limits and officially reach the threshold of the first tier. At that time, this rainforest would no longer be a death trap, but his hunting ground. In the Dragon Kingdom livestream, there was peace and tranquility. Watching their contestants either sitting in meditation to cultivate or camping out for a picnic, the anxious feeling that had gripped the Dragon Kingdom audience finally disappeared, replaced by a sense of superiority, for style. They've made it out alive? I thought they were going to put on a tragic act. The one above, this is urban high martial arts, not Les Miserables. With Su Chen's strategy, it's an open book exam. Did Wang Meng just dig up something? His expression looks strange. Who cares, anyway, we're as steady as a rock now. But the Sakura country next door, TSK, that's really a disaster beyond words. Chapter 12, Sakura Empire Pills? Sakura Country Livestream. The sounds of vomiting and screams instantly filled the ears. This was a marshland that reeked of decay. Special Forces soldier, Tianzhong was now like a dog with its back broken, half of his body sunk into the mud. His left thigh was pierced by the fangs of a wild boar, leaving a bloody hole. The wound hadn't been treated and, in the high temperature and humid environment, had already become festering and black, swollen like a steamed bun. Baka, it hurts, help me. Tianzhong face was flushed red, clearly running a high fever, his mind already hazy. He gripped his M4 rifle tightly in his hands, now without bullets, its barrel full of mud, turned into a fire stick. Mom! I want to go home. This cry, tinged with sobs, shattered the last psychological defenses of the Sakura country viewers. Is this our samurai? So shameful. Quick, send supplies. What is the government doing? If we don't save him, once he dies, Osaka will face divine punishment. Sakura Country Prime Minister's residence. Prime Minister Matsushita, with a face as dark as thunder, watched the screen showing the crying and miserable waste, and he almost wanted to slap him across the face through the internet. But he didn't dare. The disaster of Pamir Country was still fresh in his mind. Teleport. Matsushita gritted his teeth, used the only teleportation opportunity this week. Send him strong antibiotics and a first aid kit. Prime Minister, but the original plan was to teleport a single soldier rocket launcher. The Minister of Defense quietly reminded him. What's the use of sending a rocket launcher? Is he going to hell to fight ghosts with it? Save his damn life first. Buzz. A first aid kit with a red cross landed in front of Ichiro Tanaka. This scene immediately made global audiences burst into laughter. In the Dragon Country's bullet chat area, the firepower was fully unleashed. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying laughing. The first weekly reward, others get god-tier equipment, Sakura Country sends a medicine kit. What's this called? This is called Imperial Medicine. They used the most valuable opportunity like this? What if they encounter a monster next week? Are they going to strangle the monster with bandages? However, at that moment, several glaring bullet comments abruptly floated by, with a strong public intellectual flavor. Can Dragon Country people have some empathy? Mr. Tanaka, despite being in extreme pain, still hasn't given up his weapon. Isn't this the true embodiment of Bushido spirit? Exactly, look at the endurance in a desperate situation, and then look at our Dragon Country contestants, enjoying the cheat left by their seniors, aren't they ashamed? I suggest Wang Meng share the water source coordinates with Tanaka. This is what a great country should do. Once these bullet comments appeared, it instantly stirred up a hornet's nest. No need for the Special Affairs Bureau to lead the rhythm, the Dragon Country netizens' keyboards immediately transformed into Gatling guns. Endurance? Are you calling crying and screaming for your mom endurance? Do you have any misunderstanding of endurance? What's wrong with relying on seniors? That's the legacy left by our Dragon Country people through their own skills. Would you donate the house your grandfather left you to your neighbor, old Wang? Shut up, you western dog, if you keep barking, I'll send you to Pamir to feed the birds. Bushido spirit? I think it's more like tetanus spirit. While the online arguments raged, the live broadcast cut again. Unlike the cultivation and treasure hunting style in Dragon Country, the live broadcast in Lighthouse Country was filled with an oppressive air of brutality. In the screen, the man once known as the strongest lone soldier, Johnson, no longer resembled a human at all. His height had increased to 2 meters and 5, and his muscles were so clearly visible that the purple-black veins beneath were crazily pulsating. Roar! Johnson let out a beast-like roar, his eyes bloodshot, with pupils reduced to tiny black dots. In front of him was a freshly respawned beast, a wild plains jackal. This was a first-tier beast known for its speed and cunning, usually able to toy with solitary lions. But at this moment, the wild plains jackal was being firmly gripped by Johnson's huge hand, its neck tightly squeezed, and its limbs flailing helplessly in the air. Johnson's sanity seemed to be devoured by the drugs, and he laughed madly, his arm suddenly pulling outward. Ryup! The wild plains jackal, with its tough fur, was ripped in half by him as if tearing up paper. Blood and internal organs poured over Johnson, drenching him completely. He didn't dodge, instead, he stuck out his barbed tongue and greedily licked the warm liquid by his mouth, his face showing a sickly ecstasy. Lighthouse Country official announcement: Johnson's vital signs are stable. Strength value has surpassed 35. Agility value has surpassed 28. This is the ultimate form of evolution. The Lighthouse Country live room instantly erupted. My God! This is power. This is the aesthetic of violence. Did you see that? This is the power of technology. That so-called breathing technique from Dragon Country is a joke in front of such absolute power. In his current state, Johnson could probably kill that so-called ice-scaled serpent king with one punch, right? This frenzy quickly spread across the global network. For a moment, those public intellectuals and sheepdogs, who had been silent after Lin Xing's unexpected encounter, finally spoke up again. Like flies that caught the scent of blood, they instantly revived and launched a massive invasion into the Dragon Kingdom's livestream. Rational V, I told you, Dragon Kingdom was just lucky. Look at the Lighthouse Nation, these are real, solid data improvements. What's the use of Lin Xing's breathing method? Can she rip apart beasts? Free air, exactly, that breathing method seems mysterious, but in reality, it just speeds up recovery. When it comes to these head-on battles, it's all about genetic technology. Wake up, fellow countrymen, is it really that hard to admit the gap? Johnson is now a human tank, while Lin Xing is just a slightly stronger woman. As for what Su Chen left behind, it's just nonsense, the so-called immortality training, fooling kids. The Dragon Kingdom audience exploded in an instant. The person upstairs must have kneeled for too long and can't stand up, right? Calling that kind of monster evolution? That's just a beast that knows nothing but killing. It has lost its humanity, what's the point of winning? Don't argue with these sheepdogs, they just can't stand to see Dragon Kingdom thrive. When Sister Lin gets to Dragonfall Valley, let them know what a dimensional strike is. Though Dragon Kingdom's netizens weren't willing to admit defeat, when they looked at the image of Johnson on the screen, a figure like a hellish demon, many still felt a shadow deep within. The visual impact of that pure violence, tearing everything apart, was just too intense. Chapter 13, Second Stage Peak Beast? In the Barbaric Realm, on the outskirts of Dragonfall Valley, Lin Xingge was completely unaware of the disturbances from the outside world. At this moment, she was in an extremely tense state. Since leaving the ice lake area, the environment around her had become increasingly bizarre. What was once a sparse patch of vegetation had gradually turned into a barren black desert. The ground was covered in large claw marks, some even reaching half a meter deep, the traces left by some giant bird of prey taking off and landing. The wind had grown stronger. The howling wind carried black sand and grit, stinging her face with pain. Lin Xingge stopped and reached up to press her disheveled hair down, her gaze fixed and heavy as she looked ahead. Ahead was a forest of scattered rocks, huge black boulders standing tall like tombstones, with the wind howling through the cracks in the stones, making a sound like ghosts crying and wolves howling. Something's wrong, Lin Xingge murmured to herself. It was too quiet. Apart from the wind, she couldn't hear a single insect or bird call. Even the low-level beasts she used to encounter occasionally had disappeared. This kind of deathly silence often meant that this was the territory of a powerful predator. The compass on her waist was vibrating more and more violently, the bone-like needle jumping wildly on the dial, but the general direction still firmly pointed toward the depths of the rock forest. Lin Xingge took a deep breath and adjusted her breathing rhythm. The spiritual energy within her body flowed rapidly, enhancing her senses to their peak. Suddenly, a strong sense of danger shot through her spine like electricity, making the hairs on Lin Xingge's body stand on end, as if she had been locked onto by some top-tier hunter. It came from the sky. Almost instinctively, Lin Xingge didn't even have time to look up, her legs kicked with force, and she pounced behind a giant stone to her right. Rage. A shrill, earth-shattering screech rang through the sky, even louder than the howling wind. Next, a giant shadow fell from the sky like a meteor, carrying terrifying kinetic energy as it crashed down where she had just been standing. Boom! Stones flew everywhere, dust billowed. The hard basalt ground was even gouged out by this strike, creating a 2-meter-wide pit. As the dust cleared, a majestic and fierce giant eagle appeared on the scene. Its wingspan was over 5 meters, and its feathers were a metallic iron gray, reflecting a chilling cold light under the sun. What stood out the most were its claws, sharp as steel, resembling sickles, with chunks of unknown creature's flesh hanging from them. A second-stage peak beast, the iron feather split-winged eagle. So fast. Although Lin Xingge dodged the fatal blow, the cold-resistant jacket on her shoulder was still torn open by the terrifying air current, revealing 3 deep gashes on her fair skin. Blood instantly stained her sleeve. This was the first time she had been injured since entering the restricted zone. If it had been the snow wolf from before, she could have relied on dynamic vision to see its movements clearly. But this eagle's speed was so fast it was like teleportation. This was the intimidating power of the sky's ruler. In the live broadcast room, the sheepdogs who had been shouting just moments ago were now completely excited. Rational viewer V, ha 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 ha. Did you see that? This is the difference. This is what a second-tier magical beast can do. Lin Xingge is already injured. Free air, ha, you were just boasting about how invincible your breathing technique was, but you couldn't even dodge a bird. Sakura Country netizens, looks like Dragon Country's luck has run out. With that big snake gone, this woman is nothing but a snack. Inside the Dragon Country Special Administration, the atmosphere was as tense as it could get. Second-tier peak, and it's a flying magical beast. This is even more troublesome than the previous crocodile swarm. Zhang Dingbang gritted his teeth, clenching his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Lin Xingge doesn't have any long-range attack methods, how is she going to fight? On the battlefield. Lin Xingge ignored the pain in her shoulder, pressing her body tightly against a giant rock, panting heavily. Her brain was working at lightning speed. This beast had been circling high above, only diving down to attack for a brief moment. Its speed was too fast, and its power too great. Fighting head-on would surely lead to death. She had to find a way to limit its speed. Lee. The iron feather-splitting wind eagle missed its strike and seemed extremely angry. It flapped its wings, and its huge body actually completed an impossible stop and turn in midair, its sharp eagle eyes locking onto Lin Xingge hiding behind the rock. Instead of diving immediately, it suddenly began to flap its wings violently. Who? Dozens of sharp iron feathers, like daggers, fell off, carried by the howling wind, transforming into a dense shower of arrows aimed directly at the giant rock where Lin Xingge was hiding. This was not a physical attack. Damn it! Lin Xingge heard the dense sounds of the feathers tearing through the air above her head and felt a sharp warning in her mind. She couldn't dodge in time. This giant rock couldn't block such dense penetrating attacks. She suddenly rolled and left her cover, wildly swinging her bone spear in an attempt to block the deadly feathers. Clang! 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 Sparks flew. Even though her current strength far surpassed that of an average person, the force contained in each iron feather still numbed her tiger mouth. Poof! One of the iron feathers brushed past her cheek, leaving a bloody mark. Another one lodged in her outer thigh. Although the tough muscle stopped it from hitting the bone, the intense pain still caused her movements to slow down for a moment. She was too passive. She was completely being suppressed in the fight. The viewers in the live broadcast room had their hearts in their throats, and many of the more timid girls had already covered their eyes. Whoosh! 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 The sharp whistling sound of the air being torn made their scalp tingle. Dozens of cold glowing iron feathers poured down like a violent rain of pear blossoms, each containing enough terrifying force to pierce steel plates. Lin Xinga didn't dare to stop for even a moment. The wound on her outer thigh continued to bleed as she ran, the excruciating pain in every step stimulating her nerves, but her gaze remained as calm as still water. She couldn't run in a straight line. A straight line would make her a live target. She desperately zigzagged across the rocky wasteland, her body almost touching the ground as she executed impossible S-shaped tactical evasive maneuvers. Poof! Poof! 2 iron feathers brushed against her scalp and deeply embedded themselves in the frozen earth ahead, with dirt flying everywhere, hitting her face painfully. So this is the pressure of a second-tier peak magical beast. Lin Xinga gritted her teeth, her lungs panting violently as if they were a bellows. If it weren't for the breathing technique left by Senior Su Chen, constantly refining her spiritual energy to replenish her stamina, she would have. Just this high-intensity sprint, she should have collapsed and died 3 minutes ago. 500 meters ahead, a dark, oppressive forest appeared in her sight. That was no ordinary forest. The tree trunks were pitch black, and the leaves looked like they were forged from cast iron, making a clashing metal sound in the cold wind. Scree! The iron-feathered wind-splitting hawk in the sky seemed to sense the prey's intention, letting out an angry cry. Its wings flapped, and its massive body dived down, so fast that it left an afterimage in the air, trying to intercept and kill her before she could enter the forest. You want to kill me? In your dreams. A cold light flashed in Lin Xinga's eyes. Just as the giant eagle was about to strike, she suddenly lunged forward, her body sliding over the last stretch of rocky ground like a cannonball, diving into the dark and deep black iron forest's edge. Boom! The giant eagle's sharp claws grabbed the massive rock at the forest's edge, sparking and shattering the stone instantly. But this split-second difference meant life or death. Chapter 14, A Small Person Rising. At this moment, the global live stream's chat exploded. Unlike the off from earlier, the screen was now filled with mockery and ridicule, especially from the foreign viewers who had just been brainwashed by Johnson's violent aesthetics. They had found an outlet to vent. Cherry Blossom Nation chat. Yo yo yo, is this the Valkyrie of Dragon Nation? She runs pretty fast. Ha, ridiculous, wasn't she just boasting about invincible breathing techniques? Now she's like a street rat running for her life? Is this so-called kung fu? Her escape technique is top-notch. I think she should just commit suicide already to avoid embarrassing Dragon Nation. Lighthouse Nation chat. Too weak. Completely weak. If our hero Johnson were here, that big bird would have been torn to roast chicken by now. People from Dragon Nation only know how to use tricks. Against absolute power, all techniques are just decorations. I suggest Dragon Nation viewers change the channel and watch us from Lighthouse Nation. Let's show you what real tough guy combat looks like. Even some public intellectuals back home started speaking sarcastically. Rational thinker V, though I don't want to admit it, the difference in male and female physical conditions is real. Lin Xinga's evasive tactics may save her for now, but they are ultimately not a long-term solution. Instead of this embarrassing escape, she should die with dignity. The viewers in Dragon Nation watched these messages, shaking with anger, yet they felt powerless to argue back. On the screen, Lin Xinga was indeed fleeing. And she looked incredibly messy, covered in dust, her battle attire stained with blood. Sister Lin, don't look back, just stay alive. Once she's in the forest, that big bird can't fly anymore. Shut up. Sister Lin is using the terrain, you guys don't know a damn thing. Inside the Special Administration Bureau, Zhang Dingbang stared at the screen, his nails almost digging into his palms. Girl, you have to hold on. Inside the black iron forest. The lights suddenly dimmed. The towering black iron tree crowns blocked the sky, only scattered sunlight like broken gold fell onto the hard, iron-like ground. The trees here were extremely dense, their trunks as hard as steel, a natural air raid shelter. Lin Xinga leaned against a giant tree, about 3 people wide, panting heavily. She quickly tore off a corner of her clothing and roughly bandaged the wound on her thigh. Hiss. The sharp pain from the alcohol swab cleaning the wound made her break out in a cold sweat, but she didn't even furrow her brows. At this moment. Buzz. The bone compass at her waist suddenly jolted violently without warning. The needle didn't point toward the deeper part of the forest, but firmly pointed to the seemingly ordinary black iron wood beside her. Lin Xingga's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She extended her hand, brushing the rough and cold bark. About 1 meter off the ground, the bark appeared in an eerie dark red color, as if what flowed inside wasn't tree sap but boiling hot blood. A fragment of memory left by Su Chen. Suddenly, a flash passed through her mind. Black ironwood is so hard it grinds your teeth. It's a hassle even for firewood. But this tree has a flaw: when provoked, it leaks a red resin. That smell, tsk, it's basically a beast trap. Last time, I accidentally chopped it, and ended up with a whole nest of iron arm monkeys. It was so annoying. Beast trap. Lin Xingga's gaze changed. The initial panic and urgency slowly faded away, replaced by the cold and mocking look of a hunter watching its trap about to trigger. She slowly drew out the stone knife from her waist. Without hesitation, she made a deep scratch at the dark red spot on the tree trunk, then quickly etched a seemingly chaotic but actually systematic symbol. SSSHH. Thick, blood-red resin slowly flowed out along the scratch. A strange sweet fragrance instantly spread through the dark forest. The scent wasn't overpowering, but rather had a captivating fragrance, like the finest aged wine. After finishing all this, Lin Xingga sheathed her knife and turned to continue running deeper into the forest. Li. Above the forest, the iron-winged gale eagle circling in the sky was completely enraged. That human insect actually entered this damned iron forest. As the king of the sky, it hated this narrow, complex terrain the most. But the blood scent from the prey and the strange sweet fragrance that suddenly drifted in the air were intensely stimulating its limited brain capacity. That fragrance. It seemed to tell it, eat her. Eat her and you can evolve. Greed overcame instinct. Boom. The giant eagle folded its wings, its massive body crashing down like a meteor, breaking several outstretched branches and forcing its way into the black iron forest. Crack. Crack. The once silent forest suddenly became a chaotic mess. The giant iron-winged gale eagle, with a wingspan of 5 meters, looked out of place in this forest. Every time it lunged, its wings would crash into the hard black iron tree trunks, making an excruciating metal scraping sound. It was like driving a heavy tank through a narrow alley. Its speed advantage was gone. And then there was Lin Xingga. At this moment, she was like a nimble monkey. She didn't blindly flee but used the tree branches as stepping platforms, leaping and shifting through the air. Bang! The giant eagle's claw shattered a large tree, wood chips flying. But Lin Xingga had already used the force to spring to another tree just a second before. Damn beast, this is not your sky. Lin Xingga coldly glanced back. The giant eagle was struggling, but with its impenetrable iron feathers and terrifying brute force, it still clung to her tail, breaking trees and leaving chaos in its wake. The distance was closing bit by bit. 50 meters. 30 meters. The viewers in the live broadcast were holding their breath. Too close. At this rate, she'll be caught. Why isn't Sister Lin running deeper into the forest? She's going in circles. It's over, this beast has gone crazy, it's even breaking trees. Just as everyone thought Lin Xingga would be exhausted and killed, the terrain ahead changed suddenly. There were 2 ancient black iron trees, whose enormous trunks grew leaning, intertwining about 3 meters above the ground, forming a narrow V-shaped angle. This wasn't just a natural obstacle but also a gate of death. Lin Xingga's figure, like a ghost, slipped through the gap. Then she stopped. Under the gaze of billions of eyes worldwide, the Dragon Kingdom woman who had always been running for her life suddenly stopped. She turned around, her back against the 2 ancient trees, facing the dust-filled trail behind her. A massive creature, crashing through countless trees, charged towards her. She slowly adjusted her breathing. With each inhale and exhale, the air around her seemed to tremble. Her originally pale face began to show a faint flush, stirred by the surge of spiritual energy. She pulled out the stone knife, full of cracks, and gripped it in her palm. In her cold eyes, there was no trace of fear left. What appeared was only the boiling killing intent that could be seen in the eyes of the top hunters. The barrage of mockery in the chat instantly fell silent. Then, those mocking voices echoed again. Can't run anymore? Ready to give up resisting? I told you, women are weak, just accepting their fate, huh? Lin Xingga couldn't hear these voices. Even if she did, she would scoff at them. She looked at the giant eagle ahead, whose eyes were now blood-red, completely lost to madness due to the sweet scent it smelled. Her lips slightly curled, forming a cold, bone-chilling arc. Run? Her cold voice echoed through the forest, carrying a penetrating power that made one's heart skip a beat. I brought you here because I fancy this place. The feng shui here is good. Perfect for your grave. The moment the words fell. Boom! 30 meters ahead, a massive black ironwood tree was violently shattered. The iron-feathered gale eagle finally broke through the last obstacle. It saw the human standing in place, the blood meal emitting an irresistible aroma. It let out a shrill, excited cry. In order to break through the dense forest and land a killing blow, it made a fatal decision. It suddenly folded its massive wings, shrinking its body into a spindle-shaped missile, focusing all its power into its steel-like beak and sharp claws. At that moment, it was like a cannonball being shot from its barrel. Its speed was extreme. Its power was immense. But this also meant that in this instant, it had lost its ability to change direction. Li! The smell of blood rushed at her. The shadow of death instantly covered Linxinga. 3 meters. 2 meters. In the eagle's vicious pupils, Linxinga's calm face was reflected, even the bits of flesh left on its beak were clearly visible. The global audience held their breath in an instant. At this moment, time seemed to stop. Was the prey about to be torn apart? Or would the hunter show its fangs? Everything would be decided in the blink of an eye. Chapter 15, Violent Aesthetics? Boom! A thunderous crash echoed through the forest, like 2 speeding trucks colliding head-on. Just as the iron-feathered Gale Eagle was about to crash into Linxinga, it desperately pulled in its massive wings, but the V-angle formed by the 2 ancient black ironwood trees was simply too narrow. The wing bones, as hard as steel, were violently jammed against the tree trunks. The terrifying inertia pushed its huge body forward, but its wings were stuck tight. Crack! Crack! The bone-cracking sound was enough to make anyone's teeth hurt. Even a peak second-tier beast, even with steel-like feathers, still seemed fragile in the face of nature's physical laws. The immense recoil caused its cannonball-like head to suddenly drop, and the once lethal strike lost its aim, crashing hard into the ground beside Linxinga. The earth shattered, dust and debris flew up. Now! This once-in-a-lifetime moment of paralysis lasted only an instant. Linxinga's pupils contracted to a needlepoint. She did not retreat. In the midst of flying wood chips and smoke, she was like a female leopard that had been waiting to strike, advancing instead of retreating. Her wild basic breathing technique operated at its peak in this moment. Her heart beat violently, like a war drum. Blood, mixed with boiling spiritual energy, surged toward her limbs and bones, her once pale skin now flushed red, even her pores bursting with white-hot air. One step forward, the ground cracked beneath her. Die! Linxinga let out a roar, completely opposite to her cold appearance. She didn't use a knife. At this distance, at this angle, a fist is the most direct weapon. Bang! Her delicate fist, carrying the force of 10,000 pounds, slammed solidly into the soft, featherless belly of the iron-winged Stormripper. This punch gathered all of her energy and spirit, and was the ultimate expression of her breathing technique's explosive power. Caw! The iron-winged Stormripper let out a heartbreaking scream, its originally savage eagle eyes bulging out, blood vessels bursting in its eyeballs. The tremendous impact sent its internal organs surging, its body convulsing violently. But a Tier 2 peak beast is still a Tier 2 peak beast. The excruciating pain triggered its ferocity. Although its wings were pinned and its belly injured, it still had that beak capable of shattering rocks. Whoosh! A stench of blood hit her face. The iron-winged Stormripper suddenly twisted its head, its half-meter-long sharp curved beak, like a death scythe, carrying a cold light of despair, viciously aimed at Linxinga's throat. This strike was too fast, too ruthless. It was so close, there was simply no way to dodge. The global live stream audience didn't even have time to scream before their hearts stopped beating. However, the madness in Linxinga's eyes intensified. She didn't dodge, but instead made a move that no one could have expected. She suddenly raised her left arm, deliberately meeting the deadly beak. Splat! The sound of a sharp blade sinking into flesh was clear to hear. The sharp beak instantly pierced through Linxinga's left forearm, blood pouring out like a fountain, instantly staining half her body red. The intense pain stabbed deep into her heart. But Linxinga didn't even furrow her brows. She gritted her teeth, using her muscles to trap the eagle's beak, using this ruined arm to lock the giant eagle's only weapon. Got you. Linxinga's voice was hoarse and cold, like a whisper from hell. The next second, her right hand, which had been gripping the chipped stone knife, moved forward with a determination that wouldn't retreat, and fiercely stabbed into the iron-winged Stormripper's left eye that had just turned toward her. Splat! The eyeball burst. Filthy liquid mixed with blood splattered out, drenching Linxinga's head and face. Screech! This strike completely shattered the iron-winged Stormripper's sanity. The unprecedented pain made it thrash wildly, its giant body struggling desperately in the narrow angle, 2 black ironwood trees as thick as a person's waist shaking violently, as if they might break at any moment. Linxinga was thrown around like a small boat in a storm. The wound on her left arm was torn even more horrifyingly, exposing bone. But she clung to the giant eagle like a leech, her legs suddenly clamping around its neck, flipping onto its back. The stone knife had already shattered in the previous violent struggle. It didn't matter. She still had her hands. She still had her teeth. She still had that relentless, never-give-up force. Die. 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 Lin Xingge, riding on the eagle's back, her intact right hand clenched into a fist, surrounded by a faint red spiritual light, slammed punch after punch into the eagle's head, which had just been blinded in one eye. Bang! 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 The muffled sound of impact echoed rhythmically through the forest. With every punch, a chunk of flesh and blood flew. With every punch, the giant eagle's struggle weakened a little more. The once proud ruler of the skies was now beneath a small human, being ridden and gradually crushed in the skull with the most primal, savage method. This wasn't a battle. This was slaughter. This was venting. This was the first roar of anger from the humans of Blue Star, sent to this cruel forbidden zone. In the live stream, there was a deathly silence. The bullet comments vanished. Those keyboard warriors who had been mocking earlier were now like ducks with their throats gripped, mouths wide open, unable to make a sound. In front of the screen, countless people watched the blood-soaked, seemingly mad woman, feeling a chill running from their tailbone straight up to the top of their head. Is this still the goddess who appeared cool and delicate? This is even more Warcraft than Warcraft. Lighthouse Country, Special Operations Bureau Headquarters. A group of military experts stared at the screen, their faces as grim as if they had swallowed a fly. Is this what you call a decoration? The director pointed at the screen, his finger trembling. If this kind of combat awareness is a decoration, what do we call our special forces? Boy Scouts? On the screen. With the final dull sound of bone cracking. The massive body of the iron feather split-winged eagle twitched once, then completely softened, the light in its one remaining eye rapidly fading. It was dead. This second-tier peak monster, powerful enough to slaughter an entire fully equipped squad, was killed just like that. Lin Xingge stopped moving. She remained on the eagle's back, her chest heaving violently, each breath as heavy as if she were pumping a bellows. Her face and body were covered in blood, both her own and the beast's. Her left arm hung limply at her side, blood dripping from her fingers, pooling into a small puddle on the black ground. She slowly lifted her head. Her blood-soaked eyes, peering through disheveled hair, coldly fixed on the distance. At that moment, through the screen, billions of viewers around the world felt an indescribable sense of oppression. That was the gaze of the top of the food chain. Huff. Lin Xingge exhaled a breath, struggling to slide off the eagle's corpse, sitting heavily on the ground. It was only then that the long-delayed barrage erupted like a volcano. Holy crap! Sister Lin is awesome. Sister Lin is awesome. I don't know what else to say except those two words. I'm stunned, really, just now, in that instant, I almost kneeled. Is this the inheritance of God Su? Is this ancient martial arts? It's so brutal. So bloody. But I love it. Who was the one saying Lin Jie was a coward? Come out and take 2 steps? Do you dare to look Lin Jie in the eye now? Violence aesthetics. This is real violence aesthetics. Compared to Sister Lin, that drugged-up monster Johnson is just a crazy beast. The winds suddenly reversed. Nothing shakes people's hearts more than a thrilling, dramatic counterattack. Lin Xingge used her fists to smash those doubts and mockery into the ground. Chapter 16, Are you doing an eating show in the wilderness world? In the wilderness world, Black Iron Forest. Lin Xingge rested for a full 5 minutes, until her almost bursting heart began to calm down a little. She looked down at the wound on her left arm. It was deep, even reaching the bone membrane, and if it were on Blue Star, this injury would require at least a month in the hospital. But here. She closed her eyes and began adjusting her internal energy, following the breathing technique left by Su Chen. With each breath, the wound began to itch with a tingling sensation. Visibly, the bleeding stopped, and the muscles around the wound slowly moved and contracted. Is this the benefit brought by actual combat? Lin Xingge opened her eyes, a trace of surprise flashing in her gaze. She could clearly feel that after the extreme burst just now, her internal energy flow had become incredibly smooth. Between life and death, there is great terror, but also great opportunity. The senior wasn't lying to me. Lin Xingge's lips curved into a slightly tragic smile. She took out the dew she had collected from her waist, washed the blood from her hands, then pulled out a small spare dagger from her boots. Although her main weapon was broken, the small knife, used for cutting food, was still intact. She walked up to the dead iron feather split-winged eagle without hesitation, skillfully cutting open its chest. Lin Xingge endured the pungent smell, searching through the still twitching innards. Soon, her fingertips touched a hard, warm object. Her heart stirred, and she forcefully dug it out. It was a crystal the size of a pigeon's egg. But unlike the murky one she had seen inside first-tier monsters, the dim crystal core, this gem presented a pure cyan color. Even though it was covered in bloodstains, one could still see that inside it seemed like a miniature storm was slowly spinning, emitting an enchanting glow. Resource detection, 2nd grade wind elemental magic core. Purity, perfect level. Remarks, contains a high concentration of wind element spirit energy, can be used to create the core of a magical formation, assist wind-type supernatural practitioners in cultivation, or even directly manifest as a national strategic resource through the national system. The system's prompt once again caused a stir in the livestream. But Lin Xingge's focus wasn't on this. She held the magic core, letting it catch the sunlight that filtered through the leaves, her brow furrowing slightly. Strange, she murmured to herself. Senior Su Chen had mentioned in his diary that while 2nd grade magic cores were purer than 1st grade ones, they should still be solid crystals. But this magic core. The tiny storm inside seemed to be liquid? The wind in the black iron forest was still harsh, and the air was filled with a faint smell of blood. Lin Xingge didn't linger in place. Though the sky-dominating creature had already turned into a corpse, the smell of blood could easily attract other predators. She bent down, grabbing the steel hook-like talon of the iron feather-cracked wind eagle, the bit of spirit energy that had just recovered in her body flowing to her arms. Rise! With a low shout. This half-ton, 5-meter wingspan behemoth was actually dragged by her. A long drag mark was left on the ground. 10 minutes later, Lin Xingge found a dry cave on the leeward slope. The cave was small, only about 10 square meters, but it was hidden, with the entrance blocked by dense thorn bushes, a natural shelter. Phew! After tossing the giant eagle's corpse aside, Lin Xingge slid down against the rock wall. After the adrenaline faded, the sharp pain in her left arm made her face turn pale. Though the wound had stopped bleeding thanks to the breathing technique, the rolled-up skin still looked gruesome. She didn't immediately deal with the spoils but instead took out the little alcohol and bandages left in her backpack. No anesthetics. Not even clean water to wash. The viewers in the livestream watched as she expressionlessly poured alcohol onto the deep wound that could be seen down to the bone, her body only trembling slightly. She didn't even make a sound, and they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. She's a werewolf. Just watching it hurts. Sister Lin's willpower is incredible. After quickly bandaging the wound, Lin Xingge's gaze fell upon the huge eagle's corpse. By now, the sky outside had darkened. Logically, in this dangerous forbidden zone, after just experiencing a life-or-death battle, the best thing to do at this moment would be to extinguish the fire and huddle in a corner, vigilantly spending the long night. Just like Ichiro Tanaka from the neighboring Sakura country, who was now trembling in the mud, too afraid to even breathe. But Lin Xingge didn't. Her gaze was fixed directly on the giant eagle's corpse. Lin Xingge rubbed her growling stomach, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in her eyes. She picked up some dry black ironwood branches near the cave entrance. Although this wood was tough, it had a high oil content, and with just a spark, it caught fire and burned for a long time without black smoke. Soon, a bonfire rose inside the cave. The orange-yellow flame drove away the chill and cast a warm glow on Lin Xingge's cold, stunningly beautiful face. Then, an unbelievable scene happened that left the global audience speechless. Lin Xingge picked up the stone knife. Though her main weapon was broken, the small dagger was still more than enough for cutting. She skillfully cut off one of the giant eagle's legs. That leg was as thick as an adult's waist, its muscles flowing smoothly, and though it was covered with hard scales and feathers, after its death, these defenses were clearly greatly reduced. Lin Xingge struggled to peel off the outer skin, revealing the dark red muscle beneath, with clear patterns on it. Then, she made a beautiful crosshatch incision on the meat. Her movements were smooth and elegant, as if she were preparing dinner in her own kitchen, rather than trying to survive in a perilous forbidden zone. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The huge eagle leg was placed over the fire. As the temperature rose, the black iron would quickly locked in the meat juices with its characteristic high heat. Golden oil seeped out from the surface, slowly sliding down the full muscle texture, dripping into the fire and causing a series of pleasant sounds. A rich, almost overwhelming meat aroma mixed with the crisp scent of lemongrass, instantly exploding in the small cave. Even though it was through a screen. Even though the smell couldn't be sensed. The visual impact still made everyone's salivary glands go into overdrive. In the Dragon Kingdom's livestream, the previously tense and oppressive atmosphere instantly collapsed, the scene completely changing. Holy crap! This color, this charred brown look. Damn, the braised beef noodles in my hand suddenly don't taste good anymore. Sister Lin, did you forget this isn't a national forbidden zone? You're playing with your life here. Why are you doing a food broadcast now? The cooking is perfect. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, it looks so delicious, it's making me crave it. Hold on, don't forget this is meat from a second-tier peak-level beast. How much would this bite cost? It's probably 10,000 times more expensive than Kobe beef, right? Compared to the excitement of the Dragon Kingdom audience, foreign viewers and those shepherd dogs were completely confused, even feeling deeply absurd. Rationalist V was just about to write a long piece about how the Dragon Kingdom player acted recklessly, barely winning, but with an uncertain future. Now, looking at the sizzling roast meat on the screen, his fingers froze on the keyboard, unable to type anything. This is too relaxed. Johnson from the neighboring lighthouse country was howling madly, fighting the side effects. Tanaka from Cherry Blossom country was burning with fever in the mud pit, crying out for help. And here you are doing a barbecue? Is there any respect left for the competition spirit? Oomph, just trying to get attention. Still thinking about eating while everyone is about to die. This is the inferior nature of the Dragon Kingdom people. A few sour comments tried to stir up trouble, but they were quickly drowned out by the Dragon Kingdom netizens spamming smells good. Some people just can't stand others doing well after kneeling for too long. What is this called? This is called being unshaken even when a mountain is collapsing in front of you. This is called national confidence. Sister Lin, I'm just eating, why are you all in such a hurry? Chapter 17, The Iron-Feathered Gale Eagle with Treasures All Over. Inside the cave. Lin Xingge had no idea about the chaos outside. She focused intently on flipping the eagle leg in her hands, her gaze even more serious than during battle. Until the skin of the meat turned a perfect golden red, the edges slightly crispy, and the fragrance reached its peak. Done. Lin Xingge gently inhaled. The domineering smell of meat instantly filled her nostrils, making her tired body seem to awaken with a bit of energy. She didn't rush to take a bite. Instead, she suddenly looked up, her clear eyes staring directly at the floating live broadcast ball. The firelight danced in her eyes. She raised the roasted eagle leg, which was several times larger than her face, gently shook it in front of the camera. Her lips curled up slightly, showing a faint, but playful smile. It was as if she were toasting an old friend. Or perhaps, telling all her compatriots in front of the screen, "Don't worry, I'm fine." This moment was instantly frozen. The warm campfire, the beautiful face, the rustic roast meat, and that heartwarming smile. Screenshot. Quick, screenshot. She's so beautiful. This moment of Sister Lin is simply goddess-like. This is definitely the most iconic scene of the year, no question about it. Even foreign viewers couldn't help but hold their breath at this moment. The kind of love for life and composure that still remained in the face of danger, the strong vitality. Beyond borders, it strikes deep into the heart. The next second. Lin Xingge withdrew her hand, parted her cherry-like lips, and without hesitation, bit off a large chunk of meat. Crunch! The crispy outer skin shattered between her teeth, followed by a burst of hot, delicious meat juice in her mouth. Lin Xingge squinted her eyes slightly, a look of satisfaction spreading across her face. There was no fishy taste as imagined, but instead, a faint metallic sweetness, combined with the fresh scent of lemongrass, creating an incredibly rich flavor. And this meat was incredibly nourishing. As the chunk of meat entered her stomach, a warm current instantly exploded inside her, flowing down her esophagus to her limbs and bones. This wasn't just ordinary heat. It was pure biological energy, even mixed with a faint trace of wind attribute spiritual essence. The dried-up meridians, like a long drought land needing a refreshing rain, greedily absorbed this energy. The wild foundation breathing method almost started operating automatically. Lin Xingge's breathing became long and deep. She could clearly feel that the warm current was nourishing her injured muscles, and the itching at the wound on her left arm became more noticeable, a sign that the cells were accelerating their division and healing. Such strong effects. Lin Xingge was secretly amazed. Just one bite of meat provided enough energy to match half an hour of her cultivation. This wasn't just eating, this was clearly taking drugs to level up. Her body, which had become weak from excessive blood loss, was recovering at an eye-catching speed, even growing stronger. This is fighting to grow. In this forbidden zone, the roles of hunter and prey were constantly changing. As long as you can kill the other, their entire flesh and blood becomes the ladder for your evolution. Lin Xingge no longer hesitated and began to devour the meat with great relish. Though her manner of eating wasn't rude, her speed was incredibly fast. In less than 10 minutes, the entire roasted eagle leg, weighing at least 10 pounds, was completely devoured, even the bones were crushed and the marrow sucked dry. Burp! Lin Xingge let out a loud burp, wiping the grease from the corner of her mouth. At this moment, her complexion was rosy, her eyes bright, and there was no trace of the severely injured, near-death state she had been in before. Even her skin now had a faint, shimmering glow. Lin Xingge stood up, stretched a little, and picked up a stone, crushing it with a slight exertion. The Dragon Country viewers were stunned. Eating meat can make you stronger? This is too awesome, right? In the neighboring lighthouse country, they have to inject themselves to get stronger, and turn into monsters, but our Lin Gu just eats a barbecue and gets stronger? This is like a dimensional strike. Inside the cave. After eating and drinking her fill, Lin Xingge stood up and stretched her muscles. Her bones crackled like exploding beans. The feeling of power made her want to find an opponent and fight again. However, she didn't forget the main task. Looking at the half-eaten giant eagle carcass on the ground, a gleam flashed in Lin Xing's eyes. This creature was a treasure all over. Its feathers were as hard as iron, perfect for making arrows and armor. Its claws could be used to forge weapons. Its flesh could strengthen the body. She couldn't take it all by herself, and wasting it would be a pity. Since I can't use it all. Lin Xing walked up to the massive carcass, pressing her hand on the cold eagle feathers, her expression becoming solemn. Though she didn't know how this so-called uploading mechanism worked, nor what the current situation was like in the country. She trusted Senior Su Chen, and she trusted her country. A cold voice echoed in the cave. Upload resource, second-tier peak magical beast, iron feather gale eagle, incomplete, carcass. Buzz. As her words fell, a brilliant white light instantly enveloped the entire cave. The massive giant eagle carcass rapidly decomposed and became data under the white light, eventually transforming into countless light spots, shooting into the sky, disappearing into the void. Chapter 18, Everyone Eating Chicken? Global Announcement. Dragon Country contestant Lin Xing successfully occupied and uploaded the second-tier resource point Iron Feather Gale Eagle, incomplete. Trigger the 100-fold manifestation mechanism. Resources are being transformed. Transformation complete. Congratulations to Dragon Nation, receiving 100,000 Spirit Wind Golden Chickens. They have been deployed to the cold storage and special breeding farms of major Air Force bases in all military districts. A grand, solemn voice, like a god whispering, echoed through every corner of Blue Star at this moment. There was no delay, no discount. Almost as soon as the voice fell. Dragon Nation, a certain Air Force base in the Western War Zone. The shrill alarm suddenly cut through the night sky, and the radar operator, seeing the massive energy fluctuation suddenly appearing on the screen, was so scared he almost fell out of his chair. Enemy attack? No, wait. A space rift. It's a space rift. Above the base, the originally pitch-black night sky seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand. There were no destructive beams, no alien fleets. Accompanied by strange screeching cries, countless massive glowing orbs poured down like dumplings from the rift. These orbs accurately landed on the huge backup helipad behind the base. The light faded away. The soldiers on guard stared in disbelief, forgetting to raise their rifles. Was that a chicken? No, it was more like a prehistoric monster. Each one was as big as an ostrich, covered in feathers that glinted with a bluish-gray metallic shine, and with a bright red, blood-like comb on top of their heads. Although not as terrifying in wingspan as the iron feather split-winged eagle, their explosive muscle definition still delivered a powerful visual impact. A full 100,000 of them. They were densely packed, piling up like a mountain, instantly filling the wide helipad completely. The air was filled with a refreshing, never-before-smelled aroma, the unique spiritual scent from the savage realm. Dragon Nation Special Administration. It's here. It's really here. Zhang Dingbang stared at the real-time images transmitted from the satellite, his iron-willed body trembling with excitement, his eyes instantly turning red. In the year 2036, a time of resource depletion and energy crises, Dragon Nation, although spared from riots due to strong control, still had its people living in hardship. Synthetic starch, recycled water, artificial meat. These soulless foods sustained the lives of 1.4 billion people. And now, real meat, true extraordinary resources, were right before his eyes. Quick! Contact the Biological Research Institute and the Military Industrial Bureau immediately. Zhang Dingbang slammed the table and roared, I want all the data on this within half an hour. And notify the logistics department to prepare for full military and national distribution. Half an hour later. An urgent red secret report was placed on Zhang Dingbang's desk. Looking at the contents of the report, Zhang Dingbang gasped, then burst out into a mad laugh. Good. 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 Lin Xing, you've made a great contribution this time. The report was only a few lines long, but each word weighed heavily. Item name, Spirit Wind Golden Chicken, Iron Feather Split Wind Eagle Degraded Species. Edible value, the meat is delicious and contains mild spiritual energy. Ordinary people eating it can greatly improve their physique, and long-term consumption can prolong life. It is also highly effective for internal injuries and chronic diseases. Strategic value, its feathers are incredibly hard. Tests show that its weight is only one-third of the same volume of Kevlar fibers, yet it can withstand direct fire from a 12.7mm caliber sniper rifle. It is a peerless material for manufacturing individual exoskeleton armor and new types of bulletproof vests. The meat is a supplement. These aren't just 100,000 chickens. These are 100,000 moving treasure chests. Order it down. Zhang Dingbang took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with an unprecedented brilliance. All feathers must be collected and classified as national special strategic materials. Chicken meat, except for leaving 2,000 for breeding, the rest must be slaughtered immediately. Prioritize supplying frontier soldiers, critically ill hospital patients, and school students. The rest will be released to the market, distributed at a fair price per person. Tonight, I want the people of Dragon Nation to have a real meal of meat. The news spread, and the whole country was in an uproar. In this highly connected digital age, the official announcement was like a nuclear bomb, instantly detonating the long-dormant public opinion field. Dragon Country official, the first batch of national welfare has arrived. Tonight at 8 o'clock, with your ID, you can go to major supply points to pick up 1 pound of Spirit Wind chicken. This is a victory for all citizens. In just a short line of text, countless people in Dragon Country, who were nibbling on synthetic energy bars, were brought to tears. 8 p.m. At the supply points across major cities in Dragon Country, long lines formed. The order was perfect, with no crowds and no noise. People's eyes sparkled with hope, as if it were the new year, filled with celebration. When those pieces of fresh meat, red in color and emitting a faint fragrance, were handed out, many elderly people shook with the meat in their hands. Meat, this is real meat. This taste is even more fragrant than the free-range chickens I ate when I was young. That night, Dragon Country's countless lights burned bright, and the scent of food spread farther than ever before. On major social platforms, the atmosphere shifted drastically. The posts, once full of anxiety and survival pressure, disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented online chicken-eating competition. Brothers! I'm crying. This meat is too fragrant. Just boiling it, the soup is golden yellow. After drinking a sip, my whole body feels warm, and my old cold leg pain suddenly disappeared. Whoa, the school cafeteria added an extra meal tonight. After eating, I felt full of energy, even memorizing words made me feel clearer in my mind. Sister Lin Xinga is my goddess. Location, borderline. Just finished eating, this meat is powerful. I feel like I'm 20 again. I want to go to the wild world and help Sister Lin cut that big bird. These scenes of human warmth, spread through the global network, struck hard at the faces of those shepherd dogs and foreign viewers. Rational Thinker V was sitting at his computer, in front of him a plate of freshly heated Lighthouse Country imported high-end nutritional paste. This grayish, toothpaste-like substance cost him half a month's salary. He had just finished writing a small essay on Weibo titled Beware of Blind Optimism, the potential unknown virus risk of beast meat. Just as he was about to click send, he saw the food pictures flooding his friend circle. The red braised color, the clear soup, and even someone had made beggar's chicken. Gulp gulp. Rational Thinker V swallowed a mouthful of saliva, glanced at the gray toothpaste on his plate, and suddenly felt nauseous. His hands trembled as he tried to type out a rebuttal. This must be unhygienic. However, the comment section was instantly flooded with Dragon Country netizens. Hygiene? The National Bio Institute has certified it, and you're talking to me about hygiene? Big V, is that imported toothpaste tasty? I heard the Lighthouse Country uses cockroach powder for it, the protein content is high, ha ha ha. Don't mind this fool, he's just jealous. Sister Lin is awesome. Dragon Country is awesome. Rational Thinker V's face turned ashen, and in the end, he could only angrily smash his keyboard. At that moment, the foreign network was in a sea of sourness. Sakura Country. An ordinary office worker looked at the pictures posted by Dragon Country netizens, then looked at the 2 slices of radish in his own bowl of clear soup, and his mentality completely collapsed. Baka. Why? Why can Dragon Country people eat this divine meat? What is that useless Tanaka doing? Playing in a mud pit? I also want to be a Dragon Country person. Even if I were a dog, I'd at least get a bone, right? In the Sakura Country Prime Minister's office. The atmosphere was suffocating. The Prime Minister looked at the analysis report on Spirit Wind Golden Chicken handed over by the Intelligence Department, and the teacup in his hand was crushed. Not just food. An elderly general with white hair spoke in a hoarse voice, pointing at the second page of the report. The intelligence shows that the feathers of this creature are as hard as alloys, yet extremely light. Dragon Country is testing its use for the next generation of individual soldier armor. If they equip the entire army. The old general did not finish his sentence. But everyone present felt a chill running straight to their heads. The international situation was already tense. If the Dragon Country military were to switch to such a beastly armor, it would be like a devastating blow to the surrounding countries. It must be stopped. We must protest, the Prime Minister screamed hysterically, this is cheating. This is disrupting the balance. However, anyone could hear the deep fear and jealousy hidden in his scream. Chapter 19, the prototype of a mythical weapon? In the Lighthouse Country, the White House. The president stared at the cold face of Lin Xinga on the big screen, his face dark like water. Where is our contestant? What is that fool Johnson doing? Mr. President. The head of the Secret Service wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and brought up Johnson's live broadcast. On the screen. Injected with a gene serum, Johnson, now transformed into a humanoid monster, was sitting in a stinking swamp. Under his feet, he was stepping on a massive lizard torn into pieces. It was a mid-stage first-tier beast, the corrupt toxic lizard. Though it was strong, it was like comparing a cloud to mud when placed against the peak of a second-tier iron feather split-winged eagle. Johnson's eyes were bloodshot, breathing heavily as he shouted at the sky, "Upload! Upload it for me! I killed the monster too!" Lighthouse Country contestant Johnson uploads the corpse of a first-tier beast, corrupt toxic lizard. Triggering 100x manifestation. Lighthouse Country receives 10,000 mud lizards. The next second. In a desert base somewhere in Lighthouse Country. A flash of light appeared. 10,000 creatures, covered in foul-smelling slime, their skin rotting and looking like a hybrid of toads and lizards, emerged. These creatures, although they had meat, were slightly poisonous and needed complex chemical processing to be edible. The taste was extremely bad, like chewing wax. As for their skin, it was too brittle, tearing apart easily. It had almost no industrial value except for being turned into fertilizer. Seeing this scene, the viewers in the Lighthouse Country live broadcast room fell silent. Originally ready to cheer, they stared at the disgusting rotten meat, then looked at the golden, oil-dripping roasted chicken from Dragon Country. A feeling of despair began to spread in the hearts of every person in Lighthouse Country. Oh my god, what is this crap? Why? Why is Dragon Country getting divine beasts, and we get these monsters? Johnson! You useless fool! We want to eat chicken! We want to eat chicken! In the wilderness world, inside a cave. Lin Xinga had no idea the barbecue she just had caused such an uproar on Blue Star. She wiped her mouth and looked at the eagle carcass that had already disappeared, nodding with satisfaction. The prompt uploaded successfully. I hope this helps the country. She stood up and walked to the mouth of the cave. The night wind howled. Although she had just experienced a great victory and her strength had increased, she didn't feel the slightest sense of relaxation. Lin Xinga tightened her grip on the dagger in her hand. At the same time, on Blue Star, in the Dragon Country live broadcast room, the screen was filled with 666 in Dragon Country long live, but before they could finish, the image suddenly shook violently. Not just Dragon Country, but the live signals from more than 200 countries around the world all suddenly showed severe snowflake noise at the same moment. ZZZZ. That tooth-grating electric sound directly drilled into every viewer's eardrum. Immediately after, a cold, emotionless, metallic grinding sound forcefully covered all the audio signals, and it also exploded in the minds of every contestant in the wilderness world. Announcement: the first phase beginner adaptation period in the wilderness world has ended. The National Fortune Point system is now officially activated. The rules are as follows: starting now, for the next 72 hours, a hunting points competition will begin. All contestants who hunt and upload monster corpses will earn points based on the monster's tier. Tier 1, 1 point. Tier 2, 10 points. Tier 3, 100 points. Tier 4, 1000 points. First place reward, the lifespan of all citizens of the country plus 1 year, 5,000 national fortune points, and a prototype of the country's mythical concept level weapon. This series of information struck like a heavy hammer. It slammed deeply into the hearts of audiences all over the world. Especially that last line, the mythic level weapon prototype in red letters. After a brief deathly silence, global public opinion exploded. But for the Dragon Kingdom's audience, this surprise came at the worst possible time, almost like a dark joke filled with malice. The once festive atmosphere in the livestream room instantly froze. What the hell? Did I see that right? A second-tier beast is worth 100 points? That Ironwing Gale Eagle sister Lin uploaded earlier, that's the peak of the second tier. That's a full 100 points. Even if it's considered incomplete, with a discount, it should still be worth 70 or 80 points, right? And now it's gone? Just because it was uploaded 10 seconds earlier? Regret, sorrow, and even a suffocating frustration filled the Dragon Kingdom's internet instantly. It's like you just threw away a lottery ticket worth $5 million into a fire, and the next second someone tells you the winning numbers are the ones on the ticket you just threw away. And overseas, the internet trolls and those eager shepherd dogs had finally found their breakthrough to counterattack. Lighthouse Nation netizens, you've got to be kidding me. This is fate. Even God couldn't stand it. Sakura Country netizens, oh, isn't Dragon Kingdom so capable? Too bad they're just a bunch of reckless fools. If they had a little bit of a big picture in mind, kept the body until now, Dragon Kingdom would be number 1. Public intellectual Big V, I have to say, Lin Xinga's move was too hasty. Although they got the materials, strategically, she made us lose at the starting line. Even though Johnson uploaded resources, it was just a first-tier beast. This back and forth made a huge gap. The barrage was filled with smoke and noise. Can we not speak with hindsight? Sister Lin was injured, how could she carry such a huge corpse? Exactly, what if it attracts other beasts? Although rational viewers were countering, the feeling of missing out on a billion couldn't be hidden. After all, the temptation of that mythic-level weapon prototype was just too great. The Dragon Kingdom Special Administration. The atmosphere in the command hall was also a bit oppressive. A few young officers looked at the countdown on the screen, unable to help but sigh in regret. If only it could be later, just a little bit. What are you all mumbling about? A shout interrupted their whispers. Zhang Dingbang suddenly stood up from his chair, his bloodshot eyes scanning the room, his military uniform still sharp. He strode to the main control panel, grabbed the communicator, and directly cut into the official livestream signal. On the screen appeared the stern and angry face of the elder. I'll ask you one question, Zhang Dingbang's voice echoed nationwide through the microphone, deep and powerful, is the meat that's in your mouth delicious? The barrage quieted for a moment. Delicious, someone weakly replied. It better be. Zhang Dingbang slammed the table, shaking the teacups violently. Our soldiers are fighting to the death up front, bleeding and sweating, bringing solid resources to your plates. 100,000 spirit wind golden pheasants, how much protein is that? How many life-saving medicines is that? How many bulletproof vests is that? These things are already in the warehouse, already in the stomachs of the border soldiers, already on their bodies. What's the point system? It's just a pie in the sky. It's empty. To blame a hero who just survived for a phantom title that hasn't even appeared yet? Have you lost all sense of conscience? The elder's chest heaved violently, his hand shaking as he pointed at the screen. Let me tell you, national strength isn't measured by that damn ranking. It's built by the people eating their fill, by the soldiers holding guns. Lin Xinga did the right thing. What you can hold in your hands is what truly belongs to you. Moreover, Zhang Dingbang took a deep breath, his gaze turning sharp as a knife. Since she was able to kill the first one, what makes you think she can't kill the second one? His words rang out like the booming sound of a great bell, and the shock made everyone's scalps tingle. Yeah. The meat's already in our stomachs, our bodies have grown stronger, what more do we need, a bicycle? That petty, anxious feeling was instantly replaced by a boldness. The director is right. We've eaten our fill, now we have the strength to cheer for Sister Lin. Screw the points. Sister Lin is the undefeated queen. Trust Sister Lin. This is just the beginning. Chapter 20, The Overconfident Kimchi Country? In the wild world, Black Iron Forest. The air inside the cave was damp and cold. Lin Xinga didn't know that the outside world was in chaos because of the 10-second time difference. After the mechanical sound in her mind faded, she paused for a moment, but the hand wiping the dagger didn't stop. Points competition, huh? She lifted her head and looked out through the crack in the cave at the dark night outside. The fact that she missed 100 points didn't even cause a ripple in her heart. Surviving the night with that bloody corpse? That would be asking for death. Lin Xinga put away the dagger and pulled out a bone compass from her chest. At this moment, the red bone needle was slightly trembling, pointing toward a direction deeper into the forest. There, a dark red glow flickered on the surface of the compass. It was a stronger energy fluctuation than the iron feather-shattered windhawk. Since it's a points competition. Lin Xinga stared at that direction, a cold gleam flashing in her eyes. Then let's make it a big one. But not now. She touched the scabbed wound on her left arm, the tearing pain had turned into a tingling sensation. Though the breathing technique was miraculous, the body's exhaustion needed time to recover. Sharpening the knife doesn't delay chopping the firewood. Lin Xinga turned around, picked up several heavy pieces of black iron rock, and sealed the cave entrance tightly, leaving only a few hidden ventilation holes. She sat down cross-legged, closed her eyes, and her breathing gradually lengthened. No matter how turbulent the outside world was, she remained unmoved. This was the patience of a hunter. In Dragon Country's livestream, the debate just calmed down when a swarm of offensive bullet comments suddenly poured in, like locusts. The originally harmonious public screen discussing cooking skills instantly became a mess of smoke and poison. Oh my god. Are people from Dragon Country still so proud of this food? They've really never seen the world. Is this the dignity of a big country? Hilarious. Come and see our Park Chang Bum Appa from Great Korea. This is what a true strong person looks like. Double kill right off the bat. Do you understand double kill? This is the gold medalist from the Olympic shooting competition. Unlike some women from certain countries who can only swing a broken knife with brute force, barbaric. Rude. That woman from Dragon Country, if she met our Appa Park, she'd probably end up kneeling and begging for mercy. Damn. The sudden mockery stunned the Dragon Country audience for a second, and then their anger ignited. These guys, stealing heritage is one thing, but now they're coming into our territory causing trouble? Where did this mad dog come from barking? Double kill? More like double fools. What kind of talent can come from your tiny country that's only the size of a palm? Brothers, don't waste time with these Korean idiots, let's go. Let's see what nonsense they're up to. Daring to come into Dragon Country's livestream and stir up trouble, they've really gone too far. Check their rooms. In an instant, millions of Dragon Country viewers, filled with rage, flooded towards the Kimchi Country's exclusive livestream. Kimchi Country's livestream. The picture quality was extremely high, clearly not much affected by the recent global signal fluctuations. In the center of the screen was a young man wearing tight tactical camouflage, with a Korean-style middle-parted curly hair and a rather feminine appearance. He was Park Chang-bum, the representative of Kimchi Country. At that moment, he was inside a dry, spacious cave. Unlike Lin Shinga, who was drenched in blood and fighting for her life, Park Chang-bum's body was nearly spotless, not even his hairstyle was messed up. He held a large-caliber silver revolver, still emitting a faint smoke. It was the Desert Eagle variant he had specifically chosen before entering the Forbidden Zone. And beneath his feet, there were two furry corpses lying. They were two creatures that appeared entirely yellowish-brown, round and chubby in shape. Their size wasn't large, just about the size of a teddy bear from Blue Star, and at this moment, they were completely silent, with gaping blood holes in their heads, fresh blood oozing out in gushes. Park Chang-fan had one foot planted on the belly of one of the corpses, striking what he thought was a cool pose, blowing at the gun's muzzle smoke towards the floating live-streaming orb. Did you all see that? Park Chang-fan spoke in an exaggerated stage-acting tone, his face filled with an overwhelming arrogance. This is the difference in power. Just now, these two fierce beasts tried to ambush me, their movements were incredibly fast. But in the face of my godlike reflexes and marksmanship, they couldn't even manage a roar before I instantly shot them in the head. Saying this, he bent down, like picking up trash, grabbing one of the creatures by its ear and lifting them up to the camera. The two creatures hung their heads, their limbs short, with pink pads, looking completely harmless, even a little cute. Did you see this? These sharp claws. Park Chang-fan pointed at their small claws, no bigger than a fingernail, and seriously explained, if you got caught by these, your skin would be torn open. Luckily, my reflexes are fast, and I struck first. This is strategy. This is wisdom. Just then, the system notification from the Barbaric Realm sounded, cold and mechanical, but to Park Chang-fan, it sounded like heavenly music. Detection of mortal-level creature corpse, containing weak Earth-type spiritual energy, Status, dead. Rating, not yet ascended. Suggestion, you can upload it for a small amount of resources, or keep it as food. Although the system's evaluation was not yet ascended, Park Chang-fan chose to ignore it and loudly misinterpreted it to the camera. Did you hear that? Containing Earth-type spiritual energy. This is definitely a special breed. The system even says it can be uploaded. This is a great start. A double kill. This stunt by Park Chang-fan instantly ignited the excitement of the viewers in Kimchi Nation. The screen was filled with dense bullet comments, full of various worshipping emojis and nauseating praise. Appa is so handsome. His marksmanship is divine. This is the pride of our great Han nation. What monsters! They are nothing before firearms. That Dragon Country's Lin Shinga took forever to kill a bird, got all injured, and look at our Jongtae Appa, graceful. Calm. This is the difference. I have a feeling these two beasts are very valuable, maybe they can be exchanged for high-tech blueprints. This is real survival. Using brains and technology to crush savage beasts. Some of the shepherd dogs and public intellectuals, who had long been lurking, now swarmed like flies sensing blood, leaving sarcastic comments in the bullet chat. I have to admit, modern firearms do have a huge advantage in the early stages. Lin Shinga's primitive fighting style, although passionate, is indeed less efficient than Park Chang-fan. Look at his state, now look at Lin Shinga, the difference is clear. This is the difference between a professional marksman and an ordinary person. Rationally analyzing, Park Chang-fan's two shots were incredibly precise, his mental toughness was outstanding, and this double kill is very high value. Looking at these bullet comments, the Dragon Country viewers who came to check in felt a wave of nausea. However, when their eyes fell on the two small corpses that Park Chang-fan was shaking in his hands, the more they looked, the weirder it seemed. Although they were creatures from the Barbaric Realm, looking a bit ferocious, the claws that hadn't fully hardened, the sparse soft fur, and the still somewhat confused and blurry eyes, even in death. No matter how you looked at it, they didn't seem like the so-called fierce monsters. Finally, a bold red bullet screen appeared simultaneously in both the Dragon Country and Kimchi Country livestreams. Biology PhD Wang Lei, everyone, calm down, something is wrong. Please take a close look at the jawbones of those two creatures. Their baby teeth haven't even fully grown yet, and the closure of the cranial sutures is very low. This is not some small vicious beast, this is clearly a mammal cub. And one that's less than a week old. As soon as this bullet screen appeared, the Dragon Country audience exploded. What the hell? A cub? I knew something felt soft about them, so there were two babies still sucking milk? This is called a double kill? This is clearly baby murder. Park Chung-fan's act, I thought he killed Godzilla, but it turns out he was just outside a kindergarten causing trouble. However, this well-reasoned analysis immediately enraged the Kimchi Country audience, who were immersed in their celebration. Even with the facts laid out before them, they would never allow anyone to shatter their delusional sense of superiority. Shut up. Who is this fake expert? Shut your mouth. A monster is a monster. Even if it's a cub, it's still a monster. As long as it's killed, it's heroic. Dragon Country people are just bitter. You're just jealous of Appa Park's shooting skills. Admit it, you're scared. Even if it's still sucking milk, it's a creature that can bite. Appa Park is just being cautious, he has great strategic foresight. The sheepdogs quickly followed suit to clean things up. Exactly, survival games don't talk about mercy. Cubs are still points. Dragon Country people are just overflowing with the Virgin Mary complex, no wonder they're backward. Doesn't matter if it's a black cat or a white cat, catching mice makes it a good cat. Park Chung-fan's move was flawless, highly efficient. Just as the bullet screens were clashing intensely, the biology PhD Wang Lei sent out another spine-chilling message. Biology PhD Wang Lei, I don't care about points. What I want to remind everyone is, according to the biological knowledge of the blue planet, also known as the instinct to protect offspring. If mammal cubs appear in a cave and have no ability to resist, what does that mean? It means the adult female is nearby hunting for food. And, she'll be back soon. This bullet screen was like a thunderclap. The Dragon Country audience froze. What the hell killed the cubs, now the adults coming? This is like poking a hornet's nest. Run. Stupid kimchi guy, run. This is the pace for the teen's annihilation. Why are you reminding him? Let him die. Unfortunately, Park Chung-fan, in the wilderness, could not see these detailed analysis bullet screens. Park Chung-fan glanced at the two baby bears on the ground, curling the corner of his mouth into a disdainful sneer, and spun his revolver skillfully in his fingertips. What cubs? On the battlefield, enemies come in all sizes. Only the dead monsters are good monsters. Park Chung-fan kicked away the cub's corpse at his feet and reached out to press the system panel. System. Upload these two corpses. Ding. Kimchi Country player Park Chung-fan has uploaded the corpses of two non-evolved Earthstorm bears, young. Triggering 100x manifestation. Congratulations to Kimchi Country, earning 200 pounds of regular black bear meat, and 1,000 jars of high-concentration pickled spicy kimchi. And 2 national operation points. When the words Earthstorm bear appeared, the once noisy livestream room fell into a brief silence. Then, the Dragon Country livestream exploded with earth-shattering laughter. Ha 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 ha. Earthstorm bear. What the hell, Earthstorm bear? The key is young. It's confirmed. He just killed 2 baby bears. Dying of laughter, a reward of 1,000 jars of kimchi? Is this a national operation reward? Are they sending them pickled vegetables? Legendary plot twist. The double kill that was hyped earlier, now they're rewarded with kimchi, that's so Kimchi Country. Compared to the joy of the Dragon Country audience, the Kimchi Country audience's faces immediately turned the color of pig liver. Even the most die-hard fans, looking at the reward of 1,000 jars of kimchi, felt their faces burning with shame. This is a loud slap from the national luck system. Park Chung-fan's face froze. He originally thought he would at least get some ammunition or a strengthening potion, but instead, kimchi? Ah. Is this damn system broken? Park Chung-fan was furious, raising his foot and kicking the rock wall hard, making a dull thud. Useless. Even death is this worthless. He cursed under his breath, putting his gun away and preparing to leave this unlucky cave to find new prey. At that moment. The room. The ground suddenly trembled slightly. At first, it was very faint, like a heavy truck passing by from a distance. But just 2 seconds later. Boom. 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 The muffled, heavy, and terrifyingly rhythmic footsteps echoed from deep within the cave. No, from the direction of the cave entrance. Each dull thud felt like stepping on a person's heart. The sunlight that had been shining through the cave entrance was suddenly blocked by a massive shadow. A nauseating stench, mixed with the strong scent of dust, instantly filled the entire cave. Park Chung-fan's body froze. He slowly turned his head, looking toward the entrance of the cave. The next second. His pupils constricted sharply, and he felt as if a bucket of ice-cold water had been poured over him, freezing him down to his very soul. There, standing at the entrance of the cave, was a massive creature. It was a giant bear, 5 meters tall. It stood upright, its entire body covered in a thick, granite-like layer of gray-brown skin, as if it were wearing a suit of natural heavy armor. Its bare paws, as big as millstones, had claws that gleamed with a metallic cold light, each about half a meter long, easily digging into the hard rock wall like cutting tofu. The most terrifying part was its eyes. They were blood-red eyes filled with brutality, madness, and extreme hatred. Its gaze passed over the tiny Park Changbiem and fixed firmly on the bloodstains on his body and the blood scattered on the ground. That blood belonged to its child. It had just gone hunting, and when it came back, it saw this scene. Chapter 22, Damn. Real Karma. Roar. A roar loud enough to shatter eardrums exploded inside the narrow cave. The sound wave felt almost tangible, whipping up sand and rocks, flipping Park Changbiem to the ground, and he rolled several times before coming to a stop. The livestream cameras were shaking violently, as if they were about to shatter in the next second. Warning! Warning! Detecting a peak Tier 3 beast earthquake bear, enraged state. Warning! Extremely dangerous creature. Extreme hatred. The red alert from the national luck system flashed wildly in Park Changbiem's mind. Peak Tier 3. And it's in an enraged state. Ah. Ah. Park Changbiem's legs turned to jelly in fear, and his pants immediately soaked through. His earlier arrogance and pride completely collapsed in that moment, replaced by the most primitive form of fear. He fumbled to lift his desert eagle, forgetting to aim, and fired wildly at the giant bear, which was like a small mountain, charging towards him. Bang! 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 6 magnum bullets poured out. Flashes of fire flickered in the dim cave. However, the bullets, capable of piercing through a car's engine hood, hit the giant bear's granite-like skin, only sparking a series of bright flashes and ringing with several crisp clinks. It didn't even break the skin. It couldn't even stop it for a single second. The earthquake bear felt this provocation, as light as a mosquito's bite, and the red glow in its eyes intensified. It didn't immediately pounce to kill. Instead, it suddenly lifted its right foot and stomped heavily on the ground. Boom! The hard rock floor instantly cracked, and spike-like earth spikes shot up from the ground like bamboo shoots after rain, heading straight for Park Changbiem. No! Park Changbiem let out a blood-curdling scream. A spike precisely pierced through his left thigh, pinning him to the ground. Blood gushed out. But this was just the beginning. The great earth behemoth walked forward with heavy steps, each one bringing it closer to the man who had killed its children. It lowered its head, and from its nostrils shot 2 visible jets of white steam, the intense stench of blood overwhelming Park Changbiem so much that he nearly fainted. It extended its massive bare paw, but it didn't immediately crush the bug in front of it. Instead, it seemed to be playing with an ant, lightly nudging it. Snap! Park Changbiem's right arm, holding the gun, instantly twisted like a pretzel, the sound of his bones breaking clearly broadcasted around the world through the livestream. Ah! Help! Help me! I surrender! I don't want to play anymore. I want to go home. Mommy! Park Changbiem sobbed uncontrollably, his face smeared with a mix of snot, tears, and blood, desperately struggling on the ground, but unable to pull out his leg that was nailed down. Is this your warrior? This is the shooting champion? Weren't you so cocky earlier? Didn't you want to teach Longwa a lesson? When those 2 cubs died, were they this desperate too? The comments in Longwa's livestream were no longer angry, but filled with deep contempt and indifference. Karma, the cycle of retribution, has come. In the live broadcast from Kimchi Country, an eerie silence fell. Countless people from Kimchi Country covered their mouths, pale-faced, and some even cried out in fear. They watched their proud Appa get trampled like a dead dog by the beast. The great earth behemoth didn't seem in any hurry to kill him. It needed the bug's wails to soothe the pain of losing its children. It raised its paw again, this time aiming at Park Changbiem's other leg. Thwack! Its claws came down, tearing through flesh and blood. Ah! The horrifying screams were too much for some to bear, and they turned off the sound. The screams echoed in the cave for a full 3 minutes before they abruptly stopped. The furious great earth behemoth didn't leave Park Changbiem with a complete corpse. Under the gaze of countless eyes around the world, the giant paw that could split mountains and shatter rocks came crashing down with the force of thunder. Thwack! It was like crushing a ripe tomato. Park Changbiem's overdone, plastic surgery-enhanced face, along with his terrified eyes that hadn't yet closed, instantly turned into a puddle of red and white mush. No miracle happened. No sudden breakthrough, no divine intervention. In the face of an absolute power gap, the so-called dual kill start, the so-called slide tackle skills, all became a complete joke. The livestream screen immediately turned to a black and white static screen. Then, a massive banner as red as blood, accompanied by a piercing alarm, forcefully cut into the live streams of all countries, even onto every electronic screen on Blue Star. Global announcement. Kimchi Country's contestant Park Changbiem confirmed dead. Cause of death, brutally killing cubs, enraging the peak tier 3-stage monster, the Great Earth Behemoth. Punishment calculation in progress. At this moment, all of Kinchi country fell into a deathly silence. On the streets of Seoul, countless people stood frozen, staring up at the giant screen with eyes full of despair. Before they could react, the cold mechanical voice, like the declaration of death itself, rang in the ears of every citizen of Kinchi country. Punishment confirmed. 1. All citizens of Kinchi country, lifespan reduced by 2 years. 2. Freshwater resources in Kinchi country, depleted by 20%. 3. Manifested punishment phantom of 10,000 Great Earth Behemoths, power 10% of the original, will be randomly dropped in the Seoul metropolitan area in 10 minutes. Boom! As the announcement dropped, terrifying phenomena immediately descended upon the real world. The Han River in Seoul, once flowing endlessly, began to visibly lower at a rapid pace, revealing a riverbed full of mud and garbage. The alarm at the water plant echoed through the sky, and countless households heard their faucets emit dry, screeching sounds. Even more terrifying was the deprivation of life. On the streets, the once youthful and beautiful girls. The skin suddenly lost some of its shine, and a fine line appeared at the corner of the eyes. In the hospital, those elderly people who were already in critical condition had their heart monitor flatline, letting out a sharp, piercing sound. No! My face! My skin! Water! Why is the water off? Damn it! Park Changbyeom, that useless piece of trash. He killed us. He killed the Republic of Korea. The cries, curses, and wails instantly turned this bustling city into a hell on earth. And 10 minutes later, when those illusory yet real harm-causing phantom bears appeared on the streets of Gangnam, the real panic erupted. Though they only had 10% of their true power, it was enough to rival ordinary savage beasts. For the unarmed civilians, this was a massacre. Watching the disaster movie-like scenes in the live broadcast from Kinchi Land, the comments section in Dragon Nation's livestream went blank for a moment, then. Holy shit! Real-time karma. Ha ha ha. Weren't they just bragging about a double kill? Now look, the whole country's going down together. This is karma. Didn't they enjoy torturing the baby cubs? How's that feeling now? Feels good. Though it's a bit cruel to say, seeing them get their comeuppance, I can eat 2 more bowls of Lingfeng chicken rice tonight. Chapter 23, A Moment of Silence? I'll silence your big head. Dragon Nation's viewers did not hide their gloating. After all, just a few minutes ago, these people were mocking in Dragon Nation's livestream, even making fun of Linchinga for not getting any points. But at that moment, those who usually talked about righteousness and virtue, like the reasonable folks and sheepdogs, seemed to have been stepped on their tails and jumped out to desperately clean things up. Do you have no humanity? Those are lives. Real, living lives. Is this the quality of Dragon Nation people? Seeing a neighboring country in trouble, not only do you not help, but you kick them when they're down? So cold-blooded. This is why I don't like Dragon Nation, lack of international humanitarian spirit. We are all part of the human community. We should mourn for Park Changbyeom now, not laugh here. Seeing these high and mighty moral commentators, Dragon Nation netizens' anger was instantly ignited. Go screw your humanitarianism. When they mocked Sister Lin just now, did your humanitarianism get eaten by a dog? Mourn? I'll mourn your big head. He brought this upon himself. He killed cubs and got killed in return, who can he blame? Saintly bitches, get out of the livestream. When Lighthouse Nation sanctioned our chips and Sakura country dumped nuclear waste into the sea, where were you guys talking about the human community? Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to yourself. I'm laughing, so what? Ha 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 ha. As the argument raged on the internet, suddenly a frenzy of cheers erupted in the Lighthouse Nation livestream. On screen. In the death swamp filled with toxic fumes. Johnson, now almost unrecognizable as a human, was riding on the back of a massive black scorpion. The scorpion was over 3 meters long, and its tail's poisonous barb glowed with a faint blue light, clearly a deadly poison. This was a true first-stage late magic beast, the black swamp poison scorpion. Die. Scum. Johnson let out a beast-like growl, his swollen, deformed arm covered in tumors, muscles tightening like steel cables. He didn't use any weapons, instead directly grabbing the sharp scorpion tail with both hands and suddenly exerting force. Crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed painfully. The scorpion's tail, sharp enough to pierce steel plates, was actually broken in half by him. The intense pain made the poisoned scorpion struggle wildly, but Johnson now was like a relentless killing machine. He opened his massive mouth full of sharp teeth and bit down on the scorpion's carapace, tearing off a huge chunk of flesh. Brutal. Bloodthirsty. But this was the violent aesthetic that the Lighthouse Nation audience admired the most. As the scorpion stopped struggling, the system prompt from the National Luck System sounded at the perfect moment. Lighthouse Country contestant Johnson has successfully uploaded a Stage 1 late-stage beast, Black Marsh Scorpion. Points earned, 10 points. Current leaderboard rank, 1st. Yeah. This is the power of Lighthouse Country. Did you see that, Dragon Country people? This is true power. No need for fancy sword techniques, just absolute strength. God bless Lighthouse Country. Johnson is unbeatable. Technology is the primary productive force. Long live genetic potions. The barrage of comments from Lighthouse Country immediately flooded the live stream, and those who had just condemned Dragon Country netizens for their inhumane actions quickly switched their tone, starting to fawn over them. I have to admit, Lighthouse Country's foundation is strong. These genetic warriors are literally born to kill. Lin Xinga is impressive, but in the face of absolute strength, technique is still too fragile. It looks like the first place is secure. Dragon Country should admit defeat early and fight for second. Looking at these comments, the Dragon Country viewers were furious, but they had to admit that Johnson was indeed terrifyingly strong. That inhuman burst of power, perhaps even the previous Rift Wind Eagle would not dare to clash head-on. Is it really going to be suppressed by Lighthouse Country? Damn it! Sister Lin is still resting, the other two contestants. Just as the Dragon Country viewers felt a slight sense of frustration, a deafening explosion suddenly came from Dragon Country's third livestream, which had been in split-screen mode. Boom! The screen shook violently. This was the Death Desert, located in the far west of the Savage Lands. Yellow sand filled the sky. A man, wearing torn camouflage and with a face full of stubble, leaped out from behind a sand dune like a leopard. It was Wang Meng. This Dragon Country scout soldier, after surviving previous life-threatening crises and enduring with the breathing technique left by Su Chen, was now taking the initiative to attack. Ahead of him, in a sand pit, a massive creature, covered in yellow scales and looking like a mix between a lizard and an alligator, was painfully rolling around. It was a Stage 1 mid-tier beast, the sand-diving crocodile. Its specialty was camouflage and surprise attacks. Even the most experienced hunters couldn't escape its poisonous grip. But at this moment, a huge bloody hole had been blasted open in its abdomen, the result of a trick mine trap made by Wang Meng using his last two high-explosive grenades. Seize the chance, take your life. Wang Meng's eyes were bloodshot, his roar like thunder. He didn't rely on mutated brute strength like Johnson. What he had was the soldier's will carved into his bones, and the just-learned savage basic breathing technique. Breathe, inhale. As he ran, Wang Meng's chest rose and fell with a strange rhythm. The three-pronged military dagger in Wang Meng's hand glinted coldly in the sunlight. The sand-diving crocodile sensed the danger, opened its blood-filled mouth, and lunged at the incoming Wang Meng. Wang Meng did not retreat but pressed forward, and just as that giant mouth was about to close, his body impossibly slid one step to the left, a burst of power from the breathing technique. Thud! The military dagger pierced precisely through the sand-diving crocodile's softest eyelid, going straight into its brain. With a twist of the wrist, the massive body of the sand-diving crocodile immediately stiffened, then crashed heavily into the sand, sending dust flying everywhere. Wang Meng gasped for air, pulled out the dagger, and blood splattered from it. He stood straight, though unsteady, his spine still straight as an arrow. Dragon Country contestant Wang Meng has successfully uploaded a Stage 1 mid-tier beast, sand-diving crocodile. Points earned, 10 points. Dragon Country total points, 10 points. Current ranking, temporarily second. At that moment, the Dragon Country livestream exploded. It wasn't because of the points, but because of that mortal willpower that was even more shocking than Lin Xinga's. Damn! Brother Meng is awesome. This is the Chinese soldier. No hacks, no mutations, I can still kill the beasts. Who said the breathing technique is useless? Who said we only rely on Sister Lin? Did you see that? Brother Wang Meng also stood up. This is the true warrior. That guy next door who turned into a monster from the medicine, let's see what a real human song of praise looks like. Tears in my eyes, brothers, that sliding step just now was absolutely the result of breathing techniques. Su Chen's strategy can really be popularized for the whole nation. The sheepdogs were dumbfounded. Just now, they were bragging about the gene potions, and now, looking at the man on the screen, who relied solely on his mortal body and basic martial arts to make the kill, they felt their cheeks slap loudly. How is this possible? Luck. It must be luck. Chapter 24, The Secret Manual turns out to be Su Chen's recipe? As night fell, the sky of the Wild Realm was covered by thick dark clouds, so dark that one couldn't even see their own hand. Unlike the dangers of the day, the night's forbidden zone was truly hellish. The howls of beasts echoed one after another, like muffled thunder deep in the jungle, each accompanied by a heart-pounding spiritual pressure wave. Even the viewers in front of the screen could feel the suffocating pressure through the network cable. However, amidst this deadly silence, a small figure was darting through like a ghost. Lin Xinga had finished her recovery and was now tightly gripping a bone compass in her hand. Following the pointer's guidance, she skillfully avoided one magical beast's territory after another. The pointer on the compass was trembling violently, finally settling firmly on a towering ancient tree ahead. It was a giant banyan tree, with a trunk as thick as several dozen people could hug, its aerial roots hanging like waterfalls, and its dense branches and leaves shading the sky. Is this the place? Lin Xinga stopped, cautiously observing her surroundings. The red light on the compass flickered at an extreme rate, pointing toward an area hidden under layers of vines at the tree's roots. She took a deep breath and gently cut through the vines that twisted like snakes with the dagger in her hand. There was no sound of any traps being triggered. As the vines fell to the ground, a tree hole, just big enough for one person to pass through, appeared. Lin Xinga crawled inside. The next second, she froze. The global audience also froze. Originally, they thought this would be some dark, damp beast's lair or a musty, rotten wooden cave. But what appeared in front of them was surprisingly a dry, clean, and even somewhat cozy single apartment. Inside the tree hole was an entirely different world, about 20 square meters in size. The walls were embedded with several pieces of glowing fluorite, casting a soft light that illuminated the space as brightly as daylight. A smoothly polished stone bed, covered with dried hay that had weathered over time, but still showing the traces of meticulous weaving. In the center was a set of stone table and chairs, and beside it was even a simple stove built with refractory stone, with a stone pot on top and unburned charcoal piled below. There was no smell of decay in the air, instead, a faint fragrance of aged wood mixed with a barely perceptible scent of spices. This was no survival forbidden zone at all. This was clearly the vacation cabin of some reclusive master. The live stream's bullet screen instantly exploded. What the hell is this? A high-end renovation? Su God was living here back then? This style isn't right. The guy next door in Lighthouse Country is rolling in the mud, and here our sister Lin has her own single apartment? Lin Xinga walked to the stone table and gently ran her fingers across the surface. There was a deeply carved inscription, elegantly written with iron brush strokes, exuding a carefree charm. This place has good soundproofing, but there are a lot of mosquitoes. Remember to use the mosquito repellent I left. Su Chen, left on a boring rainy night. Looking at this inscription, Lin Xinga's tense nerves inexplicably relaxed. She could even imagine the scene outside. The thunderstorm raged, the magical beasts roared, but that senior sat here comfortably, complaining about how noisy the mosquitoes were. Looks like this is the safe house that Su Chen left for me. Lin Xinga's lips curved slightly as her gaze fell on a hidden compartment in the stone table. There, resting a book bound in an unknown beast's skin. The book was kept in perfect condition, its surface gleaming with the oil of years gone by. Is this the legacy left by the senior? Lin Xinga's heart instantly raced faster. Since Senior Su Chen could sweep through the forbidden zone, what he left behind must be a world-shattering technique. Could it be a divine skill that makes one invincible with just a bit of training? Or perhaps a treasure's coordinates, where obtaining it could send her soaring to greatness? With a sense of reverence, her hands trembled as she picked up the beastskin book. Billions of viewers worldwide held their breath, countless eyes fixed on the screen, eager to witness the true face of this divine inheritance. Inside the Special Administration Bureau, Director Zhang Dingbang stood up, his eyes bulging out. Lin Xinga took a deep breath and flipped the cover. The words written on it were crooked and messy. Wild Flavor Cooking Guide, First Edition. Silence. A deathly silence. The global live stream seemed to have been paused at that very moment. 5 full seconds passed before the bullet comments erupted like a volcano. Cooking. Cooking guide? I've already taken my pants off, and you show me a recipe? Ha 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 ha. You're killing me. This is the divine inheritance? Teaching you how to cook? Su Chen is amazing. His thinking process is beyond brilliant. While others practice immortality, he cooks, while others fight for survival, he goes picnicking. Lin Xinga was also stunned. She blinked, confirming that she wasn't misreading the words. Not a skill, not a combat technique, but really, a recipe. She braced herself and turned to the first page. What met her eyes was a vivid illustration of none other than the 5th-grade spiritual herb, the Millennium Ice Heart Lotus, which she had in her backpack. Next to the illustration was an annotation that made one want to cry and laugh at the same time. Ingredient name, Ice Heart Lotus, 5th grade, dot. Taste evaluation, crisp and slightly sweet, with a minty coolness, a summer must-have for cooling off. Eating precautions, never eat it raw. The potency is too strong. Although eating it raw will improve strength, it will most likely cause diarrhea for 3 days and nights, and the taste is awful, like chewing on ice. Recommended method, use a stone knife to slice it thin, the thinner the better. Mix it with the honey of a 2nd-grade magical beast, the golden-striped spirit bee, and let it sit for 5 minutes. This will not only neutralize the herb's violent properties but will also enhance the taste by 10 times. It will melt in your mouth, soft, sticky, and sweet, making it the perfect dessert after a meal. Lin Xinga. She couldn't help but laugh and cry. When she first got this treasure, she immediately thought about the possible side effects or any other problems, which was why she hadn't used it directly. Now, it indeed had side effects, but the side effect was 3 days and nights of diarrhea? Although it was a bit funny, in such a dangerous forbidden zone, it really could be a problem. Senior Su Chen. You really are so thoughtful. Lin Xinga forced a smile, but her gaze was drawn to the word honey in the annotation. She turned to look at the stove. Next to the stone pot was a tightly sealed ceramic jar. She walked over and carefully removed the seal. A rich, thick, sweet aroma instantly filled the entire tree hollow. Inside the ceramic jar was more than half a jar of golden, amber-like sticky liquid, still radiating an astonishing spiritual energy even after so many years. It was indeed the honey of the golden-striped spirit bee. Even the seasonings were prepared. A sense of being pampered from all sides by a big shot made Lin Xinga feel a bit dizzy. Since the senior had already put the meal right in front of her, what was there to hesitate about? Lin Xinga immediately drew out a dagger from her waist, cleaned and dried it, then took out the ice crystal that sealed the ice heart lotus. She began to cook, slicing the ingredients, mixing the seasoning. She sat cross-legged in front of the stone table, her movements elegant and focused, as if she were preparing afternoon tea in her own kitchen, not in a wild forbidden zone. However, this scene was extremely glaring to some people. Are they crazy? This woman from Long Nation has completely lost her mind. It's a points competition. A points competition. Everyone is fighting to kill monsters, and what is she doing? Making cold dishes? Is this what they call the elite of Long Nation? It's a joke. No sense of urgency at all. Look at our Johnson from Lighthouse Nation. Now that's a real warrior. Long Nation is doomed to lose. The sheepdog seemed to have found a weakness and went wild in the bullet screen, trying to use public opinion pressure to crush the confidence of the Long Nation viewers. At the same time, in the Lighthouse Nation live broadcast, the scene was extremely bloody, even covered by thick mosaics. Johnson was standing in a muddy swamp. Puff! He ignored the sharp teeth of a swamp giant crocodile biting into his shoulder, letting the blood gush out. The giant hand directly plunged into the crocodile's eye socket, brutally lifting its skull off. Lighthouse Nation player Johnson killed a peak first-tier monster. Points plus 10. Current points, 160 points. Rank, global number 1. Roar! Johnson raised his blood-soaked arms and howled to the sky. That strength, bought by overextending his life, was ugly but incredibly efficient. Did you see that? This is power. This is the romance of a man. When Johnson gets the artifact, I can't even imagine. Johnson is like a perpetual motion machine. What can Long Nation compare with? A plate of cold lotus root? Ha ha ha. The Lighthouse Nation audience fell into a frenzy, the number on the leaderboard far ahead, making them feel an unprecedented sense of superiority. Meanwhile, the other two players from Long Nation were not in as dire a situation as the pickled cabbage country, but it wasn't easy either. In the desert of death, Wang Mang leaned against a sand dune, panting heavily. He had just fought desperately to set an ambush and kill a first-tier sand wolf, but had exhausted all his energy, and his left arm was severely wounded, a cut deep enough to see the bone. In the tropical rainforest, Li Yi was lying motionless in a muddy pit. Not far away, a second-tier saber-toothed tiger was patrolling its territory. Compared to Johnson's unreasonable slaughter, the situation of Long Nation's players seemed a bit pathetic. On the leaderboard, although Long Nation was in second place, they only had 40 points, lagging behind Lighthouse Nation by a full 4 times. Ugh, it's so frustrating. Although I know Sister Lin is preparing to eat medicine and level up, watching that American guy be so arrogant really makes me pissed off. Sister Lin, hurry up and eat. After eating, go kick that big guy's ass. What's the rush? Sharpening the knife doesn't delay the chopping of wood. When has Su Chen's strategy ever been wrong? In Long Nation's livestream, while everyone said they believed, the ever-growing point gap still felt like a heavy stone pressing down on everyone's heart. Chapter 25, The Fourfold Gap, Not Worth Worrying. The night was like ink, and the slaughter feast in the savage realm continued without stopping due to the darkness. In the Lighthouse Nation livestream, Johnson was like a tireless hellish demon. He had just ripped apart a first-tier late-stage venomous lizard that had disguised itself as a dead tree, green toxic blood splashing across his rock-like muscles, but upon contact with his skin, it hissed and emitted white smoke, quickly neutralized by his unnaturally strong resistance. Points plus 10. Current total points, 170 points. This simple, brutal, violence-filled scene filled the viewers from Lighthouse Nation and its allies with ecstatic brain euphoria. Meanwhile, the bullet screen in Long Nation's livestream was full of chaos. Watching Lin Xinga still leisurely dip the crystal-clear lotus root slices into honey, those restless sheepdogs and foreign IPs began to go wild with setting the tone. This is hilarious. Is this what they call Long Nation's wisdom? While Johnson is desperately earning points, what is she doing? Making fruit plates? Admit it, Long Nation's kung fu is just a show. In the face of absolute technological power, what breathing techniques, what ancient martial arts, it's all child's play. Look at this huge point gap. Content is blocked. 170 to 40. A difference of more than 4 times. If Dragon Kingdom can turn this around, I'll do a handstand and eat shit on stream. Although Wang Mang and Li Yi are still holding on, it's just a brief flare-up. Lin Xing's passive and avoidance attitude is the real culprit behind Dragon Kingdom's loss of national fortune. The audience in Dragon Kingdom, although angrily retorting, couldn't help but feel a deep sense of helplessness as they looked at the glaring red and sharp leaderboard on the right side of the screen. Anxiety spread like a plague in the hearts of billions of people in Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, in the Sakura Country livestream room, on the screen was a slightly sinister figure. Ichiro Tanaka was crouching in a dense bush, his body trembling. The special operations suit he wore had been shredded into strips by the thorns. He gripped a jagged rock tightly in both hands, his eyes wide like bronze bells, staring intently at a spot half a meter in front of him. There, a gray-brown wild rabbit was nibbling on the roots of some grass. Yes, it was just an ordinary wild rabbit, not even a low-tier creature. Ichiro Tanaka swallowed, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He ran a full 3-minute tactical simulation in his mind, confirming that there were no other beasts within 500 meters before finally unleashing the deadly skill he had been trained in Sakura Country's special forces. Baka Yoru. Die. He suddenly lunged out, using all his strength to slam the rock down. Bang! The rabbit didn't even have time to lift its head before being struck on the head by the stone full of murderous intent. It twitched twice and then stopped moving. Sakura Country player Ichiro Tanaka kills non-tier creature Gray Hair. Score +1. This scene caused the tense and oppressive atmosphere of the global livestream to momentarily freeze. Immediately after, the entire screen was filled with as the audience was speechless. However, what shocked everyone was that the viewers in Sakura Country went crazy with cheers and the bullet comments, as though Ichiro Tanaka had just slain a dragon. Soga. Tanaka-kun is conserving his strength. This is a highly intelligent hunt. No wonder he's an elite of the empire, not even a rabbit can escape his grasp. Little by little, this is the resilience of a samurai. That's right. We are the loyal allies of the Lighthouse Country, and the first of the Lighthouse Country is our first. As long as Tanaka-kun is alive, we have won. Unlike those reckless Dragon Kingdom people, Tanaka-kun is steady. Really steady. These forced attempts to save face, almost servile in nature, immediately became the global laughingstock. Steady my ass. He's shouting to psych himself up to kill a rabbit? Is this the way of the samurai in Sakura Country? Ridiculous. Though we are behind, seeing Sakura Country, whose daily life is going well, so pathetic, I suddenly feel a bit more balanced inside. Laughing aside, the audience from Dragon Kingdom turned their gaze back with concern to Lin Xing's livestream. Inside the tree hollow, all was calm and peaceful. The outside noise and mockery did not affect Lin Xing in the slightest. She looked at the stone bowl, inside which lay the delicate, wafer-thin ice heart lotus slices, wrapped in golden, rich second-tier spiritual honey, glowing under the soft light of the fluorite, swirling with an alluring color. A fresh, ethereal fragrance mixed with a rich, sweet scent spread throughout the small tree hollow. Senior Su Chen said, "The taste is best after 5 minutes of resting." Lin Xing silently thought in her heart, and the time was just right. She extended her long fingers, using the clean dagger's sharp tip to elegantly pick up a lotus root slice and gently place it in her mouth. Crunch! A crisp sound of chewing, amplified by a high-fidelity microphone, clearly spread to every corner of the world. The next second, Lin Xing's pupils slightly contracted. There was no bitterness of medicinal herbs as she had imagined, nor the cold, icy sharpness from eating it raw. The moment her teeth met, the lotus root turned into an extreme coolness, sweeping over her mouth in an instant. Immediately after, the warmth of honey, like a pair of gentle hands, wrapped around this coolness, turning it into a slow-flowing stream. It slid down the throat and into the belly. Boom! It was as if a deep-water bomb exploded inside the body. But this explosion was not destruction, it was new life. Lin Xing's body, which was already somewhat overdrawn because of round after round of battle, was instantly filled by this huge power. Her originally pale cheeks became rosy at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even showed a faint jade-like glow. Inside her body, bursts of dense crackling explosions sounded. That was bones reshaping, meridians widening. This a stormy sea rose in Lin Xing's heart. She did not dare to delay, immediately sat cross-legged and closed her eyes, and began to circulate according to the Barbaric Wilderness basic breathing method left by Su Chen. At this moment, the foreign viewers who were madly mocking the Dragon Nation were like being gripped by an invisible big hand around the neck. All the barrage comments stopped abruptly. Because even through the screen, they could feel that heart-shaking change. Lin Xing sat there, although not moving at all, but the aura on her body was rising step by step. On the surface of her skin, a layer of fine black dirt seeped out, and then was shaken apart by the powerful force of qi and blood, revealing underneath skin as white and tough as a newborn baby. Inside the meeting room of the Dragon Nation Special Management Bureau, an old traditional Chinese doctor and biologist with white hair suddenly bounced up from the chair, so excited that his beard was trembling, and slapped his hand fiercely on the table. This is washing tendons and cutting marrow. This is the legendary shedding the mortal body and exchanging the bones. The young assistant beside him looked completely confused. Professor, this is just eating a cold mixed dish, is it that exaggerated? What the hell do you know? The old professor pointed at the screen, his voice hoarse but excited. Look at her muscle tremor frequency, look at the white air brought out when she breathes. This is a leap of life level. It is purer and more huge than the gene potion that Johnson from the Lighthouse Nation injected. Johnson's was overdrawing life in exchange for power, killing the chicken to get the eggs. And Linshinga is mending the sky. She is evolving. The old professor's words were broadcast live to the streaming room. The Dragon Nation viewers who had been holding back anger for a long time finally found an outlet to vent at this moment. Did you hear that? Sheepdogs. This is called foundation. You take drugs and turn into monsters, we eat meals and cultivate immortality. This is the gap. God Su is awesome. I knew God Su's recipe was absolutely not simple. This damn thing is a recipe that came out of the alchemy furnace of the Supreme Lord Lao Jun, right? Who just said he would stand upside down and eat shit? The ones cheating food and drink, get out here. In the exclamations of the outside world, Linshinga inside the tree hole slowly opened her eyes. Swish. In the dim tree hole, it was as if a cold lightning flashed. Those originally clear and cold eyes now became even more deep and dark cold, faintly with a trace of sharp light flowing. She gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and this breath actually shot out 3 feet away like a sharp arrow, hitting the stone wall and making a dull sound. This meant that her current body quality had already completely caught up with Johnson, who injected the gene potion and was in a berserk state, and in perception and reaction speed, it even formed a crushing pressure. More importantly, Johnson was at the end of a strong crossbow, and she had only just begun. Linshinga stood up, feeling the power inside her body like rivers rushing, and the corner of her mouth curved up into an unprecedented arc of confidence. She glanced at the tactical dagger that had chipped during the previous battle, and gently shook her head. Too light. She casually picked up a piece of abandoned black iron rock leaning against the wall. It was the material she used to block the door, weighing 100 gene. Yet at this moment, this huge stone in her hand was as light as nothing. She put 2 fingers together like a knife. Linshinga faced the hard granite stone table in front of her, and casually waved her hand lightly. Chie. There was no earth-shaking loud noise. Only a light sound like silk being torn. A corner of that incomparably hard stone table slid down silently, the cut smooth like a mirror, as if it had been cut open by a laser cutting machine. Is this the effect of a tier 5 item? Linshinga looked at her palm, a glimmer of realization flashing in her eyes. She turned her head, her gaze through the crack in the tree hole, looking out at the pitch-black, deep jungle. At this moment, on the scoreboard, Johnson's points had risen to 170, still far ahead. But in Linshinga's eyes, there was no trace of anxiety. She took out a bone compass from her chest. The needle on the compass was spinning wildly, finally stopping firmly at the southeast direction, where a huge, purplish-red light spot was flickering. That was the territory of a low-level Tier 2 beast. At this stage, when all the contestants were still being chased by low-level Tier 1 beasts, a Tier 2 beast was absolutely forbidden, a symbol of death. But Linshinga smiled. That smile was so enchanting, so devastatingly beautiful, yet with a chilling murderous intent. Letting you lead this time was my gift to you. She muttered softly, her voice cold, but it was broadcasted across the world through the livestream. Now. The hunt begins. Before her voice could fade, Linshinga's figure suddenly disappeared from where she stood. Bang! That was the sound of a sonic boom exploding in the confined space. The camera in the livestream couldn't even capture her movement, only seeing a blurry afterimage dash out of the tree hole, the leaves swirling madly, the strong wind howling. The speed was so fast it made one's scalp tingle. What the hell? Was that teleportation? Is this Lin Jie's speed? Even the camera can't keep up. Chapter 26, a one-strike instant kill. How do you learn that? From the tree hole to the destination, Linshinga moved as fast as a gust of wind that couldn't be caught. The audience in the livestream hadn't even recovered from the shock of her eating and cultivating scene, and the screen had already switched to a rocky landscape filled with jagged stones. There were no dense plants here, only gray-white stone pillars that stabbed straight into the sky like swords. The air was filled with a nauseating rust smell, the bloodstains accumulated over years. Linshinga stopped behind a giant stone, the needle of the bone compass spinning madly, finally pointing directly to a broken stone pillar about 30 meters ahead. We've arrived. She whispered softly, her voice coming through the microphone, making billions of viewers around the world hold their breath. The camera zoomed in slowly. At the top of the broken stone pillar, there was a terrifying creature more than 4 meters long. It was pitch black, with shadowy patterns flowing over its fur like water waves, its limbs long and powerful, each muscle compressed like a spring at its limit. The most terrifying part was that around it, wind blades of cyan color were swirling, cutting deep scars into the surrounding hard rocks. Tier 2 early stage beast, the Gale Shadow Leopard. Warning. High energy reaction detected. Creature level, Tier 2 early stage. The bright red system warning box crazily popped up on the screen, the glaring red turning the entire livestream into a blood-red scene. The Dragon Country audience, who had been excited by Lin Xing's strength improvement, was now drenched in cold water. What the hell? Tier 2? This is a Tier 2 beast? Are you crazy? How could anyone fight a Tier 2 at this stage? Even that American Johnson would avoid a Tier 2 beast. Lin Jia, don't be impulsive. You fought one before, but wouldn't it be safer to farm Tier 1 beasts? This thing is nothing like those Tier 1 trash. It has elemental attacks. Run. While it's still asleep, run. The bullet comments were filled with panic and advice against it. The commentary seats in every country were in chaos. Oh God. This is suicide. The commentator from the Lighthouse country exaggeratedly held his head, although she did get stronger just now, this is an overlevel challenge. This is biologically impossible. Yo, it looks like the luck of Dragon Country has run out. The guest from Sakura Country couldn't help but show a smug grin. Greed is the original sin, she was too arrogant. However, Lin Xingge, in the eye of the storm, showed no fear on her face. Her gaze was as calm as a stagnant pool of water, even carrying a hint of scrutiny. The shadow leopard on the stone pillar, which had been pretending to nap, suddenly twitched its ears. Its elongated vertical pupils suddenly opened wide. What kind of eyes were those? Cold, cruel, with no emotion, only pure desire to kill. It saw Lin Xingge. No roar, no intimidation. As the top predator in the area, it didn't need those empty gestures. Schwa! A loud ripping sound of fabric filled the air. The shadow leopard's figure vanished into thin air. No, it didn't disappear, it was just too fast. Fast enough that even the motion capture camera could only catch a blurry black afterimage. It's over. Countless Dragon Country viewers closed their eyes in despair. This speed was simply too much for human reflexes to keep up with. A bloody wind blew, and the scent of death instantly enveloped Lin Xingge's whole body. The glinting claws, just a few centimeters away from her throat. At that critical moment, Lin Xingge moved. She didn't panic and step back like an ordinary person, nor did she try to block the claws capable of slicing through metal with her dagger. In her eyes, it was as if the world had been pressed on slow motion. The leopard's shadow, as fast as lightning, was clear in her enhanced senses, and she could even see the tremors of each whisker. Too slow. She silently thought to herself. Then, her body tilted slightly to the left, defying the laws of physics. It was a beautifully precise sidestep, just enough to avoid that fatal strike. The sharp leopard claws scraped past the tip of her nose, cutting off a strand of hair. Then, Lin Xingge's wrist twisted, and the ordinary tactical knife in her hand seemed to come alive, turning into a silver flash. No fancy moves, only extreme speed, accuracy, and deadly force. In the instant they passed each other, the dagger precisely sliced through the most vulnerable soft bone connection of the shadow leopard's neck. The two of them passed each other. The shadow leopard's huge body was carried by inertia and flew out over 10 meters, crashing into a stone pillar as thick as two people hugging, shattering it with a loud boom. The scene froze. The live broadcast room was dead silent, even the bullet comments showed a gap. Everyone stared wide-eyed, wanting to see what had actually happened. Did it not die? Did it dodge? The next second, the shadow leopard, which had been preparing to turn and pounce again, suddenly froze. A thin red line, as fine as a hair, appeared on its neck out of nowhere. Then, pooch! Hot blood shot up like a high-pressure fountain, staining half the sky red. The huge, fierce leopard head slowly slid off its neck, rolling onto the ground, its vertical pupils still showing the cruelty and confusion from its hunting moments before. One strike. Instant kill. No long battle, no thrilling counterattack. Just this simple and unadorned strike ended this second-tier magical beast that could slaughter an entire fully armed squad. Lin Xingge stood in place, gently flicking the blood off her dagger. Her cold and stunningly beautiful face still showed no emotion, as if she hadn't just killed a second-tier overlord, but a slaughter-ready chicken. 10 seconds passed. The global live stream room finally seemed to reconnect to the power source, and the comments exploded like a nuclear bomb. Holy shit! I don't have culture, but one holy shit rules the world. Awesome! Mom asked why I'm kneeling to watch the live stream. My knees are broken. Is this Chinese Kung Fu? This is definitely immortality cultivation, right? What kind of movement was that just now? Was that the Lingbo Weibu? A second-tier monster was killed in a second? Is this even human? Over in America, the guys are still wrestling with first-tier lizards, while our sister Lynn is already slicing second-tier sashimi? The overseas audience was completely stunned. In the live broadcast room of the Lighthouse Nation, the comments boasting about Johnson's invincibility instantly vanished without a trace. The audience from Sakura country was even more uncomfortable, as if they had swallowed a fly. The guest who had just been mocking was now wide-mouthed, his jaw nearly dislocated. No, this is impossible. It must be cheating. That dagger must be some kind of artifact. Baka. How could an ordinary dagger possibly cut through a second-tier monster's defense? This is unscientific. However, no matter how angry and helpless they became, the cold and grand voice of the national luck echoed throughout Blue Star. Dragon Country contestant Lin Xinga, first kill of the second-tier monster *, wins Shadow Leopard *. Points earned, 100 points. Dragon Country total points, 140 points. Current ranking, second in the world. Chapter 27, I formally report Dragon Country for cheating. As the announcement sounded, the leaderboard saw a dramatic change. Originally far ahead, the Lighthouse Nation's lead was now cut down to only 30 points from Dragon Country. It was like skyrocketing on a rocket. Inside the conference room of the Dragon Country Special Administration. Good. Well done. Zhang Dingbang slammed the table, causing the teacup in front of him to shatter, and scalding tea splashed all over him, but he didn't care. This director, known for his iron fist, was now so excited that his face turned red, and tears even welled up in his eyes. This is the heritage. This is the treasure left to us by Mr. Su Chen. Zhang Dingbang pointed at the big screen, his voice loud and powerful. Who said Dragon Country can't do it? Who said we only know flower punches and fancy moves? This strike cut out our Dragon Country's backbone. On the screen. Lin Xinga didn't pay attention to the noise from the outside. She walked up to the enormous headless corpse and squatted down. The heart is the most tender, it can't be wasted. She murmured to herself, expertly using her dagger to cut open the chest, avoiding the hard ribs, and precisely sliced off a piece of deep red muscle that was still faintly twitching. Then, she slashed open the leopard's abdomen and retrieved a crystal core glowing with greenish light. Lin Xinga nodded in satisfaction and put the spoils into her backpack. Afterwards, she pressed her hand against the enormous corpse. Upload. Dragon Country contestant Lin Xinga uploaded the second-tier early-stage monster Wine Shadow Leopard corpse, damaged. Triggered 100x manifestation. Congratulations to Dragon Country, gaining 20 tons of high-quality monster meat, eating it greatly enhances physical strength and slightly boosts speed talent. Boom! If the earlier kill was a visual shock, then the reward now was a real national luck bonus. 20 tons of high-quality monster meat. And it can enhance physical strength and speed talent. For Dragon Country, which was in a period of resource scarcity and a decline in national physical health, this was like a life-saving divine medicine. The Dragon Country live chat exploded again, but this time, it was filled with proud exultation. Here it comes. 100x manifestation. 20 tons. If we give this to the border soldiers, how much would it improve our national defense strength? Where are those sheepdogs who said they'd stand on their heads and eat shit? Come out and walk a few steps. Stop shouting, they've probably already cancelled their accounts and run off. Ah, this feels so good. It's so ****ing satisfying. Look at Sakura Country next door, that Tanaka is still catching rabbits in the bushes, and we're already starting to wholesale superhuman meat. At the same time, at Dragon Country's border. Inside a huge military supply warehouse, light flickered. The originally empty cold storage was instantly filled with mountains of fresh meat. The rich spiritual energy fluctuations even made the surrounding air feel fresher. The soldiers guarding the place widened their eyes, feeling the powerful energy waves rushing toward them. One by one, they gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes burning with fierce flames. Zhang Dingbang watched the footage that was sent back, took a deep breath, and dialed the red phone. Send the order down. The meat from these beasts must be prioritized for the frontline defense forces and special police assault teams. Meanwhile, in the global live broadcast room, after a brief moment of silence, an unprecedented chaos broke out. The Dragon Kingdom's livestream was as festive as the new year, with screens filled with 666 and Su Chen is awesome, almost covering the entire image. In sharp contrast, the Sakura Country's livestream was filled with a stinky smell of jealousy, so strong it almost overflowed from the screen. Looking at the pitiful single-digit 1 on their own scoreboard, and then at the dazzling 140 of the Dragon Kingdom, the Sakura Country viewers' eyes turned red, truly red, filled with bloodshot veins and madness. The samurai spirit they were so proud of was shattered in the face of Lin Xinga's casual sword strike. Unable to attack from a strength perspective, they could only, like gamblers who couldn't lose, crazily search for excuses to comfort themselves. Baka. This is definitely luck. That leopard must have been sick. Or it was injured in the previous battle. Otherwise, how could it be so weak? That's right. That Dragon Kingdom woman's sword strike must have exhausted all her potential. She must be at her limit now. As soon as the wind blows, she'll fall down. We still have the lighthouse country father. Johnson hasn't made his move yet. When Johnson faces the second-tier beasts, he'll tear it apart like paper. Dragon Kingdom was just lucky to pick up a leak. These laughable words, though ridiculous, became their only shield for the moment. In the highest combat conference room of the Dragon Kingdom's Special Administration Bureau, the atmosphere was as heated as if they had just won a war to defend the country. Bang! Director Zhang Dingbang slammed the table again with all his strength. This time, even the specially made ally conference table let out a mournful cry from the unbearable pressure. But he didn't care about the pain in his palm. The smile blooming on his weathered face was brighter than the sunlight outside. He suddenly turned around, pointed at Lin Xinga who was processing the leopard meat on the big screen, and laughed loudly at the staff and high-level officials behind him. Did you see that? Ha! Did you all see it? This is the foundation. This is the wealth left to us by Senior Su Chen. Zhang Dingbang's voice cracked with excitement. He waved his fist, as if venting the immense pressure he had been under these past days. The room erupted into applause. Several veteran generals were even moved to tears. Only they knew how much humiliation and targeting the Dragon Kingdom had endured in this era of national fortune. However, foreign public opinion did not settle because of the facts. Instead, it became more and more intense. The Sakura country's viewers were completely broken. They couldn't accept that a chef could be stronger than their special forces, and they couldn't accept that eating vegetables could be more powerful than injections. Thus, an absurd wave of reports broke out on the National Fortune System's public channel. Protest. We protest. The Dragon Kingdom player Lin Xinga is exploiting a system bug. This is unscientific. According to the law of conservation of energy, how could the calories of a plate of lotus root support body evolution? I want to report Lin Xinga for hacking. We strongly request the National Fortune System to investigate. This is definitely cheating. We want fair competition. What we want to see is blood and flesh combat, not a cooking show. Looking at these hysterical comments, the Dragon Kingdom netizens couldn't even be bothered to get angry. They just found it funny. Laughable, talking science with the National Fortune? Why don't you talk aerodynamics with Harry Potter? Is it so hard to admit someone else is excellent? Oh, sorry, for your nation, who only knows how to lick the feet of the strong, it must be hard. This is like talking to a summer insect about ice. When we're in the atmosphere, you're still playing in the mud. This sense of superiority from above completely shattered the mental defenses of the viewers from Sakura Country. Chapter 28 Ichiro Tanaka, the one to wash away the shame? In a bush somewhere in the wilderness, Ichiro Tanaka was staring intensely at the projection screen on his wrist. Even in a foreign world, contestants could still see the barrage feedback from the outside world by consuming a tiny amount of national luck points or during special moments. At this moment, his face looked worse than a corpse that had been dead for 3 days. On the screen, the insults from his country's citizens were like daggers, deeply stabbing into his heart. Useless. National disgrace. Commit seppuku. Look at the women from Dragon Country, and then look at you. Only a coward who catches rabbits. You've completely disgraced the great Japanese Empire. If you can't bring back any resources, don't come back alive. Ichiro Tanaka trembled all over, his teeth chattering. That deep-seated inferiority and twisted sense of pride reacted violently inside him. Baka. 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 He growled under his breath, his eyes bloodshot. Since you say I am a coward, since you think I am no good, then I'll show you. I will prove it to you all. As long as I kill a decent monster, as long as I can show that overwhelming killing momentum, the people will surely accept me again. Just then, a rustling sound came from the grass ahead. Ichiro Tanaka suddenly looked up, a flash of madness in his eyes. 30 meters in front of him, a creature the size of a wolf dog, covered in light yellow scales, resembling an anteater, was busy digging under a dead tree. It looked clumsy, slow, and completely unguarded. Opportunity. The word flashed through Ichiro Tanaka's mind in an instant. Although this creature had scales, it wasn't very large and was facing away from him. This was a heaven-sent chance. What Lin Xinga can do, I can do too. I'm the Special Forces king of the great Japanese Empire. My knife is sharper than her dagger. A strange confidence filled his brain, and adrenaline surged, temporarily making him forget his fear. He slowly drew his ally combat knife from his waist, adjusted his breathing, and lowered his body. The live stream camera captured this scene. The Sakura Country viewers, who had been cursing just moments ago, suddenly went silent, and then burst into excitement. Yo, Tanaka-kun is finally making his move? That creature looks a bit tough, but Tanaka-kun's knife is specially made. Kill. Kill it. Wash away the previous disgrace. This expectation seemed to become Tanaka Ichiro's death sentence. He no longer hesitated. Give it to me, Sinai. A strange cry broke the silence of the jungle. Ichiro Tanaka shot forward like a cannonball, his combat knife raised high, with a desperate yet almost gambler-like momentum, charging at the creature that was digging. In that moment, he felt like the protagonist of a movie, a dancer walking on the tip of a knife. Closer. Even closer. The creature seemed to have been stunned, not reacting at all. Die. Ichiro Tanaka roared, putting all his strength into it, both hands gripping the knife, and he hacked fiercely at the creature's back. At that moment, he had even already imagined the cool pose he would strike after his victory. However, reality is often more cruel and unforgiving than movies. Clang! A sharp, bone-grinding sound of metal clashing rang out across the empty wilderness. There was no blood and flesh flying as imagined. There was no soft, easy cut like cutting tofu. Ichiro Tanaka only felt like his combat knife had hit a thick titanium alloy steel plate. A huge recoil shot up the handle and spread through his entire body, causing his palms to tear open, blood pouring out. The alloy combat knife, said to be crafted by the top artisans of Sakura Country, had. He was blasted out and spun in the air several times before tragically embedding himself into the distant soil. Nah. Nani? Ichiro Tanaka maintained his chopping stance, frozen in place, his expression instantly shifting from ferocity to a dazed look. He looked down. The creature he had struck with all his might only swayed slightly. On its back, the dull yellow scales showed no sign of a white mark. It stopped digging the earth and slowly turned its head. Those were eyes full of confusion, even carrying a hint of morning grumpiness. Then, it opened its mouth and let out a cry that, despite its size, was surprisingly sharp and penetrating. Gee! The sound wasn't loud, but to Ichiro Tanaka, it sounded like the tolling of a hellish bell. The next second. Boom! The ground suddenly started shaking violently, as though a 7.0 earthquake had occurred. The ground beneath Ichiro Tanaka cracked instantly, and countless stones defied gravity, floating up. A terrifying, suffocating pressure erupted from deep within the earth, a rage belonging to a high-tier predator. Roar! A dull roar like thunder ruptured Ichiro Tanaka's eardrums, and 2 streams of blood flowed down from his ears. With terrified eyes, he watched as the ground in front of him exploded. A gigantic creature, like an ancient beast, emerged from the earth. Its body was over 10 meters long, covered in heavy black iron like rock armor, with sword-like bone spikes sticking up from its back. Those enormous yellow vertical pupils, like lanterns, locked onto the tiny human in front of it. It was a peak-tier first-level monster, the Ironback Earth Dragon. And the cute little creature that Ichiro Tanaka had just struck was its offspring. Baka. Ichiro Tanaka's legs began to wobble uncontrollably, and he once again felt a warm, wet sensation in his pants. He finally understood why Lin Chinga could kill monsters instantly while he could not. Because that was Lin Chinga. And he was just an unlucky fool. Why? Why this kind of monster again? Why? Ichiro Tanaka screamed in desperation, no longer caring about the honor of being a samurai or the battle knife that had been blasted away. He turned and ran. Using his hands and feet, tumbling and crawling in an ugly manner, looking like a frightened rat. Chapter 29, Is this Bushido? Roar! The Ironback Earth Dragon clearly didn't intend to let the 2-legged beast that dared to harm its child go. It opened its massive, blood-filled mouth, and a yellow light surged from its throat. Whoosh! A soil element light orb, as large as a millstone, shot out like a cannonball, whistling through the air, heading straight for Ichiro Tanaka's back. Help! Mommy! Ichiro Tanaka, feeling the heat wave behind him, let out a shrill scream, like a pig being slaughtered. Driven by his instinct for survival, he suddenly threw himself to the side in a panic, tumbling in a grotesque manner. Boom! The light orb grazed his scalp and exploded against a giant boulder in front of him. The boulder, as big as a car, was instantly reduced to dust. The sky was filled with dust and rubble, pelting Ichiro Tanaka, leaving him bruised and battered, looking utterly disheveled. This scene, shown in high-definition live broadcast, was presented to the entire world without reserve. The Sakura Nation's livestream room fell into a deathly silence, followed by widespread lamentation. Baka Yoru. This idiot. Who told him to mess with that monster? It's over, it's all over, that's the Ironback Earth Dragon. Its defense is like that of a tank. Don't provoke it. Run, you useless coward. Is this our special forces? Is this Bushido? It's a disgrace. A disgrace. The viewers from Sakura Nation, who had been shouting for Ichiro Tanaka's success, now wished they could crawl through the internet and strangle him. The overwhelming drop from Cloud 9 to the depths of despair was painfully clear. They were about to vomit blood. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom's livestream was filled with a joyful atmosphere. The intense contrast was even more entertaining than the best comedy movie. Ha 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 ha. I can't take it, I'm dying of laughter. Thanks to Tanaka-kun for bringing us this acrobatic performance. Is this the legendary Jade Shatter Charge? Why is it the pants that shattered? So real. Who said they were going to kill him instantly? This was indeed an instant kill, but it was from being so scared that he instantly kneeled. Without a diamond, don't take on porcelain jobs. Look at Sister Lin, that's called hunting, then look at this guy, this is called delivering takeout. Tanaka-kun, why is this monster different from what I was promised? I'm going to report it. This monster is cheating. In the video, Ichiro Tanaka was still running for his life. The ironback dragon didn't seem to be in a hurry to kill this bug, it took heavy steps, each one making the earth tremble, like a heavy tank crushing behind him. It occasionally shot out spikes from the ground or hurled giant stones, forcing Tanaka to jump up and down like a monkey. His body had no good flesh left, and that special combat suit had become a beggar's outfit. This cat-and-mouse-like tormenting, compared to Lin Chinga's elegant cooking and meat division scene, created the most extreme irony. Sigh, this is the result of not having a strategy. I don't know who sighed in the bullet comments. This sentence was like a thorn, deeply stabbing into the hearts of all the Sakura Country viewers. Yes. If they had a strategy. If they also had a god like Su Chen. Would they have ended up like this? Looking over at the Dragon Kingdom's side, Lin Chinga was packing up the excess monster meat, even throwing away some parts that didn't taste good. Meanwhile, their own player was running for survival like a dog. A feeling called despair began to spread among the Sakura Country viewers. And this despair quickly turned into crazed infighting. What is the government doing? Why don't we have such a strategy? I also want to get stronger. I don't want to see this useless Tanaka anymore. At this moment, the internet world of Blue Star seemed to be split into two extreme dimensions. On one side was the Dragon Kingdom's livestream, filled with endless red festive bullet comments, as if it was already New Year's Eve. That was a full 20 tons of high-level monster meat. Though they hadn't tasted it yet, just by looking at the special department's announcement, priority supply to border guards and special police, the remaining part will have its essence extracted and added to the national nutrition meals, was enough to make all Dragon Kingdom people's blood boil. What did this represent? It represented safety. It represented hope for the future. On the other side, Sakura Country's livestream was a tragic sight. Tanaka Ichiro's desperate flight and wet pants scene had been turned into countless memes, immediately spreading across global social media. The Dragon Kingdom's army of netizens pressed forward, beginning their crazy trolling, following the traditional virtue of reciprocity. Ayo, is this the legendary Yamato spirit? Why does it look more like Yamato fleeing? I suggest Tanaka-kun perform breaking big rocks with his chest next time. Oh no, I mean face the rocks. That fall just now was pretty loud, his head must be rock solid. I'm just curious, aren't you allies? How come the neighboring Lighthouse Nation is living the good life, while your Sakura Country doesn't even have a soup, and you're responsible for performing acrobatics to entertain us? Stop talking, the Tanaka-kun has tried hard. Look how fast he's running, if he went to the Olympics, he'd definitely win the gold medal. Killing with words. Each bullet comment was like a loud slap, hitting the fragile pride of the Sakura Country viewers. Baka. Stop talking. Shut up. Tanaka is such a waste. Seppuku. Seppuku to apologize to the emperor immediately. In Sakura Country's livestream, citizens with exploded mentalities began indiscriminately attacking. They couldn't refute the facts of Dragon Kingdom, so they could only pour all their anger onto Tanaka Ichiro, who was still blindly running around in the jungle like a headless fly. Even more extreme high-ranking officials from Sakura Country have secretly contacted Lighthouse Country in a frenzy. We need aid. We need weapons. As long as it helps our contestants survive, we're willing to give up control of all seas south of Okinawa. What a disgrace, so pitiful. However, Johnson, deep in another jungle, was unaware of all this. But he could see the leaderboard. Put. A giant hand forcefully crushed the skull of a peak first-tier beast, blue blood splashing all over Johnson's face. He gasped for breath, his chest violently heaving, his bloodshot eyes staring at the leaderboard projected on his retina. First place, Lighthouse Country, Johnson, 180 points. Second place, Dragon Country, Lin Chinga, 140 points. The gap is still there. But the speed at which Dragon Country's points were growing was too fast. So fast it was abnormal. Just half an hour ago, Dragon Country only had 40 points, and in the blink of an eye, they had killed a second-tier beast, directly closing in on his throne. Fuck! Fuck! Johnson roared angrily, punching a large tree beside him. With a crack, the tree, which required two people to hug, was snapped in half by his punch. As wood chips flew, Johnson's twisted face appeared especially grotesque. What had he sacrificed to gain this power? He injected the Titan II gene serum, which had not yet fully passed clinical trials. When that serum entered his veins, it was like pouring magma into his body, the pain of every inch of muscle being torn and restructured enough to drive a normal person mad 10 times over. Even now, with every breath he took, his lungs felt like they were burning with fire. His skin had turned a strange grayish white, his veins protruding like blue worms, and he looked more like a human monster than a person. He had sacrificed his dignity and appearance as a human to gain this crushing power. Why? This massive sense of disparity was like a poisonous snake, relentlessly gnawing at Johnson's heart. Cheating. Dragon Country must be cheating. Johnson gritted his teeth, his voice low and dark like a beast's growl. She must have used some kind of one-time powerful item. Or she was lucky enough to encounter a heavily injured, dying beast. Damn Dragon Country people, always playing these vile tricks. Chapter 30, Second-Tier Beast, Ghost Spider? Strong jealousy and the side effects of the drugs were slowly eroding his sanity. He had to prove himself. Prove that genetic science was the only true path to evolution. Prove that Lighthouse Country was still the only overlord of this planet. Clearly, with his current speed, along with his two teammates who hadn't used any serums, they were clearly no match for Dragon Country. Useless. All useless. Johnson cursed loudly. He raised his head, his blue glowing eyes scanning the dark jungle, the corners of his mouth curling into a cruel and crazy arc. At this moment, the camera zoomed in, giving him a close-up shot. Johnson showed his sharp white teeth, grinning wildly, saying, "Dragon Country's trash, watch closely. I'll show you what real power is. Tricks based on luck are worth nothing in front of absolute strength. I'll hunt a second-tier beast too. And I'll tear it to pieces." With these words, the sheepdogs, who had been somewhat quiet due to Lin Xingga's rise, instantly revived like they had been injected with adrenaline. The barrage flooded the screen once again. Majestic. This is the true king's demeanor. Johnson is getting desperate. Dragon Country, prepare to cry. Who can stop the angry Hulk? Pop the champagne. Waiting for Johnson to slaughter the second-tier beast and teach Lin Xingga a lesson. Lin Xingga used a sneak attack, but Johnson is going for a direct head-on clash. The difference is clear. Seeing these praises, the red light in Johnson's eyes intensified. He took a deep breath, and his enhanced sense of smell was operating at full power. In the air, besides the smell of decaying plants, there was an extremely strong stench, the territorial mark left by a top predator. Found you. Johnson suddenly turned around, taking heavy steps as he rushed towards a pile of rocks deep in the jungle. This time, he was no longer fighting for survival, but for slaughter, for proof, for that damned pride. But what he didn't know was that in the wilderness, arrogance is often the prelude to death. The pile of rocks. Here, the rocks were jagged, and not a blade of grass grew. The air was filled with a disgusting stench, like fish and shrimp left to rot for half a month. On the ground, there were white, weathered animal bones everywhere, some still attached to torn fur, obviously freshly eaten. Johnson stood in front of a massive rock cave, the very stench emanating from within. Around the entrance, some grayish-white sticky webs hung, reflecting a chilling light under the moon. Roar! Johnson showed no intention of hiding his presence. He stood at the cave entrance and let out a deafening roar. That was a provocation. A blatant provocation. The viewers in the Dragon Country livestream were stunned. Is this American crazy? Sister Lin's style is sneak attack assassination, but he's knocking on the door like a delivery man? Though he's the opponent, I respect his courage, but I don't know if his brain is still there. With such a big noise, what if it attracts a pack of monsters? Don't worry upstairs, he's a gene warrior, his brain is full of muscle, he's not afraid of death. As the bullet screen was filled with discussions, a grinding sound that made one's teeth ache came from the depths of the cave. SSSSS, SSSSS. It sounded like countless steel knives scraping against rocks. Then, 8 glowing eyes, shining with a ghostly green light, lit up in the darkness. Boom! A huge black shadow shot out of the cave like a cannonball. Under the moonlight, the global audience finally saw the true form of this monster. It was a giant spider, as large as the front of a truck. It was pitch black all over, looking extremely eerie and terrifying. 8 long, bristle-covered legs, like 8 steel spears, easily stabbed into the hard rocks, supporting its massive body. Warning! High-energy reaction detected. Biological name, Ghost Demon Spider, initial stage of second tier. Characteristics: no venom, but extremely strong, with a hard shell and sharp legs like knives. Fierce by nature. Although it's also a second-tier creature, the visual pressure exerted by this ghost demon spider was even stronger than the shadow leopard Linchinga killed before. Because it was too big. Too ugly. Nice. Seeing this giant creature, Johnson didn't retreat at all. Instead, he was so excited that his whole body trembled. The destructive urge suppressed by the drugs erupted at this moment. He made no fancy moves. He stomped the ground hard, causing a large pit to collapse beneath him. The whole person charged like an out-of-control heavy tank, directly slamming towards the ghost demon spider. Die, you bastard. Johnson roared as he raised his arm, thicker than an ordinary man's thigh, glowing with blue light, and slammed it towards the spider's head. This was his way of fighting. No skill, all emotion. Or rather, all strength. However, second-tier monsters were not mindless beasts. The ghost demon spider's 8 compound eyes flashed with a glint of cunning. Just as Johnson's fist was about to land, it didn't brace for impact. Instead, its body swiftly sank downward. At the same time, one of its front legs shot out like a black lightning bolt, accompanied by a sharp, ear-piercing sound, and stabbed fiercely. Thud. Blood splattered. Global viewers gasped. In the footage, Johnson's muscles, strong enough to withstand small-caliber bullets, were pierced as easily as paper. The sharp, spear-like leg. It pierced directly through his left shoulder, coming out of his back. Ah! Johnson let out a piercing scream of agony. But he did not fall. The intense pain instead stimulated the gene serum inside his body even more. His eyes instantly turned blood red, and the veins on his forehead nearly burst. Chapter 31, Won the face, lost the substance. Fuck! A hysterical roar echoed across the rocky ridge, shaking the surrounding rubble. The excruciating pain did not cause Johnson to retreat. Instead, it acted like a high-purity fuel, completely igniting the violent effects of the gene serum inside him. His pupils instantly expanded to the limit, his eyeballs turned completely red with blood, and he looked like a demon straight out of hell. He did not try to pull out the sharp spider leg piercing through his left shoulder. Instead, he suddenly raised his uninjured right hand and grabbed the leg, still digging in deeper, with fingers like steel hooks. Break for me now! With the horrifying sound of bones grinding, the veins on Johnson's neck bulged like snakes, and the terrifying power enhanced by the Titan serum erupted without restraint. Crack! That hard, steel-like spider leg was brutally snapped off at the joint. Green liquid mixed with Johnson's dark red blood instantly splattered all over his face. He didn't wipe it off. Instead, he stuck out his tongue and licked the disgusting liquid, his face twisting into a grotesque grin. Hiss! The demon-faced spider let out a heart-wrenching wail. The pain from its severed leg drove the brutal predator into madness. Its remaining 7 legs lashed out like spears, wildly stabbing at the tiny human in front of it. Thud! 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 The dull sound of flesh being pierced rang out one after another. Johnson's thigh, side, and back were instantly riddled with deep, bone-visible wounds. His skin and flesh rolled, blood pouring out. But it seemed as if he had lost all sense of pain. He didn't care about his injuries at all. Instead, he used the spider's wild struggle to leap like a mad monkey onto its back covered with bristling hairs. This was a fight with no beauty, no skill, no evasion, only the most primal, brutal exchange of flesh and blood. Die! Die! All of you die! Johnson, straddling the spider's head, gripped his blood-red right hand into an iron fist, glowing with blue light, and hammered down on the spider's fragile compound eyes like a piling machine. Bang! 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 With every punch, greenish slime and shattered exoskeletons flew into the air. The demon-faced spider thrashed its body wildly, even smashing itself into the nearby rocky walls, trying to crush the flea on its back. Boom! Johnson's back slammed against the rock, and the sound of his spine cracking under the pressure could be heard. But he didn't let go. Instead, he crazily swung his fists even harder. 1 hit, 2 hits, 10 hits, 50 hits. The live stream was censored by the system, due to the excessive blood and violence, but the muffled thuds of impact and the beastly roars still made viewers across the globe feel their skin crawl. This was pure violence aesthetics, the most brutal of attrition battles. Finally, after Johnson had broken 3 ribs, shattered his left shoulder, and found no piece of healthy flesh left on his body, his already battered fist, exposing white bone, landed heavily in the spider's brain. Splat! The demon-faced spider's massive body suddenly stiffened, its 8 legs spasming violently a few times, and then it collapsed with a thunderous crash. The enormous inertia dragged its corpse forward, directly pinning the exhausted Johnson underneath, kicking up a cloud of dust. The rocky ridge fell into a deathly silence. Only the wind howling through the rock crevices could be heard, like the whisper of the Grim Reaper. A few seconds later, content is blocked.
The Lighthouse Country player Johnson kills the level 2 early stage monster, the ghost-faced demon spider. Score plus 100. Current total score, 280 points. Current ranking, world number 1. The cold mechanical voice shattered the silence. Underneath the pile of corpses, a bloody, mangled hand slowly reached out. Cough, cough. Johnson struggled to push away the legs pressing on him, collapsing like a pile of mud in the foul-smelling pool of blood. He gagged, coughing up blood clots, his face, barely recognizable, twisted into a terrifying grin. With great difficulty, he lifted his head, staring at the glaring number 1 on his retina, his laughter growing louder, eventually turning into a hoarse roar. Ha, cough. Ha 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 ha. Number 1 still belongs to me. Dragon Country, do you see it? This is real power. At this moment, the global livestream comments exploded. The Shepherd Dogs and Lighthouse Country supporters, who had been holding back for so long, suddenly went into a collective frenzy, as if it were the new year. We won. I knew it. Lighthouse Country is invincible. Do you see this blood and guts? This is what a man's battle looks like. This is what a warrior is. So fiery. This is what passion is. Lin Xing's dodging and flashy moves are just a joke in the face of absolute power. Where are those who doubted him? Where are the Dragon Country people who said Johnson was no good? Come out and kneel. 280 points. Crushing. This is the heritage. This is the power of technology. Genetic warriors forever. A wave of praise surged, as if Johnson's victory had directly saved humanity. Some foreign bloggers even started to wildly praise the suicidal attack as incredibly brave and fearless. However, amidst this overwhelming celebration, the Dragon Country livestream appeared remarkably calm. It could even be said, with a hint of mocking amusement. In the face of the Shepherd Dogs' almost manic taunts, Dragon Country netizens did not respond angrily like before. Instead, they silently, in perfect unison, posted a comparison image they had just created across all social platforms and livestream comments. They didn't even bother to write a caption, just 2 words. Is this it? On the left side of the image, there was Lin Xing. She was sitting in a clean, tidy tree hollow, with a delicate stone bowl in front of her. She was spotless, not a wrinkle on her clothes. She was elegantly picking up a crystal-clear ice heart lotus with her long, fair hands and bringing it to her red lips. The background was filled with the soft glow of fluorite, like a beautiful portrait of a lady. On the right side of the image, there was Johnson. He lay like a dead dog in mud and blood, with a terrifying blood hole in his left shoulder, and wounds all over his body still bleeding. His eyes were vacant and wild, his mouth hanging with the internal organs he had vomited, looking even more monstrous than the dead demon spider. Without comparison, there is no harm. When this image was released, the foreign viewers and Shepherd Dogs, who had been screaming wildly, seemed to have suddenly had their throats squeezed, and all cheering stopped instantly. Then, the Dragon Country netizens' mocking comments, like a roaring tsunami, though delayed, arrived. This is killing me, do we still need to compare? One was casually walking in their backyard, swatting a fly, and then having afternoon tea, the other was repeatedly hopping between life and death, leaving themselves half paralyzed. Shepherd Dogs, do you call this winning? This is a miserable victory. Do you understand what sustainable development means? Johnson's move is a classic example of killing 1,000 enemies but injuring himself 1,200. With these injuries and the side effects of the gene medicine, he won't be able to get up for at least 3 to 5 days, right? Indeed, Sister Lin just had a meal, preparing for digestion. Can Johnson even fight another? I'm afraid even a rabbit could take his life. Inside the Special Bureau's livestream, a well-known military blogger adjusted his glasses, looking at the data on the screen. His tone was calm yet sharp. Outsiders watch the commotion, while insiders see the details. The Lighthouse Nation seems to have one face and kept the top spot, but in reality, they've lost everything inside. He pointed to Johnson's rapidly declining vital signs and sneered. In a zone full of dangers, what does it mean to have a fighter who was heavily injured and lost his combat ability? It means he can only hide like a rat, praying not to be discovered. Chapter 32, Poison in the Recipe? And the blogger's words hit like a heavy hammer, striking those loudmouthed sheepdogs right in the face. Instantly, the comments exploded. Nonsense. Johnson has an incredibly strong physique, he will recover quickly. This is jealousy from the Dragon Nation. Classic case of sour grapes. Is it that hard to admit someone else is strong? As soon as Johnson sleeps and wakes up, he'll be invincible again. Even with the facts right in front of them, those who had already kneeled chose to ignore them, frantically flooding the comments, trying to cover up their inner panic with mental victory techniques. They couldn't accept that the lighthouse they held in their hearts was actually teetering. And while the world argued over Johnson's fate, inside the wildlands, Lin Xingga had already completed her rest.
Lin Xingge softly thanked the empty tree hole, then took out the bone compass from her chest. The calm needle, after being infused with a faint spiritual energy from her recent cultivation, suddenly began spinning wildly, emitting a buzzing sound. A few seconds later, the needle suddenly stopped, firmly locking onto the northwest direction. This time, the surface of the compass actually glowed with a chilling blood-red light, with a faint murderous aura seeping through. Lin Xingge's gaze sharpened. The deeper the red, the greater the opportunity, but at the same time, it meant the danger level was rising exponentially. Fortune favors the brave. Lin Xingge didn't hesitate, pocketing the compass, gripping her dagger tightly, and darted out of the tree hole like a spirit cat, disappearing into the vast night.
This action once again sparked concern among the Dragon Nation's viewers. Where is Lin Jie going? That compass is unnervingly red. Isn't she going to rest after just eating? This is too much. It feels like something big is going to happen.
Lin Jie's eyes have changed, that's the gaze of a hunter. Through the dense jungle, the surrounding environment began to subtly change. The annoying sound of insects gradually faded, and even the distant roars of beasts were no longer audible. In their place was an eerie silence. The air was filled with a faint smell of ozone and an inexplicable sense of heat. The vegetation beneath her feet had shifted from thick bushes to short, charred, blackened grass, as if this place had once suffered the cleansing of a fierce fire. Lin Xingge slowed her pace, breathing as quietly as possible. Anyone with a little outdoor knowledge would know that if you suddenly enter an area of complete silence in a thriving jungle, there's only one explanation.
This is the absolute territory of some top predator. Any creature bold enough to make a sound has already become its feces. Ahead, the view suddenly opened up. A wide river stretched across her path, its water a strange deep purple, glowing faintly with phosphorescence under the moonlight. The banks were lined with jagged rocks, with no trees in sight, making the place appear desolate and bleak. This is the place. Lin Xingge hid behind a large rock and didn't rush forward. She took out the so-called restaurant menu from her backpack, the Wildlands Wild Flavor cooking guide that had been ridiculed by global viewers. She quickly flipped through the pages, her gaze finally stopping on an illustration of purple flowers. Ingredient name: Underworld Ghost Face Flower and Snake Saliva Grass.
Rating: both of these plants are highly toxic on their own, eating them will make you see your great-grandmother dancing the pole dance. But if the juices of these two grasses are mixed in a 3:7 ratio, a wonderful chemical reaction will occur. Usage: the mixed juice is colorless and tasteless. Be sure to wear gloves when handling it, or you'll fall asleep too. Looking at this passage filled with Su Chen's personal style, Lin Xingge's mouth curled into a faint smile.
Sure enough, every page left by the senior is a treasure.
She swept her eyes around and soon found the two inconspicuous herbs in the rock crevices. The ghost face flower of the underworld looked like a skull, emitting a foul stench, while the snake saliva grass was entirely green, with sticky liquid hanging from its leaves. Lin Xingge held her breath and carefully crushed the herbs with two flat stones, mixing them strictly according to Su Chen's recorded ratio. The originally dark green juice, at the moment of mixing, surprisingly turned into a transparent watery liquid, and the foul stench disappeared without a trace. She dipped her dagger into the stone mortar, letting the blade fully absorb this specially crafted paralyzing poison. Her movements were smooth and calm, as if she were preparing salad dressing in her own kitchen, not deadly poison to kill wild beasts.
This scene left global viewers dumbfounded. What is she doing? Isn't that poisonous grass? Oh my god, she's mixing poison? Is this really what Su Chen taught? This woman is terrifying. She trusts Su Chen's methods unconditionally. Just as Lin Xingge was putting away the poisoned dagger. Boom!
The earth suddenly trembled. Then, the calm river surface suddenly boiled, with countless purple water bubbles bursting and exploding. A terrifying wave of heat mixed with violent thunderous energy instantly swept across the entire riverbank.
Roar! A roar, like thunder on a clear day, shook the rocks where Lin Xingge was hiding.
In the deep purple river, a massive creature slowly emerged. It was more than 5 meters long, with shoulders as high as 3 meters, and its fur was a strange violet color.
Each hair on its body emitted tiny electric arcs.
What stood out the most was its mane. It wasn't just normal fur, but burning purple flames, crackling in the night wind, roasting the surrounding rocks until they sizzled. Its golden pupils reflected an overwhelming arrogance, as if it were the king of this world.
Warning! Warning! Extreme high energy reaction detected. Creature name: Purple Flame Thunder Lion, early stage of Tier 3.
Characteristics: a dual-element mutated magical beast of thunder and fire, possessing high intelligence, capable of launching wide-range thunder and fire attacks, with a very strong physical body and extremely fast speed.
Danger assessment: extremely deadly. Immediate escape recommended.
When the bright red system warning popped up and filled the entire livestream screen, billions of viewers worldwide gasped in unison.
Tier 3 magical beast. It was actually a Tier 3 magical beast.
You have to know, the ghost-faced demon spider that just nearly crippled the war god Johnson from the Lighthouse Nation was only at the early stage of Tier 2. And in the setting of the Wilderness Realm, the gap between each tier is like a chasm. A Tier 3 magical beast is a terrifying existence capable of withstanding heavy artillery fire. If a Tier 2 magical beast is like a tank, then a Tier 3 magical beast is a moving bomber. Just by standing there, the pressure it emitted caused the surrounding space to twist. In the livestream, the shepherd dogs that had been stubbornly arguing just moments ago suddenly seemed to be filled with adrenaline, instantly revived, and the amount of bullet comments exploded geometrically.
Oh my god. What kind of monster is that? So cool. So strong. Ha ha ha. That woman from Dragon Country is doomed. Absolutely doomed. This is a Tier 3. This is what greed brings. How dare she enter a Tier 3 magical beast's territory? Did she think this was a game? Although Johnson is crippled, at least he's alive. But this Lin Xinga. It's about to become barbecue. This is retribution. It seems like the first place will still return to our Lighthouse Nation. Dragon Country was just a fleeting moment. Meanwhile, in the live stream of Dragon Country, there was wailing and anxiety. Sister Lin. Run. Don't watch. This thing is something you can't handle right now. The size difference is too big. Why didn't God Su find a place to advise on how to escape? Don't fight it head on. It's over, the pressure is so overwhelming even through the screen, my legs are weak, no matter how strong Sister Lin is, she's still just a mortal. Don't be greedy for that treasure, if you lose your life, you lose everything. As long as the Green Mountain stays, there's no worry about firewood. Countless Dragon Country viewers were frantic, wishing they could rush into the screen and pull Lin Xinga away. After all, this was a challenge that spanned an entire large tier, in everyone's eyes, it was no different from suicide. However, in the eye of the storm, Lin Xinga did not panic as the viewers had expected. She remained quietly squatting behind the rock, holding the dagger in a reverse grip, her cold eyes fixed on the purple flame thunder lion that was shaking water by the river. Her heartbeat was fast, but her hands were as steady as a rock. Lin Xinga took a deep breath, adjusting the tension in her muscles. She was ready to strike at any moment. By the riverbank, the purple flame thunder lion seemed to have not noticed the tiny little bug. It proudly shook off the water droplets on its body, and purple lightning scattered, instantly setting the surrounding dry grass on fire. Then, it walked lazily towards a large charred dead tree not far from where Lin Xinga was hiding. The dead tree had clearly been struck by lightning countless times, its surface charred, emitting a metallic shine. The purple flame thunder lion approached the dead tree and, like a big cat, squinted its eyes, turned its body, and leaned against the dead tree, starting to lazily rub itself. At that moment, its abdomen, covered in purple scales, was completely unguarded and exposed to the air. Right in the middle of its abdomen, there was a palm-sized soft white flesh, the only place on its body without scales. No need to say more, compared to the thick scales, this was clearly a more vulnerable spot. The global live stream room suddenly fell silent for a second. Then, Lin Xinga moved. No shouting, no unnecessary movements. Her whole body shot out like an arrow, turning into a shadow, bursting out from behind the rock. The poisoned dagger in her hand glinted a beautiful and deadly cold light under the moon, directly aiming at the only vulnerable spot. This was not just hunting, but a life-and-death assault, a desperate gamble for the nation's fate. In the instant Lin Xinga launched her attack, the purple flame thunder lion, a third-tier beast, showed its terrifying instincts as a top predator. Although it was lazily rubbing its back, and its abdomen was wide open and unguarded, that fleeting killing intent directed at it was as clear as a needle piercing its pupil. Roar! Without fully turning around, the purple flame thunder lion's eerie violet mane instantly stood up, and its golden-slit pupils, which had been lazily squinting, suddenly contracted into needle points. Without any preparatory movement, its thickly scaled right forepaw suddenly lifted, carrying the sound of whistling wind and swirling purple lightning, slamming down hard at the black shadow rushing toward it. This strike was enough to crush a tank's armor. At that moment, Lin Xinga's figure was still in midair, seemingly with no way to avoid. It's over, countless viewers with weak hearts instinctively closed their eyes. Even Zhang Dingbang, in the Special Management Bureau, had cracked his teacup with a grip. However, just as the thunderous lightning that could melt steel was about to touch the tip of Lin Xinga's hair, she made a movement that defied the laws of physics. She forcibly twisted her waist in midair, her whole body slipping like a slick loach. With the momentum from her forward rush, she slid out on her back, the rough, scorched land beneath her. Sizz! The intense heat instantly burned a few strands of her long hair, and the shoulder area of her combat suit was immediately carbonized. This was the temperature of narrowly escaping death. But, she dodged. Using the speed of her slide, Lin Xinga's cold eyes showed no trace of fear, only the calmness of ice and snow. Her gaze was locked firmly on the center of the purple flame thunder lion's abdomen, on the small patch of white soft fur that rose and fell with its breath. No need to say more, this was the only place to strike.
The moment they crossed paths, time seemed to stretch.
Lin Xinga could even see the pulsating blood vessels beneath the white soft fur. Get in.
She whispered in her heart, and the dagger in her hand, drenched in a mixture of poisonous venom, became a sharp and terrifying streak of dark light, precisely aimed and perfect.
Thud.
That was the muffled sound of the blade sinking into flesh, like the music of the heavens to her ears.
The entire dagger, along with its hilt, was buried to the hilt. In that moment, the purple flame thunder lion's golden eyes, full of cruelty and authority, suddenly widened to the extreme, as though they might burst from its eye sockets. Roar! Gore! Gore! A world-shaking roar was about to be released, but it was as if an invisible hand choked it off in its throat. The lightning fireball, which had been gathering in its mouth, exploded inside its mouth due to the sudden disruption of its nervous system. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted from the lion's mouth, black smoke mixed with broken teeth spewing out. But before it could retaliate, Lin Xinga had already struck and withdrawn.
She was like a nimble raccoon, using the recoil force to flip backward, instantly creating a 20-meter distance, then squatting on the ground, coldly watching this gigantic beast.
No follow-up strike. No need for a follow-up strike. Since Senior Su said the poison was extremely strong, then it must be extremely strong. Chapter 34, One Strike to Defeat the Enemy. Lightspeed first. At this moment, the purple flame thunder lion was furiously swinging its massive head.
It tried to stand up, tried to crush the intruder with thunder.
Roar!
But its strong, pillar-like limbs were now as soft as noodles. The specially made neurotoxin, a mix of the ghost face flower and snake spittle grass, was coursing through its blood, pumping into its heart and rushing into its brain at an incredible speed.
3 seconds.
The massive body of the purple flame thunder lion began to twitch violently, foaming at the mouth.
5 seconds.
The purple lightning fire on its body began to go out of control, surging across its skin, smashing nearby rocks to pieces, but this was just a death throw.
8 seconds.
Its once majestic golden vertical pupils quickly dimmed, losing focus.
10 seconds. Boom!
This moblin-like Tier 3 beast crashed to the ground with a loud thud, raising a storm of dust.
It twitched twice, then fell silent. Deathly silence.
The entire quiet riverside, and even the entire livestream room of Blue Star, fell into a deathly silence at that moment. Everyone stared with their mouths open, dazedly watching the screen. They were watching the dragon countrywoman standing under the moonlight, though a little disheveled, still upright and tall. And near her feet, the still warm corpse of the Tier 3 magical beast.
It was over? This was over? No world-shaking battle, no rivers of blood, no heroic struggle with death. Just one face-off. Just one strike. The next second, a cold and grand mechanical voice, through the livestream signal, struck like a heavy hammer on the hearts of billions of people around the world. Global announcement. Congratulations to Dragon Country contestant Lin Xinga for successfully killing the Tier 3 early-stage magical beast, the Purple Flame Thunder Lion. Reward points, 1,000 points. Current Dragon Country total points, 1,140 points. Current ranking, global first. This string of blood-red numbers. On everyone's retina, it flashed wildly, so dazzling it made people want to cry. After 3 seconds of vacuum time, it passed. The Dragon Kingdom's live stream exploded. This was no longer the new year, it was a national celebration, a volcanic eruption after countless humiliations. The screen was flooded with dense bullet comments, rushing like a tsunami, instantly drowning the entire image, even causing a brief server lag. Holy sh*t. Instant kill. It's really an instant kill. Mom asked me why I'm kneeling while watching my phone, because I'm watching a miracle. 1,000 points. I ask, who else? Who else? Who just said Lin was seeking death? Who said Dragon Kingdom couldn't do it? Who was barking the loudest, that bootlicker from Lighthouse Nation? Come out and take a walk. Ha ha ha. This is killing me. Johnson barely took half his life to get 100 points, Lin just dropped poison and got 1,000. This is the gap in IQ. God, Su is amazing. That's not a recipe, that's basically a cheat code. After eating, you can see the great-grandmother doing a pole dance, truly no lie. Inside the Special Administration Bureau, Zhang Dingbang stared at the screen with the glaring 1140, his hands trembling slightly. He slammed the table suddenly, his bloodshot eyes filled with ecstasy. Good. Well done, little Lin. This is our foundation. This is the wisdom of Dragon Kingdom. The military blogger was even more excited, his face turning red as he pointed at the screen and shouted loudly, "Do you see? This is the importance of intelligence. This is the value of strategies. While others are still using brute force to fight against the rules, our players are already standing on the shoulders of giants, using intelligence to crush the opponent. No need to fight to the death, just strike at the right moment and defeat the enemy in one blow.
In sharp contrast, the major foreign live streams were eerily silent. Those who had been mocking wildly, waiting to see Lin Xingde burn to ashes, now looked ashen-faced, as though they had been slapped hard by an invisible hand. Their faces hurt. It hurt like fire. They stared at the hopeless point gap on the leaderboard.
First place, Dragon Kingdom, 1140 points. Second place, Lighthouse Nation, 280 points. This isn't competition, this is a massacre.
A deep sense of helplessness and panic began to spread through these countries. Finally, a shepherd dog reacted, beginning to frantically spam the screen.
Cheating. This is definitely cheating. What kind of poison was that? How could it instantly kill a third-level beast? This isn't scientific. Protest. We want to protest to the National Sports Bureau. Dragon Kingdom's player used illegal items. Unfair. Why does Dragon Kingdom have Su Chen strategy? It's like someone having the answers during an exam.
However, these pale and powerless excuses were immediately drowned by the army of Dragon Kingdom's netizens.
Oh, getting anxious? Didn't you just say that strength is everything? Why are you talking about fairness now? Cheating? That's the heritage left by our god Su. If you can, go back and leave one too? Is it so hard to admit someone is excellent? Practice more if you're weak. If you can't lose, don't play.
This is the foundation of Dragon Kingdom.
5,000 years of civilization, can you countries with only 200 years of history understand? Crawl, grandfather. This was a thrilling counterattack in public opinion.
No need for the official intervention, just this beautiful reversal made the confidence of the people of Dragon Kingdom soar, completely suppressing the voices that worshipped foreign countries. And in the wild world, at the rocky hill. Just after bandaging his wounds, Johnson, lying in a pool of blood, hanging on by a thread, also heard the earth-shattering announcement. His murky eyes fixed on the leaderboard on his retina.
1,140.
This number was like a red-hot branding iron, deeply engraved in his mind, burning so much that his soul trembled. Just a few minutes ago, he was still immersed in the illusion of being the number one in the world, thinking he was an invincible war god. He had fought for that pitiful 280 points. In order to attain that so-called first place, he turned himself into a monster, neither human nor ghost, enduring the excruciating pain of his collapsing genes.
But now, in the blink of an eye, the Dragon Kingdom had earned the 1,000 points he could never even dream of. That was a third-tier magical beast, a being he absolutely couldn't provoke.
Such a huge disparity, such a despair of falling from the clouds to the mud, instantly shattered his already shaky mental defenses.
No. This is impossible.
Johnson murmured, his voice hoarse and unpleasant.
Cheating. This must be fake. I am the strongest.
I am the hope of the Lighthouse Nation.
Put.
Overcome by anger and the backlash of the gene-enhancing medicine in his body, Johnson suddenly spat out a large mouthful of black blood. He collapsed, as if his spine had been pulled out, slumped on the ground, his eyes vacant. The strength he had been so proud of seemed laughable and ridiculous in the face of that absolute score.
I won't accept it. I won't accept it.
Johnson let out a desperate scream, but all that responded to him was the mournful wind of the rocky hill.
Meanwhile, by the quiet riverbank, Lin Xingde did not let the huge victory cloud her mind. She didn't even glance at the leaderboard.
She simply walked quickly to the corpse of the purple flame thunder lion, gritting her teeth against the slight discomfort, and skillfully opened the lion's abdomen.
Chapter 35, The Revival of the Water Source. By the quiet riverbank, the moonlight was cold.
The massive purple flame thunder lion's corpse lay on the ground, the air still filled with the lingering burnt scent and a faint, fishy-sweet smell. Lin Xingde did not, as the viewers expected, immediately move away from this body filled with deadly poison. Instead, she crouched down, the dagger in her hand spinning into a cold flower of steel at her fingertips.
She was going to dissect it.
This action immediately cooled the once ecstatic Dragon Kingdom livestream, and the hearts of countless viewers jumped into their throats once again.
Holy crap, what is Sister Lin doing? That thing was poisoned to death. Don't be impulsive. This is a mix of deadly poisons, even touching it will kill you. Can the meat even be eaten?
Although third-tier magical beasts are treasures, it's not worth risking your life for a few bites of meat.
Sister Lin, stop.
The bullet comments were filled with worried cries. After all, in the common sense of Blue Star, creatures killed by such lethal poison that seals the throat with blood are huge poison sources, anyone who touches it dies.
However, there wasn't the slightest hesitation on Lin Xingde's face.
She pulled out that yellowed notebook from her chest once more, flipping to the page about the purple flame thunder lion. The camera, knowing its job, zoomed in immediately, giving a close-up of the elegant, flowing handwriting. Food Handling Guide, How to Safely Eat a Little Lion Poisoned by the Ghost Face Flower.
This mixed toxin has an interesting property.
Within 3 minutes after the creature dies, under the influence of the remaining thunder power inside the Thunder Lion, the toxin all gathers in a tumor located in the heart. Therefore, all you need to do is completely remove the heart, and the remaining meat is not only non-toxic, but also, due to the toxin stimulation, the meat will become firmer and more springy, making it taste excellent. Beneath this serious piece of scientific information was a note in red ink, filled with Su Chen's personal dark humor.
Special reminder, don't let your hands shake while cutting.
If you break the heart open and the toxin flows back, don't even think about eating it.
Just invite the whole village to a banquet. Also, lion's head braised in soy sauce might be a bit old, it's better to throw it away.
Looking at this line, the viewers, who were once on the verge of suffocation from nervousness, couldn't help but twitch their mouths wildly.
God, the whole village banquet. I'm impressed by Su Chen's mindset. Now I get it.
No wonder Sister Lin is so calm, turns out the guide even has this written.
This is not a survival guide at all, this is clearly the wild taste on the tip of the tongue.
Lin Xingge closed the notebook, took a deep breath, and her eyes instantly became sharp as an eagle's.
She made her move.
The dagger in her hand was like a fine surgical scalpel, cutting into Lacey's white soft fur along the abdomen. There was no violent tearing, no blood and flesh flying. Her movements were gentle and precise, the tip of the knife dancing through the gaps between muscles and bones, making a faint rustling sound. Billions of eyes around the world were glued to the screen, holding their breath. Because everyone saw it, in the very center of Lacey's chest cavity, that huge heart had turned pitch black like ink, covered with strange purple veins, still faintly pulsing, emitting a nauseatingly sweet stench. That was the source of the poison. As long as the tip of the knife deviated by even a millimeter, and pierced that thin heart wall, everything would be over.
A drop of cold sweat slid down Lin Xingge's forehead, but her hand remained as steady as a rock. Rise.
With a cold, low command, Lin Xingge's wrist flicked skillfully. The pitch-black, deadly heart, along with the surrounding blood vessels, was completely stripped out and tossed into the river far away.
Sizzle.
At the moment the black heart hit the water, the river made a sound like strong acid corrosion, rising with large clouds of white smoke.
Several unlucky mutant fish immediately flipped belly up to the surface.
Hiss. A chorus of gasps echoed from the live stream.
The toxicity was simply terrifying. After handling the danger, Lin Xingge did not stop. Her knife moved swiftly again, cutting a translucent, slightly trembling piece of exquisite meat from Lacey's finest back. The meat was a pale purple color, and under the moonlight, tiny currents of electricity could even be seen jumping through the texture. No cooking, not even a fire had been lit. Lin Xingge pinched the slice of meat between her two fingers and placed it directly into her mouth. Sashimi? How wild is this? Is it really not poisonous?
Amid everyone's astonished gazes, Lin Xingge chewed it carefully. On her originally cold face, a rare flush appeared, a look of extreme enjoyment of the delicious taste. It melted in her mouth. The remaining electric power from the lightning exploded on her tongue, as if countless tiny elves were dancing on her taste buds, the tingling sensation quickly spreading throughout her body, sending a chill down her spine. Then, a warm and immense energy slid down her throat into her stomach, instantly spreading through her limbs. This feeling was like drinking strong liquor in the dead of winter, and every pore in her body opened at that very moment.
Who?
Lin Xingge slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, her eyes flashing with brilliance. She raised her hand, and her already extremely fast hand speed now even created afterimages in the air.
She could feel it.
It was a transformation as if being reborn, her nerve response speed greatly enhanced. The mosquitoes flying around and the wind rustling the grass seemed to be in slow motion in her eyes.
This is the power of a Tier 3 beast's flesh.
Lin Xingge clenched her fist, feeling the surging power inside her body, then looked at the massive lion meat.
System, upload the resources. The cold mechanical voice responded immediately. Ding. Dragon Country player Lin Xingge, uploading Tier 3 Beast Purple Flame Thunder Lion Flesh. Performing 100x materialization. Special reward mechanism triggered.
Detecting that this beast contains both lightning and fire dual system spiritual energy, and its meat has been refined by special toxins, making it of extremely high quality. Reward change, in addition to regular resources, extra reward of water source revival in a certain area of Dragon Country.
Blue Star, Dragon Country.
It was the middle of the night, but the entire country was wide awake.
The moment the announcement rang out, a magical scene occurred.
In the western part of Dragon Country, the branch of the mother river, Qinglan River, which had once almost dried up and smelled foul due to industrial pollution. A deep rumbling sound suddenly came from the dried riverbed. Then, countless streams of clear spring water gushed up from the ground. The spring water was crystal clear, emitting a faint glow. Not only did it instantly wash away years of accumulated silt and dirt, but it also carried with it an indescribable fresh air, rushing down the river, quickly filling the dried-up lakes and reservoirs. Even the long-standing smog that had hung in the air was swept away at this moment by the fresh vapor.
In the ICU of a hospital in a certain city.
An elderly man, struggling to breathe due to severe pneumoconiosis and on the brink of death, drank from a cup of tap water just brought to him by a nurse. Cough, cough, cough. The old man coughed violently several times, spitting out a mouthful of black phlegm. Then, a miracle happened. His lungs, which had been wheezing like a bellows, actually calmed down, and his pale face visibly reddened at an incredible speed. This water is sweet. The old man stared in shock at the cup in his hand, and his eyes instantly filled with old tears. This scene happened in every corner of Long Country. Countless people suffering from chronic diseases, skin ailments, and even subhealth conditions, after drinking or coming into contact with the new water source, experienced earth-shattering changes in their physical condition. At that moment, the average life expectancy of the people in Long Country was raised by 5 years overnight.
Heaven bless China. Su God is amazing. Sister Lin is amazing. My old cold legs don't hurt anymore. This water is simply magical. Haha, I wonder who will dare say our Long Country has a bad environment in the future. This directly revived the spiritual energy.
There was a great celebration across Long Country, with drums beating loudly.
Chapter 36, The Regretful Illegal Residents. In stark contrast, on the other side of the ocean, in the Lighthouse Country. Due to an energy crisis and ecological collapse, the lower-class people of the Lighthouse Country could only live in overcrowded slums and container houses. Here, not only was there a power shortage, but even drinking water was rationed with tickets. A group of newly arrived sheepdogs, wrapped in old blankets, were queuing up with yellowed water tickets in their hands. The biting cold wind cut through them. Finally, their turn came, and they were handed a cup of liquid with a strong bleach smell and even floating unknown impurities. Is this what you call free air? Is this the sweet taste?
A middle-aged man trembled as he held the cup, looking at the scene on his phone screen of Long Country's picturesque landscape, watching his former neighbors post about the clear and sweet spring water on their social media. His mind completely shattered.
Bang!
The water cup in his hand smashed to the ground, spilling dirty water everywhere. The huge sense of contrast gnawed at their hearts like a venomous snake.
Regret. Endless regret.
Once, they despised Long Country for being backward, for lacking human rights, selling off assets with all their might, desperately trying to get into the Lighthouse Country, even slandering their homeland online to gain acceptance.
But now? In Long Country, everyone lives like a dragon, drinking the divine spring, extending their lives.
And here, they were fighting like dogs over dirty water, and wondering if tomorrow they would be affected by lunatics like Johnson.
Whoa. I want to go home. I was tricked into coming here. This isn't fair. I also have the blood of Long Country in me, why can't I drink the divine spring? I want to go back to my country. Even if I have to go to prison, I am willing. Extreme jealousy and panic caused their mental defenses to completely collapse.
They started flooding the official accounts and social media platforms of Long Country, crying and selling their misery in the comments sections, even resorting to moral blackmail. Motherland, I'm sorry, I was just confused for a moment, please let me come back. I still love the motherland, I went abroad just to investigate enemy movements, I am an undercover agent. We are all fellow countrymen, you can't be so cold-blooded. That is our water, I also have a share. I'm buying a plane ticket. I have money. Let me go back. Whoever dares stop me, I'll die right in front of you. These shameless remarks. Instantly igniting the anger of Dragon Country's netizens. Pa! Now you remember the motherland? Weren't you the ones who cursed it the most before? Get lost. You polluted the air of Dragon Country. Want to come back and take our spiritual spring? No way. Although the netizens cursed fiercely, many still felt worried. After all, according to past conventions, would the authorities soften and actually accept these ingrate wolves for the sake of international image? Special Administration Bureau, Command Hall. Director Zhang Dingbang looked at the ridiculous comments on the big screen, his stern face covered in frost. He clenched the water quality testing report of the spiritual spring in his hand, his knuckles turning white. Director, the phone lines at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs have been overloaded. Many Chinese citizens stranded abroad, especially those who made a big deal of their emigration, are urgently requesting to return and seek refuge. The assistant reported cautiously, some public figures and big influencers are also stirring things up, saying that if we don't accept them, it's inhumane, that it's a violation of human rights. Humane? Zhang Dingbang sneered, suddenly slamming the document on the table, making a loud bang. When the country was in danger, they rolled up their money and ran, still stabbing us in the back from abroad, wishing Dragon Country would fall apart sooner. Now that the country is strong and benefits are coming, they want to come back and pick the fruit? There's no such cheap thing in this world. Zhang Dingbang stood up, adjusted his uniform, and his gaze turned sharp, staring into the live broadcast camera. Connect me to the global live broadcast signal.
I want to issue the first decree of the Special Administration Bureau. Moments later,
the Dragon Country official livestream suddenly switched. Zhang Dingbang's imposing figure appeared in the center of the screen, with the bright red national flag behind him. There were no greetings, no pleasantries. His voice was low and powerful, each word carrying the force of war and battle. I am Zhang Dingbang, Director of the Special Administration Bureau of Dragon Country. In response to the recent phenomenon where some individuals who have obtained foreign nationality are attempting to forcibly return to the country and demand national treatment, I hereby issue a special decree.
First, Dragon Country does not recognize dual nationality.
The moment you swore allegiance to another country, you automatically abandoned all rights and obligations as a Dragon Country citizen. Second, anyone who maliciously slanders the motherland, spreads rumors, or betrays the country after the rise of our nation will have their Dragon Country household registration permanently cancelled and will be blacklisted from entering the country. Third, the doors of Dragon Country are only open to those who share hardship and joy.
They are never open to opportunistic fence-sitters. Want to come back? Fine.
Zhang Dingbang paused, his eyes flashing with a terrifying dominance, and he said slowly to the camera, word by word.
Next life. Boom.
These words were like thunder from the heavens, instantly booming across the global network. It was a declaration and a judgment. It completely cut off any lingering thoughts of the sheepdogs, and it made the backbone of Dragon Country stand straight and firm. The sheepdogs who had been shouting just moments ago suddenly went silent, collapsing in the cold wind of the lighthouse country, their faces ashen. Meanwhile, in Dragon Country's live stream, after a brief pause, the barrage exploded into an unprecedented climax.
The screen was filled with only two unified characters, sweeping across like a tidal wave. Mighty. Mighty. This is the style of a great nation. This is our attitude. Refreshing. So damn refreshing. Director Zhang is so impressive.
At this moment, the unity of Dragon Country reached its peak. And that night, those once high-class overseas Chinese finally tasted the bitter fruit of betrayal. But this bitter fruit was not only bitter, but there was no antidote.
Chapter 37, The Slowly Insane Sakura Country People.
Shifting the view from the passionate Dragon Country livestream, the focus returned to the perilous and wild land. At the edge of the fog forest, in a decaying tree hollow emitting a rotten, moldy smell,
Sakura Country contestant Tanaka Aikiru was curled up in the corner, his body uncontrollably trembling.
After an entire night of fleeing like a stray dog, his special operations suit had already been torn into strips by the thorns.
Yo, finally, the sky is bright.
Ichiro Tanaka cautiously poked his head out, confirming that there was no sign of any beasts around, before letting out a long sigh of relief. In his hands, which were covered in mud, he tightly gripped a small blue wild fruit he had just found near a tree hole. This fruit was about the size of a thumb, with shriveled skin, looking like an underdeveloped plum. But to the already starving Tanaka, this was the most delicious thing in the world.
Crunch! He couldn't wait to take a bite.
The sour and astringent juice immediately filled his mouth, making his face scrunch up in discomfort, but he chewed it as if he were savoring a delicacy, unwilling to spit out the pit, instead chewing it up and swallowing it whole.
Though it's just one fruit, at least it's some vitamin.
Ichiro Tanaka mumbled as he chewed, trying to comfort himself in a completely illogical way, his eyes showing a hint of manic excitement.
The noise last night was so loud, with thunder and roars, other countries' contestants must have suffered heavy casualties.
Thinking of this, a strange smile appeared on his previously dull face. As long as they're all dead, or all crippled, I'll be the one with the most strength left.
This is the way of the ninja. This is the survival wisdom of our great Sakura Empire. With this almost delusional sense of spiritual victory, Ichiro Tanaka took a deep breath and shakily tapped open the National Operations System panel on his retina.
Let me see, what's the ranking now? Has that Dragon Country, so full of themselves, finally got their points reset?
However,
when the glowing gold global leaderboard unfolded in front of him,
Ichiro Tanaka's cruel smile froze instantly. It was as if an invisible hand had tightly squeezed his neck.
His eyes bulged out, almost bursting from their sockets, and his throat let out a strange gurgling sound. The series of numbers hit him like a sledgehammer, shattering all his illusions.
Rank 1, Dragon Country, 1140 points. Rank 2, Lighthouse Country, 280 points. Rank 19, Sakura Country, 3 points. An eerie silence.
The wind outside the tree hole blew past, stirring up a few dry leaves, making everything feel extra desolate.
Ichiro Tanaka stared blankly at the 1140, then glanced at his own country's score, that pitiful and almost laughable 3.
This 3 points were all he and 2 other teammates had scraped together by desperately killing a few common tier beasts in other areas.
No way.
Ichiro Tanaka suddenly closed his eyes, shaking his head forcefully, murmuring to himself, hallucination. It must be a hallucination caused by hunger.
How could anyone get over 1,000 points? It must be a system bug. He quickly opened his eyes again. The 1140 still hung at the top, shining with a mocking golden light. Baka! A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the forest. Ichiro Tanaka had completely broken down.
He grabbed his hair tightly with both hands, collapsing onto the soil-covered ground, his legs trembling, a hot sensation between his legs, as a foul stench spread. At this moment, any sense of Special Forces dignity or the glory of the Empire was completely crushed underfoot.
Why? Why? I'm eating a sour fruit that even pigs wouldn't eat, hiding in a tree hole, shivering like a rat, and she has over 1,000 points? This is unfair. Cheating. This is blatant cheating.
Ichiro Tanaka, like a crazy woman throwing a tantrum, rolled on the ground in the tree hole, pounding the earth with his fists until they were bloody. And this scene, captured by a high-definition livestream, was fully displayed for the global audience.
In the Sakura Country livestream,
those who had been shouting that Ichiro was just conserving his strength, that this was a strategic retreat, had completely broken down. The image of him wetting his pants was like a loud slap, hitting every single citizen of the Cherry Blossom Nation across the face.
The comments section instantly fell into a deathly silence, followed by an eruption of furious curses like a volcano. Baka! Shameful! This is the disgrace of the Empire. Harakiri, Tanaka. How can you still face the world after this? 3 points.
Whoa, my whole family was just celebrating those 3 points, and now the Dragon Nation has 1140 points.
How can I hold my head high?
And just as the Cherry Blossom Nation's netizens were breaking down, a large group of Dragon Nation viewers, who had just finished watching Lin Shinga's eating broadcast, descended like divine soldiers and immediately took over the Cherry Blossom Nation's livestream.
Yo! Isn't that General Tanaka? Long time no see, why are you doing so badly? 3 points? TSK, this score is probably lower than the piece of lion bone Lin Jia ate, right? Who said they were going to teach the Dragon Nation how to be human? Is this it? A wet pants lesson?
My heart aches for Tanaka-kun for 1 second, worked all day, and got a participation award.
This wild fruit must be a consolation prize, haha.
Various sarcastic and mocking comments flooded the screen, tearing apart what little was left of the Cherry Blossom Nation's dignity.
Meanwhile,
in the Cherry Blossom Nation's Prime Minister's residence, Underground War Command Center. The air was so heavy it felt like it could drip with water. On the giant electronic screen, one side showed the Dragon Nation's continuously rising national fortune index and resource feedback, while the other side showed the disastrous and embarrassing state of their own player, Tanaka Ichiro.
Crack! A crisp sound.
An old man, dressed in a kimono with a sinister face, fiercely smashed the teacup in his hand, shattering it into pieces. He was the behind-the-scenes ruler of the Cherry Blossom Nation, and the overall leader of this national fortune plan.
Shame. This is an unprecedented disgrace.
The old man's chest heaved violently, his eyes flashing with the cold light of a venomous snake. If we don't take action soon, according to this trend, within a week, the Dragon Nation will have completely stomped us underfoot. At that time, don't even talk about global domination, we won't even have the qualification to be a vassal of the Dragon Nation. A cabinet minister, dressed in a military uniform, suddenly stood up, his face twisted in rage as he shouted, "We can't let them develop like this.
That Lin Shinga must die. And the other 2 Dragon Nation players must die too.
But, we can't contact the players inside the restricted area, and there are rules."
Another official hesitated.
Rules? The old man sneered, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Rules are for the weak to follow. Don't forget, we still have that thing in our hands. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room's expression changed.
You mean, the national fortune points?
National fortune points, these were the initial resources granted to each nation upon entering the restricted area, extremely precious. They could be used to exchange for emergency supplies or to provide critical hints to the players. But the more you use, the fewer you have. It was truly a life-saving trump card. Chapter 38, The Sneak Attack Behind the Cherry Blossom Nation's Strength. At this moment, the old man's face was gloomy, looking extremely vicious. Rather than wasting these clicks to prolong our lives, we might as well take a gamble. The old man slammed the table hard, his voice hoarse like a demon's whisper. Pass the orders down. Use all the national fortune points to send an assassination order to our 3 players in the wilderness zone.
Tell them they don't need to gather any more resources, and don't worry about any magical beasts. Their only task is one thing.
Find the Dragon Nation players, and kill them at all costs. Once the Dragon Nation players are dead, the national fortune penalty will descend, and no matter how big their advantage is, so what? At that time, victory will still belong to us. This was a high-stakes gamble. It was a desperate, crazy counterattack at the end of the road. In the wilderness zone, Death Desert. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, and the heat waves distorted the air. Behind a shadowy sand dune, Dragon Nation's 3rd player, Wang Meng, slowly opened his eyes. After a night of rest and the effect of the mysterious breathing technique, he The feeling of dehydration that had nearly dried him out inside was now completely gone. Although his lips were still cracked, a sharp light rekindled in his tiger-like eyes. Wang Mang stretched his stiff neck, and his bones cracked with a loud snap. He habitually opened the system panel, wanting to check the current situation.
The next second. Holy crap?
This rough exclamation startled the audience who had just entered the livestream. Wang Mang widened his cow-like eyes, staring at the 1140 on the leaderboard, then glanced at the massive number 1 spot, completely stunned.
His dark, sand-scorched face visibly reddened. He scratched his head, looking awkward and innocent as he muttered to the camera, I didn't see that wrong, did I? Our teammate, they're too badass, right? I just learned how to breathe, still proud of killing that first-stage scorpion last night, and now my teammate has already slain a third-stage boss?
Wang Mang looked down at the military knife in his hand, its blade slightly bent, and then thought of his teammates' terrifying achievements, suddenly feeling deeply like a slacker. So embarrassing, really letting down us scouts. Wang Mang sighed, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't hide the proud smile tugging at his lips. But then again, it's really nice to ride on someone else's coattails.
Since Sister Lin is so strong, I can't be the one dragging the team down, right? Winning while lying down is fun, but you need to earn the right to do it.
With that, Wang Mang suddenly stood up, his gaze firm, and turned towards the unknown oasis deep in the desert.
At the same time, deep in the tropical rainforest,
Li Yi, who had just expelled a sweat of toxins using his breathing technique, was squatting under a giant fern.
Snap!
With no expression, he extended his hand, swiftly and decisively crushing a venomous insect trying to ambush him, green juice bursting from its body at his fingertips. Li Yi pushed up his non-existent glasses on the bridge of his nose, looking at the leaderboard on his retina, and even the usually calm and collected him couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth.
1140 points. Li Yi smiled bitterly and shook his head, a mix of self-deprecation and admiration in his tone. I wake up from this sleep, and the world has changed?
Looks like the special department gave us this strategy, not just a guide, but a cheat code to win.
Lin Xinga.
He muttered the name, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. Looks like I need to speed up.
As a man, I can't just let one woman keep charging ahead.
The 3 Dragon Kingdom contestants, though in different places and having never met, were at this moment connected by that dazzling achievement, by the shared belief that their hearts were tightly bound together. This healthy competition and mutual trust stirred the blood of the Dragon Kingdom audience watching in the livestream.
Ha ha!
This is the men of our Dragon Kingdom. From shame to courage.
Wang Mang is hilarious, lying down and still trying to look cool, huh? Brotherly is solid too. Feels like our whole Dragon Kingdom team is full of badasses, we're about to soar. However, just as the entire Dragon Kingdom was immersed in an optimistic atmosphere,
a cold and sinister undercurrent was silently stirring in the corners of the wildlands.
In the misty forest,
Tanaka Aikiru, who had been rampaging around just moments ago, suddenly froze. A cold mechanical prompt sound, accompanied by blood-red text, exploded in his mind.
National level emergency order. Consumption of national fortune points, 1,000 points. Order content, all Sakura Kingdom contestants, listen up. Immediately abandon routine exploration tasks. Use ninja techniques to conceal your movements and search for Dragon Kingdom contestants' traces with full force. Once discovered, use any means necessary, no matter the cost. Kill without mercy.
The short lines of text exuded a suffocating bloody scent. Tanaka Aikiru stood frozen for a moment. Then, the twisted look on his face gradually faded, the feelings of collapse and despair slowly disappearing. Instead, there was a chilling and sinister malice. That kind of gaze was like a snake cornered to its death, deciding to drag everyone into hell with it. Kill without mercy. Ichiro Tanaka licked his cracked lips, letting out a low, harsh laugh. He, good, very good. Since I can't get the points, since I can't catch up to you. He slowly drew a tactical dagger from his waist, which emitted a faint glow, his only remaining weapon. Then I'll kill you. Dragon countrywoman, no matter how strong you are, when it comes to assassination and sneak attacks, our great Sakura Empire is the ancestor. Ichiro Tanaka suddenly stood up, like a hyena who smelled blood, diving into the dense bushes. Chapter 39, Apply for World Heritage. The wind by the quiet river carried a trace of blood, blowing through Lin Xinga's slightly disheveled hair. Although the purple flame thunder lion was dead and the lower-level beasts around were frightened away by its terrifying aftermath, Lin Xinga did not relax her vigilance. In this wild land, arrogance is a quicker cause of death than poison. This place is not safe for long. Lin Xinga whispered to herself, quickly collecting her spoils and carefully hiding the precious notebook. Then, she took out a palm-sized, mottled bronze compass from her chest. This was something she had found in a tree hollow in the misty forest, one of the little trinkets left by Su Chen. The previous compass needle had spun wildly like a drunken man, completely unable to distinguish east from west. But now, as the aura of the high-level beasts dissipated, the red needle suddenly stopped, steadily pointing to the southwest. There, a shadow of rolling mountains lay, looking deep and mysterious.
Southwest. Lin Xing's lips slightly curled into a helpless arc.
On Blue Star, although it was deep into the night, the heat in the live broadcast room was rising with every passing wave. Dragon Country viewers were immersed in the joy of becoming the #1 fan, and the bullet screen was filled with a lively atmosphere. However, just then, a strange wind, unknown where it came from, suddenly swept through the entire live stream room. In the once orderly Dragon Country bullet screen, a batch of strange comments suddenly appeared, and all the IP addresses were clearly from Pickled Cabbage Country.
Axie. Did you see the way Lin Xing just drew the knife?
That wrist twist angle is clearly a secret technique of our great Pickled Cabbage Country Taekwondo.
Exactly. That unique breathing rhythm is definitely from our Taekwondo. This is plagiarism. Naked plagiarism. And that's Su Chen.
You should check the ancient records. The surname Su, 3,000 years ago, was a branch of our royal family's bloodline. What he left behind is a cultural heritage of our Pickled Cabbage Country. This sudden turn of events completely stunned the Dragon Country viewers. It was like eating a delicious hot pot, and suddenly someone threw a fly into the pot, disgusting yet funny. Before the Dragon Country netizens could react, the group from Pickled Cabbage Country took it further, directly tossing out so-called ironclad evidence. Pictures, with PS traces so heavy that even a street vendor graphic designer wouldn't make such mistakes, were posted. The most absurd one was an old family tree.
Su Chen's name was written clearly on it, but the handwriting was crooked and it was in simplified Chinese. Laughing my ass off. Simplified Chinese from 3,000 years ago. Couldn't you even try to fake it properly? Was there even simplified Chinese back then? Is this the gold content of the origin country of the universe? Everything can be applied for world heritage? But these people clearly had no shame, and they immediately threw out another photo. It was a photo of a plastic surgery celebrity from Pickled Cabbage Country, with the caption, "This is Lin Xing before her surgery. She is a runaway Chable heiress. We are applying for international arbitration. Take her back to our homeland." Such an absurd statement instantly ignited the fury of Dragon Kingdom's netizens, but more than that, it was met with an expression of pity as if they were looking at fools. Is this the evidence you speak of? This actress's chin is so sharp it could stab someone to death. You say this is Sister Lin? I think you've gone blind. You see our Dragon Kingdom taking first place, and now you're jealous, right? Sister Lin is the daughter of a tycoon? Then what am I? Am I the tycoon's father? A war of words instantly broke out. Netizens from Dragon Kingdom were seasoned keyboard warriors, and when faced with such absurdity, they launched a devastating counterattack. Various memes and jokes flew across the internet, completely mocking the bullet comments from the Kimchi Nation. However, what was truly shocking was that this shamelessness wasn't just a grassroots behavior, but one that came from the top. Special Management Bureau, Director's Office. Assistant Wang had a constipated expression on his face as he carefully held a document that had just been faxed over, walking cautiously to Zhang Dingbang's desk. Director, Assistant Wang hesitated, as if he found the document in his hand too hot to touch. Spit it out, don't waste time. Zhang Dingbang was focused on a map of the Barbarian realm, planning the next strategic move without even looking up. Is it the Lighthouse Nation making a move again? No, it's not the Lighthouse Nation, it's the Kimchi Nation. Assistant Wang awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth, handing the document over. This is an urgent diplomatic note just sent by the Kimchi Nation's ambassador to China. They demand that we immediately hand over all the cultural heritage left by Su Chen within the restricted area and claim that they want to share strategies with us. They also attached a thick stack of what they call bloodline proofs and historical documents. Zhang Dingbang's hand froze. He slowly raised his head, and a brief flicker of disbelief passed through his eagle-like eyes. What did you say? Share strategies? Zhang Dingbang seemed to have heard the greatest joke of the century, reaching out to take the envelope. He merely glanced at the large Kimchi Nation emblem on the cover, and his brows immediately furrowed in disgust, as though he had seen a piece of gum stuck to the sole of his shoe. That disgust was completely unmasked. SSSSS. Without even breaking the seal, Zhang Dingbang casually shoved the thick document into the shredder by his feet. With the roaring noise of the machine, the carefully crafted diplomatic note from the Kimchi Nation was instantly shredded into countless strips of paper. Director? That was a diplomatic document. Assistant Wang jumped in shock. Diplomatic document? Zhang Dingbang sneered, dusting off his hands, his tone full of the unique confidence and domineering presence of a high-ranking official from a great power. Tell the people at the Foreign Affairs Department, don't send me this kind of toilet paper-level joke again. I'm very busy, I don't have time to play pretend with a bunch of clowns. After speaking, he turned his attention back to the large screen, casually adding. Also, reply to them. Ask if the two Kimchi Nation athletes still eating dirt and barely surviving on dewdrops in the restricted area want to apply for Dragon Kingdom nationality? If they do, tell them to get in line. Our Dragon Kingdom has strict standards, we don't accept garbage. Yes.
Assistant Wang felt his blood boil, his back straightened instantly as he turned and left in large strides. This conversation was not deliberately hidden, and soon, through some channel, it spread online.
Toilet paper level joke. We don't accept garbage.
These phrases instantly surged to the top of trending topics. Kimchi Nation's netizens, upon seeing this response, were furious to the point of steaming from all 7 orifices, pounding their keyboards in a frenzy, shouting that they would make Dragon Kingdom pay the price, and show Dragon Kingdom the strength of Great Kimchi Nation.
Show strength? Fine, let's see strength. Dragon Kingdom's netizens immediately fired back with a screenshot of the leaderboard. First place, Dragon Kingdom, 1140 points. 18th place, Kimchi Nation, 5 points. That's right, only 5 points. Because Kimchi Nation's remaining 2 contestants.
Even the bigger, normal creatures were unwilling to try, let alone the beasts.
At this moment, the 2 of them had hidden away, not daring to even stick their heads out. Is this your strength? Can you just get lost with negative points? Hilarious, you're about to starve to death, yet still have the time to cause trouble? If I were you, I would have found a piece of tofu to smash my head against and die already, still out here embarrassing yourself. Faced with this blatant data crushing, the public opinion of the Kimchi country collapsed instantly. That sense of helpless defeat made them unable to send out a single bullet screen, only able to exit the livestream in shame. This farce came quickly and went just as quickly. Not only did it fail to shake the morale of the Dragon Kingdom, but it actually boosted the national cohesion, turning into a joke shared over tea and meals. Chapter 40, Are you here for a vacation? Meanwhile, in the Wild Realm, Lin Chinga was completely unaware of everything that was happening outside. She had been following the compass's guidance, rushing for a full 2 hours. As she went deeper, the surrounding environment began to change drastically. The originally twisted, grotesque dead trees gradually disappeared, replaced by lush broadleaf forests. The suffocating sense of oppression in the air also vanished, replaced by a fresh spiritual energy that made her pores expand. Lin Chinga pushed through the last thick bush, and the scene before her suddenly opened up. This is... Even with her cold personality, she couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. What came into view was a valley surrounded by mountains. In the center of the valley, nestled a lake, green like jade. The surface of the lake was as calm as a mirror, reflecting the stars above, with the occasional gentle breeze causing ripples. There were no brutal beast roars, no rotten corpse smells. Only the clear sound of insects chirping and a faint floral scent in the air. This was truly a paradise in hell, a secluded garden in the wilderness. And by the lakeside, stood a solitary, quaint little wooden house. The house looked a little old, but it was still sturdy. It was surrounded by a fence, with a few unknown spiritual herbs planted around, emitting a soft glow. Lin Chinga gripped the dagger in her hand, lightened her steps, and slowly approached the wooden house. Though the place seemed peaceful, Su Chen had mentioned in his notes, the more beautiful the place, the more dangerous it often is. She reached the door of the house and gently pushed it. Creak! The door opened with a sound, unlatched. Inside, there was no dust as she expected, instead, everything was quite clean. Lin Chinga warily scanned the surroundings. The furnishings inside were extremely simple. A wooden bed, a table, and a chair. There were no legendary weapons or piles of treasure and secret manuals. On the table, only a seemingly ordinary bamboo fishing rod lay quietly. And on the wall above the fishing rod hung a wooden plaque. Lin Chinga's heart stirred. The things left by Senior Su Chen must have deep meaning. Could this fishing rod be some kind of rare treasure? Was there some supreme secret on this plaque? Billions of global viewers' hearts also raced with excitement, all holding their breath, waiting for the next cheat Su Chen had left behind. Lin Chinga quickly approached and leaned in close to the plaque. By the moonlight, she clearly saw the writing on it. It was still that familiar, wild and bold cursive, exuding a sense of unrestrained freedom. Top secret treasure, Calm Heart Lake. Reading this, Lin Chinga's eyes flashed with a trace of joy. However, as she continued to read, her expression gradually became strange. This lake is 1,000 feet deep, full of spiritual energy, and is a natural treasure trove. The fish under the water have tender meat and low intelligence, making them easy to catch. Note, too much killing, too much resentment. Come here to fish during leisure time, cultivate your mind and body. It's an enjoyable way to pass the time. Su Chen, who hasn't been on an air mission for 3 months. Lin Chinga couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Her senior, Su Chen, really had such a colorful life in the wildlands. A place that billions of people across the globe see as hell, yet to him, it was just a fishing spot troubled by overly enthusiastic fish?
The previously tense and solemn atmosphere collapsed in an instant. Lin Xinga placed the wooden plaque down and looked at the fishing rod on the table, which had no spiritual energy fluctuations, and its hook even worn straight. A flash of helplessness passed through her eyes, but more than that, there was an indescribable sense of warmth. It seems, this place really is safe. Lin Xinga gently caressed the bamboo rod, her tense nerves from the whole day finally relaxing completely. Since her senior could comfortably spend 3 months here, it meant that this was definitely the safest sanctuary within a 100-mile radius.
At that moment. Splash! The calm lake surface suddenly erupted in a burst of water. Several plump, golden-hued fish leapt out of the water, as if they had agreed on it. They traced graceful parabolic arcs in the air, their scales reflecting dazzling, multicolored halos in the sunlight. The most absurd part was that the largest fish, as it fell back into the water, actually blew a massive bubble toward the little wooden house, and with a loud smack, its tail hit the water, making a crisp sound. She extended her hand and picked up the seemingly ordinary bamboo fishing rod from the table. It felt warm and smooth like jade, clearly made from excellent material, even if it was just a fishing rod. Such a waste. Lin Xinga sighed.
If this material were used to make a weapon, it would definitely be much stronger than the one she was currently equipped with. But instead, her senior had used it to make a fishing rod.
She picked up the rod and stepped outside, walking onto the wooden boardwalk that extended out from the lake.
There was no ready-made bait here. But that was not a challenge for Lin Xinga. She walked to the wetland by the lake, flipped her dagger lightly, and dug up a few fat red earthworms. Since her senior had said fishing was good here, the bait didn't need to be too particular. She attached the bait and cast the line. Her movements were smooth as flowing water, though not professional, there was an air of ease and nonchalance.
There was no killing intent, nor any sense of urgency. Lin Xinga sat on the edge of the boardwalk, feeling rare relaxation and comfort.
A gentle breeze blew, lifting her long hair. The sunlight was just right, and the breeze was mild. This wasn't a life-and-death survival situation in a country's restricted zone at all. This was clearly a vacation at a 5A-level scenic spot.
Chapter 41, Senior, you call this enthusiasm? Meanwhile, the director mischievously split the screen into several small windows, showing the current situation of other countries' contestants. Lighthouse Nation's livestream. Johnson, who was hailed as the strongest lone soldier, was now hiding behind a pile of rubble. Having lost most of his supplies in a previous battle, he was desperately chewing on a cactus-like plant due to thirst and hunger. The plant was covered in fine thorns, and with each bite, Johnson's mouth was pierced, blood dripping from the corners of his lips. Fuck. This damn place.
Johnson spat out blood-tinged plant debris while cursing with red eyes. Water.
I need water. Damn Dragon Country people, they must be cheating. His mouth full of blood blisters, his face twisted, looking like a wild man who ate raw meat and blood. Sakura Country's live stream. Once arrogantly boastful, Ichiro Tanaka was now in a much worse state.
To avoid a swarm of deadly poisonous bees the size of wash basins, he had to jump into a smelly, rotten swamp. At this moment, he was completely covered in black, foul-smelling mud, with only his nostrils exposed to breathe, too afraid to even move. The eyes visible outside were filled with despair and fear, with not even a trace of the former Special Forces soldiers' pride left. And the camera returned to Dragon Country. Lin Xinga sat amidst the beautiful lake and mountains, humming an unknown tune, holding a fishing rod in her hand, leisurely fishing.
The strong visual shock, the difference in treatment as vast as a chasm, left the global audience in silence. Is this the same game? Johnson's eating thorns, Tianzhong's eating mud, Sister Lin is fishing? A kill to the heart. This is practically a public execution. I suspect Longhua paid for VIP, but I have no proof.
As the bullet comments flooded the screen crazily. Lin Xinga had just sat down, not even a minute passed, her bottom hadn't even warmed up. The bobber, originally still on the water's surface, without any probing, directly had a violent big black float.
It's here. Lin Xinga's beautiful eyes brightened, reacting quickly.
She didn't use brute force but with a quick flick of her wrist, using the flexibility of the fishing rod, instantly hooked the fish.
Splash! The water exploded.
A large fish weighing at least 10 pounds was forcefully pulled out of the water. This fish was covered in golden scales, shining brilliantly under the sunlight. What was even more magical was that through its translucent body, one could vaguely see its bones, as crystal clear as white jade.
Ding!
Congratulations to Longway contestant Lin Xinga for successfully catching a second-tier rare ingredient, golden scale spirit bonefish.
Resource description: this fish's meat is extremely delicious.
After consumption, it can greatly nourish the bones, increasing bone density.
The system's prompt echoed across the globe.
Upon hearing this prompt, the Longwa viewers, who were only watching the excitement just moments ago, instantly gasped in shock.
Increased bone density? Does that mean we won't be afraid of fractures anymore?
This is not a fish, this is clearly a moving treasure from heaven and earth.
And this fish is so easy to catch? I saw Sister Lin sit down for less than a minute.
Lin Xinga held the fish line with one hand, bringing the shimmering golden fish close to the camera, even adjusting the angle to ensure both the wooden house and sign were in the shot.
She looked at the camera, as if speaking to the man in the void, lightly shaking the large fish in her hand, playfully saying, "Senior, you weren't lying to me, this fish is really enthusiastic, and this flavor looks promising." At this moment, the originally cold and frosty Valkyrie showed a playful side like that of a girl next door. Of course, amidst the celebration, there were also many fishermen crying out in envy and jealousy. "This is insane. I spent a whole day at a black hole and caught nothing, Sister Lin just sat down and she caught one? This resource point is too rich. I want to go to the wildlands to fish too. To the one upstairs, I only have one question for you, are you really going?"
Amidst the laughter, Lin Xinga had already started to skillfully process the golden scale spirit bonefish.
She didn't use the regular grill.
Instead, from the corner of the wooden house, she found a dusty grill, seemingly meant for grilling fish. This was also left by Su Chen, but it looked like it hadn't been used for a while.
Sizzle.
The prepared fish meat was placed on the grill, and the smokeless spiritual charcoal beneath emitted a faint red glow. As the temperature rose, the golden scales of the fish curled up, the fish skin turned crispy and golden brown, and an indescribable rich fragrance instantly exploded. It was not just the fish's smell, but a fresh spiritual aura, as if it could awaken a deep craving for evolution within human genes. Under the high-definition camera, the fish meat sizzled with oil, golden and tempting. Lin Xinga took out the wild mountain peppers and purple perilla leaves she had collected in the forest earlier from her backpack, casually sprinkling them on the fish. The red and green color combination, along with the rising steam, was like a violent strike from a late-night diner.
Guliolu.
In front of the screen, countless viewers who were eating instant noodles or gnawing on steamed buns couldn't help but swallow. And the most miserable were those who had just been watching their own contestants eat bugs.
Foreign viewers who feel mentally balanced by eating dirt.
Especially the netizens from the pickled cabbage country. Their contestant had just eaten a brightly colored beetle out of hunger, but now they were lying on the ground, vomiting in diarrhea, with a face as pale as paper. Turning to look at the Dragon Country live stream room, Lin Xinga was elegantly tearing off a piece of snow-white fish and putting it into her mouth, her face showing a look of ecstasy.
Ah, hell. This isn't fair. Why can she eat grilled fish? And it's a spirit fish with extra attributes? That's a pill furnace. It's a magical artifact. She actually used it to grill fish? This is a desecration of a treasure. Why? Mama, I want to eat fish, I don't want to watch Appa eat bugs anymore. Report. We must report this.
The Dragon Country contestant is doing a food livestream in the restricted area, seriously affecting the mindset of other contestants.
In response to these uselessly furious comments, the Dragon Country viewers didn't even feel the urge to argue back, just silently spamming the screen with delicious.
Lin Xinga savored the fish carefully. The deliciousness exploded on her tongue, turning into a warm current that instantly flowed through her limbs. She could clearly feel that her bones seemed to be gently warming, a tingling sensation spreading, as if undergoing some deep-level enhancement. This is the effect of the second-tier spirit fish. A spark of brilliance flashed in Lin Xinga's eyes. If she could regularly consume this kind of spirit fish, her physical condition would definitely improve by another level. Just as she was about to feast and enjoy this rare lunch, suddenly, the fishing rod originally placed at the edge of the boardwalk suddenly sank downward. This time, the noise was more than 10 times bigger than before. The specially made bamboo rod was bent into a full moon shape in an instant, creaking loudly as it strained. If it hadn't been wedged in the rock crevice, the rod and even the person would have been dragged into the water. Lin Xinga's eyes narrowed, and she quickly set the grilled fish down. Her figure flickered, and she grabbed the end of the fishing rod. A huge force came from the rod, pulling her forward, making her slide half a meter along the boardwalk. Boom! The calm surface of the lake suddenly boiled. A huge black shadow slowly surfaced from the deep water. The shadow was as large as a car, barely visible under the water, with two lantern-like scarlet eyes glaring at Lin Xinga on the shore through the water. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire small wooden house. The laughter in the live stream room stopped abruptly. What the hell is that? What a huge fish! Is that a whale? Something's wrong. The aura, it looks far from ordinary. I knew it. How could a place left behind by Lord Su be so simple? This is bad, Sister Lin seems to have caught something unbelievable. Lin Xinga gripped the fishing rod tightly, the veins on her arms bulging, but there was no fear in her eyes, only burning fighting spirit. She glanced at the wooden sign beside her, where Su Chen had left a note, "The fish are too enthusiastic, annoying." It wasn't until this moment that she truly understood the meaning behind that phrase.
Senior, you call this enthusiasm?
Lin Xinga gritted her teeth, her feet rooting down on the boardwalk as she locked in a struggle with the giant creature beneath the water.
Since it's here, don't even think about leaving. Chapter 42, The Terrifying Beast? V-Room. The specially made purple bamboo fishing rod bent into a shocking curve under the enormous pull, letting out a mournful screech as it neared its breaking point. It wasn't just a battle of strength, it felt like a mountain was rampaging at the bottom of the water. Lin Xinga's feet dug into the boardwalk, and the soles of her shoes emitted a faint wisp of smoke due to the intense friction. But even so, her body was still uncontrollably sliding towards the lake's surface. Half a meter, 1 meter. In the face of that violent and unreasonable force, the strength of the human body seemed so insignificant. This is definitely not a fish. Lin Xinga's pupils suddenly contracted, a fine layer of cold sweat immediately appearing on her forehead. As the top warrior of the Dragon Kingdom, she had an incredibly precise judgment of power. This thing in the water was no comparison to the second-tier spirit fish from earlier. This force was heavy, vast, carrying an aura that seemed to come from ancient wilderness. If the standoff continued, even with endless pulling, she would be dragged into this bottomless lake. And in the water, that would be the enemy's home ground, certain death. Let go. In a life-or-death moment, Lin Xinga showed an astonishing decisiveness. She had no desire to cling to the precious fishing rod and suddenly let go with both hands. Bang! The fishing rod, now free from its pull, instantly shot out, like an arrow from a bow, diving into the water. In that split second of letting go, Lin Xinga used the recoil to sharply lean back, completing a difficult mid-air flip. At the same time, her right hand shot towards her waist like lightning, and the dagger instantly came out of its sheath. No matter if you're a god or a ghost, come out. Lin Xinga's gaze was as sharp as a knife. In that moment of losing balance, she twisted all the strength in her muscles into a single coil and hurled the dagger with all her might towards the huge shadow on the lake surface. This strike gathered all her spirit and energy, the dagger slicing through the air, emitting a sharp sonic boom. However, the next scene caused the whole world to fall into despair. Boom! The calm lake surface seemed to have been detonated by an underwater bomb. Countless tons of water surged into the sky, falling like a torrential rain. Amidst the towering waves, a giant beast, as massive as a heavy truck, slowly emerged from the water, carrying a suffocating oppressive feeling. It bore a huge, dark green turtle shell on its back, with ancient and obscure natural patterns etched across it, as though carrying a heavy history. Its limbs were as thick as pillars holding up the sky, each stroke of its limbs creating massive whirlpools. Ding! The ally dagger, sharp enough to cut through gold and jade, hit the giant turtle's back shell with pinpoint accuracy. But it only hit. With a crisp, almost laughable collision sound, the dagger scraped a series of dazzling sparks across the turtle's shell. Then, like a toothpick hitting diamond, it was helplessly bounced off, flying in an arc before splashing into the water with a plop. On the indestructible turtle shell, only a nearly invisible white mark remained. Silence. The entire world seemed to have hit the pause button in that moment. Immediately after, a blood-red system warning frame, accompanied by a harsh alarm, forcefully popped up in every viewer's retina. Target determination, Xuanjia Spirit Turtle. Level, 4-star. 4-star. These two words were like two mountains, crashing heavily onto everyone's hearts. It was important to note that, currently, players from all countries were still struggling with how to deal with first-tier monsters, and even someone like Johnson from Lighthouse Country, with his exoskeleton, could only flee when facing a third-tier monster. It's over. In the Dragon Kingdom's Special Administration Hall, a data analysis expert's face turned ashen, and the pen in his hand dropped to the floor with a clink. The dagger couldn't even break the skin. Lin Xinga is now unarmed, this is a dead end. Even Zhang Dingbang, usually calm and collected, clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, his eyes filled with bloodshot anger. The distance was too close. At this range, facing a 4-star monster, even a god would find it hard to save her. And just as the Dragon Kingdom's audience's hearts stopped, sinking into panic, foreign viewers, especially from Kimchi country, immediately erupted into wild celebration. The earlier scene of Lin Xinga eating grilled fish, which had almost driven them crazy, now felt like an outlet for their frustration. Malicious comments flooded in like a torrent. Ha! Ha 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 ha! This is karma. This is the consequence of doing eating shows in the sacred forbidden zone. 4th-tier beast. Even daggers can't break its defense. Let's see how you die. Wasn't the guide left by Su Chen supposed to be a strategy? Why does it feel like a death trap? The strategy that people from the Dragon Country are so proud of turns out to be a death sentence. Hand over the guide to us, the Kimchi country will take care of it, maybe we can help your soul find peace. The screen is filled with gloating curses and the triumphant laughter of small-minded people. In the image, Lin Xinga quickly rolls backward after landing, creating some distance.
She crouches at the end of the plank road, her muscles tense to the limit, cold rainwater mixed with sweat dripping down her delicate jawline. She has no weapon. The only way out is an open field, but she can't outrun a beast of this size. Jumping into the water would be a suicide mission. A dead end. A true dead end. Linchinga stares fiercely at the enormous black-shelled spirit turtle, her brain working frantically, calculating even the slightest chance of survival. Is this the test left by my predecessor? Linchinga grits her teeth, her eyes not showing fear, only a determined resolve to go all in. However, 1 second passed. 10 seconds passed. The expected world-shattering attack did not come. The black-shelled spirit turtle, which could easily crush an entire wooden house, simply floats quietly on the water. It does not open its massive mouth to roar, nor does it unleash its terrifying water-based abilities. Instead, its giant, scaly head tilts slightly, and those pea-sized eyes show a strangely human-like confusion. It looks at the fishing hook stuck in the gap of its shell, looking somewhat comical. Then it looks at Linchinga on the shore, standing like an enemy, full of murderous intent. Its gaze seems to say, "Ha? What happened? Where's that two-legged creature that usually feeds me?" That strange gaze lasts for a full half-minute. The air, which had been tense and suffocating with a terrifying atmosphere, became awkwardly subtle due to the turtle's head tilt. Linchinga, with her nerves stretched to the breaking point, keenly catches this unusual difference. It doesn't have murderous intent? Linchinga furrows her brows, still in a defensive posture, but a sudden flash of insight crosses her mind. With her predecessor's personality, if there was truly a man-eating fourth-tier beast hiding in this lake, how could he still have the leisure to fish here? For this turtle to have survived until now, there are only two possibilities. Either it's strong enough that even Senior Su Chen can't kill it. Or in the eyes of the predecessor, it's not even a threat at all. Clearly, the former is highly unlikely. That means... Linchinga takes a deep breath. At this moment, when the entire global audience is on edge, she makes an incredibly bold move. She doesn't continue to retreat, but instead slowly and gently reaches into her chest. What is she doing? Has she lost her mind? Why not run, and now she's reaching for something. Does she have some kind of secret card? Under the gaze of billions of eyes, Linchinga pulls out a yellowed, thread-bound book. It is the Wilderness Cooking Guide left by Su Chen. Linchinga, while keeping a cautious eye on the giant black-shelled spirit turtle, flips through the pages of the book quickly with one hand. The sound of the pages flipping echoes sharply in the silence by the lakeside. Since it's a living creature, there should be something recorded in the predecessor's recipe. Her fingers move rapidly over the pages. Page 30. No. Page 35. No. Found it. When she reaches page 36, Linchinga's fingers suddenly stop. The illustration on that page is a simple sketch with a soulful style. Although the lines are rough, the giant turtle shell and silly head clearly depict the very fourth-tier beast in front of her. Linking quickly scanned the text below. Ingredient name, Xuanjia spirit turtle, 4th rank. Seeing the two words 4th rank, Linking's heart couldn't help but shrink. As expected, it's 4th rank. But the next content immediately made her expression freeze, then turned incredibly exciting. Personality evaluation, looks intimidating, but actually a fool. Gentle by nature, IQ questionable, will wag its tail when given food, more like a dog than a turtle. Eating evaluation, terrible. Very terrible. The meat is as tough as chewing 1,000-year-old bark, so hard it will break your teeth. The most outrageous part is the soup, which has a strong earthy smell, like boiling your grandmother's footbath water. Apart from the hard turtle shell, which can barely be used as a shield or pot lid, this thing is useless. Suggestion, release it back as soon as you catch it, don't waste the seasoning. Su Chen's note. Linking. Dragon Kingdom viewers. The viewers from Kimchi Country, who were wildly shouting. Originally, this was a 4th-ranked disaster-level magical beast that could cause global panic, but under Su Chen's pen, it turned into a trash ingredient that smells like footbath water and wastes seasoning? This stark contrast was like an invisible heavy hammer, smashing hard into everyone's forehead, frying their CPUs. Put. No one knew who sent the spraying emoji in the barrage first, but soon after, the mood in the Dragon Kingdom's live chat changed drastically. Ha ha ha. What the hell, footbath water? Su Chen, you really know how to describe it. I'm dying of laughter. I was so scared I had to take heart pills, and then Su Chen says this thing is like a dog? 4th rank magical beast, don't I have any face? Can you not make me sound so worthless? The one from Kimchi Country, who said they were going to exorcise it? Come out and walk a bit? This is your Grim Reaper in your eyes, but in Su Chen's eyes, it's just a waste of seasoning. Linking stood on the swaying wooden walkway, her gaze shifting back and forth between the Wild World Flavor Cooking Guide in her hands and the massive beast before her. The line that described the soup as grandmother's footbath water was like some kind of magic spell, instantly shattering the tense, deadly atmosphere that had frozen the scene. Her body, which had been as tense as a bowstring, slowly loosened up. The killing intent that suffocated global viewers also vanished without a trace in that moment.
Since my senior said so.
Lincoln closed the notebook, let out a deep breath, and tentatively lowered her hands, completely relaxing her defensive posture.
Taking a gamble.
She was betting that every word left by Senior Su Chen was the truth. And just as she withdrew her killing intent, a strange scene occurred. The Xuanjia spirit turtle, which had been floating on the water surface, exuding terrifying pressure, suddenly had its confusion fade from its tiny, green bean-sized eyes, replaced by an excitement-filled glow.
Splash!
Its thick, steel whip-like tail slapped the water, sending waves several meters high, just like a large dog wagging its tail madly when it sees its owner returning home. Before Lincoln could react, the massive creature suddenly lowered its head, and with an agility that defied physical logic, it dove straight into the deep, bottomless lake. The motion was so swift that a huge whirlpool formed instantly. In the live chat, the viewers from Kimchi Country, who had just been mocking Su Chen's notes as absurd, now seemed to have grasped a lifeline, frantically spamming the screen.
Ha 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 ha. It's diving. Is it going for an underwater sneak attack?
The dignity of a fourth-rank magical beast cannot be trampled.
Foolish Dragon Kingdom woman, how dare she relax her guard? Bite her. Drag her down from the water and tear her apart. This is the result of blindly trusting a guide.
What we saw before was the calm before the storm, now is the true hunting time.
However, the frenzy of these people didn't even last 3 seconds. The water surface broke again.
The giant head of the Xuanjia spirit turtle emerged from the water. It did not open its massive, blood-filled mouth as the audience from the pickled country had expected, nor did it unleash any world-shattering water magic. Instead, it awkwardly swam to the edge of the dock, trying to move as carefully as possible, fearing it might damage the fragile wooden boards.
And in its hard, iron-like beak, it was carefully holding something.
It was the tactical dagger that Lin Xinga had thrown in desperation earlier.
Plop. The giant turtle tilted its head slightly, gently placing the dagger at Lin Xinga's feet.
To show goodwill, it even sprayed 2 jets of water from its nostrils to wash away the mud on the dagger, making it completely clean. Having done all this, the fourth-tier magical beast raised its head, blinking its small green eyes, looking at Lin Xinga with an expectant expression.
Its face clearly said, "Did I do it right? Praise me. Praise me." The winds softly blew.
The entire world fell silent. Lin Xinga looked at the dagger gleaming at her feet, then at the enormous head that almost occupied half of her field of vision, her usual cold expression completely breaking, and her lips twitched uncontrollably.
This was no 4th-tier disaster-level magical beast.
This was clearly a golden retriever wearing heavy armor, its size enlarged hundreds of times.
So?
Lin Xinga said, half laughing and half crying, as she picked up the dagger, "You weren't going to attack me, you just wanted to help me get my thing back?"
Eh.
The Xuanjia spirit turtle made a deep, joyful sound, nodding its giant head up and down, even trying to nuzzle Lin Xinga's leg. However, it clearly had no sense of its own size, and with one nudge, it nearly collapsed the dock.
Chapter 44, The Turtle is Mine After Eating. Lin Xinga quickly took a half step back to steady herself.
She suddenly remembered that there were some red berries she had picked at the edge of the forest in her backpack.
These berries didn't have any special effects, but they were juicy and had a sweet-sour taste. Here you go.
Lin Xinga pulled out a handful of bright red berries from her bag, and without any caution, she directly extended her hand toward the giant turtle's mouth.
This scene made the Dragon Country audience gasp in fear. That was a 4th-tier magical beast. One bite, and not just her hand, half her body could be gone.
But the next moment, something incredibly heartwarming happened.
The Xuanjia spirit turtle's small eyes suddenly lit up.
It didn't rudely devour the berries, instead, it extended a long, spiny but surprisingly gentle crimson tongue, carefully rolling the berries from Lin Xinga's palm.
Chomp chomp.
With a chewing sound, the sweet and sour juice burst in its mouth. The Xuanjia spirit turtle squinted its eyes in happiness, making a purring sound, similar to a cat needing milk. Although it couldn't speak, in this moment, as a high-tier being with some intelligence, its inner thoughts were extraordinarily rich.
Wow! This 2-legged beast is simply an angel. So gentle. So nice. Nothing like the big demon that used to live here.
In the depths of its memory, there was a period of painful blood and tears. That man, named Su Chen, was the nightmare of its turtle life. Every time that human went fishing, if it dared to stick its head out, even just to take a breath of fresh air, it would receive a heavy kick.
Get far away.
How dare you scare my fish with that ugly face? If you show your head again, I'll rip off your shell and use it as a pot lid to cook soup.
Go away, go away. Just seeing you annoys me.
The man's presence was so terrifying it made its soul tremble. Every time, it could only helplessly shrink in the mud at the bottom of the lake, too afraid to even take a breath. Once, when it was starving, it tried to steal the bait from the man's fishing hook. But the man yanked it up with force, holding a terrifyingly large knife, and made several attempts to carve into its shell. Finally, with disgust, he spat. That was the greatest insult it had ever faced in its turtle life. But today was different. This new two-legged beast lady not only didn't beat or scold it, but she even gave it these sweet little fruits to eat. She would even gently pat its head. The Xuanjia spirit turtle was so moved it nearly cried. It had made up its mind. To hell with the big bad boss Su Chen. From now on, it would be the most loyal licking turtle to this lady. If anyone dared to hurt this lady, it would crush them with its hundreds of tons of flesh. Aang! Aang! The giant turtle once again brought its big head to Lin Xing's hand, this time controlling its strength, gently rubbing against her palm in a flattering manner, with eyes full of deep flattery. This extreme contrast in cuteness, captured by the high-definition livestream, spread to every corner of the world. The Dragon Kingdom's livestream room, after a brief moment of silence, exploded. The bullet comments erupted like a volcano, instantly flooding the entire screen. Ha 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 ha. I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts from laughing. This is too cute, right? What the hell, a tier 4 magical beast. This is simply a giant silly turtle. Su Chen wasn't lying to me. This thing really just needs some food and will wag its tail. It's more like a dog than a turtle. So it survived because the meat was too bad, too tough to eat? Guess it's a blessing in disguise. I'm dying from laughter. Did you see its eyes? That's the look of someone who found a lifelong free meal ticket. Sister Lin is awesome. While others are being chased by first-tier beasts, Sister Lin is directly taming a fourth-tier beast as a pet? Is there no justice left in the world? Meanwhile, the livestream room of Kimchi Country was filled with an atmosphere of utter devastation. The barrage of comments that had been shouting about biting and tearing her apart vanished without a trace, as if the giant turtle had swallowed them whole. What replaced them were screens filled with impotent fury and existential doubt. Aish. This is impossible. This absolutely can't be true. That's a magical beast. A man-eating monster. How could it eat vegetables? How could it behave like a dog and flatter humans? I don't believe it. This must be an illusion. How could this happen? Our contestants would walk around a rabbit, and she can raise a fourth-tier beast as a pet? Looking at the hysterical reaction of the Kimchi Country audience, the Dragon Kingdom netizens didn't even feel like arguing back. Because the thrill of this dimensionality-reducing blow made them too lazy to argue with these circus clowns. Stop yelling, save your energy, your contestant is about to starve to death. This is the law of karmic balance. Our Su Chen didn't kill the turtle, but left behind a guide. This is like the trees planted by previous generations that later generations enjoy, understand? Is it really that hard to admit someone else is excellent? Oh, sorry, I forgot, it's probably hard for you. On the screen. Lin Xingda looked at the giant turtle that was stuck by her feet and couldn't be driven away, even turning over to let her scratch its back, and sighed helplessly. She reached out and patted its shell, which was as hard as a dark blue rock. The touch was cold and heavy, covered in traces of time. Since the senior didn't like you because you taste bad, I'm not in the mood to chew on tree bark either. Lin Xingda simply sat down by the plank road, continuing to feed it berries, while talking to it as if chatting with an old friend. Although your strength is a bit exaggerated, this shell of yours is pretty sturdy. From now on, you'll follow me. Aang. The Xuanjia spirit turtle seemed to understand this sentence, letting out an excited long howl, and its giant body happily spun around in the water. Lin Xingda's gaze fell on the fishing hook that was still stuck in the gap of its shell. The special fish line had already snapped during the earlier struggle, leaving only a solitary hook hanging from the turtle's shell, swaying with its movements. She didn't reach out to take it. For this massive creature the size of a truck, this tiny hook was like a unique earring, not only harmless but adding a punkish flair. Looks pretty good, let it stay as a memento. Lin Xingda's lips curled into a faint smile. She pulled out the half of the roasted golden scaled spirit bonefish remaining in her backpack, tore off a large piece, and threw it into the giant turtle's mouth. Eat it, and you'll be mine, oh no, my turtle. The giant turtle swallowed the fish meat, infused with spiritual energy, and was so happy it almost rolled its eyes in bliss. This scene of harmony between man and giant beast, coupled with the poetic, picturesque lake and mountain scenery around them, looked like a page out of a fairy tale illustration. But for the other contestants still struggling on the edge of life and death, this image was far crueler than hell itself. Chapter 45, Is this the joy of using the fox to scare the tiger? At the edge of the misty forest, the rotting leaves emitted a nauseating moldy smell. Ichiro Tanaka stopped, his bloodshot eyes fixed firmly on the black device in his hand, barely the size of a palm. On the device's screen, a glaring red dot was blinking constantly, only 2 kilometers away. This was the National Luck Tracker. To exchange for this divine item that could lock onto other countries' contestants, the Sakura Kingdom's high officials made a crazy decision. They sacrificed the nation's already scarce freshwater reserves. At this very moment, in the real world of Sakura Kingdom,
The once bustling capital streets were now desolate.
vending machines were shattered, and the shelves of bottled water in convenience stores were completely empty. Just a few minutes ago, when the National Luck System's resource deduction prompt sounded, countless families heard their faucets crackling dry, and the last drop of water failed to come out.
Water. Why is there no water? That was the life-saving water for the children. What is the government doing? Desperate wails echoed throughout the city's skies.
However, the Prime Minister of Sakura Kingdom was on an emergency live broadcast, waving his fists, his face twisted in rage, shouting, "Baka!
Shut up! This is for the future of the empire. This is the final holy war. As long as Ichiro can kill the Dragon Country contestant, as long as we can seize their resources, what is this little sacrifice?
Your thirst is the fuel for the empire's glory."
It is an honor.
Such almost brainwashing, insane rhetoric, combined with media already under control, actually suppressed part of the rebellion. Countless citizens of Sakura Kingdom, although parched and burning with thirst, still stared at the screen, their eyes gleaming with desperate fervor.
Kill. Kill the Dragon Country people. Take their water. Meanwhile, in the Wild Realm,
Ichiro Tanaka seemed to sense the madness of the citizens. He stuck out his tongue, greedily licking the screen of the expensive device in his hand, a cruel, wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips.
Did you hear that? It is the call of the empire.
He glanced at the leaderboard.
Dragon Country, 1,200 points, currently ranked first.
This glaring score was like a burning red iron needle, piercing deeply into his heart, making him seethe with jealousy.
1,200 points. Heh, how is that possible?
Ichiro Tanaka sneered contemptuously, his eyes cold and sinister. They must have used some forbidden technique that drains life force. No one can gain points without injury in such a hellish place. The Dragon Country contestants are definitely on their last legs. They must be hiding in some corner, trembling in fear, waiting for death.
And I.
Ichiro Tanaka slowly drew a short knife from his waist, the blade flashing a cold gleam in the dim forest. I am the Grim Reaper here to harvest your lives. His figure was short, and he resembled a rat that had lived its whole life in the gutter, swiftly sneaking toward Jingshin Lake, taking cover behind the bushes. To him, this was a guaranteed hunt. Take advantage of your illness, take your life. This was the only truth he had learned in the Special Forces. By Jingshin Lake. The sun was just right, and the breeze was gentle. It was completely different from what Ichiro Tanaka had imagined, a scene of trembling and fear, on the brink of death. Lin Shinga stood on the wooden boardwalk, one hand on her forehead, helplessly watching the scene before her.
Boom!
A huge sound, dust flying everywhere. The massive Xuanjia spirit turtle, in an attempt to show its loyalty and affection to its new master, was trying to roll around on the grass by the shore like a little dog at home. But clearly, it had no awareness of its own size. The hundreds of tons of its body flipped over, instantly destroying the once beautiful lakeside flowerbed. The blooming wildflowers were crushed into mud, several massive ornamental stones were directly turned to powder, and the ground was even smashed into a half-meter deep pit.
On! On!
The Xuanjia spirit turtle lay on its back, struggling to twist its neck, its little green bean eyes filled with the desire to please.
Master, look! I can roll on my back. Praise me for being cute.
Lin Shinga's mouth twitched slightly, looking at the messy scene of the crime, feeling a throbbing pain in her temples.
Stop! Don't roll anymore.
Lin Shinga helplessly shouted, if you keep rolling, you're going to fill up the lake. Hearing the command, the Xuanjia spirit turtle froze, immediately rolling over obediently, lying on the ground motionless, but its tail still swung behind it, causing the surrounding reeds to be flattened by the gusts of wind. Lin Shinga sighed, about to walk over to comfort the giant creature.
But suddenly, she noticed an extremely bizarre phenomenon.
This fourth-tier magical beast had just rampaged by the lake, breaking dozens of large trees and crushing countless rocks, acting like a biological bulldozer out of control.
Its destructive power was astonishing, showing no restraint. But
within a 3-meter radius of that dilapidated little wooden house, it didn't dare to extend even a single toe inside. When it flipped over earlier, its thick tail, like a steel whip, was about to sweep across the corner of the wooden house's fence due to inertia.
At that very moment,
the Xuanjia spirit turtle, which had been grinning foolishly, let out a terrified scream as if it had been electrocuted.
Key!
Its tail made a 90-degree emergency break in the air, performing a move that completely defied the laws of physics, and jerked back. Immediately, this fourth-tier ruler acted like a child who had done something wrong, clutching its own massive head with its front paws, shrinking into its shell, trembling in place. Those small eyes exposed outside were filled with a deep, bone-chilling fear. It was afraid.
It wasn't afraid of Lin Chinga. It was afraid of that empty wooden house. Lin Chinga walked up to the wooden house, bent down, and picked up the bamboo fishing rod that had fallen because of the giant turtle's movements, gently brushing off the dust. Looking at the giant turtle's nervous and fearful expression, Lin Chinga suddenly realized the meaning behind the words left by Su Chen in that cookbook. But Lin Chinga couldn't help but laugh. This wasn't her personal charm conquering the magical beast. It was clear that this turtle had been traumatized by Senior Su Chen. One could even say it wasn't just psychological trauma, it had formed a muscle memory. Even though Su Chen had already left, the aura he left behind, the house he had lived in, for the Xuanjia spirit turtle, was still an untouchable forbidden zone. Senior. Lin Chinga looked at the ordinary fishing rod in her hand. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. What did you do to this poor turtle back then? What kind of grudge, what kind of fierce beating, could make a fourth-tier magical beast so terrified? It was able to turn a fierce fourth-tier beast, one that should have been dominating its territory, into a frightened dog guarding the house, too scared to even destroy the place. That Senior, Su Chen, whom I've never met, must be 100 times more terrifying than I imagined. Alright, stop shaking, the house is fine. Lin Chinga walked over with the fishing rod, tossing the last piece of grilled spirit fish meat in her hand towards it. Ah! Smelling the fragrance, the Xuanjia spirit turtle cautiously poked its head out, confirming that the house wasn't coming alive to strike it again. Only then did it swallow the fish meat in one bite, returning to its previous timid, tail-wagging, pleading appearance. This scene made the Dragon Kingdom audience, who had been on edge, burst into uncontrollable laughter. The live stream was filled with a joyful atmosphere. The case is solved. It's bloodline suppression. Su Chen, although I am not in the Jianghu is full of my legends. You dare touch my house? I'm dying laughing. This turtle is too well behaved, it knows that Su Chen's illegal building, and if it destroys it, it's going to be in big trouble. Sister Lin, is this the happiness of bluffing with someone else's power? Love it, love it. This is not a fourth-tier magical beast, this is clearly the gatekeeper left behind by Su Chen. Just as the Dragon Kingdom audience basked in the light-hearted atmosphere, the camera quietly shifted. Chapter 46, You'd better have some background too. 200 meters away from Jingxin Lake, behind a dense thicket. A pair of venomous eyes were staring through a sniper scope, locking onto the graceful figure on the boardwalk. Tianzhou Michiro finally reached the edge of the valley. Due to the angle and obstructions in his line of sight, he did not notice the Xuanjia spirit turtle, which lay low in the grass like a rock in the depression. His eyes were solely fixed on the Dragon Kingdom woman, who had her back turned to him. At this moment, Lin Chinga was facing away from him, holding a bamboo stick in her hand, seemingly teasing some small creature in the grass. Sunlight poured down on her, her long hair smooth and shiny, and her combat suit neat and clean, not a speck of dirt even on her shoes. Seeing this scene, Tianzhou Nichiro's heart skipped a beat, and his hand, holding the short knife, tightened instinctively. This doesn't seem right. According to his assumptions, after a day and night of hunting, Dragon Kingdom's competitors should be covered in injuries, ragged clothes, and pale, weak from exhaustion. How could she be so clean? How could she be so at ease? A feeling of unease spread within his heart, but it was soon engulfed by stronger feelings of jealousy and greed. It's fake, it must be fake. Tianzhou Nichiro gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, as he desperately self-hypnotized in his mind. This must be a disguise. A smokescreen. She must have drained her stamina to maintain this appearance, trying to scare off potential enemies. Yes. It must be. She must be extremely weak already, she doesn't even have the strength to turn around. This state of riding a tiger made Tianzhou Nichiro completely lose his ability to make rational judgments. He refused to admit that his earlier judgment, that he was taking advantage of her weakness, was wrong, and he refused to admit that Dragon Kingdom's competitors were truly stronger than him. For the sake of Sakura country's national fortune, for that so-called holy war, and for his pitiful pride, he can only go down this path to the end. Dragon Kingdom woman, no matter what you're pretending, in the face of absolute assassination skills, it's all futile. Tianzhou Nichiro took a deep breath, drawing out a special toxin injector from his waist. As long as it hit, it would instantly release a smoke infused with paralyzing toxin, his ultimate life-saving tool. As long as I block your movements, no matter how strong you are, you'll only be at my mercy. The crazed light of a gambler flashed in Tianzhou Nichiro's eyes. Ichiro Tanaka held his breath, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the scope. His finger gripped the trigger of the specially designed poison needle launcher, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. This was his only chance. Die, as long as you die, all the resources, all the glory, will belong to the great Sakura Empire. He screamed wildly in his mind, the image of Lin Chinga collapsing from poisoning and struggling in pain already flashing in his head. The thrill of about to torture a strong opponent twisted his face, painted with thick makeup, into something like a demonic ghoul. 200 meters away. Wind speed level 3. Perfect.
Goodbye, Dragon Country Woman. Ichiro Tanaka's lips curled into a cruel, sinister smile, his index finger slowly pressing down.
However, at that critical moment, the view through the scope was suddenly obstructed. What had originally appeared to be a large, dark blue rock suddenly moved without warning. What is that?
Ichiro Tanaka furrowed his brows, instinctively attempting to adjust his angle.
But in the next second, the movement of that thing grew larger.
With a deep rumbling sound, the rock slowly unfolded, revealing an enormous head, covered in hard scales, rising high with a suffocating sense of pressure. The sunlight was blocked. A huge shadow instantly enveloped the entire plank road, and along with it, covered Ichiro Tanaka in the distant bushes. Ichiro Tanaka's finger froze on the trigger, the vicious smile that had once been filled with murderous intent now frozen on his face, making him look ridiculous and laughable. Through the high-powered scope, he could even clearly see the texture of each scale on the creature's neck, and its ancient, weathered feel that seemed to have endured the passage of eons. This is... Before his brain could process the scene in front of him, the cold, merciless mechanical warning tone rang out, like a death knell from hell, blasting in his ears, and in the ears of all the viewers around the world.
Warning! High-energy biological reaction detected. Target determined, Schwanjia Spirit Turtle. Biological level, Tier 4. Tier 4.
These two words struck like two heavy hammers, shattering Ichiro Tanaka's ambitions and fantasies completely.
Clang!
The poison needle launcher in his hand slipped and fell onto a stone by his feet, making a crisp sound. Ichiro Tanaka trembled violently, his teeth chattering, making a clicking sound. His pupils shrank to the size of a needlepoint, an instinctive physiological reaction of the human body when facing an overwhelmingly terrifying existence.
What the hell is going on?
He had previously encountered a first-tier iron-armored porcupine, emptied all his bullets, and couldn't even scratch its skin, barely escaping with his life due to luck.
And now, standing in front of the Dragon Country Woman is a Tier 4? Run fast.
Ichiro Tanaka's brain screamed orders to escape, but his legs felt like they were filled with lead, and even the inside of his thighs began to seep a warm liquid.
At that moment, the Schwanjia Spirit Turtle, enjoying being fed by Linshinga on the plank road, comfortably preparing to take a nap, suddenly opened its eyes.
Its once narrow, green bean-shaped eyes, full of flattery and clumsiness, instantly underwent a dramatic change.
Clumsiness? Cuteness? Gentleness? All of it vanished.
In its place was the savagery, coldness, and bloodthirstiness of a top predator at the top of the food chain. It was like a golden retriever that was just cuddling up to its owner, suddenly tearing off its disguise and transforming into a Tyrannosaurus Rex from the Jurassic period.
Chapter 47, You're provoking its turtle nature.
The temperature of the surrounding air seemed to drop by several degrees in that instant. As a Tier 4 magical beast that had lived for who knows how many years, the Schwanjia Spirit Turtle was extremely sensitive to murderous intent. It had just acknowledged this bipedal beast lady as its master. Just moments ago, I had just eaten the most delicious meal in centuries, and I felt like I was finally getting my permanent position. But now, right under its eyelids, there's a daring bug, not knowing its place, releasing murderous intent toward its longtime food source? This is a direct challenge to its turtle pride. It's even smashing its rice bowl. Roar! A deep, thunderous roar, as if a thunderclap exploded underground, instantly echoed throughout the entire valley. In this roar, mixed with the terrifying pressure unique to a fourth-tier magical beast, a visible shockwave of sound energy radiated outward from the center of the Schwanjia Spirit Turtle. The calm surface of the lake immediately erupted with water walls soaring tens of meters high, ancient trees around were shaken and leaves scattered, countless birds fell in terror. And the first to bear the brunt, Tanaka Ichiro, was struck as if by a thunderbolt. Puff! He felt like his chest had been brutally hit by a high-speed train, and a mouthful of blood gushed out. His eardrums screamed in pain, and his vision darkened. In that instant, he felt like his very soul was about to be shattered by the roar. The giant turtle slowly turned its head. Its enormous, lantern-like eyes, over a distance of 200 meters, locked onto Tanaka Ichiro, who was hiding in the bushes. What kind of gaze was that? Cold, mocking, cruel. It was like a god from on high, looking down at a humble ant. Although no words were exchanged, Tanaka Ichiro, as well as all the viewers around the world watching the live broadcast, understood the meaning behind those eyes at that moment. Which sewer wasn't properly sealed, and let this filth crawl out? Dare to disturb me while I'm eating? Do you want to die? In the Sakura Country live stream room, there was a deathly silence. Just a moment ago, those Sakura Country citizens, who were wildly sending barrage messages shouting for Tian Julong Country and cheering for Tanaka-kun's long life, now had faces as pale as death, as if an invisible hand had tightly gripped their throats. Despair. Cold, bone-chilling despair. F4th tier. The Prime Minister of Sakura Country fell into his chair, his eyes vacant as he stared at the big screen, his lips trembling. It's all over, what kind of hell-level joke is this?
We spent all the national luck just to send Tanaka-kun to be fed to a turtle?
Meanwhile, in the Dragon Country live stream room, after a brief moment of pause, the barrage exploded with unprecedented joy.
Ha 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 ha. Damn.
What a plot twist.
That roar was so satisfying to hear. Tanaka Ichiro, I came to assassinate. Xuanjia Spirit Turtle, you came for extra food? Did you see that look? That's the look of a guardian protecting its food. That's the rage of protecting a long-term food ticket. Who said this turtle looks like a dog? This is clearly Godzilla, okay? The aura, I'm weak in the knees even through the screen.
Tanaka-san, the cherry blossoms from your homeland have bloomed, too bad you won't see it. Next life, be careful, don't mess with the Dragon Country people, especially those who keep pets.
On screen.
Tanaka Ichiro, locked in that terrifying gaze, completely collapsed mentally. What samurai spirit, what imperial glory, none of that mattered in front of the bloodthirsty mouth of a fourth-tier magical beast.
Ahawk.
He let out a scream that didn't even sound human, abandoning his weapon and crawling frantically out of the bushes. In his extreme fear, his legs couldn't even support him to run properly. He could only crawl like a wild dog with a broken spine, using both his hands and feet to scramble along the ground. His pants were already soaked, his face drenched in tears and snot.
Don't eat me. Don't eat me. Mommy. I want to go home.
He screamed while frantically running deeper into the forest, looking nothing like the Special Forces soldier he once was.
On the boardwalk,
the Xuanjia Spirit Turtle watched Tanaka Ichiro's desperate fleeing figure, snorting two disdainful white jets from its nostrils. Its front claws slightly raised, and if it wanted, it could casually throw a water-based spell at him.
That bug would turn into a puddle of flesh.
But just as it was about to move and clean up the garbage, its huge body suddenly froze. It cautiously turned its head, glanced at the small wooden house behind it, then looked again at Linchinga, who had turned around, slightly puzzled. A flash of deep wariness appeared in its scarlet eyes.
No. I can't kill here.
It clearly remembered that when the great demon king Su Chen lived here, the thing he hated most was the smell of blood. What if I scare off the ticket to my meal that I just barely managed to sneak in? What if I dirty the clean path?
Will that human stop feeding me fish?
The mind of the Xuanjia Spirit Turtle, not particularly advanced, worked at a rapid pace.
Finally, it made an extremely human-like decision.
It slowly retracted its claws, retracting the earth-shattering killing intent. In its eyes, which had been fixed on the back of Tian Zhongyi, a trace of cunning and cruelty flashed.
Run, little bug. I'll let you run for a while.
Once my master has rested, once I'm done eating fish, I'll pull you out and slowly play with you to death.
It had already left a unique scent mark on Tian Zhongyi.
In its territory, prey marked by a fourth-tier magical beast had only one way to go: death.
Ha! What's going on? At that moment, Linchinga happened to turn around.
She had been organizing her backpack when she heard a loud bang behind her, shaking the boards beneath her feet. When she looked back, all she saw was the calm lake surface rippling. In the distance, at the edge of the forest, there seemed to be a figure fleetingly passing by, but it was too fast, and with the trees in the way, she couldn't see clearly who it was. And the Xuanjia Spirit Turtle, at that moment, was obediently lying in place. Its eyes, which had just been full of murderous intent, were now squinted into a slit, and when it saw Linchinga looking over, it immediately pushed its big head over and made a soft ong. It even exaggeratedly scratched its belly with its claws, giving a look as if saying, "I don't know anything, I'm just an innocent baby." Linchinga looked suspiciously around, then glanced at the giant turtle, which wore a completely innocent expression.
"Did that sound just now come from you?" Linchinga asked. "Ong."
The giant turtle nodded, then pointed at its own belly with its claws, making a face as if it was burping after eating too much.
Linchinga.
Although it seemed a bit absurd, seeing the turtle's silly expression, she didn't think much of it. After all, according to the notes of the seniors, this creature's intelligence was not high.
"Alright, stop making noise, it's so annoying." Linchinga slapped its head irritably. "You scared me just now, I thought there was an enemy attack."
The Xuanjia Spirit Turtle immediately nodded its head like a garlic peeler, but in its heart, it was sneering.
"Enemy attack? That bug can be called an enemy? That's my after-meal dessert. Forget it, I'm tired too."
Linchinga stretched and didn't bother to investigate the fleeting sound in the distance. Since she now had such a powerful bodyguard, she could finally rest at ease. She turned and walked toward the mysterious little wooden house, leaving a cool silhouette for the entire world. "This turtle will watch the house for you. If anything goes missing, ask it."
Upon hearing these words, the Xuanjia Spirit Turtle, lying on the plank road, suddenly shook.
It quickly raised its head and looked toward the direction where Tian Zhongyi had fled.
The mockery in its eyes became even more intense. "Watch the house? Got it."
The master's meaning is, thoroughly clean up those dirty things.
just as Lin Chinga closed the wooden house door.
The enormous creature silently slid into the water, leaving only a slowly expanding whirlpool on the surface of the lake. A hunting game belonging to a fourth-tier magical beast had officially begun. And at this moment, Tian Zhengyi, who was fleeing like a lost dog in the forest, he thought, with that damn luck, he had once again escaped death.
Little did he know. Death itself had already marked him. Chapter 48, Sanctions from a Great Power.
The scene shifts back to the depths of the dense forest. It was already a full 5 kilometers away from Tranquil Lake. Beside a stinking, rotten pit of humus, a hurried, wheezing breath, accompanied by a noise like a windbox, shattered the silence of death. Huff, huff, ha! Ichiro Tanaka, like a wild dog with its spine broken, lay limp in the foul mud, without any dignity. His expensive special operations suit was now torn by thorns, and the once immaculate tactical camouflage on his face had been washed away by mud and cold sweat, revealing a pale, paper-like complexion. What drew the most attention was the crotch of his combat pants. Even in the night vision mode of a high-definition camera, the dark stain remained glaringly obvious, winding down from his thigh, mixing with the surrounding mud and water. That was the trace of incontinence. It was the undeniable proof of being so terrified by a roar from a fourth-tier magical beast that he wet himself. Ichiro Tanaka's hands gripped the rotten mud tightly, his nails filled with black dirt, his body still uncontrollably convulsing.
It didn't chase me.
He nervously glanced back at the dark jungle behind him. After confirming that the monstrous creature, like a mountain, had not appeared, his tightly wound nerves finally snapped.
Baka, baka.
Ichiro Tanaka slammed the ground, letting out a hysterical low growl.
Shame surged up like a tide, drowning him. He was the ace of the Sakura Empire, a soldier king, a hero carrying the weight of the nation's fate. But just now, he had been scared out of his wits by a turtle, losing control, dropping his gun, and even wetting himself just from its glare and roar. This isn't running, this isn't running.
Ichiro Tanaka's gaze grew vacant as he muttered nervously, trying to preserve the last shred of his pitiful dignity.
This is a strategic retreat.
Yes, strategic retreat. That was a fourth-tier magical beast.
To face it head-on would have been foolish.
I was just saving my strength to find a better assassination opportunity.
Dragon countrywoman, just wait, I will remember this debt.
As soon as you leave the turtle's protection, I will tear you apart. However, this act of feigned bravado, in the eyes of viewers around the world, was like a child still sucking on a pacifier, throwing a tantrum. It was utterly ridiculous.
In the Sakura Empire's livestream. Although Ichiro Tanaka looked utterly miserable on screen, those brainwashed viewers from Sakura Empire now displayed an astonishing spirit of victory.
The barrage of comments flooded the screen like rabid dogs, attempting to cover up his embarrassing stain.
Tanaka-kun is right. This is a strategic retreat. Who would want to foolishly march to their death?
That was a fourth-tier magical beast.
Who could withstand that?
The fact that Tanaka-kun escaped from its jaws proves his strength. The dragon people are so despicable.
They actually rely on that beast to show off. If it weren't for the turtle, Tanaka-kun would have already decapitated that woman.
Exactly.
The dragon woman was just lucky. Tanaka-kun didn't lose.
Such shameless remarks left the dragon viewers in the Sakura Empire's livestream stunned.
Soon after, the dragon viewers started laughing.
Since you want to bring your face over for a slap, don't blame us for hitting hard. There was no need for official guidance, as hundreds of millions of dragon viewers immediately started mocking, their battle power off the charts.
Laughing to death. What strategic retreat? I think the Sakura Empire's strategic retreat must involve wetting your pants first to reduce weight, huh? Thanks to nature's gift.
Thanks to Tanaka-kun for performing the temptation of wetting pants for us.
This is the so-called soldier king you all praise to the sky?
He runs pretty fast, but this sphincter isn't quite up to the task. At Sakura Country citizens, stop washing it, the smell is too strong, I can smell the urine stench from Tanaka-kun's pants through the screen. Even a few Dragon Country tech experts, with lightning-fast hands, edited the image of Tanaka Ichiro rolling, crawling, and crying into a Kuso video in less than 10 minutes.
With cheerful music, it instantly went viral across the internet.
But this was just a celebration online. The real fatal blow came from the real world. Dragon Country, capital city, Special Operations Bureau's highest combat meeting room. Zhang Dingbang stared at the cruel look in Tanaka Ichiro's eyes in his attempt to ambush on the big screen. A cold murderous intent flashed across his resolute face.
You want to kill us? Zhang Dingbang sneered, then forcefully crushed his cigarette but in the ashtray. Do you really think Dragon Country is made of clay?
Since you want to play dirty, I'll play along till the end. He suddenly stood up, waved his hand, and gave orders to the secretary behind him.
Send the orders down. Immediately issue the first sanction order. 3 minutes later.
The official foreign affairs and business departments of Dragon Country jointly issued a short yet shocking announcement that would shake the entire world. Notice on the suspension of exporting core water purification filters and related technologies to Sakura country.
The announcement only had one short line.
Due to recent international political changes and technical security concerns, effective immediately, Dragon Country will indefinitely suspend the export of core components for desalination plants and related maintenance technologies to Sakura country. Few words, but a huge matter. As soon as this announcement was made, the world was in an uproar. You must know, in this era of resource depletion, Sakura country, as an island nation surrounded by the sea, although rich in seawater resources, lacks fresh water severely. 90% of their drinking and industrial water depends on desalination plants. And the core filter technology of these plants has been completely monopolized by Dragon Country for 5 years. This ban was like directly cutting off Sakura Country's jugular vein.
Sakura Country, Prime Minister's residence. Baka. Baka. Baka Yoru.
The Prime Minister of Sakura Country, looking at the report in his hands, angrily swept all the documents off his desk, roaring like a madman.
How dare Dragon Country? How dare they do this?
The stock of filters only lasts for 3 days. After 3 days, if there are no new components to replace, all the desalination plants nationwide will shut down. By then, not only industrial water, but the citizens won't even have drinking water. At this moment, the Prime Minister no longer had the same fierce attitude he had when shouting about holy wars on live broadcasts. Cold sweat soaked through his expensive hand-tailored shirt, and trembling, he grabbed the red hotline on the desk, which was the emergency line directly to the Lighthouse Country's embassy in Sakura Country. That was his last lifeline. The phone was answered. The Prime Minister couldn't care about any diplomatic etiquette, his voice trembling, he begged in a near-crying tone.
Papa? No, Ambassador. Please, you must help us. Dragon Country is going to cut off our roots. They've cut off the desalination technology. Please, Lighthouse Country, support us. We'll pay any price. However, the other end of the phone didn't offer the comfort he was hoping for. Only a chilling silence echoed. After a moment, the cold, arrogant, and somewhat impatient voice of the Lighthouse Country's liaison officer came through. Support? That's your own problem. To contain Dragon Country? Is this how you call it containing? Sending a useless person to die not only failed to hurt a Dragon Country player but also gave them an excuse to impose sanctions? The ambassador says, the Lighthouse Country doesn't support useless people. Since Tanaka Ichiro is so useless, you better figure out the drinking water problem on your own. Beep. Beep. Beep.
The phone was ruthlessly hung up. Listening to the busy signal in the receiver, the Prime Minister of Sakura Country was struck like a bolt of lightning, his phone slipping to the floor. The whole person slumped in the chair, eyes filled with despair.
Abandoned. Like a dog that's thrown away after use. Chapter 49, Ichiro Tanaka in danger. Meanwhile, the country of Sakura was in complete chaos. The announcement from the Dragon Kingdom was like a nuclear bomb, instantly igniting panic among the people.
In major supermarkets and convenience stores, the last bit of bottled water was sold out in 5 minutes. To fight for a bottle of mineral water, even the normally polite people of Sakura Country tore their faces off, fighting fiercely, even using knives. On the streets and alleys, desperate protest crowds began to gather.
We want water. Damn government. Why provoke the Dragon Kingdom? Tanaka has ruined the country.
That useless fool has killed us. In the live broadcast, the barrage that had been defending Ichiro Tanaka just a second ago suddenly disappeared. What replaced it was a screen full of curses and regrets. When the survival crisis truly hit, so-called imperial glory was worth less than a sip of water.
In the wilds, by the calm Heart Lake.
The winds, the big country struggles, and even the riots in Sakura Country were all unknown to Lin Shinga, who was in the forbidden area. She only felt that the wind today was light, and the sunlight was warm.
Phew.
Lin Shinga put her backpack on the table and sat down beside the hardboard bed.
The unprecedented sense of security made her eyelids feel heavy.
This was not only because of the special nature of this room, but also because she knew that outside the door, a level 4 magical beast was guarding. Although Su Chen's notes had degraded that turtle to nothing, Lin Shinga was very clear that this was just Su Chen's standard.
For the current contestants, that Xuanjia spirit turtle was the very symbol of invincibility. Since there's a free bodyguard, I might as well take a little nap.
Lin Shinga mumbled, not taking off her shoes, and lay on the wooden bed directly, still in her clothes. Almost the moment her head touched the pillow, she fell into a deep sleep. Her breathing became long and steady, her expression peaceful. This was the most restful sleep she'd had since entering the wilds. However, just when Lin Shinga's breathing became steady, on the wooden path outside the cabin, the Xuanjia spirit turtle, which had been lying on the ground with its limbs spread out in an I'm also taking a nap pose, suddenly opened its small, green bee-like eyes wide.
At this moment, the silly and adorable look in its eyes completely disappeared. What replaced it was a chilling cold gleam, and the cunning and cruelty of a top predator. It tilted its head slightly, listening to the steady breathing sound inside the cabin, and its mouth unexpectedly curled upward in an extremely human-like way, revealing a row of sharp, serrated teeth. The master is asleep. Now it's time for this turtle to shine. As a turtle with ideals and ambitions, and one that didn't want to be stewed in soup, it was very clear about its role. Just being cute and begging for food wasn't enough. If it wanted to cling tightly to this long-term source of food, it had to show its worth. For example, cleaning up the trash. Splash! With a light sound, the huge Xuanjia spirit turtle seemed to melt, silently sliding into the lake. It didn't create any waves, and even the large whirlpool it caused was easily smoothed out. It was like a fully silent nuclear submarine, leaving a dark afterimage underwater, swiftly heading toward the direction where Ichiro Tanaka was fleeing. In the grass by the shore, a few flying birds seemed to sense something, flapping their wings in terror and soaring into the sky. The winds suddenly turned cold. The viewers in the live broadcast room, who had been watching Lin Xinga sleep and were about to go to the bathroom or grab a drink, were suddenly startled and had goosebumps at this moment. Damn! What's that turtle going to do? Sister Lin just fell asleep, and it slipped away? Is it skipping work? No. Look at its eyes. That's definitely going to kill someone. Ichiro Tanaka is in danger. This isn't skipping work, this is clearly taking advantage of the boss's nap to go and work overtime to hit the target. After entering the water, the eyes of the Xuanjia spirit turtle instantly turned cold. It slightly twitched its wrinkled nose. In the water and air, that nauseating, extremely fearful stench of urine, like a lighthouse in the night, was crystal clear. That was the smell left by Ichiro Tanaka. For the keen sense of smell of a fourth-tier magical beast, this was the most precise GPS navigation. That filthy thing is still near the master's territory. If it isn't cleaned up, what if it sneaks up again to attack? If the master wakes up, he will definitely blame me for not guarding properly. Not only will I not get any fish, I might even get beaten. The Xuanjia spirit turtle's thought process was exceptionally simple and brutal. In its mind, Lin Xinga was the heir to that terrifying great demon king, and even more so, its lifelong ticket to food and its life-saving gold card. Anyone who dares to touch its ticket to food is threatening its life. A huge black shadow, like a ghost submarine in the deep sea, swiftly swam towards the depths of the forest, following the underground dark river and the intricate water system at an astonishing speed that defied biological mechanics. 5 kilometers away from Jingxin Lake. This was a relatively open stream area, surrounded by ferns that grew up to half a person's height. At this moment, Ichiro Tanaka was crouching by the stream, looking extremely embarrassed. He had already taken off his expensive special operations uniform, leaving only a pair of pants covered in mud and some indescribable liquid. Baka! Baka! Ichiro Tanaka was furiously scrubbing the foul-smelling pants in the stream, grinding his teeth and cursing as if the pants were Lin Xinga's face. Damn dragon countrywoman! Damn turtle! Wait for me! I, Ichiro Tanaka, will remember this debt. The stream was icy cold, but the fire of his anger was burning fiercely inside him. That humiliation of peeing his pants in front of the whole world had completely twisted his mental defenses. He had to regain his dignity. He had to prove that he was not a coward. Chapter 50, Slap It to Death. Ichiro Tanaka's bloodshot eyes gleamed with a vengeful light. So what if it's a fourth-tier magical beast? As long as it's a living creature, it can be poisoned. When the time comes, I'll turn that turtle into a specimen, and that woman. He had already started imagining 1,000 ways to torture Lin Xinga, in order to soothe his broken pride. A few minutes later, Ichiro Tanaka finally managed to clean the pants to a satisfactory level. Shivering, he put on the damp pants, the cold sensation making him involuntarily shudder. He needed to restore his image. Citizens of the Sakura Empire, please rest assured. Ichiro Tanaka tidied up his messy hair, trying hard to make his voice sound calm and powerful. What happened earlier was just an accident. It was a necessary tactical disguise in special operations, meant to deceive the enemy. That Xuanjia spirit turtle, though strong, based on my observation, such a large creature must be slow-moving and heavily dependent on deep water environments. At this point, Ichiro Tanaka showed a mysterious confidence on his face, pointing to the dense primitive forest behind him. I have already moved to a safe area. This place is 5 kilometers away from Jingxin Lake, and the terrain is complex. That clumsy turtle will never be able to catch up. I am safe now. Next, it is my hunting time. I will prove with facts who the real ruler of this forbidden zone is. He spoke with such conviction, as if the person who had been crying and crawling just moments ago wasn't him at all. And in the Sakura Empire live stream room, although most people were cursing, a small group of die-hard fans began spamming the screen. That's right. Tanaka-kun will not lose. As long as he leaves the water, that turtle is just a living target. Tanaka-kun, keep going. You must kill that dragon countrywoman and wash away the shame. Looking at the few drifting words of support on the bullet screen, the corner of Tanaka Ichiro's mouth just curled up into a proud arc. However, in the very next second, a sudden mutation happened. The small stream that had been gently flowing at his feet suddenly stopped flowing without any sign. It was as if someone had cut off the upstream in an instant. The water level dropped fast, revealing a riverbed full of mud and pebbles. Tanaka Ichiro's brows tightened, and he instinctively wanted to lower his head to check. But before he could make a move, a kind of unspeakable oppression instantly covered his whole body. The world around him, at this very moment, became silent like death. The noisy sound of cicadas disappeared. The birds that had been jumping in the forest seemed to be frozen, shrinking on the branches in fear without moving at all. Even the wind seemed to have stopped flowing. A terrifying aura from the ancient wilderness pressed on the top of his head like an invisible huge mountain without any warning. What is going on? Tanaka Ichiro felt that his throat was tightly choked by an invisible big hand, and even breathing became difficult. The viewers in the live broadcast room widened their eyes in horror even more. With a teeth-aching roar, the sunlight was completely covered. A large and huge shadow, like the end of the world coming, completely swallowed the tiny Tanaka Ichiro. Tanaka Ichiro stiffly turned his neck. That mechanical movement even made people doubt whether his neck bone would break directly. What came into his eyes was a giant chest armor covered with moss, rocks, and ancient vines. The hiding skill he was proud of, the so-called safe distance, in front of this huge monster, were like a clown's clumsy trick. He slowly raised his head. His sight stretched upward along that mountain-like body, until his neck felt sore, until it reached a 90-degree angle. Finally, high in the sky dozens of meters above the ground, he saw an incomparably huge head. That head was lowered, and those scarlet giant eyes were looking down at him from above. That kind of look. It was full of confusion, full of contempt, and even more full of disgust, as if looking at a lump of non-recyclable trash. That's it? Just such a weak little bug, and it dared to release killing intent toward Master just now? I thought there was some heaven-reaching ability, but in the end it's just this? The black armor spirit turtle tilted that huge head, and a wave of burning air sprayed out from its nostrils. This wave of air was like a strong wind passing through, directly blowing Tanaka Ichiro's carefully arranged messy hair backward, and his whole body was blown left and right, falling on his but onto the riverbed full of rotten mud. An extreme height difference. A desperate body size difference. At this moment, whatever special forces dignity, whatever empire glory, in front of absolute power, all turned into bubbles. Ah. Tanaka Ichiro opened his mouth wide, squeezing out a few broken syllables from his throat. He wanted to beg for mercy. He wanted to say I was wrong. He wanted to hand over all his equipment to exchange for one life. But the black armor spirit turtle obviously had no interest in listening to last words. To it, this bug was too noisy, and the smell on its body was too bad. Finish dealing with it early, go back to lie down early. So, it slowly raised that right front paw like a sky-supporting pillar. On that giant paw, the sharp nails were like upside-down long spears, shining with cold and grim light. There was no fancy skill pre-move. There was no earth-shaking energy wave either. It was just so simple, rough, direct. Slap down. Whoosh. The wind pressure brought by the falling giant paw had already pressed Tanaka Ichiro tightly onto the ground. He couldn't move. He watched helplessly as the darkness drew closer, the shadow of death reflected in his eyes. No. This was the last word left by Ichiro Tanaka in this world. Boom. A deafening explosion sounded, instantly spreading across 10 miles. Centered around Ichiro Tanaka, the ground within a 10-meter radius caved in, sending countless dirt, rubble, and trees flying in all directions with the shockwave. Dust and smoke rose, blocking out the sky. The live broadcast camera shook violently at that moment, followed by the system automatically placing a thick mosaic over that area to protect the viewer's mental and physical health. Although the scene was unclear, everyone could imagine what might happen to the fragile human body under such terrifying power. That wasn't a battle. It was a one-sided, dimension-reducing crushing. Like an adult casually swatting a fly buzzing around his ear. The aesthetics of violence. The ultimate aesthetics of violence. A few seconds later, the smoke slowly dissipated. Chapter 51, Evil Gets Its Retribution in the Cherry Blossom Country. The black shell spirit turtle slowly raised its paw. It didn't even glance at the 2-meter deep crater, but rather, disdainfully rubbed its palm on the nearby grass, as if it had gotten something dirty on it. So dirty. Next time, it's better to just wash it off, crushing it is too easy for it to stick to my hand. The black shell spirit turtle shook its paw and then turned, moving with the heavy steps that seemed to have walked through eternity, slowly crawling towards the direction of Comb Heart Lake. Hidden merit and name. Meanwhile,
The Cherry Blossom Country's livestream went completely black. The barrage that was crazily scrolling across the screen vanished in an instant, replaced by a line of blood-red, deathly aura-filled system notifications that exploded in the vision of viewers worldwide.
announcement.
Ichiro Tanaka, the contestant from Cherry Blossom Country, has lost all vital signs, confirmed dead.
National punishment arrives.
Punishment 1, the lifespan of all citizens of Cherry Blossom Country is reduced by 2 years. Punishment 2, a random resource point within Cherry Blossom Country will be completely depleted.
This line of text felt like the death sentence from the Grim Reaper.
In the real world, Cherry Blossom Country.
Desperate wails erupted instantly.
On the streets of Tokyo, countless pedestrians suddenly felt a sharp pain in their bodies. Their once black hair turned gray at a visible speed, and the wrinkles on their faces deepened instantly. Those already frail and elderly collapsed to the ground, lifeless in that moment.
2 years of lifespan.
For the younger people, it might just feel like weakness in their bodies, but for the already aging society of Cherry Blossom Country, this was the last straw that broke the camel's back.
And it wasn't over yet. An even more terrifying event occurred.
A major food production base in Cherry Blossom Country.
Suddenly, something inexplicable happened, and in just 10 minutes, not a trace of land could be seen.
What replaced it was dry, barren sand. The food that was supposed to supply the people of Cherry Blossom Country was completely depleted in an instant, turning into a wasteland.
Ah! My body! It's over!
The great Cherry Blossom Empire is finished. The whole of Cherry Blossom Country plunged into a hellish chaos.
In stark contrast, the livestream of Dragon Country was filled with a festive atmosphere, like celebrating the new year.
Looking at the Red Death announcement, the viewers from Dragon Country felt all 36,000 pores on their bodies relax.
Good death! Time to pop the champagne. This isn't cruelty, this is cleaning up the trash. Thanks to Grandpa Turtle for the rocket. Grandpa Turtle is mighty. Who said Ichiro Tanaka was a soldier king earlier? Come out and take a walk? Oh, right, he might already be fused with the earth now, can't walk anymore.
I'm dying of laughter. That turtle even disdainfully wiped its hands.
What an insult!
Meanwhile, by the calm lake, a gentle breeze was blowing. The originally peaceful and serene afternoon was suddenly shattered by a sharp and cold mechanical announcement sound.
Announcement. The Sakura Kingdom contestant, Ichiro Tanaka, confirmed dead. Announcement. The Sakura Kingdom contestant, Ichiro Tanaka, confirmed dead.
This voice echoed not only in the global live broadcast but also directly reverberated in the ears of every contestant in the Savage Realm, carrying a chilling and murderous aura. The wooden door of the cabin creaked open. Linshinga, rubbing her sleepy eyes, one hand still combing her somewhat messy long hair, her face bearing a clear sense of low pressure. At this moment, she was completely unaware of the storm this announcement had caused in the outside world. For her, this nap was so sweet, but she was woken up by some news about Tanaka dying, which felt like being disturbed by the sound of a neighbor's drill while trying to sleep in on a weekend, so irritating.
As for Ichiro Tanaka dying? So what?
As a Dragon Kingdom person, she didn't even light a firecracker to celebrate. That's just because the Savage Realm is in poor conditions. Linshinga walked to the plank path, stretched a big lazy stretch, and her graceful curves were fully revealed under the sunlight.
At this moment, a huge ripple appeared on the lake's surface. Splash!
Accompanied by the sound of water breaking, the turtle-like mystical shell spirit, as big as a small mountain, began crawling back slowly from the distance. At this moment, the mystical shell spirit seemed to be in a great mood. It raised its massive head high, with a few drops of water hanging from the tusks at the corners of its mouth, traces left from cleaning its claws in the small creek just now. But to the unknowing Linshinga, it seemed like the creature had just taken a bath in the lake and casually caught a few fish to eat, feeling quite comfortable.
Roar! The mystical shell spirit immediately spotted Linshinga standing on the plank path. Its originally fierce, blood-red giant eyes turned into 2 crescent moons the moment they locked onto Linshinga's figure. That was pure joy. It was the excitement of seeing its long-term provider. Even more so, it was the eager desire to show off. Master is awake. That filthy thing has already been flattened by me, not even a speck of it left. Hurry and praise me. Praise me. Am I the best guard turtle? In order to express its excitement and obedience, the mystical shell spirit decided to imitate a creature it remembered, called a dog, in order to please its master. It lowered its body as much as it could, and its short, thick, scale-covered tail began to swing wildly from side to side behind it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. How terrifying is the power of a 4th-tier magical beast? With just a wag of its tail, it instantly whipped up a violent wind, and the surrounding lake water was slapped, making a loud slapping noise, as if a level 10 typhoon had blown through. But that wasn't all. Feeling its performance was still not enthusiastic enough,
the mystical shell spirit stretched out its two giant front claws and began frantically digging into the sand in front of it. Boom! As the giant claws scraped the ground, the surface was immediately devastated. Tons of sand, rocks, and even some mud mixed in, under the terrifying strength of the fourth-tier magical beast, instantly turned into a small sandstorm. It was like someone detonating a sand bomb right in front of you. The sky full of yellow sand, like bullets shot from a shotgun, whizzed through the air, crashing down on Lin Xinga, who was standing on the plank path. Lin Xinga didn't even have time to react. She only felt the world darken, followed by the sound of a chaotic crash. 1 second later, when the dust settled, the previously graceful, heroic, and lazily beautiful goddess, with her long flowing hair, had completely vanished. In its place was a figure covered in a thick layer of yellow sand, with even her hair matted with mud, resembling a terracotta warrior. Lin Xinga stood stiffly in place, maintaining the action of stretching her back. She slowly opened her eyes, and 2 streams of muddy water flowed down her eyelashes, washing clear tear marks on her dust-covered face. Peh, peh, peh. Lin Xinga expressionlessly spat out the sand from her mouth. Her originally cold eyes were now fixed on the giant turtle in front of her, still wildly wagging its tail with a look of "come praise me." Silence. A deathly silence. In the livestream, the Dragon Country viewers, who had been fired up due to Ichiro Tanaka's death, were now all in a daze as they stared at the newly born mudman on the screen. Soon, the bullet comments exploded, flooding the entire screen in an instant. Ha ha ha. I can't take it anymore. I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Is this what they call extreme joy turns to sorrow? A second ago, it was a soldier, and now it's a terracotta warrior? Grandpa Turtle, Master, look how good I am. This shovel of sand is my gift to you for the meeting. The destructive power of a fourth-tier beast trying to be cute. This is basically a disaster movie scene. Lin Xinga, I thought you were here to take credit, but you're actually here to bury me? Chapter 52, Deserved Punishment. In the scene, the Xuanjia spirit turtle seemed to have noticed that something was off with the atmosphere. Its wildly swinging tail gradually stopped, and its huge claws froze in midair. It tilted its head, staring at the bipedal creature in front of it that had turned mud yellow, its green bean eyes filled with confusion. Huh? Why did Master change color? Is this the newly popular camouflage color? Forget it, since I'm so good, I should get some fish, right? With that thought, it once again moved its large head over, trying to rub its nose, covered in muddy water, against Lin Xinga's face. Get lost. A roar full of frustration and breakdown echoed throughout the silent heart lake. Lin Xinga, with a black face, no longer cared about the pressure from the fourth-tier magical beast. She directly kicked the Xuanjia spirit turtle's nose. Of course, this kick didn't even scratch the tough-skinned Xuanjia spirit turtle, let alone be considered a tickle. But it still keenly sensed its master's anger. Ah! It whimpered, shrinking its neck, like a child who had done something wrong, slowly moving toward the water. Lin Xinga slapped the mud off her body, gritting her teeth as she glared at the Xuanjia spirit turtle. Senior Su, you were right. Lin Xinga took a deep breath and sighed to the sky. This thing's intelligence is really just about the same as a dog. The scene shifted. Dragon Country, the capital, the highest operational meeting room of the Special Administration Bureau. Unlike the comedic interaction with the turtle people in the wilderness world, the atmosphere here was so serious it felt like water could drip from the air. On the huge electronic screen, it was no longer a restricted areas footage, but a split-screen call. On the other end of the call was the Prime Minister of the Sakura country, who had just experienced national panic and was now as pale as paper. This Prime Minister, known for his meticulousness on the international stage, was now slumped in his chair, holding the phone with trembling hands, his voice quivering with a hint of humble pleading. Director Zhang. The Prime Minister struggled to force a smile, even uglier than crying, as cold sweat slid down his cheek. This is a misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding. That bastard Ichiro Tanaka, he acted on his own. Our Sakura country government absolutely never intended to target Dragon Country's contestants. Look. Since Tanaka is already dead and has received the punishment he deserves, could we at least lift the sanctions on the freshwater filters? After all, this concerns the humanitarian spirit of all mankind, the survival of tens of millions of civilians. Dragon Country, being such a great nation, should have the grandeur of a great power and not let people die without helping. I have to say, this Prime Minister was truly skilled at moral blackmail. His speech was full of tears and emotions, as if Dragon Country would be a criminal against humanity for not sending them filters. However, sitting behind the desk, Zhang Dingbang didn't even lift his eyelids. He held the teacup in his hand, gently blowing on the tea leaves floating on top, and slowly took a sip. The fragrance of the tea filled the air. Finished? Zhang Dingbang placed the teacup down, and his eyes, sharp like a hawk's, coldly stared through the screen at the Prime Minister of Sakura country. The gaze was as if he were watching a clown performing a clumsy trick.
Director Zhang, this.
The Prime Minister of Sakura Country felt his heart chill under the gaze.
Great power demeanor?
A mocking, cold smile curled at the corner of Zhang Dingbang's mouth, his voice low yet filled with an undeniable dominance. When your Sakura Country sent that guy, Tanaka Ichiro, with poison needles to ambush our resting athletes, did you think about great power demeanor? When you slandered us in international public opinion and joined forces with Lighthouse Country to impose a technical blockade on us, did you think about humanitarianism?
Now, with a knife to your throat, you finally feel the pain and think about calling for help? It's too late.
Zhang Dingbang slammed the table, causing the water in the teacup to splash out. He leaned forward, and the iron-blooded, soldier-like killing intent erupted in an instant.
You want filters? You want technology? Dream on.
The Prime Minister of Sakura Country trembled at the roar, but he still wouldn't give up. He gritted his teeth and threatened.
Zhang Dingbang. Don't go too far.
If you insist on this, we will join forces with Lighthouse Country, and all our allies will impose harsher sanctions on Dragon Country.
We will. Get lost.
A simple, crisp, yet powerful word directly interrupted the Prime Minister's powerless rage.
Zhang Dingbang couldn't even be bothered to listen to his threats.
He picked up the red phone on the table, and with a tone loud enough for the whole world to hear, he indifferently said to the secretary on the other end.
Pass on my orders. In light of the shameless double-faced behavior of the Sakura Country government and their malicious attempt to murder our athletes.
From this moment on, Dragon Country's sanctions on Sakura Country will expand from just freshwater technology to all fields. Upon hearing these words, the Prime Minister of Sakura Country's face immediately turned ashen.
This was going to completely cut off the path of survival for Sakura Country.
In this resource-scarce era, without import support, Sakura Country, an island nation, would not only fail to develop its industry but would even struggle to maintain basic social operation.
You, how dare you? The Prime Minister of Sakura Country pointed at the screen, his fingers trembling violently. Zhang Dingbang gave a cold smile, a victor's disdain.
Since you like playing dirty, then go back to the Stone Age and play slowly.
Bang! After saying this, Zhang Dingbang directly disconnected the phone line.
The screen immediately went black. Only the Sakura Country Prime Minister was left with a dazed face, as if his soul had been sucked out. This scene was broadcasted live globally, simultaneously reaching the eyes of every world leader.
Shock. Unprecedented shock.
Originally, those small countries still waiting and even secretly supporting Sakura Country were now completely panicked.
Dragon Country was serious this time.
And what terrified them the most was that Lighthouse Country hadn't said a word up until now.
What did that mean? It meant even Lighthouse Country was scared.
In the President's office of Monkey Country. The President of Monkey Country stared at the blacked-out screen, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. He remembered that yesterday he had planned to release a statement supporting the righteous actions of Sakura Country.
Quick! Quick, withdraw that statement.
The President jumped up like a cat with its tail stepped on, and screamed at the Secretary, burn that document supporting Sakura Country.
Now! Immediately! Also, immediately draft a new announcement.
Say that Monkey Country strongly condemns the despicable actions of Sakura Country in violating the national rules. We firmly stand on the side of justice, on the side of Dragon Country.
Not only that, we also announced the indefinite halt of rubber and tropical fruit exports to Sakura Country. Sanctions. We will also impose sanctions. This is the reality.
When the wall collapses, everyone pushes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. In the face of absolute strength and iron-fisted measures, so-called alliances and friendships are thinner than paper.
In just half an hour,
the Philippines, and even a few small countries far in Europe, all issued statements, distancing themselves from Sakura Country, and announced that they would follow Dragon Country's footsteps to impose sanctions.
Sakura Country, Prime Minister's office.
At this moment, the office was dead silent. Only the fax machine was still buzzing, spitting out one diplomatic severance and sanction order after another. Each piece of paper was like a knife, deeply stabbing into the heart of Sakura Country. The Prime Minister collapsed on the ground, staring at the TV screen. On the screen, Lin Xinga, though covered in mud, was sitting by the lake, leisurely washing her face, with the giant Xuanjia spirit turtle carefully holding a handful of water, serving her like a servant who had made a mistake. Sunlight shone on them, making them appear so harmonious, so powerful.
And looking at Sakura Country.
Everywhere was filled with despair, resources depleted, and abandoned by the world.
Pooh.
The Prime Minister felt a sharp pain in his chest, a sweet taste in his throat, and a mouthful of old blood was sprayed directly onto the carpet in front of him. His eyes rolled back, his throat making a wheezing sound like a bellows, and the hand that was pointing at the screen fell limply. The Prime Minister has fainted.
Quick, call the doctor. Hurry, someone. The office was thrown into chaos.
Amidst the chaotic cries of shock, the Prime Minister, who had tried to gamble the country's fate for a comeback, was lifted onto a stretcher like a dead dog.
Chapter 53, Enduring Humiliation? Sitting and waiting for death.
In the wildlands, the wind howled. The too cold, mechanical announcement sounds not only slammed into the hearts of the Sakura Country citizens like a heavy hammer, but also echoed in the ears of the last two Sakura Country players like whispers from the god of death. This was a rocky valley, where the wild wind blew through the stone gaps, making a wailing sound like ghosts and wolves howling.
Dead? Tanaka-kun is dead? Sakura Country's second player, Su Chen, was curled up in a very concealed crevice of a stone.
He was small in stature, originally known for his agility in the ninja arts, but now, his once proud hiding technique had completely turned into a trembling sieve. His face was as pale as paper, his lips devoid of color, and in his inverted triangle eyes, there was no trace of the fierce warrior spirit of an imperial samurai, only endless fear.
Who was Tanaka Ichiro?
He was the strongest combat force among the three, wielding heavy firepower, and the king of soldiers who had undergone the harshest special forces training. But such a person, who seemed like a war god in his eyes, had been confirmed dead shortly after receiving the mission.
No. I can't go out. I absolutely can't go out. Su Chen's teeth chattered, making a rattling sound.
He hugged his knees tightly, muttering nervously to himself, if even Tanaka-kun is dead, going out is suicide.
I must survive, yes.
I must preserve the last spark for the great Sakura Empire. As if finding the perfect excuse for himself, the fear in Su Chen's eyes faded slightly, replaced by a disgusting sense of survival. He used both hands and feet, like a frightened mouse, desperately burrowing deeper into the stone crevice, even squeezing his body against the sharp rocks just to completely disappear from the view of the outside world.
Meanwhile, in a swamp cave miles away,
Sakura Country's third player, Suzuki Taro, a sumo wrestler weighing over 300 pounds, was doing almost the same thing as Su Chen. The moment he heard the announcement, he erupted with astonishing speed that was completely inconsistent with his size. But he didn't rush out to fight to the death, instead, he frantically moved large rocks around.
Boom! Boom! One by one, giant stones were piled up at the already narrow cave entrance.
Until the last bit of light was completely blocked, until he sealed himself in this dark, sunless cave, he finally let out a deep breath. In the darkness, Suzuki Taro's obese body slumped to the ground, panting heavily, his sweat mixed with dirt, making him look like a wild boar rolling in the mud.
It's safe now. As long as I don't go out, no beast can eat me. Suzuki Taro muttered to himself, trembling. That fool Tanaka is dead. I mustn't act rashly. This is a strategy. Understand? It's a strategic concealment to preserve strength.
Suzuki Taro, as if holding onto a lifeline, affirmed his thoughts, as long as I survive until the end, until the Dragon Country makes a mistake, victory will be ours, Sakura Country's.
Yes. For the Empire, I must endure humiliation and bear the burden.
With the most dignified reason, Suzuki Taro covered up his own fear of death. However, these scenes, through high-definition live broadcasts, were transmitted back to the real world without reservation.
Sakura Country was in an uproar.
The people of Sakura Country, who were originally in panic due to the deprivation of lifespan and the shortage of water, now felt their hopes dashed. They had hoped the remaining two players would feel ashamed and fight with all their might, even if they had to die, they would die in battle, avenging Tanaka and bringing honor to the Empire.
But what did they see?
One like a mouse, crawling into a crack, almost wanting to bury itself in the soil.
One like a turtle, sealing the cave entrance, planning to sleep until the end of time. This is the hero they had placed their hopes on? This is the so-called Yamato spirit? Anger instantly swept away all reason. Baka! Baka Yoru! Is this our player? Cowards! All cowards!
We can't even get a drink of water outside, our lifespan has been shortened by 2 years, the elderly at home are waiting to die.
And you're hiding in a cave, sleeping? Seppuku! Immediately commit seppuku to apologize. Bring them back. These useless people are not worthy to represent Sakura Country.
In the live broadcast room, the comments flooded in like a black tide, filled with despair and curses. Those who had once fervently praised the spirit of Bushido now saw their beliefs shattered, their mentality completely destroyed. On the streets of Tokyo, the angry crowd no longer scrambled for non-existent water sources, but picked up bricks and Molotov cocktails, crazily attacking television stations and government buildings.
Apologize. Government apologize. Players apologize. Flames shot into the sky, and police sirens wailed. The entire Sakura Country was plunged into an unprecedented internal chaos.
And while the people of Sakura Country were in mourning, Dragon Country's netizens rushed to the scene. For the people of Dragon Country, nothing was more pleasing than watching their old rivals suffer. Hundreds of millions of Dragon Country viewers flooded into Sakura Country's live broadcast room, starting their merciless comforting mode.
Yo, is this the so-called craftsmanship spirit? This whole digging technique really shows craftsmanship. Don't be awkward, this is called strategic retreat. If we can't win, let's outlast them, after all, turtles live long. I suggest Sakura Country change its name to Ninja Country. This earth escape technique is absolutely the pinnacle of the ninja world. Laughing to death, Tanaka died without a trace, and these two are so scared they're wetting their pants. Sakura Country has lost face in front of the whole world this time. The screen was filled with mocking comments, like salt being ruthlessly poured into the bleeding wounds of the people of Sakura Country. This humiliation was harder to bear than being killed. In another region of the wilderness world. This is an underground cavern filled with glowing moss, the eerie green light illuminating it like a ghostly domain. Lighthouse Country's player, Johnson, was leaning against a slippery rock wall. His bare upper body was covered in ghastly scars, wounds that had not yet healed. Although the Lighthouse Country's genetic drugs had forcefully suppressed the injuries, the bone-deep pain still caused his facial muscles to twitch from time to time. Crack! Johnson casually grabbed an unknown wild fruit. He shoved the bitter fruit peel into his mouth, chewing it forcefully. Juice dripped down his rough chin, carrying a savage, beast-like ferocity. System, open the leaderboard. Johnson's voice was hoarse, carrying a chilling coldness. A faint blue light screen appeared before his eyes, visible only to the players. National Movement Points Leaderboard, Phase 1. First place, Dragon Nation Points, 1200. Second place, Lighthouse Nation Points, 300. Damn it! Staring at the glaring 4 times point gap, the anger in Johnson's eyes almost exploded. He slammed his fist into the rock wall behind him. Boom! The terrifying force smashed the hard rock into a deep pit, shards flying, and blood dripping from his knuckles, but he seemed completely unaware. Why? Why is Dragon Nation so far ahead? Johnson gasped, his chest rising and falling violently. As the strongest soldier of Lighthouse Nation, he was proud, and even arrogant. He had injected the unstable Titan II gene serum, enduring inhuman suffering, all for this terrifying power he possessed. He thought he could dominate the Forbidden Zones and trample all other nations. But the reality was, that Dragon Nation woman seemed to be cheating, her points soaring while he couldn't even see her taillights. Huff! Johnson took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Right now, Dragon Nation is unbeatable. A flash of cruel calculation passed through his bloodshot eyes. I must adjust the strategy. Temporarily avoid Dragon Nation's dominance, stabilize second place, and then plunder resources as much as possible to strengthen myself. Once I evolve to a higher stage, all the legacies of Su Chen, all the Dragon Nation players, will be torn apart by me. With this unwillingness to accept and the desperation to secure second place, Johnson slowly lowered his gaze to see who was in third. In his mind, the third place should have been the Empire of the Rising Sun or the Bear Nation, old powerful countries. However, when his eyes landed on the third spot, he froze in an instant. Even with his deep composure, he couldn't help but widen his eyes, displaying a look of sheer disbelief. Third place, White Elephant Nation Points, 210. Johnson couldn't stop himself from cursing, his expression shifting from shock to extreme disdain and absurdity. That bunch of mud-stomping fools who drink the Ganges water? That black-skinned demon who only dances and plays with snakes? Why? 210 points? How is this possible? Apart from Dragon Nation, how could anyone be so close? It wasn't just Johnson. Global viewers were also stunned when they saw this leaderboard. The White Elephant Nation, which had always been seen as a joke, had truly made a comeback. The scene switched, showing the live stream of the White Elephant Nation contestant. It was a swampy, pestilence-ridden edge, with the air thick with the stench of rotten sulfur. And there, the war god of White Elephant Nation, Amir, appeared on camera in an extremely eye-watering outfit. He was completely naked, with a torn cloth wrapped around his thighs, his body covered in a yellow-brown, foul-smelling paste. It was cow dung. And it had been specially mixed by him, claiming to be empowered by the strength of Lord Shiva. Amir wielded a rusted curved knife, standing before the massive corpses of 2 magical beasts. One was a peak second-level, venomous lizard, and the other was a second-level, swamp giant python. These 2 fierce beasts were entangled in a vicious struggle, their deaths gruesome. The lizard's sharp claws pierced the python's vital spot, while the python's body had tightly crushed the lizard's spine, its venomous fangs deeply embedded in the lizard's neck. Clearly, this was a classic battle of the clam and the bird fighting for the territory. At the brink of death, he was picked up by fate. And Amir, he was just passing by. Oh! Great Lord Shiva! Thank you for your gift. Amir clasped his hands together and began chanting strange words to the sky, then suddenly started gyrating his hips, dancing an incredibly bizarre thank you dance next to the 2 foul-smelling corpses. The global audience couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths, and the viewers from Dragon Country even shouted that their eyes were going to go blind.
After finishing the dance, Amir walked over to the corpses with a face full of devotion and raised the rusty scimitar, drawing two unknown symbols. At this moment, Amir was so excited that he almost flew off the ground. His face, smeared with cow dung, was almost pressed against the screen, showing two rows of not-so-white teeth. He struck what he thought was an extremely cool pose, but was actually greasy to the extreme, pointing at the corpses behind him and loudly shouting. "Did you see it? Did the whole world see it? This is the symbol of power. This is the strength of the chosen one." Amir's eyes were wild with passion, his tone full of mysterious confidence. Dragon country? Ha! They only got first place because of luck. But I, Amir, with the true power, with the protection of Lord Shiva, killed these two terrifying monsters. Wait for it. Soon I will surpass Lighthouse Country, and then step on Dragon Country's head to reach the top spot. The White Elephant Country is the true superpower. This shameless rant, combined with his cow dung outfit, created an absurdly comedic effect. But in White Elephant Country, these words were like a stimulant, instantly igniting the nation's celebration. The live chat room in White Elephant Country exploded, as if they had already won the championship. Long live Amir. Long live Lord Shiva. Did you see it, Dragon Country people? This is the real strongman. Amir is the reincarnation of the god of war. Dragon Country, tremble. The superpower White Elephant is here. Cow dung protection. Divine power knows no bounds. That so-called Su Chen strategy must be fake, only our Ganges water is real. This nationwide blind celebration exuded a kind of clear foolishness. The Dragon Country viewers, who had originally tuned in for some entertainment, were now completely baffled by this bizarre thought process. There was a brief vacuum in the chat room, then it was flooded with sarcastic comments. No way, brothers, am I seeing things? His rusty scimitar didn't even break the skin, how can he claim he killed them? Is this how you get the glory? This guy is called a god of war? Should I go to the market, pick up 2 dead fish, and declare myself Dragon King? Don't insult the Dragon King, that's called a cheat mode in physics, using his face for defense against all damage. In the face of Dragon Country's sharp and precise mockery, the White Elephant Country viewers, who were still lost in their superpower dream, instantly cracked. This was the hope of their entire village, their whole state, their entire temple. How could they let Dragon Country insult them like this? And so, a cross-server shouting match broke out in an instant. You Dragon Country people are just jealous. Jealous of Amir being favored by the gods. Luck is also a part of strength. The fact that Amir found the body shows he has great fortune. Once Amir finds the treasure and surpasses Dragon Country, I want to see you kneel and beg for mercy. We will sell you Ganges water, 1 cup for 1 ton of gold. Looking at these laughable remarks, the Dragon Country viewers didn't even have the energy to be angry anymore. This wasn't about national survival at all, this was clearly a documentary about humans reverting to their primal ancestors. This absurd argument, not even on the same wavelength, actually became a rare distraction in the intense survival game, giving the global audience a free show of a monkey act called Mysterious Confidence. Chapter 55, Happiness Came Too Suddenly. By the Tranquil Lake. Unlike the chaos in White Elephant Country, the scene before her was as beautiful as a landscape painting. Lin Xinga had washed off all the dirt from her body. At this moment, she wore a simple combat suit, her wet long hair casually draped over her shoulders, her skin glowing white under the sunlight, her aura so cool and ethereal, it felt as though the muddy soldier statue from earlier was just a mere illusion. Lin Xinga's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, and she glanced at the Xuanjia spirit turtle still obediently standing at the lakeside, punished. The Xuanjia spirit turtle at this moment drooped its head, its front claws restlessly poking at each other, looking pitiful as if saying I made a mistake, but I'll dare again next time. Hey, big guy. Lin Xinga raised her chin, her voice clear, stop pretending to be pitiful. I'm giving you a chance to make up for your mistake. The Xuanjia spirit turtle's ears twitched, its small green bean-like eyes instantly lit up, and it quickly lifted its head. As long as I don't get hit, I'll do anything. Go catch some fish, Lin Xinga pointed at the lake's surface. As soon as these words left her mouth, the Xuanjia spirit turtle's body shook violently. Then, its small eyes, which usually look so silly, suddenly erupted with 2 bright beams of light like 24K titanium alloy dog eyes. When the terrifying Demon King lived here in the past, he often fished for food. Back then, the turtle could only hide hundreds of meters away in the water plants, pitifully smelling the divine fragrance that drifted over, its tears almost falling from the corners of its mouth because of hunger. Occasionally, when the Demon King had leftovers, the fish bones thrown into the lake were seen as treasures to be fought over. The taste, the texture, it was the peak of its turtle life. Fish. Delicious fish. The master is going to cook according to the Demon King's recipe? My God. Happiness came too suddenly. At this moment, everything about being punished, everything about feeling wronged, was completely forgotten by the turtle. The Xuanjia spirit turtle let out a loud, excited cry that sounded like a train's horn at full speed. Then, there was a huge splash. Its massive body dove into the lake with unstoppable momentum like a heavy underwater bomb. The water splashed up more than 10 meters high, forming a brilliant rainbow under the sunlight. This scene of completely disregarding dignity and exploding with astonishing action just for food amused the live stream viewers. Holy shit! That speed? Is this the same slow turtle from before? Turtle Grandpa, as long as you mention food, I run faster than Bolt. Is this the self-cultivation of a top-tier foodie? Revived to full health the moment food is mentioned? Who understands this contrast in cuteness? Such a big guy, so happy just for a fish, ha ha ha. Under the water, a one-sided massacre was taking place. As Su Chen's notebook mentioned, the golden-scaled spirit fish are very fast, even second-tier beasts can't catch them. But in front of a fourth-tier lord-level beast, the Xuanjia spirit turtle burning its little universe just for food, their speed was nothing to see. The Xuanjia spirit turtle manipulated the water flow, creating tiny whirlpools to accurately trap the fish trying to escape. In less than 5 minutes. Splash! The water exploded. The Xuanjia spirit turtle shot out from the water, not using its mouth to bite, but instead lifting a massive water ball using some kind of water manipulation ability. Inside the water ball, more than 10 fish, half a meter long, entirely silver with scales sparkling with a metallic gleam under the sun, were struggling desperately. Bang! 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 As it crawled onto the shore, the turtle used its mental power to throw the fish onto the grass in front of Linshinga. And this guy had obsessive-compulsive disorder. The fish were neatly arranged, from biggest to smallest, with their heads all facing the same direction. After finishing all this, the Xuanjia spirit turtle lay down on the ground like a big golden retriever waiting for praise. Its short, stubby tail wagged behind it, leaving a trail in the air. A long, clear liquid hung at the corner of the mouth, eyes eagerly watching Linshinga. Hurry up! Hurry up! I'm ready to eat! Linshinga looked at the pile of high-quality ingredients still squirming on the ground. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, then she nodded in satisfaction. Well done. She pulled a sharp tactical dagger from her boot and skillfully grabbed the largest and fattest spirit fish. Swish, swish, swish. The blade flashed, scales were removed, the belly was split, and the innards were taken out, the motion smooth like flowing water, obviously practiced. The Xuanjia spirit turtle widened its eyes, a loud gurgling sound came from its throat, and in its mind, scenes of Su Chen's braised spirit fish, steamed fish pieces, and charcoal grilled fish fillets began to play automatically. It even imagined the crispy fish bones bursting in its mouth. Touched. After finishing the largest fish, Linshinga casually picked up 2 smaller ones and threw them aside. Then, a system interface appeared, visible only to the players. Detected E-level resource, Golden Scaled Spirit Bonefish School. Do you want to donate to the national operation? Without hesitation, Linshinga clicked yes. For the country, she whispered. The next second, a dazzling golden light descended from the sky, instantly enveloping the 12 large fish and the pile of fry. As the light flickered, the once tangible fish were disassembled and reassembled like data streams, finally vanishing completely into the air. At the same time, the exhilarating mechanical announcement echoed worldwide. Announcement. Dragon Country's player Linshinga has successfully occupied and donated E-level resource point, producing Golden Scaled Spirit Fish School. Triggered 100-fold manifestation mechanism. 2,400 adult golden-scaled spirit fish and 200,000 high-quality fish fry have manifested in Dragon Country's major freshwater lake reserves. Resource traits: eating can strengthen bones, long-term consumption can improve the physical fitness of the people. Boom! In the lakes of major nature reserves, the calm waters suddenly glowed golden, countless silver-white spirit fish appeared out of nowhere, swimming joyfully, creating countless splashes. The research personnel and special forces who had long been on standby quickly sealed off the scene. In less than 10 minutes, Dragon Country's official released an urgent announcement. Amazing! In Dragon Country's live broadcast room, the barrage-mocking Amir instantly disappeared, replaced by a scream full of gratitude for Goddess Lin and long-live Dragon Country. Tears in my eyes. My child is just growing, this is like adding fuel to the fire. My grandfather has bad legs, with this, will he be able to throw away the cane? Goddess Lin is too strong. Not only does she survive herself, but she also gives back to the country. Chapter 56, The Hopeless Salted Fish. The Xuanjia spirit turtle stared blankly at the grassland, which was once filled with fish but was now empty. The wind gently blew. The background music seemed to automatically switch to a sad cello solo at that moment. The Xuanjia spirit turtle stiffly turned its neck, looking at Linshinga, then at the empty grassland. Its small eyes, which were once full of light, now looked. At this moment, the brilliance faded, turning into a pair of hopeless, dead fish eyes. No more? Where's my full-course feast?
Where's my hundredfold joy? That was my fish. The fish I worked so hard to catch.
It trembled as it extended a huge claw, pointing at the empty ground, making a sound in its throat, a pitiful, almost crying whimper.
Woo woo.
It felt like a child had laid out all its candy to prepare for a party, only for the parents to swoop in and take everything away.
Its mentality broke. Completely shattered. Linshinga was starting the fire.
Hearing the noise, she turned her head and glanced at it. Seeing the giant in such a miserable state, she couldn't help but feel a bit amused, but still, she said as a matter of course. Stop wailing, the country needs resources, this is for the greater good. We only need enough to eat, greed won't fill your stomach. After speaking, she placed the fish she had prepared, threaded onto a branch, onto the fire, then casually grabbed the smaller one nearby and tossed it over.
Here, this one's for you, consider it a reward. Although it's not cooked, I see you seem to enjoy raw ones too, so this will do.
The fish arced through the air and landed with a thud in front of the Xuanjia spirit turtle's nose. The Xuanjia spirit turtle lowered its head, looking at the lone, even unscaled raw fish. It then looked up at the large fish on the fire, sizzling with oil and sprinkled with unknown spices. The huge psychological gap made its eyes well up with tears.
I want cooked. I want fragrant. I'm a turtle with taste. I don't want to eat raw anymore. I can't live like this. Anger made it snort, blowing the raw fish 3 meters away. It felt the need to defend its dignity as a foodie. Since this new master didn't understand the true essence of food, it would take her to that place. With this thought, the Xuanjia spirit turtle suddenly stood up. It took a few steps and rushed to Linshinga's side, not caring that the fire had just started, and opened its mouth, gently but firmly biting Linshinga's pant leg. Hey! What are you doing?
Linshinga was stunned, almost dropping the roasted fish into the fire.
Let go. My pants are custom-made.
The Xuanjia spirit turtle didn't listen.
It bit the pant leg tightly, using all 4 claws to drag her desperately toward a direction deep in the forest. As it dragged, it turned back to Linshinga and let out an urgent call. On! On! Let's go! Stop cooking that terrible fish. I'll take you to the kitchen the big boss mentioned before. There must be something delicious there. Definitely real treasures. I'm eating well today. No one can stop me. Not even Jesus.
Seeing the Xuanjia spirit turtle's expression, which was a mix of determination and a bit of fear, Linshinga's heart stirred. This stupid turtle was greedy, but had also spent time with Senior Su.
Could it be Senior Su had left behind some special base nearby? With this thought, Linshinga didn't resist anymore, letting herself be dragged, walking toward the depths of the unknown misty forest. The journey was incredibly fast. Linshinga felt like a discarded ragdoll, her pant leg tightly held by the Xuanjia spirit turtle, being dragged through the dense jungle. Let go. You stupid turtle, let go.
Linshinga grabbed a tree trunk with one hand, trying to break, but how could she withstand the power of a 4th-tier magical beast? That grab didn't stop her, instead, it tore off a large chunk of tree bark, and she was still dragged deeper into the misty forest.
On! On!
The Xuanjia spirit turtle called out vaguely, its pace so fast that it seemed to spark friction on the ground.
Can't stop. If we're late, it'll be gone.
As one person and one turtle went deeper, the once bright sunshine gradually became blocked by thick tree canopies. The surrounding scenery began to change in eerie ways. The once lush and vibrant trees gradually turned into a dark, muted green, with trunks so thick they were astonishing, each one needing several people to wrap their arms around. The air grew thick, damp, and cold, a faint mist rising from an unknown source, swirling through the forest.
Suddenly,
the Xuanjia spirit turtle, running wildly, suddenly slammed on the brakes.
Bang!
Due to inertia, Linshinga crashed into the turtle shell, causing stars to appear in her eyes.
What are you doing now?
Linshinga rubbed her forehead and cursed angrily.
But in the next second, her movements froze. Silence. It was too quiet.
Earlier, in the outer area, there had been the sound of unknown insects chirping, and occasionally the rustling sound of low-level beasts moving through the bushes. But this area felt like a world where the mute button had been pressed. No birds, no insects, not even the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves. This eerie silence often meant two things: either this place was a dead zone, or it was the territory of something extremely terrifying. Linshinga withdrew the casual look from her face, her expression instantly becoming serious.
Buzz buzz.
The compass in Linshinga's hand vibrated violently, emitting a faint bee-like buzzing sound. The needle was now tightly pointing toward a dense fog ahead, trembling wildly as it endured some kind of intense energy field attraction.
Energy response, it's off the charts? Linshinga's pupils contracted. Opportunities often come with risks.
Linshinga gripped the dagger in her hand, looking toward the Xuanjia spirit turtle beside her. This giant turtle, who had just been excitedly looking forward to a big feast, now seemed to have become a different turtle entirely. Its massive body curled up, its huge head cautiously sticking out, sniffing the air. In its green bean-shaped eyes, the previous greed quickly faded, replaced by a deep fear from the marrow of its bones. It remembered this place. The great demon lord had once cooked a meal right in front of it. But that was not the most terrifying part. The most terrifying part was that to prevent any trouble while eating, the great demon lord casually planted a few potted plants around. So scary. I want to go home. But it smells so good. The Xuanjia spirit turtle was now deeply torn, its two front legs frantically digging into the earth, but its body dared not move forward even an inch. The atmosphere in the livestream room also became tense, as the eerie silence weighed down on everyone. Is this still the same funny fish-catching scene from earlier? Why has it suddenly turned into a horror movie? Why is Grandpa Turtle so scared now? Wasn't it just ready to take on the heavens and the earth? Something's wrong, this place is too quiet, so quiet it gives me the creeps. The compass in Goddess Lin's hand is reacting strongly, there must be a treasure ahead. But there's definitely great danger too. The bullet comments were still flooding the screen, speculating on the danger level ahead. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. Without any warning, without any sound. The seemingly peaceful bush on Linxinga's left suddenly exploded. Roar! A deafening tiger's roar, mixed with a strong stench of blood and murderous intent, instantly shattered the eerie silence. A dark shadow flashed, fast. Too fast. It was so fast that even the high-definition live broadcast camera, with its dynamic vision capture, could only catch a blur of black. It was a peak-level Tier 4 beast, the Shadow Death Tiger. This type of beast was a born assassin, possessing the ability to move through shadows. In the forest environment, even a Tier 5 beast would be troubled by it. And right now, it had clearly taken Linxinga as its prey. Its claws, glowing with a faint blue light, cut through the air with a sharp screech, heading straight for Linxinga's throat. The distance was less than 5 meters. At this distance, facing a peak-level Tier 4 beast known for its speed, the fragile human body's reaction ability could never keep up. Linxinga's pupils instantly shrank into needle-like slits. Her consciousness reacted, and her brain frantically issued commands to draw her sword and dodge. But her body felt like a rusted machine, and the terrifying pressure from being locked onto by a top predator caused her muscles to stiffen momentarily. Move! Move, damn it! Linxinga roared in her mind, watching helplessly as the massive blood-filled mouth in her vision grew bigger at an alarming speed, even able to see the saliva hanging from the tiger's fangs. The air of death was chilling and bone-piercing, instantly enveloping her entire body. At that moment, the hearts of global viewers skipped a beat. Be careful. It's over. There's no way to dodge. This is a death trap. The shadow tiger's eyes flickered with a cruel, bloodthirsty glint, as if it had already tasted the sweet, fresh blood of this human. Just when the sharp tiger claws were less than half a meter from Linxinga's pristine neck, and even the gust of wind had already sliced through her skin surface. In the air. A faint, crisp sound suddenly rang out. Pa! It was like someone casually swung a whip. Then, a bright green light shot out from the dense mist. It was faster than lightning. Faster than light itself. It arrived first. Poochie! A sickening sound of flesh being pierced echoed. No screams. No struggles. The shadow tiger, still in midair, poised in an imposing attack, suddenly froze. In the next second, its head, along with its iron-hard skull, instantly exploded like a rotten watermelon. But that wasn't the end. The green light, after piercing through the tiger's head, didn't stop but instead coiled around the shadow tiger's body like a nimble snake, then suddenly tightened. Crack, crack, crack. The once formidable body of the magic beast, which could withstand rocket bombings, was as fragile as paper before this green shadow. It instantly disintegrated. Blood rained down, and white bones scattered. This series of movements occurred in the blink of an eye, not even taking a full second. When the hot blood splattered on Linxinga's face, she still remained in the rigid posture of trying to draw her sword. Whoosh! After the green light completed the kill, it seemed as if it had just done something trivial, immediately retracting and disappearing into the mist. The wind, only then, began to blow. It stirred the fallen leaves on the ground and also blew over the remains of the once peak Tier 4th level shadow tiger, which now lay as a pile of broken flesh and bones. Crack, crack. A few broken bones rolled to Linxinga's feet. Linxinga stiffly lowered her head, staring blankly at the broken tiger skull fragments at her feet. Then, an uncontrollable chill shot up from the soles of her feet straight to her crown, and cold sweat instantly soaked her combat suit on her back. Just that moment. If that green thing had veered just a little bit, or had mistaken her as an invader, she probably would have ended up just like the tiger, a pile of broken flesh now. Huff, huff, huff. Lin Xingge gasped violently, the feeling of surviving a near-death experience making her almost lose her balance and fall to the ground. Meanwhile, the Xuanjia spirit turtle, the moment the green light appeared, had already withdrawn its head, limbs, and tail into its shell, trembling incessantly. Even after the threat was gone, it refused to show itself.
That was terrifying.
That devilish grass is awake.
Wah, I want to go back to the lake to catch fish. I don't want a big meal anymore. At this moment,
the global livestream, after a brief moment of silence, completely erupted. The bullet screen scrolled madly like a shockwave after a nuclear explosion, clearing the screen.
What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Can someone tell me what just happened? Am I seeing things?
That was a peak tier 4th level shadow tiger.
And it's just gone? One-shot kill. A total, absolute one-shot kill. Not even a trace left. Slow motion.
Please, director, slow motion.
I didn't even see what moved.
Fear and curiosity spread across the world like a virus. Everyone realized that deep within this seemingly peaceful foggy forest, there was a terrifying forbidden secret beyond current human understanding. Dragon Country, the capital city, Special Administration Bureau's Combat Command Center.
The atmosphere here was equally heavy to the extreme. Technical department. Is it not done yet? Analyze frame by frame for me.
Zhang Dingbang slammed the table suddenly, his determined face filled with shock and urgency. I want to know exactly what saved Lin Xingge.
Is it enemy or ally? Director. It's out. It's under super slow motion playback processing.
The technician's fingers struck the keyboard, leaving behind after images.
Soon. On the large central screen, the footage was slowed down by 100 times.
Amidst a blur of after images and noise, people finally saw the true form of the deadly green shadow.
It was not sword energy. It wasn't a hidden weapon. It was actually a vine.
A vine, entirely jade green, as if carved from the finest jade, crystal clear, yet covered in countless fine barbs.
A plant? Is this a plant-based magical beast?
Zhang Dingbang's face turned ashen the moment he saw this scene. After observing for some time, plant-based magical beasts were often more troublesome and terrifying than animal-based ones. Because they had incredibly tenacious life force, were good at camouflage, and often had wide-area attacking capabilities.
Director.
A nearby biology expert pushed up his glasses, his voice trembling, pointing at the vine on the screen and saying, based on the speed at which this vine burst out, and its ability to easily shred the bones of a 4th-tier magical beast. The expert swallowed hard and gave a conclusion that suffocated everyone in the room. This plant's level, at the start, is 5th tier.
It might even have reached 6th tier. 6th tier.
When this word came out, the entire meeting room fell silent. The strongest magical beast encountered by humans so far was only 4th tier, which had already caused embarrassment for the contestants from all countries.
What does 6th tier mean?
It's an existence that could trigger localized natural disasters, or even easily destroy a modern city.
And now, Lin Xingge was standing at the doorstep of this monster's home.
Zhang Dingbang stared hard at the screen, his fist clenched so tightly that it creaked, his mind filled with only one thought.
Was this vine also left by Su Chen? If it was, then it would be fine. But if not, then Dragon Country is in danger. At this moment,
Lin Xingge on the screen finally regained her composure. She looked at the thick fog ahead, then glanced at the compass in her hand, which was reacting more intensely. She took a deep breath, her gaze firm once again. Fortune favors the brave.
Lin Xingge gritted her teeth, refusing to retreat. Instead, she kicked a nearby turtle shell. Stop playing dead. Get up and lead the way. That's something left by Senior Su. It saved me, and it won't harm me.
Under the fearful gaze of the world, the seemingly weak Dragon Country girl actually took the first step, walking towards the direction where the terrifying vine had disappeared.
Chapter 58, 6th Tier Mutant Beast. In the wild world, deep within the mist.
Just moments ago, the previously unshakable shadow demon tiger was now reduced to a pile of glaring red and white remnants. The air was thick with a strong smell of blood, stimulating the nerves of every living creature.
Aya!
A shrill and tragic scream instantly shattered the silence that had just fallen. The black-armored spirit turtle, upon seeing the pile of white bones, cracked wide open. Its small, green eyes were filled with unprecedented fear, its forelegs flailing like motors, its huge body suddenly turning around on the spot, sliding its feet despite the risk.
Run! Run fast! Wah! I'm not eating anymore. I won't be greedy again. Mom, I want to go home. The grass here is fiercer than the beasts.
The black-armored spirit turtle just wanted to curl up inside its shell, turn itself into a ball, and roll as far back as possible along the way it came from.
What dignity, what 4th level lord? In the face of that green nightmare, they are all just clouds. However, just as it was about to launch its rapid escape skill, a slender but strong hand grabbed its short, thick tail tightly. Stop! Lin Xingga's voice, though carrying an almost imperceptible tremor, was firm enough to be terrifying. On! On! The Xuanjia spirit turtle struggled desperately, its foreclaws digging 4 deep pits into the ground, with mud flying everywhere. Let go! Stupid human woman! You'll get the turtle grandfather killed. Don't go there. That's the forbidden zone within the forbidden zone. Why are you running? You coward! Lin Xingga held tightly onto the turtle's wrinkled tail, her combat boots digging 2 deep furrows in the earth, forcibly stopping the Xuanjia spirit turtle's escape. She panted heavily, her chest rising and falling violently, and her once cold and beautiful face was now covered in cold sweat. Afraid? Of course, she was afraid. The speed of that green shadow earlier was so fast that even her retina couldn't capture it. It was a power beyond her comprehension. If that thing wanted to kill her, she would have already become fertilizer in this forest, just like that tiger. Lin Xingga forced herself to calm down, her beautiful eyes staring firmly at the now calm thicket ahead. Her mind was racing. Use your brain! Lin Xingga slapped the Xuanjia spirit turtle's head, scolding it with frustration. If it wanted to kill us, why did it only kill the tiger and leave us alive? And that attack, though fierce, precisely avoided your shell and didn't hurt me at all. What does that mean? The Xuanjia spirit turtle stopped struggling, its large head cautiously poking out halfway from its shell, its eyes turning. Does it mean it thinks my meat is too tough? Not tasty? Lin Xingga looked at the turtle's clear, foolish eyes, taking a deep breath. It means it is a friend, not an enemy. Or, it is guarding something, and we have traits it recognizes. In the real world, Longwa Special Administration, Combat Command Center. The atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. On the huge central screen, technicians were repeatedly replaying the terrifying second from earlier. The officer pointed anxiously at the energy monitoring graph on the screen, his voice hurried. Lin Xingga is getting closer to it. She's committing suicide. We need to quickly use the national PowerPoints now. We must warn her to retreat immediately. Even if we have to give up this exploration, we must save the contestant's life. The surrounding staff all nodded in agreement. Yes, Director, as long as we preserve the Green Mountains, we won't fear running out of firewood. A 6th-level demon plant is something human strength can't resist. All eyes were on Zhang Dingbang. Zhang Dingbang stared at Lin Xingga in the screen. He saw the fear in the girl's eyes, but more than that, there was determination and calm. That was the look of a soldier from Longwa. His palms were sweaty, his nails digging deeply into his flesh. To use or not to use? More importantly, this plant, which could kill a tiger in an instant but spared Lin Xingga, was it really a dead end? This was a gamble. Don't use it. Zhang Dingbang suddenly waved his hand, his voice hoarse but resolute. I believe Lin Xingga's judgment. She's not the type to blindly rush to her death. And Zhang Dingbang's eyes became extremely deep. If this is also a backup left by Su Chen, then this is definitely not a dead end, but a blessing for Longwa's rise. Give the order. All personnel, stay silent. This trial, let her face it on her own. Wild world. Lin Xingga had no idea that the outside world had erupted because of her decision. She only knew that since she came, she had no reason to leave empty-handed. Go! She patted the trembling Xuanjia spirit turtle again. You glutton, haven't you always wanted to have a good meal? The scent came drifting from within. If you want to eat, follow me. Perhaps it was the word eat that triggered the last bit of stubbornness in the Xuanjia spirit turtle. Or maybe it was the unyielding energy coming from Lin Xingga that affected it. This massive turtle finally stopped trying to escape. It hung its head like a submissive wife, pressing closely behind Lin Xingga, moving forward step by step. One person and one turtle, they passed through the last patch of bushes that blocked their view. In the next second, the mist ahead seemed to be parted by invisible hands. The sight suddenly opened up. My God! Lin Xingga stopped, her body stunned as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. At that very moment, billions of viewers around the world, regardless of race or nationality, all exclaimed in unison. Shock! An overwhelming visual shock. Before them was a massive, open valley. In the very center of the valley, there lay a suffocatingly enormous creature. It was a flower. Or rather, it was a green demon god that looked like a flower. Its main trunk was as thick as a skyscraper, with roots twisting like dragons deeply embedded into the earth, arching the ground around it for hundreds of meters, as if they were the veins of the earth itself. Above the main trunk, thousands upon thousands of vibrant green vines hung down like waterfalls, or like living tentacles, slowly writhing and stretching through the air. Each vine was covered with sharp barbs, glistening with a cold, metallic light.
In the center of the vines, a huge, yet-to-bloom flower bud was radiating a faint, eerie glow. Every time it pulsated, it seemed to be breathing, pulling in the surrounding spiritual energy, creating visible vortices in the air. This was the true form of the green shadow from earlier. The moment Lin Xinga stepped into this area, a scarlet, skull-marked system warning box suddenly jumped right into the center of all the players' screens. Warning! 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 Encountered a level 6 creature, demon-eating vine, mutated. These few lines of blood-red words felt like a cold bucket of water, extinguishing any hope left in the players. Level 6. It was really level 6. In the Lighthouse Country's livestream, the viewers who were just upset about Johnson's mishap now instantly became excited. My god! This is the devil from hell. The Dragon Country contestant is finished. Absolutely finished. This is the price of greed. Haha, Dragon Country's top spot is going to be handed over. Is this the S-grade restricted zone? It's terrifying. Johnson, stay away from such places. Meanwhile, the viewers from Dragon Country had their hearts in their throats. Goddess Lin, run. You can't fight this. It's over, it's over. The pressure, even through the screen, makes my legs weak. Please, don't go. Even if you don't get the resources, just live. That's the most important. The bullet comments were filled with desperate wails. Chapter 59, a slap that spins you like a top? However, in the center of the storm, Lin Xinga did not retreat even a step. Because she knew, there was no way to retreat. The moment she appeared, the once lazy, sunbathing demon-eating vine suddenly moved. Boom, boom. The ground began to tremble. The thousands of vines that were once hanging limply on the ground, all of a sudden tensed up, like thousands of poisonous snakes raising their heads. Swish. 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 Countless sharp vine tips pointed directly at the tiny human. A terrifying, indescribable pressure descended upon them, like a mountain pressing down. Ugh. Lin Xinga groaned, her legs giving way, almost dropping to the ground. It was a crushing force from the very level of life itself. It felt like an ant standing beneath the foot of an elephant. Every cell screamed in fear, every bone endured immense pressure. The Xuanjia spirit turtle could take it no longer, and with a loud thud, it collapsed to the ground, its head buried deeply in the dirt, trembling like a sieve. The end. It's over. I'm going to die. Great Demon King, help. Your watchdog is about to kill the turtle. The air was thick with the scent of death, intense to the extreme. The vines, which were dancing in the sky, suddenly froze in midair. And then, in the horrified eyes of everyone, the thickest, most central vine slowly descended from above. It was like a huge green dragon, bringing a suffocating pressure, slowly, slowly approaching Lin Xinga. Closer. Even closer. The viewers in front of the screen even held their breath, afraid to blink. At the tip of the vine, the sparkling barb stopped just less than a centimeter away from Lin Xinga's forehead. If it moved just a little further, it could easily pierce her skull. Lin Xinga's whole body stiffened, cold sweat trickling down her face, dripping onto the ground. But she didn't move, nor did she close her eyes. Who? The vine did not attack. It actually acted like a curious little dog, circling around Lin Xinga. Then, it nudged closer to her chest, lightly brushing against the compass and the Wildlands cuisine guide. It then moved up to her neck, sniffing the air around her. At that moment, the world was silent. Everyone's eyes were wide open, watching this strange scene. What was it doing? Security check? The next second, an utterly mind-blowing scene unfolded. The room. The terrifying Tier 6 demon flower, after recognizing the familiar scent, suddenly lost all the world-destroying killing intent that surrounded it. What replaced it was an unbelievable happiness. Yes, happiness. The thousands of vines began to move joyfully, their once fierce barbs retracting, becoming smooth and round. The main vine even gently patted Lin Xinga's shoulder, as softly as if brushing off dust from an elder. And then, shhhh. The previously impenetrable vine wall voluntarily parted to the sides. A flat path, covered with fallen flowers, leading deep into the valley, appeared before Lin Xinga. The main vine even humanized itself, bending slightly, making a gesture as if to invite her in. As if saying, "Is it you, the master's fellow villager? Go ahead." This extreme contrast directly melted the brains of the global audience. Who am I? Where am I? What am I watching? That's a Tier 6 beast. A Tier 6 beast. Just let them in like this? This is such double standards. It was a grim reaper when killing the tiger, but now it's a welcoming hostess? Who exactly is Su Chen? Even this monster is giving him face? In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, the bullet comments instantly turned from despair to celebration.
Damn! The Gatekeeper. This is the Gatekeeper raised by Su God. Amazing! I can only say Su God is amazing. A diary is the pass. Ha, I'm dying of laughter. Where are the foreigners who said Lin Goddess was doomed? Come walk 2 steps? This lineup. This treatment. Who else but my Dragon Kingdom? Crisis averted. The pressure dissipated.
Linxinga let out a long sigh, feeling her whole body go soft, almost collapsing to the ground.
She won the bet. Su Senior's face still worked wonders, even deep in this wilderness. And just then,
the Xuanjia spirit turtle, which had been playing dead on the ground, seemed to sense the change in the atmosphere around it.
It secretly lifted its head, opening one eye to look. Huh? Not dead? That terrifying vine was actually making way for that woman?
The not-so-big brain of the Xuanjia spirit turtle quickly processed this, instantly reaching a conclusion.
This monster is also a subordinate of the Great Demon King. I'm also a subordinate of the Great Demon King. Rounding it off, we're all colleagues. With this realization, the Xuanjia spirit turtle instantly stood up. The cowardice from before vanished completely.
It walked out from behind Linxinga with its head held high, stepping with a defiant gait, making its way to the main vine. It squinted at the vine, snorting a gust of air from its nostrils. Then, it shamelessly spat at the vine.
Pay. What are you looking at? Hurry up and give way to Grandpa Turtle. Can't you see I'm with that woman?
The arrogance and puffed-up attitude, relying on others for power, was engraved deep to the bone. Linxinga saw this scene, her eyelids twitching, and she almost shouted for it to stop being reckless.
But it was too late. The previously docile main vine seemed to be angered by this ignorant tortoise.
It didn't waste a word.
Bang!
With a sharp crack, the vine lashed out like a whip, landing precisely on the tortoise's shell.
Aya!
With a loud cry, the massive body of the Xuanjia spirit turtle spun like a giant top in midair, spinning a full 3,600 degrees, then tracing a perfect parabolic arc before smashing down at the end of the little path. The main vine disdainfully flicked, as if to say, I give face to the boss, what are you even? Get lost. Having done all that, the vine returned to its docile, security guard-like demeanor, swaying gently towards Linxinga, signaling her to go inside quickly. Linxinga's mouth twitched as she looked at the Xuanjia spirit turtle still smoking in the distance, unable to help but rub her forehead. Serves you right. She adjusted her clothes, took a deep breath, and finally began to move.
Chapter 60, Come over and cook 2 dishes.
Just as Linxinga followed the main vine of the demon-devouring vine, stepping on the ground littered with fallen flowers, heading deeper into the mist. A rustling sound came from the distant, messy thicket.
Aya!
A suppressed, somewhat flattering low growl sounded. The Xuanjia spirit turtle, still smoking from the earlier lash, cautiously stuck its massive head out from behind. Its small eyes, like green beans, were now engaged in an epic battle between hunger and the will to survive.
That's a 6th-tier terror. If I go in, I'll be made into turtle jelly. The rational little angel screamed in the left ear.
But there's such a delicious smell.
And the master went in.
The greedy little devil roared wildly in the right ear. In the end, as a seasoned foodie who had survived under Su Chen's shadow, hunger naturally prevailed. The Xuanjia spirit turtle gritted its teeth, its 4 short, stout legs pressed firmly against the ground, its huge shell lowered as much as possible. In an extremely humble, extremely sneaky manner, it began to crawl down the flower path. It dared not make a sound, pausing after every step to check the reaction of the terrifying vine ahead. The sight of it, though it had just been beaten, still shamelessly determined to steal a meal, made the previously worried global audience burst into laughter.
Ha 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 ha. This is the so-called 4th-tier Lord-level beast?
This crawling posture is more familiar than my dog.
Grandpa Turtle, as long as I crawl low enough, embarrassment can't catch me. I'm dying. Just now, it was all bravado, but now, it's throwing its dignity away for a meal?
Upstairs, you don't understand, this is called a wise person knows when to bend, or a food container. Linxinga naturally noticed the movement behind her, but she was too distracted by the scene in front of her to care about the embarrassing turtle. Because what lay before her again completely changed her understanding of the wild world. As she went deeper into the valley, the once eerie and terrifying mist gradually dispersed, replaced by a breathtaking paradise-like wonderland. The ground beneath her feet was no longer rotten leaves and mud, but a layer of glowing moss with a faint glow. It was soft and squishy, like walking on the finest wool carpet. What shocked her even more was the guide beside her. As a notorious 6th-level demon-devouring vine, Little Green was being as attentive as a 5-star hotel's personal butler. There were pebbles ahead?
A few thin vines instantly curled up and tossed them away. The weather was a bit hot.
Two huge banana leaf-shaped vines immediately stretched out above Lin Xinga's head, gently fanning her, sending a breeze filled with floral fragrance. Even the tiny dirt speck on Lin Xinga's boots was carefully wiped away by a delicate vine. This meticulous service brought tears to the viewers in the livestream who were suffering in other countries.
God, Su is amazing. Not only did he leave behind a guide, but he even left a nanny. I want to cry, really. This isn't survival, this is clearly the feeling of going home to inherit a billion-dollar estate. After walking for about 5 minutes.
At the end of the view, a huge natural cave appeared before her. The entrance to the cave wasn't the dark, damp hole she had imagined, but was instead very neatly and expansively renovated. 2 rows of glowing strange crystals were even placed on both sides, acting as street lamps. This place. Lin Xinga stepped into the cave and was completely stunned. What cave was this? This was clearly a simple yet luxurious mansion. In the center of the cave, there was a set of stone table and chairs carved from entire blocks of jade. And beside the stone table, there was even a sofa that looked incredibly comfortable.
Upon closer inspection, the sofa was covered with a complete, faintly oppressive pure white beast skin. Lin Xinga's fingers gently stroked the beast skin, and the smooth sensation sent a shiver down her spine. Just as Lin Xinga was still shocked by Su Chen's grand gesture, a huge black shadow finally waddled toward the entrance, panting. The Xuanjia spirit turtle peeked out from the doorway, and its small green bean-like eyes lit up like 2 searchlights when it saw the environment inside. Wow! What a comfortable place! There must be delicious food hidden by that big demon king here. It excitedly raised a paw, about to step across the threshold and join the cozy family. However, snap! A crisp sound echoed. A thick vine, which had been guarding the door, ruthlessly whipped it across the nose. Ouch! The Xuanjia spirit turtle yelped in pain, tears instantly sprang from its eyes, and it hopped up and down twice, holding its nose with its front paws. It looked at Lin Xinga pitifully, making friendly sounds of "ong-ong." Don't hit, don't hit. I'm family. I'm that woman's pet. As it spoke, it stretched out its paw to point at Lin Xinga inside, then pointed at itself, desperately signaling that they were part of the same group. Little Green's main vine, which was pouring water for Lin Xinga, paused slightly. The not-so-smart flower bud seemed to tilt its head and think for a moment. After a few seconds, the vine that had whipped the turtle retracted its thorns and pointed to an empty spot near the door, making a lie-down gesture. The meaning was obvious: you can't go in, that's the master's domain. Just lie here at the door as a doormat. The Xuanjia spirit turtle understood. Although a bit humiliated, the delicious smell drifting out from the cave made it compromise without shame. It obediently lay down at the door, even adjusting its position to rest its head on the threshold, becoming a proper tripping stone. Lin Xinga shook her head helplessly at the sight. At that moment, Little Green's main vine suddenly curled up 2 yellowed papers and eagerly handed them to Lin Xinga. The papers, although a bit old, were very well preserved, with the flowing handwriting still clearly visible. Lin Xinga's expression became serious as she took the item into her hands. This was left by Su Chen. She opened the first page, and the familiar, slightly lazy and disorganized tone jumped onto the paper. Demon Plant User Manual. This demon-devouring vine, I thought it looked uncomfortably green, so I named it Little Green. Though it looks fierce, it's still at the early stage of awakening its intelligence and listens well. It's not just a perfect security guard, I also taught it a little bit of cooking. It can handle simple stir-frying and steaming, especially tossing the pan. Those thousands of vines work together, and it controls the heat more precisely than a Michelin chef. It doesn't need to be fed, it grabs unlucky passers-by as fertilizer. If you come, you can feel free to use it. Oh, by the way, its temper isn't great, so don't let strangers get close, or they'll be eaten. After reading this, Lin Xinga's hands trembled. The live stream's bullet comments exploded instantly. What the hell, taught it to toss the pan? Can plants cook? Is this even scientific? Is this reasonable? So God, as long as I want, even the pea shooter from Plants vs. Zombies could be used as my sniper. I seriously suspect that during these 3 years in the wild, Su God wasn't trying to survive, but was playing a nurturing game. Little Green, I was originally a cold, killer plant until I met that man with a spatula. Lin Xinga took a deep breath to calm herself and turned to the second page. Chapter 61, Su Chen, the victim of slander? The content on this page made her pupils shrink sharply. Suggestions for dealing with the thing above. This cave is a feng shui treasure, and the stalactites on top are millennia old. Every few days, something called earth core body refining milk drips down. This thing has a slightly sweet taste and a texture like coconut milk. It's even better when chilled. In those years, I would casually fill a vat and drink it as a beverage. If you come, remember to take some. Though it's good, drinking too much just makes it lose its charm. Once its resistance builds up, it's like drinking sugar water.
Don't take it all, leave some for Little Green. After all, it not only watches the door but also cooks, so it's quite a hard job. This liquid, rich in spiritual energy, is a big boost for a plant-type demon like it and can help it evolve.
Su Chen, left on a boring afternoon. After reading this letter, Lin Xinga instinctively looked up at the top of the cave. Sure enough, at the very top of the cave, several massive stalactites were glowing with a soft, lustrous light. Below, the thousands of vines of Little Green suddenly twisted joyfully into a braid. It seemed to understand the praise and care Su Chen had given it in the letter. Splash! With a sound of friction, Little Green dragged out a huge white jade trough from a cool corner deep in the cave. As soon as the trough appeared, a rich, overwhelming fragrance instantly filled the entire cave. It was an indescribable scent. Just taking one breath, Lin Xinga felt her pores open, and the muscles that had been sore from the long journey instantly regained their vitality. Even the long stagnant internal energy barrier seemed to loosen a bit at this moment. Lin Xinga quickly stepped forward and looked into the trough. Inside, it was completely filled with a milky, viscous liquid, like jade nectar, with a faint spiritual glow emanating from the surface. This is Earth Core Body Refining Milk? Lin Xinga's voice was trembling. Although Su Chen had casually mentioned it in the letter, calling it a coconut milk drink. This was truly a treasure of heaven and earth. And the amount, there was enough to fill a large vat. 6th rank. This is definitely a 6th rank, maybe even close to a 7th rank top-tier resource. In the Dragon Country livestream, the head of the Special Administration Bureau, Zhang Dingbang, was so excited that he stood up, crushing the teacup in his hand. Quick! Quick, get the technical department to analyze this. What effects could this produce if it materialized in reality? No need for analysis. Just looking at Lin Xinga's face on the screen, which quickly turned rosy, everyone could tell. Everyone knows, this thing is beyond the heavens. Lin Xinga stared at the tank of drink, then glanced at the Little Green beside her, who was massaging her shoulders with vines, a look of flattery on its face. A complex expression flashed in her eyes. Senior Su. What kind of person are you? To treat such a treasure, one that could drive the world crazy, as a drink, and even turn a 6th-tier magical plant into free labor. At the same time, the scene briefly shifted. Somewhere in the wildlands, on a golden beach. Waves crashed against the rocks. Su Chen, wearing a pair of sunglasses made from animal bones, was lying under a huge sun umbrella, holding a glass of strange-colored cocktail. Achoo! He suddenly sneezed loudly, rubbing his nose. Strange, who's talking about me? Su Chen shook his head and turned over. It must be the dumb tiger secretly cursing me for taking its territory. Forget it, I can't be bothered. The scene returned to the cave. Lin Xinga had made her decision. Without hesitation, she directly summoned the National Fortune System interface. I choose to submit the resources. But just before submitting, she remembered Su Chen's instructions. She took out a military water bottle from her backpack and filled it with water, leaving a full bottle for herself and the turtle outside, whose mouth was practically watering. Then, she poured out a whole large basin and placed it in front of Little Green's main route. Here, this is what Senior Su specifically told me to leave for you. Lin Xinga gently touched Little Green's rough bark and whispered, "Thank you, Little Green." At this moment, this vicious magical plant, who had lived for countless years, suddenly trembled all over. One of its vines carefully coiled around the basin of body-strengthening milk, not drinking it immediately, but instead rubbing it gently against Lin Xinga's face. That kind of attachment and gratitude moved countless viewers to tears. Tears in my eyes, brothers. Who says magical beasts are heartless? This is clearly mutual. Although Su Chen exploits, he really pampers too. Such precious stuff, he gives it away without hesitation. Goddess Lin is amazing too. Her execution is top-notch. After doing all this, Lin Xinga looked at the remaining 80% of the body-strengthening milk, her eyes firm, and pressed the confirm button. Buzz. Immediately after, the grand, majestic, yet so pleasant mechanical announcement sounded throughout the entire Blue Star. Announcement. Dragon Kingdom contestant Lin Xinga has successfully occupied and submitted the special resource, Earth Core Body Strengthening Milk, extremely pure. Triggering 100-fold manifestation mechanism. This resource belongs to a special consumable class and will be manifested in Dragon Kingdom's major water sources and underground water veins in the form of spiritual liquid. Resource characteristics: drinking from this water source can significantly improve the physical constitution of the people, repair long-standing ailments, enhance immunity, and has a high probability of nourishing the land, increasing the spiritual energy content in crops. Boom! At this moment, the real world completely erupted. Inside the Dragon Kingdom, the Yangtze River, the Yellow River, major reservoirs, and lakes. The previously murky water suddenly became crystal clear, emitting a faint sweet aroma. In the hospital,
An elderly man lying in the intensive care unit, relying on a respirator to sustain his life, was fed a sip of the just-boiled warm water by a nurse.
A miracle happened.
The elderly man's previously gray and lifeless face quickly turned rosy, visibly and rapidly.
10 minutes later.
Under the astonished gazes of the doctors and nurses, the elderly man, who had already been given the critical condition notice, unexpectedly pulled out his oxygen tube and, trembling, sat up, shouting with full energy. The same scene unfolded in every corner of the Dragon Kingdom.
Countless people suffering from chronic diseases, rheumatism, and subhealth, after drinking the first sip of water, felt their bodies lighten, as though they had unloaded years of burden. This wasn't just curing diseases. This was an uplift in the physical constitution of the entire nation, from the genetic level. And back in the cave,
looking at the disappearing golden light,
Lin Xingge's mouth gently curled into a smile. Chapter 62, Wild Beasts that Drink Blood and Eat Flesh.
In the cave, the golden light gradually faded away. It was the sign that the heart's core body-tempering milk had finished materializing. Lin Xingge felt like she had just completed an intense full-body spa, every pore was cheering with excitement. She gently clenched her fist, the joints cracking crisply, and the inner energy that had previously been sluggish was now rushing forward like a mighty river. But this was not the end.
After dealing with the main matter, an intense hunger suddenly hit her.
After all, before entering this core area, she and the Xuanjia spirit turtle had been busy for most of the day.
Lin Xingge's gaze landed on the cave entrance.
There, the Xuanjia spirit turtle was lying on the threshold.
Although it was serving as a mat, its small bean-like eyes occasionally darted towards the pile of fish nearby.
Those were the ones it grabbed before bringing Lin Xingge here, worried that she would transform them into something else, so it hid them away. Though some of the fish had become less presentable after being dragged along, they were still fresh, and a few even had the vitality to hop around on the ground. Lin Xingge turned her head towards the demon-eating vine, still diligently fanning her, and after a moment's hesitation, asked tentatively,
"Well, little green?"
The main vine of the demon-eating vine immediately stopped its movement, and the large bud at the top drooped slightly, assuming a listening position, obediently waiting.
"Can you cook fish?" Lin Xingge pointed to the pile of fish at the door. "I mean, like what Senior Su wrote in the letter, cooking?"
As soon as the words left her mouth, buzz! Little Green's vines instantly tensed up, and then there was a burst of incredibly excited vibrations. It was a kind of joy as if it had found its true value in the struggle.
"I can. I'm so good at it. Finally, someone is ordering. After using fertilizer to compost every day for years, my skills had almost become rusty."
There was no need for Lin Xingge to say another word. Swish, swish, swish. The thousands of vines originally responsible for security instantly transformed into a highly precise kitchen assembly line. Dozens of thin vines, as fine as hair, immediately lifted the fish from the ground, tossing them into the air. Then, another several dozen vines with fine barbs like precision scalpels passed through the air, leaving behind blurry shadows. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Accompanied by a dazzling display of skill, fish scales flew, intestines were precisely removed, and the fish bodies were beautifully scored. The whole process flowed like a stream of water, so fast that Lin Xingge only saw a flash, and the fish were already cleaned and neatly arranged on a large lotus leaf that had somehow appeared.
But that wasn't the end.
One thick vine of little green suddenly shot into the ground, lifting several blocks of the red-hot fire spirit stones, a unique mineral from the savage realm. The vines rubbed together, sparks flying everywhere, and instantly set the dry branches around the stones ablaze. A huge stone pot was set above it. What happened next completely shattered the worldview of all global viewers. There, the terrifying sixth-stage demon plant, with several vines, expertly held a large spoon, heating the pot, adding oil, and releasing a fragrant aroma. Sizzle! The sound of the fish hitting the oil was so pleasant to hear.
Even more outrageous, little green could even toss the pan.
The thousands of pounds of stone pot, under the control of its few vines, was as light as a toy. Each time it flipped, the fish would arc perfectly in the air, cooking evenly with a golden hue. A rich, intense fragrance instantly exploded throughout the cave, spreading out into the wind and beyond the entrance. Slurp! At the door, the Xuanjia spirit turtle's drool had turned into a river. It stared blankly at the dancing little green cooking, the fear in its eyes long gone, replaced by a light of worship. A miracle, this is a miracle. I never knew this green violent plant could do this.
Mom, I don't want to go home anymore. I want to die here.
At this moment, the Xuanjia spirit turtle even had an extremely annoying thought. As long as it could get a taste of the fish in that pot, forget about being a doormat, it would even accept being a footstool.
10 minutes later.
A full table of fish dishes, complete with color, fragrance, and taste, was placed on the jade green table. Steamed, braised, and even a pot of milky white fish soup. Lin Xingge stared at the table of dishes, feeling somewhat dazed.
Is this really the perilous, human forbidden wilderness world? Why does it feel even more comfortable than the highest level private restaurant on Blue Star? Eat.
Lin Xinga picked up the wooden chopsticks left by Su Chen and placed a piece of fish in her mouth. It melted in her mouth. The tender fish meat, wrapped with spiritual energy, exploded on her tongue, and the flavor was simply soul-shaking. So delicious. Lin Xinga's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but praise. Hearing the praise, Xiao LV happily swayed its body, and two vines even formed a heart shape beside her. Lin Xinga glanced at the Xinjia spirit turtle at the door, whose saliva was about to flood the ground, and waved with a little amusement. Come in, you've worked hard, I'll allow you to eat under the table.
On.
The Xinjia spirit turtle let out a cry of joy, rolling and crawling in. It didn't dare to get on the table but sat beside a large stone basin Xiao LV had thrown to it. When the first piece of fish soaked in soup entered its mouth, this fourth-tier magical beast actually rolled its eyes with happiness, legs in the air, looking like it had no regrets in life.
However, the sorrows and joys of humans are not shared.
While in the Dragon Country's livestream, the comments flooded with late-night poison and I'm starving. The scene suddenly shifted to a live stream in the White Elephant Country.
The atmosphere changed drastically.
This was a dark and damp swamp, the air seemed to carry the smell of decay. The White Elephant Country contestant, Amir, was sitting cross-legged on a moldy, rotten log with his shirt off. In front of him were two bloody chunks of raw meat, still dripping with some unknown sticky liquid. Those were the two bodies he had found by accident, a peak second-tier poisonous lizard and a second-tier swamp giant python, sliced. The lizard's meat had a strange purple-black color and was still twitching slightly, while in the snake meat, some white thread-like things could even be seen wriggling.
But Amir didn't mind at all.
He was in an extremely excited mental state. Because just now, he had seen the terrifying resource acquisition notification of Lin Xinga from Dragon Country on the scoreboard. Jealousy twisted his face.
What are those Dragon Country people? Amir, glaring with bloodshot eyes at the drone camera, roared loudly, and I, the noble white elephant war god, am enjoying the source of strength.
These magical beasts were incredibly strong in life, their blood and flesh contained primal wild power.
Only by eating them raw can I perfectly inherit this power.
As he spoke, he grabbed the purple-black lizard meat and waved it in front of the camera.
Chapter 63, Isn't eating this going to kill me?
Many viewers from Dragon Country's livestream came over to take a look, and even through the screen, they felt their stomachs churn.
What the hell? Is this guy serious? Just a kind reminder, the lizard's color clearly shows it's extremely poisonous.
And it was killed by two poisonous beasts fighting, its toxins must be off the charts.
Also that snake meat, those white things must be parasites, right?
They're definitely parasites.
Don't eat it. It'll kill you.
However, these kind-hearted comments were quickly drowned by the passionate comments of the White Elephant Country's audience.
Shut up. You jealous Dragon Country people. Amir is the son of the Ganges. He has been granted a steel stomach by the gods. This is the way a strong person eats.
Only this raw meat can bring courage and power.
Amir is about to evolve. He is immune to all poisons. Long live Amir.
Long live the kingdom of white elephants. Under the gaze of thousands and the blind praise from their own people, Amir's face was filled with a mysterious, confident smile, as he opened his mouth wide and bit into the purple-black piece of meat.
Put.
The sound of raw meat being torn apart echoed loudly in the silent swamp. Amir chewed loudly, making smacking sounds, even deliberately showing his blood-stained teeth to the camera.
It's a bit sour, and a little numb.
He swallowed and let out a big burp, giving a thumbs up to the camera with an excited look, but I can feel it.
That warm flow. It feels like there's a fire burning in my stomach. This is energy. This is a sign of evolution.
The Dragon Kingdom's viewers were stunned.
What the hell energy? That's poison, you idiot. A fire in the stomach? How could that be good?
But Amir got more and more excited as he ate, finishing off the lizard meat in a flash, and then grabbing the snake meat full of parasites.
Come on. Let the power come stronger.
He stuffed the raw meat into his mouth like a madman, barely chewing before swallowing it down.
Just 5 minutes later, the change began.
Amir's previously smug face suddenly froze. The abnormal purplish-red hue rapidly spread from his neck to his entire face, and even his eyeballs turned purple.
Ha, ha, ha. Amir suddenly let out an eerie laugh.
He wobbled to his feet, his gaze growing vacant, his hands reaching out to grasp at nothing in the air.
Oh. Lord Shiva. Have you come to take me? So many elephants, so many pink elephants flying in the sky. Is that my flying carpet? I'm about to take off. I'm going to surpass the Dragon Kingdom. The white elephant war god began dancing an extremely abstract dance in the muddy swamp.
His limbs twisted at angles that defied human anatomy, babbling incomprehensible words, foaming at the mouth as he danced.
Thud. A muffled sound. Amir, who had just been boasting about his evolution, collapsed straight into the mud. His body shook violently, his eyes rolled back, and foam mixed with undigested blood and flesh leaked from the corners of his mouth, looking pitiful beyond belief. The White Elephant Kingdom's livestream went silent instantly. The barrage of comments claiming immunity from all poisons seemed to have hit the pause button. After a few seconds, a wave of terrified screams exploded. Amir? What's wrong with you, Amir? Get up. Don't scare us. Damn it. It must be those Dragon Kingdom people who cursed him. How could our warrior be knocked out by 2 pieces of poisoned meat? At this moment, the director of the global live broadcast seemed to be a master at stirring things up. He split the screen into 2 halves, left and right. Left screen. Inside a cave, the lighting was bright, and it felt as warm as spring. Lin Xinga sat at a jade table, elegantly sipping a bowl of milky fish soup. Beside her, a giant armored tortoise was happily chewing on a fishbone, occasionally letting out satisfied grunts. Behind her, the fearsome 6-tiered demon plant Little Green was lovingly fanning her with vines, even offering a spiritual fruit as dessert. Time seemed peaceful, like a vacation. Right screen. In the swamp, the cold wind howled, and the mud was unbearable. Amir lay in the muck like a dead frog, his limbs still twitching uncontrollably. Around him, only flies flew and piles of unfinished, foul-smelling rotten meat remained. Pitiful and defeated, it looked like hell. This extreme contrast, the juxtaposition of heaven and hell, left billions of global viewers in deep silence. Is this the difference? Is this really the same survival game? I really don't know what to say anymore. One came here to stock up and vacation. One is here to deliver death. This is the importance of holding onto the right thigh. Goddess Lin holds onto the great Su God's thigh, while Amir holds onto, the lizard's thigh? Inside the cave. Lin Xinga had no idea what was happening outside. She finished her last sip of fish soup and felt the warm current inside her body nourishing her limbs and bones. It was the pure energy from high-level ingredients. She put down her bowl and chopsticks, looking at the little green creature busy cleaning up the dishes, even using vines as a cloth to wipe the table. A flash of deep shock and admiration passed through Lin Xinga's eyes. If she was grateful for Su Chen when she received the resources and strategies earlier, now, that gratitude had evolved into a kind of near-worshipful awe. Just how powerful is this man? Not only did he sweep through the forbidden area, leaving behind countless treasures. Even this violent, life-disregarding, 6th-level monster plant could be trained to be so obedient, so virtuous? Is this really something humans can do? Lin Xinga stood up, walked to the cave entrance, and looked at the wild forest covered by the night. Chapter 64, Survival from Great Peril, Yet Great Fortune Awaits. In the wild realm, that marshland perpetually shrouded in a stinking, toxic miasma. Amir lay like a rotten log in the mud for a full hour. The purple-blue toxins twisted into strange patterns on his face, making him look like a devil just crawled out of hell. However, just as the White Elephant Kingdom's rescue team started discussing how to handle the aftermath, Amir's finger suddenly twitched. Cough, cough. A thick black blood clot was spat out by him, flying 3 meters before hitting a decaying dead tree nearby. Sizzle. The dead tree actually made a sound like it was being eaten away by strong acid and released a wisp of white smoke. Amir suddenly sat up, his eyes bloodshot, even the whites of his eyes taking on a strange light purple hue. He didn't immediately check his face, which was swollen like a pig's head, but frantically waved his hands, laughing madly at the drone's camera. Ha 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 ha. I saw it. I really saw it. His voice was hoarse, like sandpaper rubbing against itself, yet it carried a terrifyingly excited fervor. The great Shiva descended upon my dreams. He caressed the top of my head and poured supreme divine power into my body. Now, I have been reborn. I am the son of God, I am the god of war of the White Elephant. The White Elephant Kingdom's livestream was silent for 3 seconds. Then, a torrent of barrage comments flooded in like a mountain crash and sea wave. I knew it. I knew the war god Amir wouldn't fall so easily. Did you see that? That black blood. That's detoxing. That's a divine miracle. What about those Dragon Kingdom people who mocked us earlier? Come out and die. Our war god has received Shiva's legacy. Long live Amir. Long live the White Elephant Kingdom. We are about to rule the wild realm. The citizens of the White Elephant Kingdom fell into a frenzy of collective hysteria. There were even so-called experts shouting with red faces on TV programs, Amir has displayed the greatest evolution in human history. He ate the venomous magical beasts raw, actually using the extreme toxins to temper his flesh. This is the legendary Shiva toxic body. In reality, the viewers in the Dragon Kingdom's livestream could only feel a wave of chills. This guy's brain must have been damaged by the poison, right? I think it's still the hallucinations messing with him, he's just suffering from toxin-induced nerve disorder. How did that become a miracle? Look at his face. It's so swollen even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. And he's calling himself a war god? Maybe more like a war-lost god. But Amir didn't care about any of this. He staggered to his feet, feeling light as a feather. Though his internal organs still ached, in that extremely excited mental state, he developed a false sense of being invincible, thinking no one could rival him in the world. He clicked on the leaderboard. First place, Dragon Nation, 1200 points. Second place, Lighthouse Nation, 300 points. Third place, White Elephant Nation, 210 points. 210 points. Amir stared at the number, a trace of greed and savagery flashing in his eyes. Johnson from Lighthouse Nation only has 90 points more than me. If I kill a second-tier monster, or a few first-tier ones, I'll be second in the world. By then, the whole world will look up to the glory of White Elephant Nation. He muttered incantations under his breath, while searching the swamp. Originally, this swamp, with the bodies of 2 second-tier peak monsters, had become a treasure to other beasts. The strong scent of blood spread through the miasma, quickly attracting predators. Boom! Boom! The mud in the distance suddenly churned like boiling water, a massive black shape breaking through the mud waves, rapidly approaching. It was a creature the size of a small tank. Its back was covered with thick, dark red-scaled armor, with each scale appearing like finely crafted steel, shining with a cold metallic gleam. The huge snout opened slightly, revealing 2 rows of jagged fangs, with thick saliva dripping from its mouth. First-tier peak monster, Ironclad Swamp Crocodile. Though it was only a first-tier monster, its armor was nearly invincible among creatures of the same tier. Even human heavy machine guns struggled to leave any mark on its body. The hearts of White Elephant Nation's audience instantly skipped a beat. Here it comes. The first sacrifice for the war god. Amir, use your divine power to tear it apart. Let the world witness the strength of Lord Shiva. Amir also noticed the giant creature. He was momentarily paralyzed with fear, but then, his inflated confidence quickly took over. Pitiful crawler, do you dare challenge the majesty of a god? He stretched out his swollen, bluish-purple hand, poison and grotesque, trembling as he pulled out the rusted curved blade from the mud. Although it was just an ordinary steel knife on Blue Star, to the people of White Elephant Nation, it was a divine weapon infused with the breath of the Ganges. Amir struck a ridiculously abstract fighting pose, his feet sliding in the swamp, making strange hey and ha sounds. For the glory of White Elephant, for the blessing of Lord Shiva. He took a sudden step forward, his movement so slow it resembled a slapstick comedy to the audience of Dragon Nation. Die! Amir roared, using all his strength to throw the rusted curved blade in a crooked arc, hurling it toward the ironclad swamp crocodile's massive head. For a moment, the world seemed to freeze. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, like a coin dropping on concrete. The blade accurately hit the crocodile's forehead. Then, it was as if a plastic toy had crashed against tank armor, leaving no mark, bouncing off weakly. With a small splash, the blade fell into the mud, vanishing instantly. The ironclad swamp crocodile stood frozen. Amir was frozen too. Billions of viewers worldwide, in that moment, all shared the same thought, ? The air was filled with the scent of embarrassment. In the cold-blooded eyes of the ironclad swamp crocodile, for the first time, a hint of human-like confusion appeared. It paused, shook its head as if wondering, did something just brush against me? As for Amir, his arm, still raised in the throwing posture, was frozen mid-air. The fervor on his face instantly solidified. This can't be. He mumbled to himself, staring at his empty hands. That was a throwing knife blessed by Lord Shiva. How could it possibly not even have a scratch? It must have been the wind. Yes, it must have been a gust of evil wind just now that interfered with the divine power. However, the armored swamp crocodile had no intention of giving him a chance to reflect. Roar! A deep growl erupted from the crocodile's throat, shaking the surrounding miasma and causing it to scatter slightly. It sensed the provocation from the tiny creature in front of it. Although the creature seemed weak, as one of the overlords of this swamp, it would not allow anything to dance such a ridiculous dance in front of it. Boom! The massive crocodile's limbs suddenly swiped, sending mud flying like a fountain in all directions. Its heavy body exploded with incredible speed in the swamp, like a dark red torpedo, charging straight toward Amir. Oh my god! Amir, who had just praised himself as the son of the gods, felt the divine power inside him vanish without a trace in the face of a life-threatening crisis. He let out a piercing, desperate scream, turned around, and scrambled away toward the shore. Due to the swamp's muddy terrain, every step he took made him fall flat, like a dog eating dirt. His whole body tumbled in the rotten mud, and the warrior-like posture he had just shown completely collapsed, resembling a frightened monkey. Chapter 65, a sixth-stage sparring partner?
Amir's scream had completely changed tone, with terror from the depths of his soul making him sob uncontrollably.
Help! Lord Shiva, save me! It's going to eat me! It's going to eat me!
The Dragon Country livestream was going crazy with laughter.
Ha 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 ha, is this the White Elephant War God? This running style gets a full score. The momentum was good, but the scraping didn't even scratch. I'm dying of laughter. Look! The crocodile is catching up. Amir is about to become the crocodile snack.
In the footage, the armored swamp crocodile was incredibly fast, instantly closing in to less than 3 meters behind Amir. It opened its massive, blood-soaked mouth, and the nauseating stench was already spraying onto Amir's neck. Amir even felt the cold grip of death. Despairing, he closed his eyes, wrapped his hands around his head, and collapsed into the rotten mud, waiting to be torn apart.
However, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed.
The immense pain he had imagined didn't come. Instead, the violent sound of mud swirling strangely stopped. Amir trembled and opened his eyes, peering through his fingers to look behind. He saw that the fierce armored swamp crocodile had stopped less than a meter behind him.
It had not bitten down. Instead, its massive nostrils were flaring, sniffing carefully at Amir's scent. The next second, the global audience witnessed the most unbelievable scene of their lives. The beast that was once so ferocious, capable of devouring anything, upon smelling Amir's scent, actually had its cold eyes sharply contract. Its gigantic body shook violently, as if it had suffered some kind of mental blow. Ugh!
The armored swamp crocodile actually dry-heaved twice in front of the whole world.
A thick mucus shot out of its mouth full of fangs, its eyes filled with disgust, revulsion, and regret for ever being foolish enough to sniff.
It didn't even glance at Amir again, its limbs paddling furiously, faster than when it charged, turning and fleeing. The retreating figure was filled with the panic and disgrace of a hasty escape. It would rather swim toward the 2 decaying, stinking, parasitic toxic lizard corpses nearby than even go half a step closer to Amir.
Silence. A deathly silence.
The White Elephant Country livestream's comments were completely cleared. After a long while, a single comment from the Dragon Country stream floated weakly.
Did it get scared off by the smell of cow dung and the poison on Amir? I don't think it was scared off.
The crocodile probably thought this thing was highly poisonous, and if it ate it, it would have diarrhea and die. The physical defense wasn't broken, but the magical defense, the stench, was completely maxed out.
Amir, you're really amazing. Having narrowly escaped death, Amir stared blankly at the retreating crocodile's figure.
He was dazed for a few seconds, then a more frenzied joy surged up in his heart. He suddenly jumped up, wildly pounding his chest at the camera, his face covered in mud, but it couldn't hide the sickly pride.
Did you see that? Did you see that?
Amir roared, his voice filled with pride. It was afraid. It trembled before my divine power. It didn't even dare to face my brilliance, it was directly pushed back by my aura.
This is divine power. This is supreme pressure. Even magical beasts must bow to me.
The audience in the White Elephant Kingdom looked on in surprise. Whoa, seems like it makes sense. Although the process was a bit strange, the result was that Amir scared the magical beast away without lifting a finger. So, the White Elephant Kingdom erupted once again.
Miracle! This is definitely a miracle. The war god is mighty. Our war god can make the enemy surrender without even fighting.
The Dragon Kingdom contestants still rely on traps and pets, but our war god relies entirely on his righteousness.
World second. Our White Elephant Kingdom is about to soar.
Meanwhile, in the cave, the air seemed to become slightly sticky due to the lingering aroma of the fish soup.
But this peaceful atmosphere was quickly broken. Linshinga felt like she was a balloon ready to burst.
The Earth Core body tempering lotion had now taken effect.
Who?
Linshinga exhaled a breath of turbid air, the misty white vapor dissipating as her eyes became sharp like a knife. She slowly turned her head, her gaze locking onto the Xuanjia spirit turtle, which was still lying on its back, savoring the feast from just now.
Get up!
Her cold voice carried an undeniable pressure. The Xuanjia spirit turtle's eyes, which were still spinning, immediately froze. A chill from deep within its soul made it feel as though the shell on its back was growing cold. It turned its head stiffly and met Linshinga's eyes, which seemed to burn with flames.
Train with me.
Linshinga twisted her neck, her joints cracking, just in time to work off that meal.
Train with me? Is that something a human would do?
The Xuanjia spirit turtle immediately retracted its enormous head back into its shell, its 4 short legs desperately pulling inward, even using its 2 front paws to tightly cover the hole from the inside.
I can't hear. That woman's aura is terrifying right now.
I'm just an assistant responsible for sniffing out smells, finding paths, and occasionally acting as a doormat.
No to violent demolition.
Seeing this 4th-tier lord-level magical beast become so timid, Lin Qingge couldn't help but laugh in anger. I'll just throw a few punches, no weapons.
Still no response.
The turtle shell seemed to be welded to the ground, not moving an inch.
Lin Qingge sighed helplessly, realizing this turtle wasn't going to be of any help.
Her gaze began to wander within the cave, finally settling on Little Green, who was still busy. At this moment, Little Green was using dozens of vines to roll up the leftover fish bones and utensils from the meal, skillfully sorting and cleaning the trash. With its wicked spines, it almost looked like a perfect housewife if you ignored its menacing appearance.
Little Green? Lin Qingge called out tentatively.
Little Green stopped its movements, its huge flower bud slightly turning towards Lin Qingge.
2 vines swayed like antennae, seemingly asking, "Want more to eat?" Lin Qingge took a deep breath, preparing for an attack stance.
Her inner strength surged, causing her clothes to billow without wind. Could you give me some pointers?
The cave was silent for a second. Little Green seemed to tilt its flower bud as if considering.
Then, it neatly placed the washed dishes and utensils on the stone platform before slowly turning around. It didn't carry the terrifying pressure that a 6th-tier magical beast would explode with. It casually separated a vine from the main stem. The vine was only as thick as a pinky finger and even had a few tender leaves, then gently flicked it towards Lin Qingge. The posture was like teasing a little kitten who wanted to show its claws.
"I apologize." Lin Qingge's eyes narrowed. In the next instant, her figure vanished into thin air. Boom!
Only the sound of a sonic boom remained where she stood. Her body, enhanced by the body-refining lotion, allowed her speed to break through the sound barrier in that moment.
Fast. Too fast.
The audience in the livestream only saw a blur, and Lin Qingge was already in front of Little Green's main root.
Break!
Lin Qingge shouted in a low voice. Her palm, filled with her full internal force, was delivered with the force of a mountain crashing, aiming straight at Little Green's root. This palm, if it hit a steel plate on Blue Star, would definitely create a large hole.
Chapter 66, is this it? However. Pa! A soft, almost inaudible crisp sound.
The tender vine that was swaying just now, at some point, had already appeared in front of Lin Qingge's palm. It merely flicked, like brushing away a speck of dust. Lin Qingge felt as though her killer palm had struck a bundle of extremely resilient cotton.
Immediately after, an unstoppable, gentle yet immense force rebounded. Step, step, step. Lin Qingge was sent back 3 steps, each step leaving an imprint on the hard ground.
Her pupils contracted sharply, disbelief written all over her face.
This is the security guard that Su Chen trained? Again. Lin Qingge's competitive spirit was ignited.
She stopped holding back, her figure turning into a series of afterimages, launching a fierce storm of attacks around Little Green's massive body. However, no matter from which angle she attacked, no matter how fast she was, the tender vine always managed to precisely block her path at the last moment. Even Little Green's main vine didn't budge, its enormous flower bud even yawned in boredom.
Is this it?
When Master fought me blindfolded with one hand, it was much faster than this.
3 minutes had passed. Lin Qingge was drenched in sweat, her breath disordered.
Meanwhile, Little Green's tender vine hadn't even lost a leaf.
Seemingly tired of playing, or perhaps needing to water the flowers,
Little Green's thousands of vines hanging in the air suddenly moved at once. There was no killing intent, only a sense of despair, as if the entire world was being overshadowed by an oppressive feeling. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless vines spread out like the fan of a peacock, intertwining in the air to form an impenetrable green net, instantly cutting off all of Lin Qingge's escape routes. At this moment, the global audience, through the screen, felt a sense of suffocation. That absolute control, that feeling of leisurely ease, like a god gazing down on ants.
This is the 6th rank? Lin Qingge didn't even have time to react. The next second, she felt her waist tighten.
A vine gently coiled around her and softly placed her back on the fur-covered sofa from midair.
The battle was over. It had only been a few minutes.
Lin Qingge lay limp on the sofa, her chest rising and falling violently, staring at the little green plant in front of her that had quickly retracted its vines and returned to its harmless appearance, filled with doubts about life.
The live stream chat exploded. Did I see that wrong? Lin Jie's speed just now was almost like teleportation, right? But she couldn't even beat a single finger, oh no, a single branch? This is ridiculous. This is a 6th rank beast?
Goddess Lin, I thought I was the main character, but I can't even beat the plant my master raised. Thinking about it gives me chills, brothers.
How badly did Su Chen beat this thing back then to train it into such a well-behaved maid? Su Chen, if you got beaten by a plant, just admit it, don't embarrass me. Lin Qingge lay on the sofa, letting out a bitter laugh, staring at the stalactites above. Senior Su.
She muttered, I thought this time the improvement was huge, and I would finally be able to see your back.
But in the end, I couldn't even beat your pet.
Her previous pride was completely gone, replaced by a deeper reverence for the man she had never met. At the same time, in Blue Star, Dragon Nation.
Although the sparring in the Barbaric Realm had ended, the storm brought by Lin Xinga handing over the resources had just begun.
At a certain high-altitude outpost on the southwestern border of Dragon Nation. This place is 4,000 meters above sea level, with snow all year round, and the cold wind is like a knife. Old-class leader Wang Taizhu was sitting by the stove, rubbing his swollen and deformed knees while watching the livestream. He had been a soldier for 20 years, patrolling the border in his youth, which left him with severe rheumatism and old injuries. Whenever it rained or late at night, that piercing pain felt like countless ants gnawing at his bones.
This girl is strong.
Wang Taizhu looked at Lin Xinga being completely defeated by the little green creature, not mocking her, but with a look of comfort. Even though she lost, this spirit, it's like our Dragon Nation soldiers. The new soldier beside him handed over a thermos cup, excitedly saying, "Squad leader,
drink some water."
The notice just came, saying the newly manifested Earth Core body refining lotion has been infused into our underground water veins. Now, the drinking water is the special supply version.
What body refining lotion, what's it even good for?
Although Wang Taizhu said that, he still took the cup, blew on the steam, and took a big sip.
The warm liquid flowed down his throat. The next second, Wang Taizhu's hand holding the cup suddenly froze. An unprecedented warm current instantly exploded inside him.
It didn't feel like drinking water, it felt more like swallowing a gentle fireball. This heat traveled through his meridians, rushing directly to his knees, which were filled with fluid in bone spurs. Hiss. Wang Taizhu sucked in a cold breath, and then an expression of extreme shock appeared on his face. The ache, stiffness, and sharp pain that had tormented him for more than 10 years actually disappeared in that moment. Instead, a comfortable tingling feeling replaced it, as if deadwood was encountering spring.
Squad leader? What's wrong with you?
The new soldier was startled.
Wang Taizhu didn't speak.
He trembled as he put the cup down, holding onto the armrest of the chair, and cautiously stood up. In the past, this movement would have required him to grit his teeth for 5 seconds.
And now, zing! He sprang up straight away.
His legs were strong, and his steps were steady.
He even wanted to try a sprint right there. It doesn't hurt anymore. My legs don't hurt anymore.
This tough man actually had tears welling up in his eyes at this moment. The same miracle was happening all over Dragon Nation's recuperation centers, hospitals, and veteran settlement points. Countless old soldiers who had once shed blood and sweat for the country, who had been left with injuries all over their bodies, stood tall that night and threw away their crutches.
Inside the Special Management Bureau,
Director Zhang Dingbang looked at the reports coming from various places, and his usually stern face couldn't help but show emotion.
Good. Very good. However, this scene of national jubilation made viewers from certain countries green with envy.
In the White Elephant Kingdom's live stream, those viewers who had just been immersed in Emir's divine power were now sour as if they had swallowed a ton of lemons.
Fake. It's absolutely fake. Drinking water can cure diseases? Are the Dragon Nation people making a movie? Cheating. This is a collective use of stimulants. We should report it to the national sports system. Why?
Why can the elderly of Dragon Nation turn back the clock, but our war god is still starving in the mud pit?
This isn't fair.
Meanwhile, the netizens of Pickled Cabbage Country had even more outlandish ideas, flooding international forums with their crazy posts.
After our investigation, the name Su Chen actually originated from our great Pickled Cabbage Country's ancient texts. That's right.
In Su Chen's diary, the technique of flipping the wok clearly shows our stir-fried rice cake method that we want to apply for heritage.
Su Chen is a descendant of our Pickled Cabbage Country. The things he left behind should belong to us. Dragon Country must give us half of the resources.
Seeing these ridiculous remarks, the Dragon Country netizens couldn't even be bothered to curse this time.
Oh, here we go again with the ancestral claims?
Stop shouting, if you have the guts, let your players go cook a meal in the lair of a 9th-tier beast. Sorry, we're busy strengthening ourselves, no time to bother with you. Ah, this water is really sweet, feels like I could run 10 kilometers without breaking a sweat.
This is the confidence. This is the absolute confidence brought by the country's luck. Chapter 67, purely voluntary, no one is forcing me.
Inside the cave, the air returned to calm. Lin Xinga was sprawled on the couch, her eyes hollow, staring at the stalactites hanging from the ceiling. That battle just now, rather than a sparring match, was more like a one-sided play. Her prideful speed was as slow as a slideshow in front of that seemingly weak vine. And that terrifying recoil force still made her arms feel numb.
Ha! Lin Xinga exhaled a deep breath, shaking her head with a bitter smile. After this ordeal, she completely understood the reality.
In front of the gardener trained by Senior Su Chen, she wasn't even qualified to be a punching bag. That kind of suppression on a higher level didn't help in refining combat skills, it was purely self-torture. I need to find a more evenly matched opponent. Lin Xingge suddenly sat up, her gaze fiery as she looked at the small green plant cleaning up the house.
Hey, little green.
Hearing the call, the small green plant, which was using vines to wipe the table clean, stopped its action. The huge flower bud slightly tilted, its leaves closed in a respectful manner, indicating that it was listening.
I want to go outside and train a bit.
Lin Xingge pointed to the dark night outside the cave, her expression serious. It's too comfortable here, it's not suitable for me right now.
Do you know if there's a place nearby where, let's say, a fourth-tier beast gathers? Something with power similar to that turtle? The small green plant understood.
It didn't respond immediately but extended a vine, starting to draw on the smooth sandy ground. Although it was a plant, its drawing skills were surprisingly soulful. First, it drew a circle, representing the current cave.
Then, the vine extended westward, drawing a winding wavy line, obviously representing a river.
Finally, at the end of the river, it drew a symbol made up of several vertical lines, with a few splash marks beside it.
A waterfall? Lin Xingge asked tentatively. The small green plant shook its flower bud up and down, indicating it was correct.
Then, to make it easier for Lin Xingge to understand the danger level there, it extended its vine to point at the waterfall on the map, then pointed at the nearby black turtle, which was trying to hide its head inside its shell, trying to minimize its presence. Finally, the vine drew a large equal sign in the air. The body language was very vivid, the monsters there were on the same level as the turtle, they could fight, but they wouldn't die.
All right. Let's go there. Lin Xingge's eyes lit up.
A fourth-tier beast, with basic elemental control, tough skin, and thick flesh, was the best test for her now skyrocketing strength. Since she had a target, she didn't want to waste a single moment. Lin Xingge stood up, walked in front of the turtle pretending to be dead, and lightly kicked its thick shell with the tip of her foot.
Stop pretending to sleep, get up and work. Take me to that waterfall. No response. I know you're awake, I heard you hiccup just now. Still no response.
At this moment, the black turtle was internally collapsing. It had worked so hard to cling to that abnormal plant's leg, sneaking into this aura-rich, fish soup-filled, divine cave, and it really didn't want to go out. How dangerous it was outside. Especially that waterfall, that was the territory of its archenemy, it was a death mission. It tightened the muscles in its four legs, gripping the cracks in the rocks tightly, unwilling to budge. It was as if it had welded itself to the ground.
I'm not going. I'm not going. I'd rather die than go. I'll be the doormat.
I'll be the mascot of this place. As long as I don't lift my head, no one can wake up a turtle pretending to sleep. Looking at this shameless fourth-level lord, Lin Xingge felt a bit of a headache. This guy's defense is too high, if it doesn't want to leave, she couldn't even drag it away. At this moment, a slight friction sound was heard, a sound that made one's teeth ache filled the air.
Zzzzz.
The quiet little green, whose thousands of vines were previously wiping tables and sweeping floors, suddenly stopped moving. Then, a main vine as thick as an adult's thigh slowly curled around the massive stone pot that had just been used for fish soup, weighing thousands of pounds. It wasn't attacking, it simply moved the still steaming black pot slowly above the pretended dead Xuanjia spirit turtle's head, then shook it with incredible liveliness. Then, another vine conjured a stone shovel from who knows where. With a perfect motion, it mimicked the action of lifting the pot, heating oil, and stir-frying. The entire cave fell silent, only the crisp sound of the stone shovel scraping the pot bottom remained.
The next second. Bang!
The Xuanjia spirit turtle, which had been seemingly welded to the ground, suddenly bounced up like it had a spring under its backside. Or maybe it had suddenly remembered that the gas at home was still on, and in a completely biomechanically impossible speed, it shot up from the ground. Its four short legs spun quickly, and in an instant, it dashed to Lin Xingge's feet, lying down very obediently. It even exposed its broad and flat turtle back, its big head bowing up and down, with an expression that clearly said, "Let's go. Let's go. I'll go anywhere as long as you don't use me for soup. I'm doing this willingly. Totally willingly."
Lin Xingge. The global audience.
The Dragon Country livestream chat was instantly flooded with LOLs.
This is called evil turtles needing evil vines to grind them. This bloodline suppression is too obvious, right? Little Green, gave you a chance and you're useless.
Xuanjia spirit turtle, I'm not afraid of death, I just love exercise, I want to go out with Sister Lin for a walk. Looking at the trembling fourth-level lord at her feet, Lin Xingge couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. She patted one of Little Green's hanging vines and sincerely said, "Thank you." Little Green's flower bud swayed, indicating that it was nothing. Just as Lin Xingge was about to set off, the gold medal housekeeper seemed to remember something. Several vines moved quickly, as if performing a magic trick, bringing over a few large, thick lotus leaves. It carefully packed the few fish that everyone hadn't finished, still hot, along with the soup, and then picked a few spirit fruits from somewhere to stuff into the gaps. Finally, it wove a delicate and sturdy net bag with fine vines and securely hung it on one of the turtle's back spikes. After finishing all this, Little Green thoughtfully helped Lin Xinga straighten her slightly messy clothes, then waved its vines, like a mother sending her child off on a spring outing, reluctantly watching them leave. This scene once again broke the hearts of countless foreign viewers who were munching on dry bread.
This is not survival at all. This is clearly a rich young lady going for a picnic with her bodyguard. You're even packing food? You're even bringing after-meal fruit? This is too much. I want to go to Dragon Country to be a contestant even if I'm that turtle, at least I get to eat fish. The night was as dark as ink, the Milky Way hanging upside down.
Lin Xinga sat cross-legged on the wide back of the Xuanjia spirit turtle, with the sound of the wind whistling in her ears. With this fourth-level lord as her mount, the low-level beasts that had been hiding in the dark no longer had the courage to show their faces. The path was clear, only the occasional roar of beasts in the wind reminded them that they were in the wilderness. But thousands of kilometers away, in the Death Desert, the scene was entirely different. There was no warm farewell here. Only a death-like silence and the bone-chilling cold wind. Wang Mang was like a lone wolf in the desert, lying on top of a huge sand dune. After some time of rest, his once withered body had filled out again. Although still thin, his eyes were surprisingly bright. This is the place. Using the faint starlight, he once again confirmed his position. The unusual movement of the quicksand during the day was not accidental, this was indeed the entrance to a buried ruin.
Wang Mang showed no hesitation as he took out his entrenching tool from his backpack and began digging with swift, smooth motions. Crack, crack. The sound of the shovel hitting the ground echoed particularly clearly in the silent night. What surprised Wang Mang was that the digging process was unexpectedly smooth. The sand beneath was compact, but the structure was loose, clearly showing signs of having been backfilled. Moreover, the thief's tunnel had been made with extreme professionalism, the angle cunningly avoiding the most dangerous part of the quicksand layer. Someone has been here?
Wang Mang's heart tightened, but his movements didn't stop.
10 minutes later, a deep tunnel appeared before him. A flow of air, carrying an ancient scent but not murky, surged out from within. Wang Mang turned on his tactical flashlight, took a deep breath, and leaped forward, sliding down the gentle incline of the thief's tunnel. Sizzle! The sound of his military boots rubbing against the ground echoed in the vast passage. He landed. It was a huge underground tomb chamber. The walls around were covered in colorful murals, most of which had peeled off, but it was still clear that they depicted a grand scene of sun worship. Thousands of humans dressed in animal skins knelt before an altar, and something seemed to be floating above the altar. This isn't just a barbarian world ruin, this might even be a civilization that has already perished. Wang Mang only took one glance, and his professional instinct told him the value of this place. But there was no time for a detailed look. The beam of his flashlight cut through the darkness and pointed straight ahead. There stood a tall and majestic stone door. Blocking the stone door was a dragon-closing stone, a stone so heavy that it could make all tomb robbers despair. According to Wang Meng's knowledge, once the dragon-closing stone was placed, it weighed thousands of kilograms and was sealed so tightly that there was no way to open it except with high-powered explosives. However, when the light beam hit the dragon-closing stone, Wang Meng froze, as if struck by lightning. The stone, which symbolized despair and closure, had a huge, smooth square gap in the middle, as if it had been cut through with a hot knife on butter. The cut was smooth like a mirror, even reflecting a human figure. It was as if a weapon with an extremely sharp edge had made a single, precise strike. What? What kind of power is this? Wang Meng swallowed, feeling his throat dry. Even the most advanced laser cutters of modern technology couldn't make such a perfect cut, let alone the thickness of this stone, which was at least 3 meters. He cautiously walked forward, wanting to touch the cut. At that moment, the light from his flashlight swept across a stone tablet next to the dragon-closing stone. There, where there should have been inscriptions about the tomb owner's life or curse, were instead a row of wild, modern-style Chinese characters. The characters were carved 3 inches deep into the stone, with the strokes sharp and bold, exuding an air of casual arrogance. Wang Meng instinctively read aloud. Su Chen was here. It's too hot inside, and there's nothing much to see, just a few dry corpses on racks, poor as can be. 1 star. At the end of this line, someone had carved a huge, extremely lazy thumbs-down emoji. Wang Meng. The global audience, nervously watching the exploration livestream. At that moment, the terrifying atmosphere of the ancient tomb exploration completely crumbled into nothing. Pfft, ha ha ha. I can't. I really can't. What the hell is this bad review? Su God, did you go grave robbing or did you go shopping on Taobao? Dragon severing stone, I have 1 MMP. I do not know if I should say it, do I not want face? Is this what dimensional reduction strike is?
We are still struggling for survival. Su God already cleared this dungeon 2 years ago, and still complained that the reward was too little.
Wang Mang looked at that line of words, his originally tightly stretched nerves suddenly relaxed.
He reached out his hand, gently stroked that bad review expression, the corner of his mouth lifted into a bitter yet full of respect smile. Senior Su Chen, what kind of existence are you exactly? Since you said there is no danger, then there truly is no danger. Wang Mang tidied up his equipment, strode forward in big steps through that gap that had been cut open, and walked into this ancient tomb that had been given a bad review. After all, what Su Chen looked down on does not mean he would look down on it.
Chapter 69 Only 50%? Death Desert, Deep Underground.
Wang Mang stepped over that dragon-severing stone gap that had been forcibly cut open, every single step extremely steady. Although the handwriting Su Chen left made his state of mind relax a lot, as a professional military officer, the caution formed over many years still made him keep a battle posture. The beam of the tactical flashlight shook inside the empty tomb passage, raising pieces of strange shadows. However, as he went deeper, the expression on Wang Mang's face changed from alert to numb little by little.
This is what Senior Su Chen called not much good stuff.
Wang Mang stopped his steps, the flashlight light shining toward a pit on the ground. There originally should have been extremely vicious quicksand traps or poison-smeared crossbow arrows, but at this moment, those complicated gears and connecting rods had all been dismantled by brute force, twisted into a lump of scrap iron. Even at the end of the corridor, 2 stone guards as tall as 3 meters, their whole bodies covered with pitch-black armor, were now neatly sitting against the wall like toys broken apart by a naughty child. The head of the stone statue on the left was gone, and in the chest of the stone statue on the right was stuck a bronze long spear already rusted that was its own weapon. Wang Mang walked closer to look, and on the base of the stone statue, he again discovered a line of wildly dancing small words. This kind of third-tier mechanism puppet is too rigid. When fighting there is not a bit of hand feeling. I dismantled it and looked at the core. It is not even as complicated as the radio in my hometown.
Su Chen.
Wang Mang's eyelids jumped wildly.
Third-tier mechanism puppet. And the guards here were even 2 whole third-tier ones. In the end, in Su Chen's eyes, this thing was not as good as a radio?
Inside the Dragon Nation live broadcast room, the bullet comments had already completely entered Su God worship mode. Brothers, I suggest carving the 2 words Su God into my DNA.
Stone statue guard, you are noble, you are amazing, you dismantled me and still said I am not as good as a radio.
This wave of dimensional reduction strike from Su God directly turned Brother Wang Mang's survival game into sightseeing tourism. Feeling sorry for Wang Mang for 3 seconds, this ancient tomb adventure was forcibly played by Su God into a one-day tour of an old residence. At the same time, Blue Star, Lighthouse Nation White House. Fuck. 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 The president looked at Wang Mang's almost leisurely steps on the screen, so angry that his whole body trembled, suddenly throwing the expensive coffee cup in his hand fiercely onto the ground. The coffee liquid splashed onto the trouser leg of the Secretary of State beside him, but that Secretary of State who was usually arrogant did not even dare to breathe loudly at this moment.
Who can tell me why the Dragon Nation person in this hell difficulty forbidden zone can actually stroll as if in his own backyard?
The president pointed at the screen, face ferocious. Our Johnson in the jungle was bitten by poisonous insects until his whole body was covered with swelling lumps, almost lost half his life just to kill a second-tier spider.
And this Dragon Nation soldier who is about to die of thirst is actually strolling an ancient tomb. There is even a senior clearing the roadblocks for him?
On one side of the screen, the numbers on the points ranking list were like loud slaps, striking the faces of all the high officials of the Lighthouse Nation.
First place, Dragon Nation. 1,200 points. Second place, Lighthouse Nation, 300 points.
A 4-fold difference. This gap is not just in points, but also in national strength, luck, and the despairing cultural legacy inheritance.
Mr. President, please remain calm.
Dr. Smith, the chief scientist, pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up his nose, his cold eyes filled with a sickly fanaticism. Indeed, conventional methods can't reverse the situation.
The guy from Dragon Nation, named Su Chen, is obviously some kind of uncontrollable variable. But, the national luck system is fair. It has granted us permission.
Dr. Smith waved his hand, and a refrigerated box glowing with a faint blue light appeared on the big screen. This is based on the blood sample of the magical beast Johnson sent back, combined with the Titan 3 reagent modified by the Titan Project. He pointed at the data chain on the screen, his tone fervent. It can instantly overdraw a person's life potential and forcibly activate the primitive spiritual machine within the Forbidden Zone. After injection, even an ordinary person can have an explosive power comparable to a third-tier warrior within 10 minutes, and even fight a fourth-tier magical beast.
A military officer frowned and asked, "What about side effects?"
We all know the 2 type was unstable, and although Johnson survived, his personality became extremely irritable. Dr. Smith revealed a cruel curve at the corner of his mouth, casually saying, the 3 type is even more unstable.
It will accelerate cellular degeneration.
In simple terms, 1 injection might take away 20 years of life. But he hid the most important point: the fatality rate of this drug is as high as 50%, and the death is particularly tragic, as the blood vessels burst from bearing the overwhelming energy. The president fell silent. His eyes were fluctuating, staring intensely at the screen where Wang Mang was entering the main tomb chamber. Resources. We need more resources. As long as we can get resources, the quality of life in Lighthouse Nation will improve, and our technology will break through. The president's voice became low and hoarse. The lives of 2 contestants, in exchange for Lighthouse Nation's eternal hegemony, this deal is very worth it. They are the heroes of Lighthouse Nation. After their death, I will personally award their families with medals and give them the highest funeral standards. The president waved his hand, his eyes filled with coldness. Pass my order, use the National Transmission Authority for this week. Immediately send 2 Titan 3 drugs, along with the matching tactical exoskeleton, to those 2 useless people. Tell them this is the latest superhero serum developed by the nation, with no side effects. I want them to plunder everything. To destroy everything. In the Wild Realm, underground main tomb chamber. Wang Mang finally pushed open the slightly ajar stone door. A stale, ancient scent rushed to his face. The tomb chamber was vast, measuring at least 1,000 square meters. In the center of the tomb, there was no luxurious coffin as imagined, just a few shriveled corpses casually leaning against the stone pillars. In the corner of the wall, some scattered objects were piled up, looking like some kind of everyday items. Wang Mang stepped forward but did not rush to search for treasures. Instead, he respectfully saluted the empty tomb chamber. Senior Su Chen, I, Wang Mang, was called here by the nation's mission. If I have disturbed you, please forgive me. Although Su Chen was not here, throughout his journey, Wang Mang could feel the residual protection left by his predecessor. That was the special care of a fellow countryman, and more importantly, the silent protection of a strong person. After rising, Wang Mang walked toward the corner that Su Chen had described as being poor and miserable. In that pile of seemingly garbage-like clutter, Wang Mang found a few fist-sized, crystal-clear beads emitting a faint chill. These beads were casually piled on the ground, and there was also a note pressed under a stone block. The handwriting was still wild. This lousy place, aside from these few beads for cooling off, is useless. I originally wanted to take a few out to cool that fire-scaled lion. The useless thing died with a kick from me. The bead felt heavy, so I threw it away. If someone finds it, it's yours. Wang Mang trembled as he picked up a bead. Buzz. The moment his fingertip touched the bead, a cool sensation he had never experienced before instantly swept through his body. His internal organs, once burning from dehydration and heat, felt as though they had just drunk a bucket of chilled sour plum juice on a scorching day, every pore rejoicing with excitement. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in the air, only audible to the participants. Ding! Detected that Longwa player Wang Mang has acquired a special resource, the Icebound Meditation Bead, Peak Tier 3 artifact. Icebound Meditation Bead, a crystallized essence of cold marrow from deep within the northern ice plains. The wearer can ignore high temperatures below 100 degrees Celsius and also has a calming effect, effectively preventing burnout during cultivation. Wang Mang was stunned. A Peak Tier 3 artifact? Ignoring high temperatures? In Su Chen's eyes, this was just a bead for cooling off? And he threw it away because it felt heavy? Senior Su. How high must your vision be? Wang Mang smiled bitterly, his eyes filled not only with shock but also with a deep sense of pride. This is his senior. This is the guardian god of Longwa. Chapter 70, Your Grandpa Turtle has come for revenge. The wild world under the night sky was full of hidden dangers. But about 50 miles away from the cave, along a tributary of a large river, the rushing water line suddenly split open. A massive roar shook the air, as the waterfall on the cliff hundreds of meters high released its fury from the mountains. Mist spread out, refracting eerie cold light under the moon. The black-shelled spirit turtle was now paddling its 4 short, stubby legs, swimming upstream in the torrential river, moving faster than a speedboat with a motor. It was excited. Very excited. Every time it passed this waterfall, it would shrink its head into its shell. It would float down the river like a broken stone, trying to avoid disturbing the tyrant, the Ironhide Wild Rhino King, who ruled the area. That old rhino had a bad temper, and with its thick skin and tough horns that could pierce through granite, it had often bullied the turtle, who could only endure the beating. Each time they met, it would knock the turtle around like a ball on the riverbank, losing all dignity as a leader-level beast. But today was different. The black-shelled spirit turtle paddled and secretly glanced back at its shell. Sitting there was a Buddha. Though this human female didn't have that terrifying plant ability, the explosive force she had just shown in dealing with the old rhino was like child's play. Humph, old rhino, your grandpa turtle is back for revenge today. This is the so-called fox pretending to be a tiger, right? So satisfying. The black-shelled spirit turtle raised its head, even deliberately letting out a low growl of provocation, charging straight up the rocky riverbank. Are we there? Lin Xinga lightly jumped off the turtle's back, her boots firmly planted on the slippery pebbles, unmoving.
Goo goo. The black-shelled spirit turtle pointed a front paw toward a clearing below the waterfall, its eyes full of anticipation, as if saying, "Go ahead, big sister. Wipe them out."
Linshinga ignored the dramatic turtle and immediately fixed her gaze ahead. Through the mist, several large shadows, resembling small mountains, were restlessly prowling the riverbank. Those were 4 adult ironhide wild rhinos. Each one was at least 2 stories tall, covered in thick, heavy armor like dark gray skin, with their horns gleaming like cold metal under the moonlight. Normally, these dominant creatures should be peacefully sleeping in their territory at this hour, enjoying the reverence of lower-level magical beasts. But at this moment, their condition was all wrong. Breathing heavily, steps unsteady, bloodshot eyes. Linshinga slightly squinted her eyes, the alloy dagger spinning at her fingertips, and, it's like they're afraid of something? Under the moonlight, she clearly saw that these massive beasts, who could dominate the newbie zone, were covered in shocking wounds. Some looked like they had been torn by claws, deep enough to see bone, others were scorched, as if burned by intense flames, emitting a foul burnt smell. Roar! At that moment, the largest of the wild rhinos spotted the intruder. Already in a state of panic, it now seemed to have found an outlet for its fear. It lowered its head, its front hooves fiercely scraping the ground, kicking up countless small stones, with hot white steam pouring out from its nostrils.
No hesitation. No warning growl. This is the rule of the wild world, meat, and it's life or death. Boom! Boom!
With the violent shaking of the ground, the several-ton heavy metal-skinned wild rhino charged. The visual impact was like an out-of-control high-speed train rushing straight at her, the force of the wind blowing away the surrounding mist. In the live stream, the viewers from Dragon Country felt their hearts rise into their throats.
Holy crap! That size! The pressure! Lin's sister, dodge! One hit and you'll be turned into meat paste. Don't fight it head-on. Don't fight it head-on. This is a strength-type beast, it's nothing like that dead turtle. However, in the face of this earth-shattering charge, Linshinga didn't retreat, she advanced. Her gaze was as cold as ice. At this moment, the world seemed to slow down in her eyes. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Just as the massive horn was about to pierce her chest, Linshinga moved. There were no fancy moves, just the tip of her toe touching the ground. Swipe. She moved like a swallow defying gravity, skimming past the huge horn, her body gliding sideways. At the moment of their passing, the immense wind pressure made her black hair fly wildly, but her hand was steady as a rock. Though the alloy dagger was made of ordinary iron from the Blue Star, with the infusion of inner force, it now gleamed with a chilling light an inch long. Slash! Linshinga gave a low shout. Instead of attacking the wild rhino's impenetrable back armor, she used the momentum from the pass to precisely strike at the only soft joint in the wild rhino's front leg. Put! The sound was like leather being torn apart. Then came the sharp crack of bones dislocating. Crack! The wild rhino, still charging at high speed, suddenly lost support in its left front leg, and its enormous body immediately lost balance from the powerful inertia. Boom! It slammed heavily onto the ground, carving a deep trench nearly half a meter deep as it rolled, crashing into nearby rocks. Dust flew into the air. But that wasn't the end. As Linshinga landed, she bent her knees slightly and shot forward again. She was like a streak of white lightning, instantly catching up to the still rolling wild rhino. Rise! She stepped on the side of the wild rhino's head, using the force to leap into the air, completing a perfect backflip before landing securely on the wild rhino's most vulnerable neck. Here was the central nervous system of the spine. Die! Linshinga reversed her grip on the dagger, channeling all her strength into it and stabbing down with all her might. Put! The dagger sank deep. The violent inner force exploded along the blade, instantly destroying the wild rhino's central nervous system. The beast, still struggling and roaring, suddenly froze, then collapsed like a puddle of mud, its limbs twitching uncontrollably. From the charge to the wild rhino's death, it all took less than 10 seconds. Chapter 71, Where is the 4th level beast? At this moment, the sound of the waterfall seemed to fade into background noise. On the riverbank, the Xuanjia spirit turtle, who had stretched its neck to watch the spectacle, had. At this moment, those little green bean-like eyes were filled with dazed confusion. It looked at the huge corpse in the distance, then at Linshinga, who was wiping the blood off her dagger, and instinctively shrank its neck back into its shell. Ku? Is this dead? It had originally thought that once the old Rhino King came out, it would quickly shrink into its shell and become a turtle, letting this human woman take the damage. But this script is wrong. Not only did the leader-level old Rhino not appear, but even these little door-guarding subordinates were cut down like vegetables? The armored spirit turtle was somewhat confused, looking around. Where's the old Rhino? Where did that bastard, who always used to knock me flying, go?
Meanwhile, the global livestream had just switched to another scene. To cater to the emotions of viewers from all countries, the director intentionally switched the footage to Amir from the White Elephant country, who was currently ranked 3rd. In the footage, Amir was seen in a muddy swamp. His entire body was covered in the distinctive special cow dung oil, and he was rolling around in the mud while screaming like a pig being slaughtered.
Ah! Don't come near. This is the test of the gods. Lord Shiva, save me.
And behind him, a mutated mosquito, only the size of a fist with colorful patterns, was buzzing and chasing after him to bite.
This was a first-tier bloodthirsty flower mosquito, though not strong.
But Amir was so terrified that he nearly lost his mind. While running, he tried to use the scimitar in his hand to slash at the mosquito, but because his feet slipped, he fell headfirst into the rotten mud and ate a mouthful of mud.
Put. Tui. Amir clumsily climbed up and shouted at the camera, "Did you see that? This is strategy. I am exhausting its stamina. This mosquito has been intimidated by my divine power, it doesn't dare come near me." In reality, the mosquito was just a little dizzy from the smell of cow dung on him and was hesitating whether to take a bite. With the sharp contrast between the two, global viewers were momentarily silent.
On one side, there was Lin Chinga from Dragon Country, who killed a tank-level 3-tier giant beast in 10 seconds, her figure like an immortal, decisive in her actions. On the other side, Amir from White Elephant Country was being chased around by a mosquito, yet he called it a tactical consumption. This stark visual contrast felt like a slap across the face of every viewer around the world. The viewers from White Elephant Country instantly broke down, their shattered pride making them lose their minds.
The livestream's bullet comments exploded in an instant. Too cruel. The Dragon Country player is simply a demon. That rhino was clearly already injured, and she's taking advantage of it. That's right. This is torture. No martial ethics at all.
Look at our Amir, he's trying to tame the beast, that's the performance of a higher civilization.
Strong protest. Lin Chinga must have cheated. No human can jump that high. I want to report her.
The wounds on those rhinos must have been caused by Dragon Country using banned weapons.
Unfair. We demand a rematch.
Seeing these brainless comments, the Dragon Country netizens, who had long been holding in their anger, instantly began their counterattack, typing away.
Laughable, you need to talk about martial ethics when killing a monster? You're saying Amir is ethical just because he smeared cow dung on himself? Is it really that hard to admit someone else is strong?
Sister Lin's actions are basic operations, don't interfere.
What the hell is taming a beast? Is your idea of taming just feeding mosquitoes blood? Who just said Amir was ranked 3rd in the world?
Come on, step out, let's see how your war god uses his face to catch mud.
This is national luck. This is strength. Don't like it? Tough luck. On the riverbank. Lin Chinga didn't pay any attention to the external noise.
After dealing with the first wild rhino, the remaining 3 wild rhinos were completely enraged, but also even more fearful. They let out mournful cries but, with their retreat cut off, could only make a final desperate charge. But to Lin Chinga, these bulky creatures now seemed like all the flaws were exposed. Since you're here, stay. It's a perfect time to change the soldiers' meals on the border.
Lin Chinga moved again.
This time, she didn't hold back her strength. The energy within her flowed like a rushing river. Swish, swish, swish. In the night, only a white afterimage could be seen weaving between the giant beasts. Each time she paused, blood splattered into the air.
Each strike was a deadly blow. 2 minutes later. Boom. Boom. Boom.
With the final 3 loud bangs, the riverbank fell silent again.
4 massive iron-skinned wild rhinos, each the size of a small mountain, lay neatly on the rocky shore, lifeless. Lin Chinga stood among the piles of corpses, slightly panting. The dagger in her hand hadn't even dulled.
She flicked the blood drops from the blade and didn't rush to upload the supplies. Instead, she crouched down to carefully inspect the charred wound on the abdomen of one of the wild rhinos.
This wound.
Lin Chinga stretched out her finger and gently touched the wound that had already scabbed over but still caused the surrounding skin to rot. A faint, seemingly aged yet still fiery breath lingered deep in the wound. It wasn't a lightning strike, nor the breath of a fire-type beast.
Lin Chinga furrowed her brows.
Although the iron-skinned wild rhino's abdomen was relatively soft, it was far from something that could be easily pierced. But this wound had directly carbonized the flesh, even damaging the internal organs, causing this wild rhino to be unable to exert full strength in its hind legs during the charge earlier. At that moment, the system prompt from the National Luck System, which had remained silent up until now, finally exploded with a mechanical tone. This sound not only echoed in Lin Chinga's mind but also hit every viewer's heart like a heavy hammer through the global live broadcast.
Ding!
Congratulations to Dragon Country contestant Lin Chinga for successfully killing 4 peak-tier 3rd-rank beasts, iron-skinned wild rhinos.
Detected a cross-rank kill, double points reward. Points gained, 4,000 points. Current total points of Dragon Country, 5,200 points. Dead silence. A full 3 seconds of dead silence. Then, the bullet screens and live broadcasts from various countries erupted like a flood breaking through a dam. The Golden Points leaderboard in the top right corner of the screen now seemed so glaring, so hopeless. First place, Dragon Country, 5,200 points. Second place, Lighthouse Country, 300 points. Third place, White Elephant Country, 210 points. This wasn't a gap anymore, it was a chasm as vast as a species divide. The points bar for Dragon Country was almost about to break through the screen, while the pitiful 300 points of Lighthouse Country couldn't even compare to Dragon Country's first decimal. What the hell? 5,200 points? This must be cheating. It has to be cheating. Lighthouse Country is still playing a survival game, while Dragon Country is already speedrunning dungeons? Is this the value of Su Chen's strategy? I feel sorry for the other countries, this isn't even a competition anymore, just give the trophy to Dragon Country already. Chapter 72, From Rank 4 to Rank 5? Inside the Dragon Country Special Bureau, the previously tense atmosphere suddenly relaxed. Director Zhang Dingbang looked at the exaggerated number, his mouth curving into a crazy grin that he couldn't suppress. He quickly gulped a big sip of strong tea, even choking and coughing due to his excitement, but it didn't affect the gleam in his eyes at all. Good. Well done. This time, we've completely shattered the mentality of those foreign devils. However, Lin Xinga, at the heart of the storm, had no trace of joy on her face. She stood among the 4 massive corpses, breathing heavily. The rising and falling of her chest showed the physical strain from the battle just now. Although the alloy dagger in her hand was still sharp, her wrist trembled slightly. That was the natural response of muscles after intense exertion. Something's wrong. Lin Xinga didn't rush to collect the precious rhino horns and hides. Instead, she suddenly turned around and stared intently at the roaring waterfall ahead. Just now, the 4 wild rhinos had charged at her, but their eyes. Those eyes were filled with fear and panic. They weren't attacking invaders, it seemed more like fleeing for their lives. Goo! A faint sound came from below her feet. Lin Xinga looked down and saw that the once arrogant and threatening black-armored spirit turtle, who had sworn to take revenge, was now pulling its enormous head tightly into its shell. Not only that, its 4 short legs were desperately digging into the sand, as if it wanted to bury itself deep underground. Even when faced with Lin Xinga's kicks and strikes, it refused to expose even a hint of soft flesh. This Tier 4 Lord-level turtle was terrified. And it was terrified to the bone. Even a Tier 4 Lord is scared like this. Lin Xinga's heart tightened, a chill creeping up her spine. What is behind this waterfall, really? She tightened her grip on the dagger, held her breath, and carefully circled around the corpse of the barbaric rhinoceros, heading toward the rocky pile deeper into the riverbank. The temperature in the air seemed to rise. The previously cool mist now carried a hint of scorching sulfuric odor. As Lin Xinga circled around a massive rock, easily 3 stories high, the scene before her made her pupils contract sharply. This is... Even Lin Xinga, who was used to life and death, couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. In the center of the rocky pile, a skeleton lay quietly. The skeleton was 15 meters long, with bones as thick as columns. Even though it was just a bare white skeleton, its former might and dominance were still visible. This was a giant beast, twice the size of the 4 barbaric rhinoceroses they had encountered earlier. Tier 4 Peak Ironhide Rhinoceros King. But what was most terrifying wasn't its death, but its manner of death. There was not a trace of flesh on this skeleton. All the muscles, organs, and even the eyeballs seemed to have been melted away in an instant by some extremely high-temperature substance. Only a perfectly intact rhinoceros hide remained, hanging loosely over the bones like an abandoned garment. The pebbles on the ground were scorched black and cracked, and the air was filled with a nauseating burnt smell and the scent of meat. The Tier 4 Peak Lord was killed instantly? Lin Xinga squatted down, reaching out to gently touch the massive leg bone. Zzz. A searing pain shot up her finger. The Rhinoceros King had been dead for at least half an hour, but the residual heat on the bones was still enough to burn her. The viewers in the global live stream saw this scene, and the barrage that had been celebrating suddenly halved. What replaced it was deep fear. Oh my god. What kind of monster did this? That's a Tier 4 peak. A Rhinoceros King tougher than a tank, how did it end up like this? Melted? Was it strong acid or flames? What other monsters are hiding in this savage world? Lin Xinga took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She pulled out the ancient compass from her chest. As soon as she took it out, VRRRRRR. The quiet needle of the compass suddenly went wild, vibrating violently and emitting a sharp buzzing sound. The needle spun wildly around the dial 3 times, before finally snapping to a stop with a loud click directly pointing ahead. It pointed straight at the roaring waterfall. At that moment, Lin Xingge's heart began to race.
Extreme danger often meant extreme rewards. The compass left by Senior Su Chen reacted so intensely, indicating that behind the waterfall, there was something far more powerful than a Tier 4 monster, or perhaps, a world-shaking treasure left by Su Chen himself.
Since we're here, there's no reason to leave empty-handed. A flash of determination crossed Lin Xingge's eyes. It was a thirst for power, as well as an obsession with chasing after Su Chen's silhouette. Fortune favors the bold. Just as she was about to probe further, an unexpected change occurred. Boom! 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 The massive waterfall, which had been flowing down fiercely, suddenly seemed to be sliced in half by an invisible giant hand. The torrent of water instantly vaporized in mid-air. It turned into swirling, scalding white mist, covering the entire riverbank. The temperature surged to over 60 degrees in that instant. Hiss! A chilling screech, enough to make one's scalp tingle, pierced through the white mist, echoing through the sky. The sound was not like a beast's, but more like the high-pitched screech of a pressure boiler releasing steam. Then, two beams of scarlet light, like searchlights, lit up deep within the white mist. It was a pair of eyes. Cold, brutal, filled with the desire for destruction, vertical pupils. Whoosh! A scorching, fishy wind blew, dispersing the white mist. Billions of viewers around the world held their breath in unison at that moment. Some were so frightened they dropped their phones. On the 100-meter-high cliff, a massive snake, entirely red with scales flowing like magma, slowly poked its head out. Its body was as thick as a water tank, so long that it couldn't be seen from one end to the other, coiled on the rocks like a flowing river of lava. With each breath, sparks visibly shot out of its nostrils. The surrounding rocks began to glow red and soften under the friction of its scales. The warning sound of the national system rang in the minds of all the players with an unprecedented urgency. Warning! Warning! Detected a Tier 5 early-stage mutated beast, lava red serpent. Tier 5. In the White House of the Lighthouse Nation. Just moments ago, the president's face was ashen, but now he suddenly leapt from his chair, his face showing a sickly joy. Ha 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 ha. Tier 5. It's actually Tier 5. God bless the Lighthouse Nation. That greedy Dragon Nation woman is doomed. This level of monster is beyond what humans can contend with. Even if she has Su Chen's strategy, it won't help. It's an absolute power suppression.
Dr. Smith also pushed up his glasses, sneering. According to the data model, the hardness of the Tier 5 beast's scales is enough to resist armor-piercing shells, and its poisonous fiery breath can instantly melt steel. Even if Lin Xingge has 3 heads and 6 arms, she will be reduced to a pile of ashes in 3 seconds.
Chapter 73, Fight to the End. It wasn't just the Lighthouse Nation, the leaders of Sakura Nation and Neverset Sun Nation were all celebrating like it was New Year's.
The rise of the Dragon Nation had been too fast for them to bear. And now, this Tier 5 Red Serpent was the perfect executioner to kill the Dragon Nation's national fortune in their eyes. Die. Just die. As long as Lin Xingge dies, the Dragon Nation's resources will be halved, and the national fortune will collapse. In the Dragon Nation's live stream, despair filled the air. It's over, this is really over. Sister Lin, run. Don't care about the treasures, your life is more important. This pressure is making my legs weak through the screen. How do we fight this? We can't fight this at all. Whoa, no. Sister Lin, retreat quickly, let that turtle take the hit. Faced with this fiery demon that seemed to have crawled out of hell, Lin Xingge did not, as everyone had expected, turn and run. She stood on the scorching pebbles, letting sweat soak her back. Her cold eyes fixed firmly on the body of the red serpent. The hot wind blasted toward her, scorching her skin. But in this extreme life-or-death crisis, Lin Xingge's mind was eerily calm like never before. Something's wrong, she muttered to herself. While everyone else was terrified of the pressure from the Tier 5 beast, Lin Xingge keenly noticed a detail. Though this lava red serpent seemed ferocious, its posture coiled on the rocks was very stiff. Moreover, there was a ghastly 2-meter-long wound on its abdomen scales, resembling a ruby. The wound was deep enough to see bone, and black poisonous blood was seeping out of it, even making the surrounding magma scales dull. A broken rhino horn was still stuck in the wound. I see. Lin Xingge's lips curled into a subtle smile, forming a thrilling arc. It seems that the dead Rhino King wasn't a pushover after all. Before it died, it dealt a fatal blow to this beast. The 5th-tier beasts are indeed terrifying. But a 5th-tier beast, severely wounded and on the brink of death, unable to even move. That is a moving treasure trove. A walking point bank. Lin Xingge slowly raised the dagger in her hand, the blade pointing directly at the massive snake's head. There was no fear in her eyes, only the frenzy and greed of a hunter spotting its dying prey. It was the influence of Su Chen's diary, subtly shaping her, a boundless greed for strength. While you're sick, I'll take your life. Lin Xingge licked her cracked lips, her aura growing stronger rather than retreating. This scene, captured by high-definition cameras, spread across the world. Watching the figure, small as an ant before the giant beast, daring to brandish a sword.
What does she want to do?
The global audience was utterly stunned.
She's gone mad. This woman has gone mad. Is she really trying to slay a dragon?
Her body folded in a C-shape midair, something no ordinary person could understand, narrowly avoiding the core of the fire pillar.
But even the aftershock of a fifth-tier beast's attack is deadly.
Whoosh! Flying lava sparks hit her body like shotgun pellets. Her specially made tactical suit was immediately burned through with 7 or 8 large holes. Her once fair skin was instantly charred black, making a sickening sizzling sound.
Oomph!
Lin Xingge grunted, her body crashing heavily into the pile of rocks, then rolling on the scorching ground to absorb the impact. She finally pressed herself tightly against a large stone.
Pain. Excruciating pain.
Her left arm and back felt as though they had been seared with a hot iron, the fire's poison even creeping through the wounds into her veins. But Lin Xingge didn't even glance at her injuries, her gaze was still fixed ahead, staring at the snake's belly where dark, poisonous blood continued to flow.
Even in such a miserable state, her eyes still resembled a bloodthirsty lone wolf. It's not over.
She gripped the slightly deformed dagger in her hand. At this moment, the armored spirit turtle slowly stuck its head out, its tiny green bean-like eyes filled with confusion.
It's over, this woman has gone mad. That's a fifth-tier beast. It's a fire-breathing, tough snake. And you're going to stab it with a broken knife? Are you looking for death?
The armored spirit turtle watched as Lin Xingge was pinned behind the giant stone, the red snake slowly adjusting its position, preparing to spit out another mouthful of lava. It was so anxious that its claws were digging into the ground.
Run? It was still possible to escape now.
As long as it burrowed into the riverbed mud, the giant snake would probably be too lazy to catch a turtle with no meat.
But
suddenly, the armored spirit turtle remembered the roasted fish Lin Xingge had given it earlier, and the carefully woven fish net.
Those were the best things it had ever eaten in its life. And if this long-term food supply died, who would roast fish for it? Who would bring it along to show off? Damn it! I'll risk it. For the future meals.
The armored spirit turtle let out a tragic low growl, as though trying to bolster its own courage. Though it was timid and scared of death, it was still a fourth-tier lord-level beast. It dared not bite the snake, that thing looked like it could crush its teeth.
But it had a brain. PFF.
The armored spirit turtle suddenly opened its mouth wide, releasing a high-pressure water cannon that shot out like a white whip. It didn't aim at the red snake, but instead, very slyly aimed at the scorched red rocks beneath the snake's body.
Sizzle.
The collision between water and fire triggered a violent physical reaction instantly. With a huge boom, the high-temperature steam exploded into the sky, the white mist rising like a mushroom cloud.
In an instant, it obscured the entire riverbank's view and covered the deathly gaze of the red snake.
This was a natural smoke bomb.
Nice work.
Lin Xingge's eyes lit up from behind the giant stone.
Now's the chance.
The moment the white mist spread, she gritted through the excruciating pain in her body and rushed out once again. This time, she didn't make a grand move, but instead, like a fish, darted through the scalding steam. Using the cover of the white mist, she successfully closed the distance to within 10 meters of the snake's body. The wound was right in front of her.
That was the only weak spot. Break for me.
Lin Xingge exerted every ounce of strength, throwing the alloy dagger in her hand like a flying knife, hurling it forcefully. The dagger turned into a silver streak of light, piercing perfectly toward the deep wound on the crimson serpent's belly, where the bone could be seen. At that moment, the hearts of millions of global viewers stopped beating.
However, reality was cruel. Clang!
A crisp, despairing sound of metal clashing echoed. The alloy dagger, capable of cutting through steel, was directly deflected the moment it made contact with the wound.
Sparks flew. Though the wound was still bleeding, the surrounding blood had already coagulated into a hard, obsidian-like magma scab due to the high heat. That was a defense mechanism inherent to fifth-tier magical beasts. Even with Lin Xingge's speed, the common iron of Blue Star couldn't break through this defense. Chapter 74, Retreat?
This. Lin Xingge looked at the dagger, now shattered and flying mid-air, her pupils suddenly constricting, a deep sense of helplessness washing over her heart.
Unable to break the defense. Is this the gap of levels? Roar!
The crimson serpent, having been ambushed, was utterly enraged. Though it couldn't see the position of the tiny insect due to the white mist, its dignity as the ruler had been seriously provoked. Its enormous body shot up violently, then slammed into the ground like a battering ram.
Boom! The earth cracked. A terrifying shockwave spread wildly in all directions from its center. Countless shattered rocks, wrapped in flames spewing from the cracks in the earth, rained down like shotgun pellets, indiscriminately covering a 50-meter radius. This was a devastating area strike. But Lin Xingge had no way to avoid it. She could only cross her arms over her head to shield herself and brace against the impact. A burning fragment of rock, about the size of a fist, crashed down onto her shoulder, the sound of her bones shattering echoed. Her body, like a kite with a broken string, was flung several meters away by the shockwave, crashing hard into a puddle of mud. Blood spilled from the corner of her mouth, staining her clothes. Her originally cold and beautiful face was now covered in dust and blood, pale to the point of being frightening. It's over. At this moment, the global livestream chat exploded in an instant. Foreign viewers, who had long suppressed their jealousy and fear, now erupted into wild mocking and celebration. Ha ha ha. Did you see that? This is the result of greed. God is fair. Yoshi. She's done for. Done for now. This is the price for overestimating herself. Give back the points. Poor woman from Dragon Country, if she had even a bit of sense, she would have run off with the points from the 4 rhinos. Now. She's going to lose her life. This is a 5th-tier magical beast. This is the realm of gods. Mortal beings want to kill gods? What a joke. On the other hand, in Dragon Country's livestream, the atmosphere was as still as death. Despair. Deep, deep despair. Watching the figure on the screen, lying in a pool of blood, struggling to get up only to fall again and again, countless viewers from Dragon Country had tears in their eyes. Run. Lin Jia, please, run, please. Whoa, stop fighting, please don't fight anymore, we don't want first place, we just want you to live. As long as you're alive, there's hope. Lin Jia, please, turn back. The chat was filled with cries and prayers. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Country Special Control Bureau, the command hall was frozen to an icy stillness. The piercing alarm echoed throughout the entire hall. On the big screen, Lin Xingge's life signs were flashing red wildly, her heart rate skyrocketing, and blood pressure plummeting. That was the signal of the body nearing its collapse. Director! We can't wait any longer. A tactical officer suddenly stood up, his voice filled with a sobbing tone. Lin Xingge's body has reached its limit. She absolutely can't withstand the next attack from the level 5 magical beast. We must give the order to retreat immediately. Even if we have to give up the points for this round, we must save her. Yes, Director. She's a hero of our dragon nation, we can't let her die in vain. As long as she's alive, there's hope. Everyone's gaze focused on the old man standing in front of the command platform. Zhang Dingbang stared at the big screen. His hands were pressing down on the table so hard that his knuckles turned white, and veins bulged on the back of his hands, resembling twisted tree roots. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with extreme torment and pain. Retreat? As long as he presses the red button in front of him, he can forcibly intervene through the national luck system, consuming a massive amount of national luck points to give Lin Xingge a psychological suggestion to retreat, or even use his final trump card to save her life. But Zhang Dingbang's gaze slowly shifted to the top right corner of the screen. There, a countdown was wildly ticking. Time remaining for the first phase of the points competition, 0:58. Less than a minute left. No retreat. Zhang Dingbang suddenly withdrew his hand and punched the metal table hard, making a loud bang that caused everyone to shudder. Director? The others stared at him in disbelief. I said no retreat. The old man's voice was hoarse, but it carried a chilling determination, like a lion driven into a corner. There are 58 seconds left. This is the battle of national luck. One step back is a bottomless abyss. Zhang Dingbang pointed at the girl on the screen, still struggling to hold onto a broken dagger shard, her eyes red, and he roared. Open your eyes and see clearly. That's Lin Xingge. There's no giving up in her eyes. She hasn't thrown away her knife. Since the warrior is still charging forward, what right do we, who are hiding in the back, have to shout for her to surrender? I believe in her. Wait for me. Wait until the last second. The old general's roar echoed through the hall. All the officers clenched their teeth, returned to their positions, and stared at the screen, many already in tears, their hands clasped together, praying desperately in their hearts. On the screen, Lin Xingge spat out a mouthful of blood-stained saliva. She looked at the slowly approaching lava-red snake, which was opening its blood-red mouth, and the corner of her mouth curled into an extremely sorrowful, yet wildly arrogant smile. You want to kill me? She staggered to her feet, tightly gripping the broken blade in her hand. Then you'd better have a good set of teeth. Boom! The air was burning. Lin Xingge's figure left a sharp afterimage on the red rocks as she gave herself no escape route, pushing her body to its absolute limit.
The alloy dagger in her hand, the one of the top crafts in Blue Star, began to turn slightly red due to the intense heat as she was just 10 meters away from the lava-red snake, emitting a high-pitched hum as it struggled to bear the load. The heat wave was like being thrown directly into a steel furnace. Her eyebrows curled, her skin stinging, even the air in her lungs seemed to carry embers. "Since you're a beast, then lie down for me." Lin Xingge's eyes flashed with a cold light, and using the 4 dead wild rhino corpses as a springboard, she leapt high, like a moth to a flame, filled with a desperate and ruthless force, aiming directly at the snake's head. "Take advantage of your illness, and take your life." However, the lava-red snake, coiled on the cliff, flashed a look of extreme disdain in its crimson vertical pupils. It was the contempt of a high-level life form for a low-level ant. Though its abdomen was severely injured and it was in pain, that did not mean a human was qualified to wave the toothpick-like iron shard in front of it. Hiss! A sharp, extremely piercing screech. The red viper suddenly opened its mouth wide, without needing to gather any strength, and a dark red, sticky magma-like fire pillar instantly burst out. It was so fast. Fast like a laser, instantly covering a distance of 50 meters. Before this, a granite block the size of a car that was in the path of the fire pillar didn't last even 1 second, directly vaporizing with a sizzling sound, leaving not even a trace behind. The terrifying high temperature instantly blocked all of Lin Xingge's attack routes, even sealing off her escape route. That was a force of destruction that was utterly hopeless. Not good. Lin Xingge's pupils shrank to the size of a needlepoint. She could not use any leverage in midair, but she forcefully twisted her body with the terrifying power coming from her waist and abdomen. Crack! It was the sound of her spine snapping under the unbearable strain. Chapter 75, Mythical Concept Level Weapon. Heat. Extreme, burning heat. The air seemed to be drained of moisture, and each breath felt like swallowing scalding sand. The magma-red viper had clearly lost its last bit of patience, perhaps because of the intense pain from its belly wound, or maybe it was some instinctive sense of crisis from higher-level creatures. It no longer teased its prey like a cat playing with a mouse. Hiss! Accompanied by a heartbreaking hiss, the giant snake's body began to twist violently in an extremely strange posture, defying biomechanics. It didn't spit another breath of fire but transformed its several dozen meters long, magma-like body into a red, twisting noose. Boom! The enormous tail of the snake swept across, smashing nearby boulders weighing several tons as easily as foam plastic. On the rocky shore, Lin Xingge's figure danced like a blade's edge. Her movements were no longer light. Every time she jumped and landed, she stumbled slightly from the excessive strain on her muscles. At this moment, she was like an ant trapped in a millstone about to close. Damn! Lin Xingge bit her tongue, forcing herself to stay alert with the sharp pain. The rock she had just landed on was reduced to dust under the snake's crushing body, and the flying shards cut across her cheek, leaving streaks of blood. Her living space was being compressed to its limit. To the left was a scalding river of lava, to the right was the snake's body blocking everything, and behind her was the high 100-meter cliff waterfall and deep pool. No way to retreat. Splash! The massive head of the red viper suddenly lunged forward, carrying a suffocating, fishy wind, blocking Lin Xingge's last escape. In its vertical pupils, there was cruelty and mockery. It slowly raised its giant tail, blocking the moonlight, like a massive mountain about to collapse, and slammed down towards the small human below. This strike was unavoidable. The hearts of the global audience seemed to stop beating at that moment. In the Dragon Country live stream room, some IP addresses from other places were already flooding the screen with frenzied comments. It's over. It's finally over. This is the price of greed. Oh God, please accept this sacrifice. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Country live stream room, there was nothing but a dead silence of despair. Countless people covered their eyes, unable to bear witnessing the bloody, mangled scene that was about to unfold. Just as the snake's tail, carrying the force of 1,000 tons, was about to touch the tip of Lin Xingge's nose. Just as Lin Xingge's pupils dilated, and she could even see every scale on the snake's body, preparing for her final desperate fight. A cold, emotionless mechanical voice, as pure as the voice of heaven, pierced through the roaring battlefield, reverberating through the world. Notice, Phase 1 of the Savage Realms points competition has ended. Settlement complete. Time seemed to pause at this moment. The red viper's movements weirdly froze for a moment, as though even this savage beast was stunned by the magnificent voice. Then, the voice continued to announce, its speed incredibly fast. First place, Dragon Kingdom, 5,200 points. Reward distribution, all citizens of Dragon Kingdom receive plus 1 year of life, 5,000 national points. Special reward, Mythical Concept Level Weapon Prototype, unique, already delivered to the Dragon Kingdom Command Center. Blue Star, Dragon Kingdom Special Administration Bureau. In the command hall, a deathly silence was shattered by the sudden announcement. Before anyone could react from the overwhelming joy, a brilliant golden light exploded from the teleportation array in the center of the command podium. Is this the Mythical Concept Level Weapon?
Everyone's attention was drawn to it.
The golden light faded. What was revealed was not some exaggerated, flashy divine weapon, nor were there any dragon-like or phoenix-like effects. It was just a black, about 1 foot long, handle.
Yes, just the handle.
Pitch black all over, made of something neither metal nor wood, with no patterns on it, and it even looked a bit like the handle of a fire poker that had been chopped off.
No sword body, no blade. This. A staff officer was stunned. Is the system bugging out?
Why is it a defective product? However, Zhang Dingbang, who was standing in the front, felt every hair on his body stand on end as soon as he saw the object. As a veteran who had been on the battlefield for years, his instincts were sharper than most people's. Though this thing looked unremarkable, he could feel an aura from that black handle that made his very soul tremble. On the big screen, Lin Qingge was facing a life or death situation.
The giant snake's tail was less than half a meter away from her. No time to analyze it. No matter if it's a defective product, as long as it's from the national luck, it's a lifeline. Zhang Dingbang's eyes hardened.
Without hesitation, he didn't even bother to look at the weapon's attribute panel and slapped his hand down on the control panel.
Transfer it to me. Immediately. Right now. Transfer this thing to Lin Qingge. But director, this is a national-level strategic resource, and it hasn't been tested yet.
The technician beside him instinctively tried to remind him.
To hell with testing. The soldier is about to die. Are we going to save the weapon for later?
Zhang Dingbang shouted furiously and directly entered the highest authority command.
Buzz.
The black handle on the command podium disappeared in an instant.
Savage Wilderness Realm.
A stench filled the air, and Lin Qingge's hair was whipped into a wild frenzy by the gusting winds. She looked at the descending snake's tail, a trace of reluctant despair flashing in her eyes.
Am I really going to die here?
I haven't even caught up with that person's back, haven't even seen the Dragon Kingdom standing tall at the top of the world.
Just as she was about to close her eyes and embrace death. SZZZZ.
The space in front of her suddenly distorted violently like the surface of water. A golden beam of light, domineering and forceful, tore through the smoke and fire toxins on the battlefield and precisely landed in her outstretched right hand.
Snap. Lin Qingge's fingers gripped the cold black object. In that moment, time seemed to slow down. An immense, ancient, and overwhelmingly domineering will rushed into her mind from her palm in an instant.
The system prompt sounded in her ear.
Ding. Receiving national transport material. Weapon obtained, Taichu, mythical concept level weapon prototype, dot. Attributes, national luck divine weapon.
No physical sword body, with national luck as the blade, and belief as the edge. Everything within sight is surrounded by the sword.
Note, this sword will unlock further as the national luck increases. Current unlock progress, 1%.
Lin Qingge took a deep breath, and her eyes, which had been a little blurry from exhaustion, were suddenly dyed a brilliant golden color.
Chapter 76, One-Click Instant Kill.
The moment she gripped the broken sword. The molten lava red snake, which had been aggressively aiming to crush her into meat paste, suddenly froze as if paralyzed.
Its massive tail stopped just 3 inches away from Lin Qingge's nose.
It was not injured, nor was it blocked.
It was trembling.
As a level 5 magical beast, it had gained intelligence. The moment that inconspicuous black stick appeared, it felt a fear deep within its bloodline. This fear was 1,000 times stronger than when it faced the dead Rhino King. It was the instinctive despair of a low-dimensional creature facing a high-dimensional strike.
Run. Run fast.
The crimson vertical pupils of the red snake instantly shrank to the size of a needlepoint. It wanted to retract its tail, wanted to burrow into the ground, wanted to get away from this suddenly terrifying human woman. But it was too late. Lin Qingge slowly raised her head. In those golden eyes, there was not a trace of human emotion, only endless majesty. She gripped tightly onto the black sword hilt without a blade, and in front of the massive snake body, assumed the most basic cleaving stance. There was no internal force released.
No spiritual energy fluctuation. Not even a breeze stirred.
But to the billions of viewers around the world, at this moment, Lin Qingge seemed to merge with the very heavens and earth.
Slash.
She lightly parted her red lips and uttered a soft word. Then, with both hands, she swung down.
Buzz.
The moment the sword was swung, all the light within 100 meters seemed to be swallowed by the black hilt. The world suddenly darkened.
There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor dazzling sword aura or light.
Everything was eerily quiet, so quiet that it felt strange. The red snake remained in its terrified, retreating posture, frozen in place.
Its magma scales, strong enough to resist armor-piercing rounds, now looked dull and lifeless. 1 second. 2 seconds. Crack.
A faint, almost imperceptible sound shattered the silence. Immediately after, a black line, as fine as a hair, appeared from the very top of the red snake's head, extending downward, cutting through its vital spot, its abdomen, all the way to the tip of its tail. Puff! The massive snake body silently slid apart in 2 directions. The cut was smooth as a mirror, as flat as if it had been sliced with a laser through tofu. Even the magma blood and internal organs inside were completely frozen and annihilated the moment they touched the sharp edge, without spilling a single drop of blood. But this was only the beginning. Boom! After the snake's body collapsed, a much more terrifying sound came from behind. The giant rock the red snake had coiled around cracked open as well. And even further back, that 100-meter-tall waterfall, flowing endlessly, actually stopped flowing under the residual power of this strike. The water curtain, like it was being forcibly torn apart by an invisible giant hand, revealed a vacuum zone several hundred meters long. Sword energy passed through, breaking rocks, parting water. This is a concept-level weapon. As long as I want to cleave, even a flowing waterfall must part for me. Boom! Only then did the delayed sound of a sonic boom explode, and the shockwave rolled, sending the water from the cleaved waterfall soaring into the sky, turning into a torrential downpour. Lin Xingge stood in the pouring rain, the hilt of the primordial sword in her hands dimming, returning to the appearance of a simple firewood stick. Her body softened, and she dropped to one knee, gasping heavily, the golden light in her eyes quickly fading, replaced by deep exhaustion. That strike just now, although it didn't consume internal energy, seemed to have drained every last bit of her vitality. But a smile, the likes of which had never been seen before, appeared at the corner of her mouth. I won. Inside the live stream room. A full half-minute of dead silence. Whether it was the president of the lighthouse country, the prime minister of the Sakura country, or those who had been typing just moments ago, all of them now had their mouths wide open, jaws dropped and forgotten to close. What just happened? That was a 5th-stage beast. That was a being that could withstand nuclear bombs. And it was sliced like a cucumber? And it even split the waterfall behind it? Is this the kind of power a human can have? The Dragon Kingdom's livestream exploded completely, with bullet comments flooding out like a nuclear explosion. Damn. 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 I'm uneducated, but even I know that damn can rule the world. What kind of divine weapon is this? Is this the reward for first place? It's too stunning. Who said Sister Lin is going to die? Step up. After that one sword strike, let's see who dares say Dragon Kingdom is weak. Tai Chu. That sword is called Tai Chu. Though it's just a hilt, it's power. Even God Su would have to give it a thumbs up, right? Meanwhile, a few hundred meters away on the riverbank mud, Guliolu. A small head cautiously peeked out. It was the Xuanjia spirit turtle, who had dug underground and played dead the moment it sensed danger. It shook off the dirt from its body and, with its small green bean-like eyes, stared at the giant snake's corpse split in 2 in the distance, then glanced at the still-flowing waterfall. Its underdeveloped brain was shaking violently at this moment. My goodness. This woman, she's even fiercer than that slippery snake. The Xuanjia spirit turtle swallowed a mouthful of saliva, watching Lin Xingge shakily stand up. Without hesitation, it started scurrying toward her at a speed completely contrary to the biology of a turtle, like wheels spinning. It wasn't running away. It was eagerly rushing towards Lin Xingge, practically begging to help her. Boss. I'm here to help you. From now on, you're my mother. If any beast dares to show its teeth at you, I'll be the first to bite it to death. Boom. 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 As the attack that could make the heavens and earth lose their color slowly faded, the once split 100-meter waterfall lost its invisible force, and finally, under the pull of gravity, crashed back together. Thousands of tons of water crashed down from high above, creating a massive white mist, the roar of which filled the silent riverbank like an army charging. In the midst of this mist, Lin Xingge's figure was like a kite with its string cut, tumbling backward. That sword strike, though it didn't drain her inner energy, had exhausted all her vital essence in an instant. It was a depletion at the soul level, and even an iron will couldn't bear this kind of burden. Chapter 77, I Want to Immigrate. Sister Lin. Before the screams in the livestream even began, a gray shadow already moved. It was the Xuanjia spirit turtle, who had already hidden its head in its shell, leaving only a small gap to observe the situation. This thing might not be good at fighting, but its skill in reading the situation was absolutely emperor level. Seeing the killing god fall, instead of escaping, it dug out traces in the mud with its short legs and, breaking all laws of turtle biology, charged toward Lin Xingge with a speed that defied belief. Screech! A perfect drifting slide tackle. Just before Lin Xingge was about to fall into a pile of rocks, the Xuanjia spirit turtle precisely slid under her. Its broad back, covered in heavy armor, was like the most stable field bed. It even carefully controlled the water element inside its body to form a soft water cushion on its shell surface. It caught her steadily. After catching her, the Xuanjia spirit turtle immediately widened its small green bean eyes, looked back at the unconscious Lin Xingge in an extremely servile way, and made gurgling sounds. It even stretched out its claws, as if trying to fan her. That sword strike was too cool. From now on, I'll make sure no one dares touch a single hair on you in this swamp. I'll keep an eye on that slippery snake's corpse, anyone who dares try to eat it, I'll bite them to death. Looking at this 4th-tier lord-level beast, acting in such an obsequious, even dog-like manner, the once tense Dragon Kingdom livestream was suddenly amused, and the heavy atmosphere disappeared.
Ha ha ha. This turtle must have become a spirit. It's too considerate.
Xuanjia spirit turtle, don't ask, it's all from the heart.
After the sword strike, not just a turtle, I think even Godzilla would have to offer a cigarette. Is this the foundation left by God Su? Even a turtle has been taught to be this perceptive. Lin God is invincible. The beginning was invincible. Long live Dragon Nation. With Lin Xingge's safety ensured, the long-suppressed joy finally erupted like a volcano.
At the same time, the cold and grand system announcement sounded again across the world.
Announcement: congratulations to Dragon Nation's contestant Lin Xingge for successfully slaying a Stage 5 early-level monster, Lava Red Serpent.
The national luck points and lifespan that were previously settled alongside the beginning also immediately fell onto the people of Dragon Nation.
Such tangible benefits made the entire Dragon Nation fall into true celebration. However, human joy and sorrow are not shared.
The joy in Dragon Nation was unbearable for foreign viewers, even worse than if they had been killed. Especially those Western tycoons and politicians who, despite their immense wealth, were barely surviving due to aging and illness. Seeing the ordinary people of Dragon Nation receiving treatments that made them younger, their eyes turned red with jealousy.
This is unfair. Why is it only the people of Dragon Nation who get it? I want to immigrate. Right now. Immediately. Contact the Dragon Nation Foreign Ministry for me, I'm willing to donate some of my assets. Just give me a Dragon Nation ID. In just 10 minutes, the hotline of the Dragon Nation Foreign Ministry and Special Administration Bureau was overwhelmed with calls. Countless Western elites, who usually looked down on Dragon Nation and imposed various sanctions, were now scrambling to submit immigration applications like tail-wagging lapdogs. Even the leaders of small countries openly declared that they were willing to merge their entire country into Dragon Nation, just to get a taste of the national fortune. At the Dragon Nation Special Administration Bureau, in the command hall, Director Zhang Dingbang looked at the pile of urgent documents on his desk, listening to the secretary report one astonishing figure after another. But he merely sneered. He slowly walked to the command desk, facing the camera broadcasting live to the whole world. This elderly man stood straight, his back as firm as a boundary marker planted on the border. He picked up a nationality change application from a certain oil tycoon, glanced at it, and without even looking at it, casually threw it into the nearby shredder in front of the entire world. SZZZ. The sound of paper shredding echoed harshly through the quiet hall. Want to come to Dragon Nation? Zhang Dingbang's voice, broadcast through the microphone, reached the entire globe with an unspoken but overwhelming aura of authority. It's too late. When we were fighting for our lives in the Wilderness Realm, you were laughing at us. When we were sanctioned and blocked, you were adding fuel to the fire. Now, seeing the fruit ripe, you want to come and pick the peaches? The old man suddenly waved his hand, his gaze sharp as a knife. Dream on. Dragon Nation's national fortune was paved by Senior Su Chen, and earned with the lives of warriors like Lin Xingge, Wang Meng, and Li Yi. We don't raise idle people, and we won't accept fence-sitters. Tell those who want to take shortcuts, Dragon Nation's door is open to friends, but to thieves who want to take advantage, there's only a shotgun. His words resounded like thunder. The Dragon Nation netizens immediately exploded in excitement, the comments flooding the screen to the point where the server lagged. The director is so cool. Well said. Didn't they act so arrogant just now? Let them keep acting. No amount of money will make us change. Our national fortune is priceless. So satisfying. It's more exciting than winning 5 million to see those foreign devils get smacked down. Across the ocean, in the Lighthouse Country White House. Bastards. Bastards. Damn Dragon Nation. The president, looking at the smug face of Zhang Dingbang on the screen, was so furious that he swept everything off his desk. The priceless antique desk lamp crashed to the ground, just like his shattered pride at this moment. On the big screen, 2 glaring numbers were burned into his retina like red-hot branding irons. Dragon Nation, 5,200 points. Lighthouse Country, 300 points. This was no longer a competition, it was one-sided slaughter and humiliation. Mr. President, please calm down. In the shadowed corner, Chief Scientist Dr. Smith pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting light. The eyes revealed an eerie, chilling indifference. Conventional methods have failed. The sword Lin Xingge obtained, that's a concept-level weapon, and even just one strike is beyond what current human technology can counter. What should we do? Are we just going to watch Dragon Country shit on our heads?
The president grabbed Smith's collar, roaring with a twisted expression. The public approval rate has fallen to a historic low. The consortiums are pulling out. If we can't turn this around before the next settlement, we'll all be sent to a military tribunal.
The chance to turn things around, there's only one.
Dr. Smith gently pushed the president's hand away and pointed at two other corners of the split screen. Although the president had promised last time, he actually still didn't dare to enter the gamble. So this time, he naturally had to push, because if it succeeded, he would undoubtedly be the hero of the lighthouse country.
Chapter 78, A Strong Nation of Technology? A biochemical powerhouse.
In the wilderness, at the edge of the tropical rainforest. This place wasn't far from where Lee was. It was a damp, dark swamp forest. Lighthouse Country's third player, Miller, was curled up in a giant banyan tree's hollow. At this moment, he looked disheveled, his combat suit torn into strips, and there was a deep scratch on his left arm that could be seen all the way to the bone, a mark left by a second-tier wind wolf yesterday.
Oh God, let me go home.
Miller hugged his rifle, trembling all over. He was just an ordinary Special Forces soldier. How could he have ever seen such a hell full of monsters?
At that moment, a deep blue light beam suddenly pierced through the canopy and landed in front of him. Voom!
The light faded, and a silver briefcase marked with a biochemical hazard symbol lay quietly in the mud.
Is this a supply?
Miller's eyes flashed with hope as he scrambled to open the case. However, inside the case was not the food, water, or first aid kit he had expected. There was only a syringe glowing with a strange green light and a piece of paper with the president's personal signature. Miller shook as he picked up the letter, reading by the faint light. When he saw it, his entire body felt as if it had fallen into an ice cave.
To Sergeant Miller, the nation is in grave danger, and you are hereby granted the highest authority in the Titan program.
Inject the serum immediately. If you refuse or fail the mission, your wife Louise and daughter Amy will have their citizenship revoked and will be treated as traitors along with you.
President of the United States. No, no.
Miller let out a desperate howl, but the thin piece of paper in his hand felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. It was his weakness, his only reason to live.
Why force me?
Miller stared at the green liquid in the syringe, bubbling slightly.
As a trained soldier, how could he not see that this was something dangerous?
The violent energy inside made his heart race even through the glass. But this wasn't a choice.
Louise. Amy. Miller's eyes shifted from fear to hopeless, dead gray. He let out a bitter laugh, tears mixing with the mud on his face.
For his family.
Ah!
He yelled in fury, as though trying to release all the fear and hatred in his heart. He grabbed the syringe and jabbed it violently into his jugular vein.
Push!
The cold liquid entered his veins, instantly feeling like boiling magma.
Ugh, ah! A scream of extreme pain echoed through the rainforest, startling countless birds to fly away.
Miller's body instantly curled like a shrimp, writhing in agony in the mud. His hands clutched his throat tightly, as if there were a fire burning inside.
Crack! Crack!
The terrifying sound of bones breaking echoed continuously. Under the horrified gaze of billions of viewers around the world, Miller's body began to deform. His spine forcibly stretched, piercing through his skin, and a row of sharp bone spikes were exposed to the air. The originally frail muscles expanded wildly like an inflated balloon, with black veins writhing and bulging all over his body like earthworms. His jawbone dislocated with a snap, then quickly reformed, the corners of his mouth ripping to his earlobes, sprouting two rows of serrated, shark-like fangs.
His pupils expanded, the whites of his eyes completely consumed by ink-black darkness. In just 10 seconds,
the timid Miller vanished. In his place stood a nearly 3-meter-tall, humanoid monster, covered in green slime, with nothing left but the instinct to kill.
At the same time, on a rocky island reef in the wildlands,
the waves crashed against the black rocks on the shore, producing a deafening roar. Paul, the top ace of the Lighthouse Nation, known as the Killing Machine, was sitting on the body of a first-stage sea beast he had just killed. In his hand was the same silver box, looking at the same threatening letter. But he didn't break down and cry like Miller.
Ha! Ha 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 ha!
Paul let out a low, cold laugh, which grew louder, eventually turning into a mocking, maniacal laugh. He casually tore the president's personal letter into shreds, letting the paper scatter in the sea breeze.
The so-called Lighthouse of Freedom.
The so-called Guardians of Democracy. Paul looked up, his eagle-like eyes fixed on the drone camera above, as if staring through the screen, directly into the eyes of the old man in the White House.
Threaten me with my family? Is this your method?
As a top-tier soldier, Paul knew better than anyone what this serum meant. The Titan Project, a forbidden experiment the military had always kept secret. This wasn't an enhancement serum, this was fuel that burned life away, a trigger that turned a person into a one-time bomb. But he had no choice. His brother was still waiting for expensive medical treatment in a New York hospital, his mother was still in the nursing home.
Fine, very well.
A cruel light flashed in Paul's eyes. Since the world wouldn't let him be a man, then let him be a monster. As long as he could kill all those Dragon Nation people who had shamed him, as long as he could wash away the humiliation of being trampled underfoot.
What if he became a monster?
Paul grabbed the serum, gave the camera the middle finger, and a cruel, resolute smile curved at the corners of his mouth.
Splat!
Without any hesitation, he didn't choose his neck or arm, but directly drove the large needle deep into his heart.
This was a certain death move. And the fastest way to spread the effects throughout his body. Boom!
A visible black shockwave exploded outward from Paul, his feet shaking as the sea beast's body beneath him was instantly turned into shredded meat.
Unlike Miller's uncontrolled deformity, Paul's physical strength was exceptionally strong.
He gritted his teeth and, with a will of steel, maintained his standing posture under the impact of the serum.
Ugh!
Accompanied by a beast-like roar, Paul's tactical vest tore apart piece by piece. His skin rapidly hardened, turning a rock-like gray iron color, with each muscle appearing as if carved from granite, filled with explosive power. The most terrifying thing was his back.
Sizzle!
With the sound of flesh being torn, a pair of still-forming flesh wings, drenched in blood, forcibly tore out from his shoulder blades. At that moment, he looked like a fallen angel crawling out of hell. His aura surged upwards.
Mid-stage 3rd tier, late-stage 3rd tier, peak 3rd tier. Boom!
The moment those flesh wings fully unfolded, his aura actually brushed against the threshold of the 4th tier.
This was power enough to dominate the beginner area.
Who?
Paul panted heavily, 2 streams of white steam puffing from his nostrils.
He slowly lifted his head, his eyes now a deep crimson, with his humanity rapidly fading away, replaced by endless cruelty and murderous intent. But he still remembered the coordinates. He still remembered the culprit that led him to this fate, the Dragon Kingdom. At this very moment, inside the Lighthouse Country's live broadcast room. What should have been a scene filled with fear and sorrow, instead sparked a twisted frenzy.
The barrage of comments flooded the screen like madness. Oh my god! This is so cool!
This is our super warrior. Who cares if he's a monster? As long as he can kill the people from the Dragon Kingdom, he's a hero. Kill. 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 Tear that Dragon Kingdom soldier into pieces.
This is what we came to see.
Who cares about the predecessors?
In the face of absolute power, they're all trash.
The ugliness of humanity was fully revealed in this moment. When jealousy and the desire for victory clouded their minds, they even began cheering for the birth of a monster. Inside the White House, Dr. Smith looked at the rising stats on the screen, his excitement causing him to wave his hands around. Perfect.
It's a masterpiece. Paul's willpower has suppressed some of his beastly instincts, while retaining his combat instincts. Now, he is a true killing machine. The president stared fiercely at Smith, growling through gritted teeth, "You better be telling the truth. If anything goes wrong, you won't be able to run either." Chapter 79, A Monster That Rips Apart Beasts? In the wildlands, deep within the tropical rainforest. Li Yi sat cross-legged on a dry, giant stone. His eyes were slightly closed, his breathing slow and rhythmic. Suddenly. Chirp chirp. Roar. The once noisy jungle seemed to have had its mute button pressed. Within a radius of several hundred meters, all the buzzing of insects and the calls of birds instantly disappeared. Then, a group of birds in the distant treetops took off in panic, as if sensing the arrival of some great terror. A chilling aura instantly enveloped Li Yi's entire body. That was the sixth sense he had developed when facing drug lords at the border with a gun to his head. Something was coming. The jungle, which should have been filled with all kinds of sounds, was now eerily silent. The insect buzzing and bird calls that had been so loud just a moment ago seemed to have been strangled by some invisible fear. The air became thick, and a scorching heat wave, carrying the strong stench of sulfur and blood, swept from the distance like a tsunami. Li Yi's body hair stood up in an instant. That was the instinct for survival honed by being on the brink of life and death countless times as a top scout. If detected, death was certain. Without any hesitation, and without even looking back to confirm the source of the terrifying aura, Li Yi's body suddenly shrank, and he rolled into a tree hole to his side, one that had already been dug out and covered with thick rotting broadleaves and wet mud. Phew! Just as he had hidden himself. Boom! A massive black shadow fell from the sky like a meteor, crashing fiercely into the clearing less than 50 meters in front of his hiding spot. The ground shook violently. A few ancient banyan trees, as thick as 3 people hugging, were snapped in half by the terrifying impact like withered matchsticks, splinters flying everywhere. Roar! A roar that was clearly not human blasted out, the shockwave visibly forming a ring of air, pressing down all the surrounding shrubs. Li Yi held his breath, staring intently through a tiny, hidden crack in the tree hole.
Using the moonlight filtering through the canopy, he saw it clearly. At that moment, Li's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of a pinprick, and a wave of coldness shot up from his tailbone straight to the top of his head. It was a monster nearly 3 meters tall. It walked upright, its entire body covered with a thick gray iron-colored exoskeleton, as if wearing a suit of biological armor. Each muscle was exaggeratedly bulging, filled with explosive power. The most terrifying part was the huge, fleshy wings on its back. The wings were still underdeveloped, dripping with fresh blood in torn rags, with black liquid dripping down continuously. In the hands of the monster, it was gripping the throat of a jet-black beast tightly. That was the shadow leopard. Li Yi recognized the beast at first glance. It was a peak-tier, second-level magical beast, known for its speed and stealth, and in this rainforest, it was absolutely at the top of the food chain. Just yesterday, Li Yi had witnessed the leopard crush the skull of another magical beast with a single bite. But now? This ferocious rainforest killer, once a terrifying predator, was now like a helpless chick, twitching weakly, making desperate whimpering sounds. In the face of the enormous power of the grayish iron-colored monster, the shadow leopard's prideful speed and fangs were nothing but a joke. Hungry. The monster looked down at the leopard in its hand, and from its large mouth full of jagged teeth, a scorching, foul odor was released. Its eyes were devoid of reason, only filled with an endless desire for slaughter. The next moment. Ryup. The sound of muscles tearing was painfully sharp. There was no fancy move, no technique at all. The monster simply grabbed the leopard's head and tail with both hands and pulled them apart violently. Thud. A bloody rain sprayed into the air. The 2-meter-long, tough-skinned second-level shadow leopard was violently torn in two. Warm beast blood soaked the monster's body, but instead of feeling discomfort, it seemed to excite it even more. It tilted its head back, basking in the blood rain, releasing a chilling, maniacal laugh. Ha 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 ha. Roar. This scene, in high definition, spread across the world. In Dragon Country's live broadcast room, the celebratory comments for Lin Xingge slaying the snake suddenly stopped. It took a few seconds before the screen was flooded with fear and disgust. What the hell is that thing? Is it even human? So disgusting. Just tearing apart a second-level magical beast with its hands? That strength is ridiculous. This is madness. These lunatics from Lighthouse Country. To win, they've really turned themselves into monsters. This isn't evolution, it's devolution. They've completely abandoned their humanity. However, Li Yi's focus was not on the bloody scene. His eyes were fixed on the monster's ankle. There, a few pieces of camouflage fabric were stretched out, bursting with muscles, still recognizable despite being stained black with mud and blood, bearing the unmistakable emblem of Lighthouse Country. And on the monster's mutated, twisted, tree-trunk-like wrist, there was a deformed tactical watch embedded deep within. That was standard equipment for the contestants from all countries. Paul. Li Yi silently repeated the name in his mind, his eyes flashing with an extreme seriousness. That elite special forces soldier from Lighthouse Country, the man known as the strongest soldier of Lighthouse Country, had turned into this monstrous form? Was this the trump card of Lighthouse Country? Give up human identity in exchange for this monster-like power? Roar! After tearing apart the leopard, the monster-turned Paul seemed unsatisfied. Its crimson eyes began to scan frantically around, its nostrils flaring as if it were a wolf searching for prey. Huff! Huff! It took step after step forward, its massive feet squelching in the mud, making squelching sounds. The distance was getting closer. Chapter 80, Moving Ahead? Li Yi's hiding spot in the tree hollow was only about 30 meters away. 20 meters. 10 meters. Li Yi could even smell the nauseating stench, feel the intense heat radiating from the monster, like being near a furnace. He was betting. Betting that he could escape the beast's detection. At this moment, billions of viewers around the globe held their breath. Don't go. Don't go there. Hide well. Li Yi, hang on. Damn, if that monster finds Li Yi, it'll be an instant kill. The power gap is too huge. On the other hand, in Lighthouse Country's live broadcast room, the celebrations continued. Content is blocked. The viewers from the Lighthouse Nation, who were once too frightened to speak after Lin Xingge's sword strike, now seemed to have found an outlet to vent their frustrations, frantically typing on the bullet screen. Ha ha ha. Did you see that? This is the super soldier we wanted. Who cares if it's a human or a ghost? As long as it can kill, it's a good weapon. Tear the Dragon Nation rat apart. Just like we tore apart that leopard. God bless America. This is true power. Let the Dragon Nation people go fix those useless immortals. In the face of absolute violence, everything else is trash. In the real world, the White House. The president sat behind the luxurious desk, shaking a glass of red wine as crimson as fresh blood in his hand. He watched the brutal killing efficiency of Paul on the screen, listening to the beast-like roars, and there was no trace of pity or guilt on his face, only a satisfied, savage smile.
Good job, Dr. Smith.
The president took a sip of wine, his gaze as cold as a venomous snake.
Although it's ugly, this fighting power is really captivating.
Mr. President, according to the data transmission, Paul's physical strength has already reached the early stage of the 4th level, and there are even signs that he may break through to the middle stage. In the shadows, Dr. Smith adjusted his glasses, his voice filled with fervor. As long as we feed him a few high-level magical beasts, or have him devour some high-energy objects, his potential can be further unlocked.
As for whether he can become human again, Dr. Smith paused. I think that no longer matters, does it?
Of course. The president put down his wineglass, pointing at the monster on the screen that was wildly destroying the rainforest, the corner of his mouth curling into a cruel arc. Whether he's a human or a dog, as long as he can take the national fortune back for me, he is America's greatest hero. Even if he needs to be destroyed later as a dangerous item, it's a necessary sacrifice for national security. In the barbaric world, the rainforest. Paul's giant form stopped 5 meters in front of the tree hollow where Li Yi was hiding. It lowered its head, its pair of crimson eyes, like searchlights, fixated on the ground. The hot air it breathed out even blew the leaves covering the entrance of the hollow.
Li Yi's hand had silently moved to his waist, where a grenade was hidden.
If he was discovered, he would not hesitate to detonate all the explosives, even if it meant dying together, just to blow off a tooth from this monster.
1 second. 2 seconds. These few seconds felt as long as a century. Suddenly,
Paul abruptly turned its head and looked toward the eastern sky. A flicker of confusion flashed in its eyes, as if sensing something extremely tempting over there, or perhaps, a stronger energy fluctuation.
Roar!
It let out a deafening roar, seemingly losing interest in this place.
Boom! Its blood-soaked wings suddenly flapped, whipping up a gust of wind that blew the surrounding leaves into the air.
Accompanied by a tremor in the ground, this colossal creature soared into the sky, crashing through countless branches and turning into a streak of gray light, howling toward the east. It wasn't until 5 minutes later that the surrounding insect sounds dared to tentatively resound once more. Whoosh! The dry leaves rustled. Li Yi crawled out of the mud pit. At this moment, he was drenched in cold sweat, as though he had been pulled out of the water. His face was pale from holding his breath for too long, but his eyes remained sharp like a knife. He looked at the broken trees in the distance, then at the torn shadow leopard carcass on the ground, and remained silent for a long time.
4th level. Li Yi exhaled a heavy breath, his voice hoarse.
He knew very well that if he had made a move just now, he would have undoubtedly died. No matter how many tricks he had, in the face of an absolute power gap, techniques were like toys in the hands of a baby. This was the cruelty of the national fortune battle.
Some people had already completely turned into beasts in order to win. Since you want to be a monster,
then you must be ready to be slaughtered by the hunter. Li Yi's eyes turned cold, without the slightest fear, instead it stirred a battle will he had never felt before. He quickly dragged over that half-corpse of the shadow leopard, skillfully cut down several pieces of the best lean meat, that was high energy supply, it could not be wasted. Then, he carried the luggage that had already been packed, without any attachment, turned around and stepped into the deep part of the rainforest. This place was not suitable to stay long. Since that monster had gone east, then he himself must seize time to become stronger. Only by living did he have the qualification to talk about counterattack.
Li Yi's figure moved silently among the tangled giant tree roots.
Every step of his precisely stepped on solid ground, avoiding those rotten leaf swamps that looked flat but were actually bottomless. He chose a route completely opposite to that monster named Paul.
Boom!
2 kilometers behind him, a dull crashing sound came together with the crisp sound of trees breaking, and immediately after that were 2 completely different beast roars. One roar was filled with brutality and madness, that was Paul. The other roar was filled with pain and anger, obviously some unlucky lord-level magical beast had been found by that madman. Li Yi suddenly stopped behind a thick tree trunk, turned his head and deeply looked once toward that direction. Even across such a long distance, he could still feel the faint vibration coming through the air. The wild desolate world hid crouching tigers and hidden dragons. That Paul who had turned into a monster was now like a moving barrel of explosives. Sooner or later he would provoke an existence he could not afford to provoke. What he himself needed to do was to become stronger before that happened. Adjusting his breathing, Li Yi increased his speed again. Half an hour later, the terrain gradually rose, and the suffocating dense vegetation around finally began to become sparse. Li Yi stopped in front of a gray rock wall that had risen because of violent crust movement. This rock wall was tens of meters high. The rock showed a pale gray color that had experienced 10,000 years of weathering, hard and dry. For Li Yi, who had been soaked in this wet rainforest for 2 days, this place was simply heaven. Here the field of vision is open, with the rock wall at the back. As long as guarding the front, it is a natural defensive stronghold.
Li Yi quickly made a judgment, his gaze began to search on the rock wall for footholds suitable for climbing. Chapter 81 Noisy Area, Do Not Enter. However, just when his sight swept over a depression at the root of the rock wall, the instinct of being a top scout made him suddenly stop his movement. Something was not right. There grew several clusters of extremely lush vines there. At first glance they looked like naturally hanging down, covering the cracks of the rock. But in Li Ye's eyes, the growth direction of those vines was too orderly. Natural vines were messy and disorderly, tangling with each other to fight for sunlight. But these few they were more like being combed by human hands, even woven together with some special knot method, braiding several main vines together, forming a natural, light-proof door curtain. Someone? Li Ye's heart instantly rose to his throat. He held his breath, the military knife in his hand held in reverse grip, his body tightly stuck to the rock wall, moving little by little like a gecko. No trap. No alarm device. Even no breathing sound. Li stretched out his left hand, used the back of the knife to carefully push aside that thick vine curtain. Hiss. When he clearly saw the thing on the rock wall behind the vines, Li's pupils suddenly shrank, and he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. That was a stone wall covered with moss. But under the dark green moss, there was clearly a deep carved mark. That was not a natural weathering pattern, nor was it a scratch left by beast claws. That was one horizontal stroke. One. Li Yi was completely stunned. He stretched out his trembling finger, lightly touched the carved mark. The touch coming from his fingertip made his scalp go numb. This carved mark was 3 inches deep, the edge extremely smooth, without any trace of chisel striking. It was more like someone had used a finger to scrape this onto the hard, iron-like granite. This is the Wild Realm. Why are there Chinese characters? And looking at the dust and moss growing inside the carved marks, this character has existed for at least over a year. Apart from our group of contestants, have people from Dragon Country been here? For a brief moment, Li's mind went blank, countless thoughts colliding wildly in his mind. In the live broadcast, the Dragon Country audience, who had just breathed a sigh of relief after Li's escape, exploded with excitement again. Holy shit! I can't be seeing this wrong, right? Is that a Chinese character? It's definitely Chinese. Look at the starting and ending strokes, the rhythm, this is the standard yen style. Could this be a place that God Su has been to? Countless questions rose in the minds of global viewers. And Li Yi, after a brief shock, was driven by a strong curiosity to bend down and crawl into the vine-covered hole. The space inside the cave wasn't big, only about 20 square meters. But the moment Li Yi turned on his tactical flashlight, the beam illuminating the interior of the cave, a strong sense of human civilization rushed toward him, making his battle-hardened heart beat wildly. This wasn't a natural cave. The ground had been carefully compacted, covered with a layer of dry animal skin, which had rotted away in most parts, but one could still tell it was the hide of some high-level magical beast. In the corner of the cave, there were several blocks of stone that had clearly been cut into the shapes of tables and chairs. Though simple, though rough, they were unmistakably a table and chairs. Someone had lived here. And for quite some time. Li Yi walked slowly to the stone table. A thick layer of dust had accumulated on the surface, as if no one had disturbed the quiet of this place for a long time. He took a deep breath, extended his hand, and gently brushed off the dust from the table. Ahem! Dust flew into the air. As the dust settled, the carvings on the stone table that had been covered by the dust finally came into view. The writing was wild and cursive, exuding a sense of carelessness and ease, as if the person carving it was not recording some earth-shattering event, but casually jotting down a memo after a meal. Li Yi focused and, following the flashlight's beam, read aloud, word by word. Day 1. There are too many mosquitoes here, buzzing, it's so annoying. I killed a few of those things that are like bombers, I think they're called black mosquito kings? Their juice stinks, got my clothes dirty. But the red berries around here taste pretty good, they're crisp and sweet, though the seeds are a bit big, it grinds my teeth. After reading these lines, Li Yi froze in place. His mouth twitched uncontrollably, his eyes full of disbelief and absurdity. Mosquitoes. Mosquitoes that are like bombers. Black mosquito kings? Those are terrifying creatures that come in swarms, capable of piercing through bulletproof vests and are venomous. But this senior killed them casually? Annoying? The tone was as if he were swatting a fly in his backyard, so easy and relaxed. Who exactly is this god? Li Yi felt his worldview was collapsing and being reconstructed. In the live stream, the bullet screen went completely crazy. Ha 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 ha. This is killing me. Mosquitoes like bombers? Is this God Su? It has to be God Su. The style, the tone, who else could it be? Even though there's no signature, the familiar flavor in the words is immediately recognizable. Inside the cave, the air seemed to freeze.
Li Yi forced himself to suppress the shock in his heart and moved his gaze away from the rant about bomber mosquitoes, continuing to move the tactical flashlight across the rock walls. As the beam moved, a huge mural occupying half of the wall came into view. Rather than a mural, it looked more like a child's doodle. The lines were rough, the structure collapsed, and the perspective was completely non-existent. If this appeared on a kindergarten blackboard, the teacher would probably shake their head helplessly and give a keep it up comment. But at this moment, this drawing, found in the deathly forbidden zone of the Wilderness Realm, exuded an inexplicable weirdness and absurdity.
Is this a map? Li Yi squinted his eyes, trying hard to make sense of the ink masterpiece left by the mysterious senior.
Although this map had an odd style, filled with the unrestrained aura of a soul artist, the core information was marked exceptionally clearly.
The entire rainforest area was roughly divided into two sections by this crude doodle.
On the left, there was a crooked circular shape, with a leaf placed on top. If it weren't for the bold handwriting next to it that read, "Cafeteria, fruit fills the stomach, non-toxic, sweet," Li Yi would have thought it was some sort of furry potato. On the right, the marking appeared somewhat eerie. There, a massive skull was drawn. But this skull was so abstract that the two eye sockets were uneven in size, and the teeth were drawn like an uneven fence, making it look less like a terrifying symbol and more like a silly laughing emoji. However, next to this comical skull, there was a large parenthesis with a warning written in bold characters inside.
Noisy area, do not enter. Below this warning, there were several dense lines of small text.
Li Yi leaned in closer and read carefully by the light.
The monkeys in this forest are incredibly annoying.
They scream and make a ruckus in the middle of the night, and they like to throw fruit pits, which have damaged the few spirit fruit trees I planted. To get a good night's sleep, I casually made a scarecrow to patrol the area. Program setup, automatically clean up high-energy reaction sources of level 4 or above, and any mischievous kids who damage vegetation. Note, the scarecrow is not gentle, and I'm too lazy to fix it. The consequences of entering are at your own risk. After reading these lines, Li Yi felt a chill rush from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. His body, which had warmed up due to finding a shelter, suddenly cooled down by half.
Mayday, scarecrow? This is what that senior meant by casually?
Li Yi instinctively recalled the terrifying tremors he had felt earlier outside. The kind of shaking that made the earth tremble, the kind of oppressive feeling that filled the air, could not possibly be caused by a normal wild beast. Earlier, he had thought it was some ancient giant beast fighting. Now it seemed.
Gulyolu.
Li Yi struggled to swallow his saliva, staring at the line that said automatically clean up high-energy reaction sources of level 4 or above, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. If he hadn't chosen to hide in the tree hole earlier, but instead foolishly ran east, he probably would have been cleaned up by that so-called scarecrow as a magical beast by now, right? To call something that can create earthquakes a terrifying thing, a scarecrow. Li Yi smiled bitterly and shook his head, his eyes filled with awe. How strong must this senior be? This intense contrast made him feel a deep sense of helplessness, but there was also a slight sense of relief. He was relieved that although this senior's drawing skills were poor, their heart was still good.
At least they left a warning. Phew. Li Yi took a deep breath and quickly adjusted his mentality.
As a top-tier scout, his brain worked at lightning speed, and he quickly formulated a plan for the next course of action. He fixed his gaze on the graffiti on the wall, engraving every line and every label deeply into his mind. Even if the apple was drawn like a potato, he forced himself to remember its location. A few seconds later, Li Yi turned off his flashlight and reorganized his bag. Without any hesitation, he turned around and left this cave that reeked of Versailles air. Since the senior said there is a scarecrow in the east, it is definitely a forbidden zone. So the only way to survive is the cafeteria marked with a potato on the map, no, an apple. First, go get some energy. Staying alive is more important than anything. Li Yi's figure blended like a ghost into the night, rushing westward following the map's directions. At the same time, in the real world. In the Lighthouse Nation's live broadcast room, it was a sea of excitement. On the screen, countless gift effects exploded, and the screen was filled with the comments "Lighthouse Nation is great again, God bless the lighthouse." Just now, Paul, transformed into a monster, completed a shocking killing performance in front of billions of global viewers. It was a Tier 3 early-stage iron-skinned crocodile. This beast, known for its defense, could probably resist even a tank shell. But under Paul's terrifying claws and jagged fangs, it was like a paper toy. In the footage, the massive crocodile was already lying in a pool of blood, its hard skin torn apart, revealing the fresh red flesh inside. And the monster named Paul was feasting on the rhinoceros corpse. Roar! Paul raised his head, his face covered in blood, and let out a victorious roar at the camera. The sound was full of wildness and fury, but to the viewers in the Lighthouse Nation, it was the most beautiful sound they had ever heard. So strong. This is absolute power. Cultivating immortality in Dragon Country? Ha, it's a joke in front of a gene warrior.
Did you see that? The rhinoceros, which even bullets couldn't penetrate, was torn apart by Paul like tearing bread. The White House, President's office. Pop.
A crisp sound as the cork of the expensive champagne shot up to the ceiling. The president of the Lighthouse Nation, glowing with joy, raised his glass and looked through the golden wine at the bloody scenes on the big screen, as if admiring a world-class masterpiece.
To the great America. To the great Titan project.
He tilted his head back and drank the champagne in one gulp, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes smiling in satisfaction. Behind him in the shadow, Dr. Smith also stared at the screen, but his focus was obviously different. "Mr. President, please take a look at this data." Smith pointed at the wildly jumping biological sign data in the corner of the screen, his eyes flashing with greed. After devouring the crocodile's flesh, Paul's muscle density has increased by 15%. His keratin layer is absorbing the rhinoceros genetic traits and becoming even tougher. As he spoke, Smith couldn't help but lick his lips and said in a hoarse voice, "If Paul kills again and the skin is submitted, bring back the crocodile hide, it's the perfect biological armor material. With it, our next generation of super soldiers will be invincible." The president smiled even more. "Don't worry, that's our trophy, no one can take it. Now Paul is the god of this place." In the barbaric world, the blood-soaked clearing in the jungle, Paul didn't hear the praise from the real world. At this moment, his mind was filled with brutal desire for slaughter. The power surge from devouring flesh and blood made him feel a kind of intoxication like never before. The fear, weakness, and worries about his family, which he had when he was human, were now all replaced by a sense of dominance. Power, more power. Paul gasped, his crimson vertical pupils gleaming with dangerous light. Suddenly, his movement stopped. His nostrils flared widely, as if he had caught a whiff of something extraordinarily special. He lowered his head, looking at the muddy swamp beneath his feet. There, a deep trench lay. The trench was about 2 meters wide, half a meter deep in the ground, and the edge of the soil showed signs of extreme pressure, forming a hardened layer. It was as if a super tank weighing over 100 tons had passed through. Just passed through here. And on both sides of the ravine, several trees, once towering and shading the sky, now lay like weeds carelessly uprooted by a mischievous child, their roots turned up, lying fallen to the side. The breakage was jagged, clearly snapped by an unreasonable force. This is... Paul's already cloudy brain sluggishly turned a bit. Chapter 83, You Want to Go Against God, Su? He crouched down, extending his scaly finger to smear the mud of the ravine, then put it in his mouth to taste. The next second, his eyes suddenly widened. An extremely pure and powerful residual energy exploded on his tongue. The strength of that energy was even countless times greater than the Tier 3 rhino he had just devoured. Even just the slightest trace left in the dirt made every cell in his body scream with longing. So fragrant, such a powerful taste. A gurgling sound came from Paul's throat, and saliva mixed with blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. In his mind, such terrifying destruction, such rich energy residue, could only mean one thing. There was a gigantic, incredibly rich and blood-filled super prey nearby. If he could eat it. If he didn't eat it. Would he completely evolve? Would he become a true god? As for danger? At this moment, Paul had no concept of that. He was a genetic warrior. He was a titan. He was a monster who tore apart Tier 3 beasts. In this beginner area, he was at the top of the food chain. Prey, mine. Paul suddenly stood up, and his not fully grown meat wings flapped violently, whipping up a foul wind. His crimson eyes locked firmly on the direction where the huge ravine stretched, that was to the east. It was also the direction that Li Yi saw on the map, the one marked with a skull and labeled by Su Chen as, "Do not enter." Roar! With a greedy and arrogant roar, Paul could no longer suppress the desire in his heart. He took heavy steps, following the patrol track left by the stone statue guards, charging forward like a wolf that smelled blood, heedlessly rushing ahead. In the live stream, the viewers from the Lighthouse country reached another peak of excitement as they saw this scene. Ha ha ha! Paul has found a new prey. Look at the traces left behind, it must be a big one. Take it down. Double the points. That Li Yi from Dragon Country is still searching for fruit like a rat, while our Paul is already hunting down a beast at the apex. This is the difference. The whole world was looking forward to an earth-shattering hunt. Only in the Dragon Country livestream, the viewers who had just watched Li Yi read the map, looked at Paul running madly on the screen, and fell into a strange silence. After a moment, a weak bullet screen floated by. Is there a possibility that the super prey he wants to hunt is the scarecrow left by Godsu? That is an automatic defense tower to clear anything above Tier 4. Is this guy asking for death? It's fine, let him go. Respect his fate, let go of the helping mentality. Just watch and cherish it, this may be the last trace of this monster. In the tropical rainforest. Roar! A violent roar shattered the tranquility within several miles. At this moment, Paul was rampaging through the forest at an extremely exaggerated speed. His giant feet, covered in a gray keratin layer, made deep pits in the muddy ground every time they landed, and the surrounding low shrubs were crushed into powder. He didn't need to look for a path,
because he was a human-shaped bulldozer. Power, more power. Paul's throat emitted a murky swallowing sound.
Since he injected that green serum, his senses had been magnified to an incredibly terrifying degree. He could hear the heartbeat of the beasts from several kilometers away, smell the faint scent of blood drifting in the air, and feel ahead of him, there was a burst of energy like the blazing sun. It was a colossal energy he had never seen before. In his brain, which had devolved into pure instinct for killing and devouring, the thing ahead, radiating strong light, was the most delicious supply in this world. As long as he devoured it, he could evolve again. As long as he devoured it, he would be the only king of this forbidden zone. Boom! 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 With every step Paul took, the ground shook more intensely. Though the pair of flesh wings on his back were not fully developed, every flap sent a foul wind blowing, propelling his body like an arrow shot from a bow. Meanwhile, outside, in the Lighthouse Kingdom's live broadcast room. Oh! God! Look at Paul's speed. It's simply mesmerizing, this kind of sprint full of violent aesthetics. This is exactly what our Lighthouse Kingdom should look like. What about Li Yi from the Dragon Kingdom? Still peeling tree bark and reading that nonsense inscription? He has no idea. Paul has already found a rare and magnificent super beast.
The viewers from the Lighthouse Kingdom fell into a near-crazed self-indulgence.
In their eyes, Paul's performance was like a real-life superhero descending.
What humanity! What genetic mutation!
As long as it could bring resources to the Lighthouse Kingdom, as long as it could step on the Dragon Kingdom, even if Paul turned into a winged pig, they would worship him as a god. At the same time, in the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, the atmosphere was a bit strange. The Dragon Kingdom viewers, who were initially worried about Li Yi, began to notice the direction Paul was heading, and the tone of the bullet comments slowly turned more mischievous.
Brothers, I didn't misread, right? Paul is running east?
Not misreading, I just compared the map Li Yi looked at earlier in that cave. The direction of that huge ravine really matches the silly smiling skull area on the map.
Oh my god, I can't hold it in anymore, I want to laugh. What did Su Chen's diary say just now?
No entry in the noisy area, casually made a scarecrow, automatically clearing high-energy reaction sources above level 4. This Paul, now not only making noise, but is also exactly a high-energy reaction source.
He's not hunting, he's surrendering.
Meanwhile, people in the Lighthouse Kingdom are still celebrating. Help me, I'm really about to burst from holding in my laughter. The comments were filled with laughter. Because only the people from the Dragon Kingdom knew what kind of terror the thing Su Chen casually called a scarecrow truly represented. In the eyes of the Dragon Kingdom audience, Paul's current actions were like a mischievous child with a slingshot, excitedly running off to challenge a fully automatic defense cannon.
Chapter 84, The Ugly Cute Scarecrow?
In the wilderness world, at the edge of the rainforest,
Li Yi was carrying his backpack, hurrying toward the dining area in the west.
Suddenly, he stopped, turned around, and looked toward the east. Even through the thick vegetation, he could still hear the heavy sound of running, and that rampant, provocative pressure.
That direction. Li Yi recalled the simple drawing he had seen earlier on the stone room wall.
The crooked skull drawing and the warning carved 3 inches into the stone wall.
No entry in the noisy area. Li Yi frowned.
He had completed countless missions at the border and knew exactly what consequences this kind of arrogance, driven by power, would bring.
Not to mention, that was Su Chen's forbidden zone.
In front of that powerful senior, the 4th level, it was probably just a slightly larger noise.
Deserving of it, unable to live. Li Yi shook his head, with no intention of reminding anyone. The competition for national luck was a life-or-death struggle. Since the other side chose to become a monster to plunder, to endure, one must bear the cruelest of responses from this land. He withdrew his gaze, quickening his pace once more, vanishing into the mist of the west. At this moment, Paul had already burst through the dense rainforest. His view suddenly opened up. Before him lay a vast clearing in the forest, with trees seemingly arranged by some great force, forming a half-circle spanning hundreds of meters. The ground in the clearing was eerily flat, with no weeds, no scattered stones, not even a single fallen leaf. In the center of the clearing, with his back to Paul, stood a massive figure. The figure was over 5 meters tall, its body sculpted from a grayish-white granite. Paul abruptly stopped, his leathery wings flapping wildly behind him, stirring up a cloud of dust. His blood-red eyes locked onto the figure's back, a greedy drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. Energy, found it, mine.
He could feel it, the heart of pure, unimaginable energy, pulsing within that stone body. If he could dig out that heart, he would achieve the ultimate leap. However, Paul had not noticed. This enormous stone statue was actually quite comical in appearance.
Its proportions were incredibly awkward, with short, thick limbs and a bloated torso.
If one looked closely at the back of its head, one could even see several hasty chisel marks. It looked like a stone carver, terribly unskilled and extremely careless, had drunkenly created this piece. Yet, in the statue's hands was a long, blackened, 3-meter metal rod. At the top of the rod was a huge, sickle-like blade, glowing with a cold, eerie light. Roar! Unable to resist the temptation of the energy any longer, Paul let out a roar that shook the forest. The ground beneath his feet exploded. He transformed into a gray blur, his 5 fingers clawing forward, covered in thick black poison, aiming for the back of the statue's head. This claw could pierce through tank armor. This claw was infused with all the brutality of his body. Die! Paul roared in his mind. Yet! Just as his claws were less than half a meter from the back of the statue's head. Buzz! A faint vibration, so subtle it silenced the entire rainforest. The statue, which had seemed like a lifeless stone, suddenly moved. Its movements were smooth and swift, with no awkwardness at all. In the blink of an eye, the statue's square head unexpectedly rotated 180 degrees without warning. Crack! It was a face that left Paul, and even the entire world's audience, frozen in shock. There were no imposing features, no sacred markings. The face of the statue only had 2 round eye sockets and a half-moon-shaped mouth. This was, in fact, a standard emoji of a smiley face. It was a simple drawing that Su Chen had scratched into the stone when he was bored. However, the moment this smiley face turned toward him, the 2 round eye sockets suddenly lit up with 2 glaring, blood-red glows. A cold, mechanical synthetic voice boomed across the clearing without emotion or warmth. Detected, high-decibel noise pollution. Detected, unauthorized vegetation destruction. And with that, the live stream in Lighthouse Country exploded in chaos. Fuck! What is that thing? A stone smiley face? The previously chaotic barrage of comments suddenly halted. Everyone was stunned. They had originally thought Paul was tracking an ancient beast, covered in spikes and spewing fire. But what appeared on the screen was a bizarrely styled, stone man. Its clumsy body, its ridiculous, simplistic facial features. If it weren't for its 5-meter height, it would seem like a poorly made amusement park mascot. Ha ha ha. It's killing me, Dragon Country people, is this what you call danger? Is this the super prey Paul found? A big stone toy? Paul, hurry up and tear it apart. Let's see if there's any treasure hidden inside. After a brief moment of dumbfounded silence, the audience from the Lighthouse Country erupted in waves of ridicule again. They couldn't believe that this stone man, which even looked a bit cute, could pose any threat to their super warriors. In the White House office, the president also let out a sigh of relief, his previously tense body now leaning back against the chair. Smith, is this the 5th-level creature you mentioned? The president pointed at the stone statue on the screen with a mocking tone. It looks more like a kindergarten child's homework. Dr. Smith was also a bit dumbfounded at this moment. He stared at the data on the monitoring instrument. Because the energy core inside the statue had been cloaked with a concealment array by Su Chen, the energy fluctuations detected by the instrument were very strange before it fully activated. This might be a puppet left by some ancient civilization? Dr. Smith hesitated and said, but don't worry, Mr. President. Paul's physical strength has reached the 4th level. This stone-made thing will be as fragile as a cookie in front of him. However, in the Dragon Country livestream, it was a completely different atmosphere. Holy crap! It's here! Su God Scarecrow. Oh my, this style, truly very Su God. Look at that face, those round eyes, that half-circle mouth. What was Su God thinking when he carved this thing back then? Su God, as long as I'm not embarrassed, the one who's embarrassed is the other person. Don't just laugh upstairs, didn't you hear that sound just now? This stone man may look ugly and cute, but just hearing this word sends chills down your spine. People from the Lighthouse Country are still laughing. They have no idea this stone-faced statue was created to deal with high-level magical beasts that dared to fight in front of Su God's door. The audience in Dragon Country now felt both amused and a strange sense of pride. Chapter 85, Purely a Numerical Monster. Boom! The air was violently torn apart, emitting a sharp, explosive sound. Paul's punch, filled with the anger and brutality of a 4th-level gene warrior, slammed heavily into the ridiculously funny-looking stone face. Break apart! Paul let out a beast-like roar, the red light in his eyes nearly spilling out of his eyeballs. He was going to smash the stone that dared to send him a warning into powder with the most violent means, to prove that he was the only king in this forbidden zone. However, at the very moment when that fist, covered in gray-black scales and larger than a grinding wheel, heavily struck the stone statue's face. Clang! A crisp sound, as if a huge bell was struck, instantly rang through the entire rainforest.
No broken stones flew. The statue didn't collapse.
Not even the crooked half-circle mouth lost a single stone fragment. Instead, an indescribable terrifying recoil force immediately surged back up Paul's arm along the fist.
Crack! Crack! The bone-cracking sound that made one's teeth ache was clearly audible. Paul's knuckles, as hard as iron, shattered into pieces in that instant. The entire right arm seemed to have been hit head-on by a speeding bullet train. The muscle fibers snapped inch by inch, and the arm went limp, dangling weakly. The intense pain was delayed by a second before reaching the brain. Paul let out a miserable scream, his massive body staggering back a few steps. He clutched his ruined arm, his scarlet vertical pupils constricted violently, staring fixedly at the immovable stone statue in front of him, his eyes full of disbelief and horror. This is impossible? Even diamond should have shattered. Paul's mindset cracked for a moment. The strength he prided himself on seemed like a baby pounding on a towering mountain in front of this seemingly ordinary stone. And the statue still maintained that look, which even seemed a little deserving of a punch. In its round eyes, the red light flickered once again. That emotionless, mechanical synthetic voice, with a dullness as if it had just woken up, sounded once more. Detection of violent resistance against the law. Detection of intent for illegal demolition. Danger level determined, pest. Executing secondary cleaning procedure. As soon as the words finished, the heavy statue moved. Creak. Creak. Accompanied by the sound of rusty gears turning, the statue slowly raised the pitch-black long rod in its hand. Its movement was so slow, it was like an old man in the park doing Tai Chi. Watching the massive, rusted scythe slowly lift above its head, Paul, who was originally horrified, had a flash of furious embarrassment in his eyes. Who do you think you're looking down on? You think you can hit me with a speed slower than a turtle? As a genetic warrior, Paul's greatest pride was his nerve response speed. In his eyes, the statue's movement was like slow-motion playback. He endured the sharp pain in his right arm, and his body suddenly flashed to the left. His mouth curled into a vicious sneer. As long as I don't stand still, this pile of broken stone can't do anything to me. However, his sneer froze on his face in the next second. Because the scythe came down. It looked slow. But at the moment it fell, the surrounding space seemed to be locked by some terrifying gravity field. There was no sound. The pitch-black scythe merely cut an arc through the air, and the blade was still a full 10 meters away from the spot where Paul had dodged. But in the instant the blade passed through the air. Voom! A pitch-black crescent-shaped shockwave instantly detached from the blade and swept out at a terrifying speed, 100 times faster than sound. What? Paul's pupils instantly contracted to the size of a needle's point. He only felt a tangible breath of death rushing at him, and his scalp seemed to explode. That was the wind pressure created by pure power compressed to the extreme. Boom, boom, boom. In front of that black shockwave, the dense primeval rainforest behind Paul was like a wheat field after being passed over by a harvester. Countless towering trees were instantly cut off at the waist, the cuts as smooth as mirrors. Sunlight poured down without obstruction, casting down onto Paul's stunned face. Dead silence. It was as if only the aftershock of the fallen trees remained in the world. In the live broadcast room of the Lighthouse Nation, the barrage, which had been frantically rolling, now seemed to have been paused, with an eerie blank space lasting for more than 10 seconds. Everyone had their mouths wide open, their eyeballs nearly popping out. What was that? Did that just happen because of that stone man who looked like a toy? Gulp. It was unclear who swallowed first, but then, the barrage exploded like an avalanche. Oh my god. Am I seeing things? How many trees did that one swing cut? Can human strength really do that? This is not even a living creature, it's a miracle. Damn it. Paul, run. This is not a monster you can fight. It just swung casually. Fear spread like a plague in the hearts of the Lighthouse Nation's audience. Just a moment ago, they were shouting about tearing everything apart. Now, they felt a cold chill rushing from their souls to the top of their heads. That statue was not a toy at all. It was a war machine disguised as a toy. In the real world, at the White House. Thud. The expensive Cuban cigar in the president's hand fell helplessly onto the carpet, but he didn't notice. His face, which had always carried an arrogant smile, was now stiff like dried orange peel. Smith. The president's voice trembled. Is this the so-called invincible genetic warrior you spoke of? In the shadow beside him, Dr. Smith had completely lost his mind. His hands tightly gripped his hair, his face almost pressed against the screen, staring at the string of red data readings that had skyrocketed. He screamed incoherently, his voice trembling with panic. Impossible. This can't be real. Energy levels are off the charts. The material of that stone, the density analysis shows it's unknown. Its hardness surpasses every known element on Earth. This isn't scientific. It completely defies the laws of physics. What on earth did the Dragon Country people put inside that thing? The wild world. Paul stood frozen, cold sweat mixing with blood, dripping down his scaly cheeks. Though the earlier strike hadn't directly hit him, the feeling of death narrowly passing by sent every cell in his body screaming to escape. Run. I have to run. This is no prey. This is the Grim Reaper. The god he once held in such high regard completely collapsed in his mind in that moment. But as a Titan serum transformation subject, his brain, now dominated by beastly instincts, erupted in a final, desperate madness after the overwhelming fear. If he couldn't escape, then he would fight back. It's now or never. Roar! Paul suddenly turned, his mouth opening wide, spraying a dark green venom like a high-pressure water gun, aiming directly at the stone statue's face. That venom was a corrosive acid evolved after he consumed highly poisonous swamp creatures. Even steel would melt into liquid iron within seconds after being touched by a drop. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The venom hit the statue's ridiculous smiling face with pinpoint accuracy, and white smoke began to rise. A glimmer of hope flickered in Paul's eyes. If he could just corrode its core. However, the next second, that hope turned into despair. Chapter 86, The Boss Has a Second Stage? The white smoke dissipated. The statue's face remained as pristine as ever, not even the lines of the simple drawing had become blurred. That highly poisonous venom, which could melt steel, wasn't even enough to wash its face. Biological contamination detected. The statue's voice rang out again, this time with a hint of human-like disdain in its tone. This is a private garden. As the last word fell, the statue's originally small smiling eyes suddenly glowed with bright red light. It no longer wielded the terrifying scythe. Instead, it released one hand, and the massive, round stone palm, moving with an unsettling but incredibly fast speed, slammed toward Paul. No technique. No move. Just a pure slap. No. Paul's eyes widened in fear as he tried to dodge, but in his desperation, he realized the air around him seemed to have frozen. The slap blocked every possible escape route. Asterisk slap. Asterisk. The loud crack sounded so sharply that billions of viewers around the world could almost feel it on their faces. Paul's massive body, over 5 meters tall, was like a fly that didn't know its own death, crashing into a speeding train. No pause. No suspense. Whoosh. He was sent flying like a gray meteor. Boom. 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 Paul's body crashed through 3 raised rocky hills before finally smashing into a cliff hundreds of meters away, embedding himself in the stone like a mural. PFF. A spray of blood mixed with internal organ fragments burst from Paul's mouth. His once proud Tier 4 body was now twisted beyond recognition. His chest was caved in, his legs bent in irregular angles, and his still developing flesh wings had been broken, hanging miserably behind him. One slap. Just one slap. The Lighthouse Country had spent hundreds of billions of dollars and poured countless resources into creating superheroes and land titans, and yet they were completely destroyed, just like a ragdoll. Hiss. Inside the Dragon Kingdom's livestream, countless viewers gasped in shock, followed by a barrage of frantic bullet comments flooding the screen. Damn. That slap, just watching it hurts. Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. It's the real-life version of here's a big slap. God Su, I just made a scarecrow to chase away mosquitoes. Paul, am I the mosquito? Where are the people from the Lighthouse Nation? Come out and speak. Didn't you just say you were going to tear down this toy? Why is it hanging on the wall now? This isn't a toy, this is clearly the gatekeeper left by God Su. The old man doesn't have a good temper, throwing trash around will get you beaten. The strong contrast made the Dragon Kingdom's viewers feel a rush of excitement. Watching that arrogant monster being pressed down and rubbed into the ground, the sense of national pride nearly overflowed from the screen. And at this moment, in the midst of the ruins, Paul struggled to open his swollen eyelids. The divine superiority that once radiated from him had completely disappeared, replaced by a deep, bone-chilling fear. He looked at the figure in the distance, still standing in the same spot, with a smiling stone face, as if it had just done something trivial, his body uncontrollably trembling violently. The difference was too vast. This wasn't even the same dimension of power. That stone figure hadn't moved an inch. Escape. I must escape. Paul didn't know if that stone figure would strike again, but if it did, he would surely turn into a pile of flesh and blood. The instinct to survive overwhelmed everything else. He gritted through the excruciating pain of his bones cracking, using the only hand that was still intact, and slowly pried himself out of the rock wall. Without a moment's hesitation. Without any harsh words. The Titan who had just moments ago planned to dominate the Forbidden Zone, was now like a dog with its tail between its legs, scrambling and crawling away madly in the opposite direction. He didn't even dare to look back,
fearing that the smiling Grim Reaper would catch up. On the other side, the air seemed to freeze. The stone figure, which Paul had seen as a dull toy, did not, as everyone expected, clumsily step forward to chase him. It stood still, its round eyes glowing red, locking onto the gray figure desperately fleeing in the distance. Sizzle. Sizzle. A nerve-wracking, teeth-gritting sound of electricity crackling echoed from within the stone figure. Then, the once dull and moss-covered surface of the rock began to develop fine cracks. Inside those cracks, instead of broken stone, dazzling golden light, like flowing magma, began to pour out.
Warning.
The noise source is moving at high speed.
Warning.
The target is attempting to escape the punishment range. The mechanical, synthesized voice was no longer sluggish or stiff, but now carried a cold and lethal chill that froze the soul.
Its speech quickened, each word striking the eardrums of the billions of viewers like a heavy hammer. Judgment, regular expulsion failed. Initiating second phase protocol overload pursuit mode.
As the words fell, a series of sharp mechanical clicking sounds erupted. Under the horrified gaze of tens of billions of viewers, the stone figure's previously bloated and short limbs instantly transformed. The excess rock armor peeled off in a flash of golden light, revealing a complex internal structure of runes. The body, which had originally been 5 meters tall and as plump as a large fatso, immediately shrank and stretched, becoming a 3-meter-tall, sleek, combat-ready form, covered in golden spiritual energy circuits. Though its face was still the crude, childishly drawn smiley face, with its body now infused with violent beauty and runes and flowing light, that smiley face no longer seemed ridiculous, but instead exuded an indescribable, eerie, and terrifying presence. It was as if a death god, wearing the top-of-the-line exoskeleton armor, was donning a clown mask.
That contrast was enough to give anyone who saw it nightmares.
In the distance, Paul, flying close to the ground, had just felt a fleeting sense of relief as if he had survived a close call.
That heavy block of stone, no matter how powerful, what does it matter?
As long as I don't collide with it directly, with my speed, it won't even catch my exhaust. Grinding his teeth, Paul endured the excruciating pain of his shattered right arm, pushing the speed brought on by the Titan potion to its absolute limit.
100 meters, 200 meters, 500 meters.
As long as he could dive into the denser jungle ahead and use the complicated terrain, he could shake off that monster for good. However, just as his body was about to leap, ready to cross a rotten giant tree lying in the middle of the path. Whoosh! A gust of malevolent wind, one that never belonged to this world, suddenly slammed into him without warning. Every hair on Paul's body stood on end in that instant, as an unprecedented sense of impending doom gripped him, like a cold, monstrous hand squeezing his heart. How could this be? He was at least a kilometer away from that statue. Did it teleport here? Before Paul's mind could even process this terrifying thought. Chapter 87, One Strike, Severed Arm. Swish! A flash of golden gray light appeared above his head, as though it had torn through the fabric of space itself.
No extra movement.
No flashy build-up. The originally rusty black sickle, now infused with golden spiritual power, erupted with a chilling gleam so bright it was almost unbearable to look at. It was as if a black moon had fallen. Ah! A shrill, desperate scream pierced the stillness of the rainforest in an instant. In midair, Paul's left arm, just raised and covered in a hard, gray iron-like armor, was severed at the root as if it were a fragile sausage, cleaved by the blow. Blood poured out like a torrential rain, staining the bushes below. The severed arm spiraled into the mud, still twitching from reflex. Bang! Paul's whole body lost balance, crashing heavily into the ground, rolling through the mud and rotten leaves for dozens of meters before finally slamming into a large tree. Pain. A pain that pierced to the bone. His right arm shattered, his left arm severed. The strongest genetic warrior of the Lighthouse Nation, who had just minutes ago been invincible and boasting about becoming the god of the restricted area, was now like a wild dog with its claws cut off, curled beneath the roots of a tree, trembling uncontrollably. His pride, his self-respect, along with his fighting spirit, were all completely shattered into nothing with that one blow. In the real world, at the Lighthouse Nation's White House. My God! The president slumped in his chair, his eyes lost and staring blankly at the bloody scene on the large screen. Even through the screen, he could feel the despair contained in that strike. It was the crushing weight of absolute power. A dimensional attack from a completely different level. Smith! Smith! The president suddenly snapped back to reality, as if clinging to his last straw, and shouted frantically at the corner, "Find a way! That's our only super soldier! How much did he cost? We can't let him die there! Tell me, what is the weakness of that statue? Tell Paul how to counterattack." However, Dr. Smith in the corner was in an even worse state than Paul. Counterattack? What is that? That's not even scientific. Dr. Smith grabbed at his sparse hair, his eyes bloodshot, shouting hysterically. The statue's instantaneous acceleration was twice Paul's. That's a twofold speed difference, Mr. President.
With that kind of acceleration, forget about stone, even alloy would melt from air friction instantly. But it's fine. Not even a layer of paint came off. How do we fight this? Should we attack with our heads? Dr. Smith kicked over the table in front of him, collapsing to the ground in despair, holding his head. It's hopeless. That's a miracle, or some kind of black technology tens of thousands of years beyond Earth's civilization. We are in front of it, just a group of primitive people holding wooden sticks. Unlike the despairing situation over at Lighthouse Nation. In Dragon Country's livestream, however, it's an ocean of joy. The suffocating chase earlier, in the eyes of Dragon Country's audience, turned into a comedy-filled house-cleaning spectacle. Especially when that statue transformed, accelerated, and chopped off Paul's arm with one swift blow. The bullet screen exploded and nearly crashed the server. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! I, unfortunately, lack education, but holy crap works everywhere. Is this a scarecrow? God Su, come out and explain, which scarecrow can transform like this? This is clearly a giant robot wearing a stone skin. If you don't look at the face, this is definitely a god of war descending, but once you see the face... Pfft, ha, sorry, I just can't hold it in. Where are the people from Lighthouse Nation? Didn't they just say Paul was fast? Why isn't he running now? Paul, I think I'm fast. Statue, I think you're strolling. What the hell is this overloading pursuit mode? It's like the navigation system of a god of death. No matter how you run, even if you crawl into a crack in the earth, it can pinpoint your sphincter. God Su left behind something crazy. A puppet meant to guard a door is this strong. How strong is he himself? In the wild world, deep in the jungle. Who? Paul couldn't care less about the blood gushing from his severed arm or the broken, now useless, meat wings behind him. His mind was consumed by one thought. Run! I must get away. He was frantically darting through the dense jungle, like a headless, terrified fly. Every time he heard the rustling of leaves behind him, he was struck with pure terror, forcing himself to squeeze out the last bit of genetic energy in his body to speed up again. He didn't run in a straight line, instead, he dove into thorny, complicated ravines. He didn't believe that the massive statue could maintain that terrifying speed in such terrain. No idea how long he had been running. 10 minutes? Or half an hour? Paul felt like his lungs were filled with magma, burning with pain, his throat full of the rusty taste of blood. Ahead appeared a clear little stream. The surroundings were eerily silent, only the gentle sound of water flowing. No wind, no footsteps. And no mechanical synthesized voice that filled him with despair. Did I shake it off? Paul staggered to the stream and collapsed to his knees with a thud. He gasped for air, the feeling of narrowly escaping death left him so drained, he nearly fainted. He trembled and reached out with his remaining hand, trying to scoop up some water to drink. Damn Dragon Country, damn Su Chen, wait until I heal, wait until I find new prey. Paul cursed furiously in his mind as he lowered his head and brought his face closer to the water's surface. The clear stream reflected his current disheveled appearance. His face was covered in blood, his eyes vacant, looking like a beggar. However, the moment his gaze fell upon the reflection in the water, Paul's body suddenly froze. His pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks in an instant, a coldness far more terrifying than when his arm was severed washed over him, instantly freezing his blood. In the water, next to his ragged face, there was another face. It was round, simple in shape, with an eerie smile. It was just there, quietly hanging behind him. That half-circle mouth seemed to smile even more brightly than before. When did it come? Why was there no sound? Why was there no wind? Paul felt as though his neck had rusted, and he dared not turn his head. The ultimate terror in this moment shattered his mental defenses completely. At that moment, the familiar, emotionless mechanical synthetic voice quietly echoed behind his ear. It was like a whisper from hell, blowing a cold breath against the back of his head. Now executing. Final Purge Mode. Chapter 88, The Touching Fifth Stage Beast? The sound of water roared, deafening like thunder. Lin Xinga felt as if she were lying on a small boat, swaying in a storm at sea, every muscle in her body protesting with painful soreness. Especially her right hand, the one holding the sword, now felt as heavy as if it were filled with lead. Mum. She let out a low groan, her eyelids fluttering a few times before finally opening with great difficulty. What she saw was not the battlefield of the riverbank, filled with the smell of gunpowder and blood, but a dim, dry space. Above her, there were hanging stalactites, and not far away, a waterfall like the Milky Way flowing down. Was she in a cave behind the waterfall? The surface beneath her was soft to the touch. Lin Xinga propped herself up, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She was lying on a massive flat rock, and to her astonishment, the surface of the rock was covered with a thick layer of dry, yellowed grass, which even carried a somewhat dry, fresh scent.
The grass was laid out extremely neatly, it could not have been formed naturally.
Gulu. A low, somewhat appeasing growl came from the side.
Lin Xinga turned her head and was met with a pair of eyes the size of green beans, sparkling with a very human-like gleam. It was the Xuanjia spirit turtle. At that moment, it was lying just 2 meters away from her, its huge head raised high, and its eyes were almost overflowing with joy upon seeing Lin Xinga wake up. The most ridiculous thing was its short tail, which was now wildly wagging left and right like it had a motor inside, making a whooshing sound. If not for its thick, dark green turtle shell, Lin Xinga would have even suspected it was a husky disguised as a turtle. In the live stream, the audience, who had been on edge since Lin Xinga fell unconscious, burst into laughter at this scene.
Is this what they mean by a turtle using its master's strength?
That little look in its eyes is just saying, "Master, praise me, praise me." So considerate, even knows to lay a hay bed for Sister Lin. This treatment makes me want to raise one myself. Lin Xinga looked at the Xuanjia spirit turtle's eager expression, and her tense nerves finally relaxed a little, the corners of her mouth curving into a faint smile. "Did you save me?" she asked softly, her voice still hoarse. The Xuanjia spirit turtle immediately nodded crazily, its neck stretching and retracting so fast that it left after images. Then, it seemed to remember something and awkwardly turned sideways, extending a thick front paw to point at the shadowy area behind it. There, a mountain of meat lay stacked. It was the body of the lava red snake that Lin Xinga had previously cut in half with her sword.
The 2 massive sections of the snake's body were neatly arranged in the most ventilated spot near the cave entrance.
The bloodstains at the cut ends had even been roughly cleaned, and the hideous snakehead faced the cave wall as if in reflection. Next to the snake's body, several large coconut-shaped fruits were neatly arranged, clearly gathered by the turtle while Lin Xinga was unconscious, as a source of water. After showing off all its efforts, the Xuanjia spirit turtle turned its head back, lifted its chin, and released 2 proud puffs of air from its nostrils. Its green bean-sized eyes slanted at Lin Xinga, its expression a mix of arrogance and servility, as if the words "loyal first pet" were carved on its forehead.
Well done. Lin Xinga couldn't help but stretch out her hand and gently pat the cool, rough turtle head. Thank you.
The Xuanjia spirit turtle, praised, immediately became as excited as if it had received a shot of adrenaline, spinning around on the spot and making a series of cheerful growls. After resting for a while, a strong wave of hunger hit her like a tide. In this high-energy plane filled with spirit machines, the physical consumption is several times that of Blue Star, especially after that explosive burst. If energy isn't replenished in time, the body's functions will quickly deteriorate. Lin Xinga looked at the pile of snake meat, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in her eyes. The meat of a 5th-tier magical beast undoubtedly contains terrifying amounts of energy, but how to eat it and where to eat it is a big problem. If she eats it recklessly, she might get backfired by the violent fire poison. She reached into her chest and took out the yellowed notebook left by Su Chen, Savage Wilderness Delicacy Cooking Guide. Lin Xinga opened the table of contents, illuminated by the faint light coming through the cave opening. Her finger skimmed over the jaw-dropping dish names: braised lion head, true lion version, steamed demon whale. Finally, her finger stopped at the long worm section. Lava red patterned snake. Below were Su Chen's lively, flowing handwriting. This thing looks scary, but it's just a big spicy strip. The meat is on the tough side, especially in the scale areas. It chews like a leather belt, hard on the teeth. Also, the fire poison is quite strong. Ordinary people can easily get heatstroke and nosebleeds from eating it. I suggest taking the meat from 7 inches to 3 inches below, that's the most tender part, with no meridians, and it melts in your mouth. For cooking, if you have cooking wine, it's best. If conditions are limited, after removing the poison sac, directly roast it on the fire. Remember, don't make the heat too high, sprinkle some cumin and chili powder, and even the neighbor's kid will be drooling. Note, don't eat the snake gallbladder, it's too bitter. Although it's very nourishing, the taste is truly awful. I tried a bite and threw it away. Of course, if you want to practice some poison skill, then forget I said that. Looking at these flowing words, Lin Xinga's originally serious expression completely crumbled, and she burst into laughter. Global viewers were also in stitches at this moment. Goddamn, a big spicy strip. Su Chen's descriptions are simply perfect. A 5th-tier magical beast. And to Su Chen, it's just a leather belt? Throwing away the snake gallbladder, throwing it away, that's a 5th-tier snake gallbladder. Su Chen tossed it just because it was too bitter? This kind of down-to-earth vibe made everyone feel once again the strength and carefree nature of that man. Lin Xinga closed the notebook, and the gloom in her eyes disappeared. Since the senior said it's a spicy strip, then I'll treat it as a spicy strip and eat it. She stood up. Although her body was still a bit weak, her gaze had already become sharp. A flash of black light appeared in her hand, and the Taichu sword hilt, resembling a firewood stick, appeared in her palm. Although she couldn't activate the earth-shattering sword energy right now, as the embryo of a divine weapon, its sharpness was still enough to cut through iron like mud. Lin Xinga walked over to the snake's corpse. Following the guide, she drew a line on the massive snake body, then flicked her wrist.
Sizzle. There was no obstruction at all.
The magma scales, capable of resisting cannon fire, were as soft as butter being sliced with a hot knife in front of the Taichu sword hilt, instantly cut open. Lin Xingge skillfully peeled away the skin and flesh, avoiding the stinking poison sac emitting a pungent sulfur odor, and precisely cut off a strip of meat, glistening and translucent like a ruby. This was the snake willow Su Chen mentioned. Even just this small piece of essence, considering the massive size of the 5th-tier magical beast, was as big as a grinding disc, weighing dozens of pounds. As soon as the meat was separated, a faint, pleasant fragrance spread out, completely free of the typical snake smell, and instead, it carried a scent similar to top-grade matsutake.
Chapter 89, Can Eating Change the Mutation?
A huge swallowing sound came from beside her. Glurp. The 2 green bean-sized eyes of the Xuanjia spirit turtle bulged out, staring intently at the piece of meat, and a crystalline thread even stretched from the corner of its mouth. Although it was a 4th-tier magical beast, it could usually hunt some lower-tier creatures. But blood and meat from a 5th-tier lord beast was also a top-tier supplement that could not be sought even with its strength.
Don't rush, there's some for you. Lin Xingge smiled and glanced at it.
In the center of the cave, a clearing was made, and a bonfire was lit with dry hay and driftwood collected from the riverbank. There was no fancy grill, nor the cumin chili powder that Su Chen had mentioned. Lin Xingge shaved a branch as thick as her wrist, skewered the huge snake meat onto it, and slowly turned it over the fire. Sizzle, sizzle. As the flames licked the meat, the ruby-like snake flesh began to release golden oil. The oil dripped into the fire, sending up bursts of blue smoke. The aroma instantly became at least 10 times stronger. This was not just the scent of food, but also the waves of high-level energy evaporating under high heat. The air in the entire cave seemed to grow thick.
Such strong energy. Lin Xingge was secretly shocked. The aroma from the roasted meat alone had this effect.
If she ate it, she feared she might level up right there. The Xuanjia spirit turtle beside her had completely abandoned the dignity of a lord-level beast. It lay by the fire like a dog waiting to be fed, its large head following the turning meat in Lin Xingge's hand, its eyeballs nearly falling into the flames. If it weren't afraid of the heat, it probably would have bitten into it long ago.
10 minutes later.
The surface of the meat turned an inviting dark brown, while the inside remained translucent, trembling like jelly.
It's done. Lin Xingge took the meat off the fire.
She didn't eat it all herself, but used the handle of the Taichu sword to cut off a small piece weighing about a pound for herself. Then, she used both hands to hold the remaining large piece of roasted meat, which weighed several dozen pounds, along with the giant branch, and directly handed it to the Xuanjia spirit turtle.
Eat.
Lin Xingge looked at the turtle's eyes filled with longing, her voice gentle but firm, "This is your reward." The Xuanjia spirit turtle was stunned. Although its intelligence was only just awakening, it understood the law of the wilderness, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. It had been so servile because it wanted to latch onto the stronger being.
But this human in front of it actually gave it the biggest and best part?
Ghoul, ghoul. A low, throaty sound came from the Xuanjia spirit turtle's throat, and the greed in its eyes gradually faded, replaced by a deep, almost submissive admiration. It didn't immediately pounce on the meat to devour it, but cautiously extended its tongue to lick the back of Lin Xingge's hand. Cold, moist, with a hint of flattery.
Lin Xingge was slightly stunned, then smiled brightly. In that moment, her warmth seemed to dispel even some of the cave's darkness.
"Hurry up and eat, it won't taste as good once it cools down." Su Chen said, "The meat is most delicious when it's hot." Only then did the Xuanjia spirit turtle open its large mouth wide, biting down on the huge piece of roasted meat, squinting in happiness as it began to devour it eagerly. The firelight flickered, casting shadows of one person and one turtle. In this perilous wilderness, at this moment, there was an unexpected sense of warmth and peace. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, the bullet comments had already turned emotional. "Whoa, I don't know why, but watching this scene makes me want to cry.
This is the true greatness. This is the kind of grace our Dragon Kingdom competitors have.
Even when treating a partner, even if it's a turtle, they're never stingy. Paul is still being chased by the stone giants like a dead dog, while we're here hosting a bonfire party and eating turtle.
This comparison is too cruel. Su Chen's strategy plus Lin Jie's execution plus the turtle's assistance, with this combo, who can stop us?" Lin Xingge beside them didn't notice the turtle's complex emotions. She was focused on the food in her hands. It had to be said, Su Chen's strategy was practically divine.
The snake meat melted in the mouth, without any fibrous texture. Instead, it was like a high-concentration energy gel. As soon as it entered her stomach, a scorching hot flow immediately exploded, rushing down her throat straight to her stomach, then transforming into countless tiny hot dragons. It crazily drilled into her dried-up veins. Originally exhausted by forcibly activating the Taichu sword hilt, her dantian now, like a drought-stricken land meeting sweet rain, greedily absorbed this incredibly pure energy. Her sore muscles began to heat up, and her tired mind started to revive.
Whew. Lin Xinga exhaled a deep breath, feeling as if she were soaking in a hot spring, completely at ease.
Although her realm hadn't directly broken through, she could clearly feel her body being repeatedly rinsed and strengthened by this energy. However, just as she was about to close her eyes to rest and properly digest the energy, a sudden interruption occurred.
Thud. Thud. Thud.
A series of dull banging sounds abruptly shattered the silence of the cave. Lin Xinga suddenly opened her eyes, her palm instantly gripping the sword hilt beside her, her gaze sharp as she looked toward the source of the sound. Not far off, the Xuanjia spirit turtle, which had just finished its big meal, was now writhing on the ground in agony, as if it had gone mad. Its once dark green, heavy turtle shell was now rapidly turning bright red, as though it had been thrown into a furnace, glowing with incredible heat.
What's going on?
Lin Xinga furrowed her brows tightly and quickly flashed to the turtle's side. As soon as she got close, a wave of burning hot air rushed at her, and the moisture in the surrounding air was instantly evaporated, making a sizzling sound. At this moment, the Xuanjia spirit turtle was clearly in extreme pain. Its four thick claws desperately scratched the hard rock ground, sparks flying as the once hard rock was scratched into deep furrows, like tofu under its claws.
It seemed to feel a fire burning inside its body, desperately trying to find a cool place, even attempting to smash its head against the cold stone wall to relieve the heat. The livestream viewers immediately erupted, the previously warm and harmonious atmosphere gone. What the hell? What's wrong with this turtle? It's about to cook. It's over, it's over. It can't handle it.
That's a peak stage 5th tier lava crimson snake, its fire poison and energy are too terrifying. It's only 4th tier, it can't digest this. This is like feeding a baby an entire roasted lamb, and it's been spiced with super hot seasoning.
Isn't it going to suffocate? Sister Lin, think of something. This is our only battle pet, if it dies, we're in big trouble. I told you, Su God's recipes are for humans. Beast physiques are different.
The viewers were panicking, but Lin Xinga, after a brief shock, quickly regained her composure.
Chapter 90, Lava Xian Turtle. She didn't rush to intervene.
Because she keenly noticed that although the Xuanjia spirit turtle seemed to be in intense pain, its aura was not weakening, instead, it was rising at an alarming rate. It wasn't just an accumulation of energy, it was more like a leap in the level of life itself. Roar! The Xuanjia spirit turtle suddenly raised its head and let out a roar that was both painful and loud. Then, crack! Crack! A sound of breaking filled the air, sending shivers down the spine. Under the fearful gaze of countless people, the turtle's once indestructible dark green shell cracked. But it wasn't shattering. From the cracks, instead of blood, dazzling orange-red light poured out. It was the color of lava. A thick sulfurous smell mixed with a wild, murderous aura ravaged the cave. The once dark green carapace began to fall off, replaced by a new shell that had grown from its flesh, as crystal clear as ruby, radiating extreme heat. On the new shell, intricate and mysterious dark red patterns were naturally imprinted. These patterns seemed alive, flickering with the turtle's breath, like flowing rivers of magma. What is this? Lin Xinga's beautiful eyes widened slightly. It was more than 10 minutes before the terrifying high temperature gradually stabilized. The mysterious tortoise, no, now it should be called the lava tortoise, finally stopped rolling. It lay on the ground, breathing heavily, its once gray skin now turned dark red, looking powerful and majestic. It slowly opened its eyes, feeling the overwhelming power inside it, as if it were about to explode. It had grown stronger. And not just a little stronger. It could feel something stirring in its throat, an instinctive urge to release it, causing it to open its mouth uncontrollably. Burp! A deafening burp suddenly echoed throughout the cave. Immediately after, boom! A basketball-sized orange fireball, accompanied by the burp, uncontrollably shot out from its mouth. The fireball, carrying intense heat, precisely hit the pile of dry grass on the other side. Whoosh! The dry grass instantly caught fire, and flames soared into the sky, lighting up the entire cave as bright as day. Ha! The lava tortoise was startled by the fireball it had spit out. It obviously hadn't adapted to its new abilities yet and instinctively thought it was under attack. Scared, it pulled its limbs in and quickly retracted its massive head into its shell. But the next second... Awah! It suddenly jolted as if electrocuted, quickly stretching out its head and limbs, shaking its head violently. Hot. Too hot. It forgot that although its shell was incredibly strong, it was still at a high temperature, and putting its head back inside felt like sticking itself into an oven. Watching the flustered tortoise spraying fire while hopping in pain from the heat, the once tense livestream room fell into a deathly silence. 3 seconds later, the bullet comments exploded like a volcano. Ha ha ha. I can't. I'm dying of laughter. Is this what they call self-sabotage? Is this tortoise here to make us laugh? It burns its own bed with fire,
then pulls its head back and burns itself? It's stupid, but that's fireball magic. Holy crap. It really evolved. A pet from Dragon Country eats a meal, burps, and learns magic? Meanwhile, the genetically engineered warriors from Lighthouse Country are still being chased by stone golems like dogs? This is the gap. This is the worth of following God Su. Inside the cave.
Lin Xinga looked at the blazing flames, then glanced at the big tortoise, which was staring at her with an innocent expression, and couldn't help but facepalm and laugh. With a flick of her wrist, a gust of wind swept out. Whoosh! The flames that had just ignited were immediately extinguished, leaving only a pile of charred grass ash.
Alright, stop fooling around. Lin Xinga walked forward, reaching out as if to pat its head as usual.
The lava tortoise instinctively wanted to nuzzle up to her, but suddenly remembered its current body temperature and quickly stopped, carefully retracting the fire element on its surface, afraid of burning its master. This subtle movement made Lin Xinga's heart warm. Not bad, although you don't look very smart, at least you've become stronger. Lin Xinga looked up and down at its armor, which was like red crystal, and a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. With this defense, plus fire-based attacks, even if we face a level 5 beast again, we can go head-to-head with it. She turned her head and looked toward the dark rainforest outside the cave. The rain had stopped, and the faint light of dawn was piercing through the clouds. Meanwhile, in the Lighthouse Country live stream room, when the viewers in Lighthouse Country switched screens and saw the Dragon Country tortoise that had just eaten a level 5 grilled meat and evolved fire abilities, then looked at their own once praised super soldier now in such a sorry state, an emotion called mental collapse completely spread across the ocean. F***CK. Why? Why does even one turtle of Dragon Nation live better than our warriors? Evolution? That turtle actually evolved? Does this game have a BUG? Oh god, who is the main character? Did we take the wrong script? Where is Mr. President? Has he still not thought of a way? Paul is about to go crazy, I am also about to go crazy. The huge contrast made the direction of global public opinion, at this moment, completely fall toward that mysterious eastern great nation. As for the chase deep in the rainforest, it obviously had not ended. Boom! A 1,000-year ancient tree as thick as 3 people holding it together was cut in half at the waist in one golden cold flash. The huge tree crown, carrying a howling wind sound, crashed down, smashing up sky-filling smoke and wood chips. And in the flying wood chips, an extremely miserable figure was sticking to the ground and fleeing crazily. Ha ha, damn it! Damn it! Damn it! At this time, Paul had completely lost the dignity as a human. His only remaining right hand was tightly covering the broken opening of his left shoulder, where blood was no longer spraying. But the severe pain brought by the Titan potion forcibly sealing the blood vessels was like countless marching ants gnawing his nerves. At this moment, whatever glory of Lighthouse Nation, whatever dignity of a super warrior, he threw all of it beyond the 9th heaven. He was like a wild dog with its spine broken, rolling and crawling in mud, thorns, and rotten leaves. Every time the heavy mechanical footsteps came from behind, his heart would twitch uncontrollably once. That monster was too fast. In this terrain-complicated primitive dense forest, Paul needed to constantly change direction, jump, and dodge obstacles. But the golden god of death behind him simply did not have the concept of detouring. Meet tree, cut tree, meet stone, smash stone. It was like a bulldozer running at full power, forcefully opening a straight main road in the dense rainforest. ZZ positioning correction. Distance to target 30 meters. That emotionless mechanical synthesized voice was like a bone-attached maggot. No matter how Paul accelerated, it always kept a distance that let him hear it, yet made him unable to get rid of it. This was a play of cat catching mouse. It was also a mental slow slicing torture. Chapter 91 Escape from Death? Paul shouted with a collapsed spirit and looked back once. Ah! Get away! Don't follow me! This one look almost made his soul scatter and spirit fly away. He saw that the streamlined rune mecha behind him was now like one golden lightning, spiritual power airflow spraying under its feet, floating 3 feet above ground while chasing. That huge black sickle drew arcs of death in the air. Each time it swung, it would take away large patches of shrubs, and the flesh and blood on Paul's body. Real world, White House of Lighthouse Nation. Crash! An expensive bone china coffee cup was smashed hard onto the wall and instantly shattered. This was already the third one. Trash. All trash. The president of Lighthouse Nation had a face full of red, his tie pulled crooked. He pointed at the despairing scene on the big screen and roared at Dr. Smith in the corner. This is the Titan plan you spoke of? This is the hidden card for us to dominate the Forbidden Zone? Being chased like a dog by someone else's gate guard stone statue. Smith. Immediately calculate an escape route for me. Tell Paul where to run to survive. If he dies, you also don't want to live. In the corner, Dr. Smith had already lost the demeanor of a scientist. In front of him were 7 or 8 high-speed running supercomputer terminals, waterfall-like data streams wildly scrolling on the screens. But the light in his eyes was becoming more and more dim.
Useless, Mr. President, useless.
Dr. Smith held his head with both hands, his voice trembling like fallen leaves in the wind. That stone statue's energy core simply does not conform to the law of conservation of energy. According to calculation, its high-intensity burst mode like this at least needs to consume the energy of one small nuclear power station. But it had been running for so long, and the energy fluctuations hadn't even dropped by 0.1%.
This is unlimited energy. This is a perpetual motion machine. We can't outlast it. This is a race doomed for death.
Hearing this, the president was struck as if by lightning, collapsing into the chair with a lifeless look, his eyes blankly staring at the screen.
It's over. The national fate of the lighthouse country is about to perish. Savage world. Paul's vision began to blur.
Excessive blood loss, combined with the genetic collapse caused by the Titan drug side effects, had pushed his body to its limits. His lungs felt as though they were filled with strong acid, each breath bringing searing pain. His legs were as heavy as if filled with lead, and every step drained the last bit of strength from his bones.
Am I going to die? No. I won't accept it. Just as Paul's consciousness was about to slip into darkness,
a sudden, blinding light appeared at the end of the dark and oppressive forest ahead.
It was sunlight. It was an open space with no tree canopy to block it. An exit. There's an exit ahead.
The instinct to survive exploded like a flash of light. Paul's previously murky pupils suddenly contracted, a beast-like roar escaping from his throat as he forcibly drained his life force, launching himself toward the light like a cannonball. As long as he could break through, as long as he could use the open terrain to gain distance, perhaps there was still a slim chance of survival. However, just when he was less than 50 meters away from the light, the mechanical sound behind him suddenly rose in pitch, becoming shrill and ear-piercing.
Warning. Target is about to exit the controlled area. Judgment, immediate execution required. Boom. An energy fluctuation 10 times more terrifying than before erupted behind Paul. Golden light illuminated the entire rainforest as if it were daylight.
Paul didn't even need to turn around to feel the terrifyingly high temperature that could vaporize his soul.
He dared not look back. He could only desperately push forward. Closer. Even closer. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Whoosh. Paul's massive body finally broke through the last bush, flying out of the dark rainforest, crashing heavily onto a gravelly riverbank. PFF. This fall became the last straw that broke the camel's back.
Paul lay on the ground, coughing up blood, his body feeling as though it had fallen apart, unable to move even a finger. He tried desperately to turn over, to get up and keep running.
But he couldn't do it.
His stamina, his spirit, his genetic energy, everything was completely exhausted.
Tap. 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 Heavy footsteps stopped at the edge of the rainforest.
Paul, in despair, turned over, staring at the sky. What met his eyes was the golden Grim Reaper, its black scythe raised high. It stood in the shadow of the forest, its eyes glowing with a blood-red light, coldly gazing down at the ant beneath. The cold gleam on the side even pierced Paul's skin.
It's over. It's all over.
Paul let out a bitter laugh, closed his eyes, and waited for death to come. Billions of viewers around the world held their breath at this moment. The people of the lighthouse country, in absolute despair, covered their eyes, unwilling to watch the upcoming bloody scene.
However, 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The expected excruciating pain did not come.
Nor did the sound of blood splattering. The surrounding world suddenly became eerily quiet, with only the roar of a distant waterfall remaining.
Paul tremblingly opened one eye. The next second, he was stunned.
The golden Grim Reaper, in the midst of its swing, seemed to have hit the pause button, frozen in place.
One of its feet was planted on the humus of the rainforest.
The other foot hung suspended above the gravel beach, not yet descending.
It was as if an invisible wall of air was blocking its way. Zzz. Zzzzzzz.
A sound of gears grinding filled the air. The quickly red light SHR in Think Stone statue back's eyes. Flashed hard golden flowing a light few times, scattered, then streamlined armor folded line.
Line it turned end back.
It had put had away one that terrifying more sick biddle, with of those stiff smiling, eyes program that turned back like taste to only line 2 fend. Dyinger with, calmly detected look target 1 has glance at left Paul private line garden on boundary that he ground.
That coordinate look judgment, was public like area A. Gate line end keeping. At the instant the words fell. Old. Ounded staring chapter 92 of just those out billions of the of Wolf Den viewers. Mecha, after actually that, inline end burst. Golden flowing line light end. That in only duck step 2 seconds that. As smiling of saying, eyes off, lightly work looked, off work a one line glance end. That came look, just too fast, like too sudden too gate absurd old. Man so much looking so at that one the global bag live broadcast of room trash that stayed was silent for a thrown out full half line minute end. Bullet comments chapter like 92 mountains just out calling of and the wolf sees den roaring, again line enter the end. Tiger cave W, Oko. It actually really this did damn not can step also one work more? It step forward just leaves. But CL. Setting you could is also even still too here strict, right from. Inside says its body, one gate burst of keep electric current then only sound like gate humming a keep little, out tune. This reversal where, is came too stiff, fast, to this clearly sudden is, too absurd to line extreme mock end. Airy so much. It basically so did that the not treat Paul as in global opponent live, room just was treated silent as a garbage in full half clean minute out, only then, burst outline bullet in comments. Beach, looking at that this damn stone also back works figure that? Was it getting just farther leaves like in this farther, the whole person? Paper the huge money for feeling Paul of surviving, result after you're the gate disaster old, man-made says off him even forget work the body then's off severe pain, work line? End. 2 at first stricted, was right only. Low says voice guard panthane gate, then became only uncon guards rollable the wild gate, out laughing of. The gate h thinaha even a high if. You sir blow of upived. I survived earth, it also does. Not care? I am the god ch. Awesome this where sun is. God stiff is standing on my side. This. Clearly is even this extreme kind mock offery monster, also. It had cannot all did kill me. Haha nadaha, treat Paul as an opponent line end. Adventing this moment after extreme line fear end line. Line he Paul struggled line to unsit up the D broke and used the stone only beach one, looking hand at that left, toward stone the back direction view where that the stone goes statue disappeared raised farther the and farther away middle, the whole finger, hysterically person ro wasared like, from hell returned to lean heaven end. New line the did you see huge it feeling. By surviving am after still disaster, alive. Lighthouse country is made the strongest, him line even end. Forget inside the body of this lighthouse country live fierce broadcast pain. Also at one first it was only peace low breathing, of boiling after that line itemed became. Wild laughter countless viewers hugged that and cried could not be held, as if they down just one line great end victory. I this survived is, tactical retreat. Even this kind god of bless lighthouse monster country, also. We still cannot have chance kill, me, h. Aha compared Toaha lighthouse, country s blind carnival. He death struggled, to got sit chased by other up, using people only the one's gatekeeping hand left, toward old the man like one dog, in direction the where the stone end statue other disappeared people, not raised the even middle finger, and willing screamed hystertoically, kill you still. I am this Aku still spirit alive. I lighthouse wood country call is it the strongest special. Line skill end. I knew it. Is our hero it is invincible. Toleen let end him. Rule writes look at this ol, this is time of the show. One of bolded wisdom. And Dragon compared with the country lighthouse country live broadcasts room, line blind carnival end. The Dragon country live that room was sent inside by was Dragon instead country one's piece of top level cold geography sarcas surveying man expert, hot mocking. Care this piece to have broken killstone beat you this still feel river you one's direction, and far. Away that faint ly this AQ visible waterfall outline spirit, I would line call end. Just at this time. One bold and red bullet comment suddenly appeared in the very center of the Dragon country live room. That was sent by the Dragon country's top geography survey expert. Brothers. First don't rush to mock. You all carefully look at the environment Paul is in now. This piece of broken stone beach this river's direction and far away that faintly visible waterfall outline. Do you feel it is very familiar? As soon as the bullet screen appeared, all the viewers from Longwa were stunned for a moment, then quickly split the screen and brought up Lin Shinga's live broadcast. Although Lin Shinga was still inside the cave, comparing the previous replay footage. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted in everyone's mind. What the hell? Isn't this the river where Sister Lin previously killed the lava red snake? That waterfall, that's where Sister Lin is hiding right now. The position where Paul ran out from, the straight line distance to Lin Shinga's cave is probably no more than 3 kilometers. An extremely strange feeling of excitement instantly swept across the entire Longway network. This isn't escaping from danger. This is clearly escaping from the wolf's den, only to enter the tiger's lair. And this tiger? It just ate a tier 5 beast's meat and is holding the divine artifact left by Su Chen. In the footage, Paul, who was still laughing wildly, had no idea what was coming for him. He staggered to his feet, greedily breathing in the moist air by the river. Water. I need water. He stumbled toward the river, his eyes fierce and crazy. What he didn't know was that, upstream of the river, just 3 kilometers away, behind the waterfall, in the cave where Lin Xingge was, a woman in white as pure as snow was wiping the hilt of her sword. And a turtle, just evolved and glowing with fire, let out a loud, thunderous burp from being too full. At that moment, the gears of fate made a mischievous clicking sound. Inside the cave, the lingering smell of roasted meat filled the air. Lin Xingge stood next to the massive corpse of the lava-red snake, her brow slightly furrowed. This thing is too big. The 2 segments of the snake's body added up to over 20 meters long, like a mountain of meat piled at the cave entrance. Although the snake's flesh had been cut away, the remaining skin, bones, and scales were all treasures. Lin Xingge took a deep breath, her fair hand pressing against the cold snake scales, silently reciting in her heart. Upload. Buzz. In the next second, an unprecedented grand golden light erupted in the cave without warning. This light was no ordinary glow, it seemed to have the ability to penetrate all matter. The heavy rock walls seemed non-existent before it, and the golden light transformed into a pillar of light over 10 meters in diameter, shooting straight through the mountain and into the sky. The originally dim rainforest sky was instantly dyed a sacred golden hue. At the same time, that grand voice, which made billions of people around the world shudder, rang out in every corner of Blue Planet. National Luck Announcement. Congratulations to Longwei contestant Lin Xingge for successfully hunting and submitting the corpse of a Tier 5 Lord-level beast, the Lava Red Snake. The 100-fold manifestation is in progress. At this moment, the bullet screen in global live broadcasts briefly fractured. Everyone was stunned. Tier 5? Lord level? S+? While other countries' contestants were struggling for a Tier 1 wild wolf or poisonous spider, Longwei contestants were already wholesale selling Lord-level beast corpses? However, the system's broadcast didn't give the world time to react, even more shocking rewards followed. Due to the high purity of the fire element's spiritual core within this creature, the reward has been generated. In Longwa, 3 large red snake spiritual energy veins will randomly manifest. Boom! The moment the announcement was made, the ground suddenly began to shake violently in the desolate Gobi Desert of Longwa's northwest region. The sentries stationed at the border of Longwa looked on in shock. They saw the ground crack in the center of the once yellow sand-covered desert, and instead of spewing out lava, rich crimson mist poured out. 3 winding mountains, resembling dragons, rose from the ground with the movement of the Earth's crust. The exposed rocks were crystal clear, emitting an astonishing amount of heat. Just a fist-sized mineral had such energy fluctuations that the portable detectors immediately went off the charts. Inside the Dragon Kingdom Academy, alarm bells blared, but the faces of all the scientists were filled with ecstatic joy. Detected. It has been detected. An elderly Academy member, his hair as white as snow, teared up with excitement as he waved the freshly returned data report in his hands. This is not ordinary coal or oil. This is a brand new, ultra-high-density clean energy. Just 1 ton of this spiritual mineral, after conversion, releases energy equivalent to the annual output of a medium-sized nuclear power plant. And, it's pure. No radiation. No pollution. With these 3 mineral veins, the energy crisis that has plagued our Dragon Kingdom for 100 years, can finally be solved. The entire Dragon Kingdom erupted in excitement. In the streets, countless people cheered and cried in each other's arms. And across the ocean, this crushing difference in power made the Western netizens, who had once mocked the Dragon Kingdom, now seethe with jealousy. Cheating. This is definitely cheating. Why can the Dragon Kingdom kill a 5th-level beast? Oh my god, this is unfair. If we had that kind of mineral vein in our lighthouse country, we would have ruled the world by now. What is Paul doing? He's still drinking that damn river water. Get up and fight for it. Chapter 93, you'd better be able to slay a 5th-level beast with ease. In the wild realm, inside a cave. Ignoring the madness outside, Lin Xingde looked at the empty ground before her and clapped her hands with satisfaction. Feeling good. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Lin Xingde's mouth as her gaze fell on the handle of the Taichu sword in her hand. This sword handle, which looked like a firewood stick, seemed to have become even more profound after absorbing the previous sword energy. Holding it, she could vaguely feel a sharp intent, as if it wanted to tear everything apart. She turned her head to look at the giant turtle curled up in the corner. Hey, little turtle. Lin Xingde shook the sword handle in her hand with a mischievous smile in her eyes. You just ate so much meat, and I see you're full of energy. How about helping me try this sword? The lava-black turtle, which had been picking its teeth with its claws in the corner, suddenly stiffened upon hearing this. Its large green bean-like eyes stared in horror at the pitch-black sword handle. Try the sword? What a joke. Even though it had evolved and its defense had skyrocketed, that was only for fighting ordinary beasts. In front of that sword handle, it felt like its new turtle shell was as fragile as paper.
It was a shudder from the depths of its soul, a biological instinctual fear of the rules of death.
Gulyolu.
The lava-black turtle shook its head like a rattledrum, using all four limbs to move its enormous body. It rolled straight to the farthest corner of the cave. It even thought it wasn't safe enough, reaching out its claws to pull two huge rocks in front of it, leaving only one eye peeking out, looking at Linshinga with a pitiful gaze.
As if saying, "Master, I am your loyal dog. Even a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs."
Then, without hesitation, it waddled outside, leaving the viewers in the Dragon Kingdom livestream in stunned silence. So much so that the tense atmosphere in the livestream room was immediately broken by this scene, and everyone burst out laughing.
Ha ha ha. This is killing me. This turtle has become a spirit, hasn't it? Black turtle, I may not be human, but you're definitely a dog. To scare a 5th level defensive beast like this, just how terrifying is this Taichu sword handle?
Linshinga looked at the turtle, which had turned into a frightened lump, and couldn't help but laugh.
Alright, just teasing you.
She suppressed her playful expression and turned toward the cave entrance. Since she couldn't test the sword on a living creature, then maybe it was time to try it on something dead. She stood at the edge of the cave entrance. Before her was a massive waterfall, several dozen meters wide, with a drop of nearly 100 meters. The silver-white water cascaded down like the Milky Way hanging in the sky, crashing with a thunderous force, roaring deafeningly. The mist of water filled the air, refracting a brilliant rainbow in the sunlight. Linshinga took a deep breath, her eyes slightly closing as she adjusted her breathing.
Suddenly,
Linshinga opened her eyes sharply, and in the depths of her gaze, there seemed to be a flash of cold lightning. She gripped the sword handle with her right hand and lightly swung it horizontally at the roaring, massive waterfall before her.
There was no earth-shattering explosion. No sharp, ear-piercing sword cry. Not even the sound of wind was stirred. It was as if a child had casually swiped a branch in the air. However, in the next second, the pupils of every viewer around the world contracted sharply at that moment. The waterfall, heavy as 10,000 tons, roared and surged, but when it reached a certain point mid-air, suddenly, it broke off. It was as if an invisible hand of God had pressed the pause button forcefully. The water above still poured down, while the water below had already crashed into the deep pool. But at the level where Linshinga swung her sword, a perfectly neat, mirror-like vacuum gap appeared. The flow of water was cut off right there, hanging mid-air, unable to cross that invisible sword mark by even a millimeter. Pull the knife to stop the water, and the water flows even more? No. Linshinga looked at the waterfall that had been cut off for a full 3 seconds before roaring back together, whispering to herself. It is cut off, the water dares not flow.
With only 1% of the unlocking progress.
With just a casual wave. The rule power contained in the Taichu sword handle was so domineering.
At the same time, while Linshinga was testing the sword above.
About 3 kilometers downstream from the waterfall, on a riverbank. Puff, puff.
Paul, like a wounded wild beast, was lying on the riverbank, gulping down water. The cold river water flowed down his throat, finally easing the burning pain inside him. He raised his head, his face a mix of water and blood, but his eyes gleamed with a sickly excitement.
I survived. That monster didn't chase me. Ha ha. God really favors me.
Paul struggled to stand up, despite having lost an arm, despite the side effects of the gene drug making him feel unbearable pain, but after all, he was a super soldier from the Lighthouse Nation. As long as he wasn't dead, that arrogance and predatory instinct engraved deep in his bones would never disappear.
I need to find a place to heal. Once I recover, I'll kill every living thing in this forest.
While he muttered curses inside, he cautiously observed his surroundings.
Suddenly,
a rustling sound came from the bushes ahead. Paul's muscles instantly tensed, and he didn't know when a military knife appeared in his remaining right hand. His eyes locked fiercely in that direction. If it was that stone statue, he would definitely turn and run.
But hearing this noise, it didn't seem too big. Splash!
The bushes parted. A dark red, about the size of a grinding disc, figure crawled out slowly.
It was a turtle.
But this turtle looked a bit strange. Its body was a fiery red, its shell had some incomprehensible patterns, and it was holding half a leg bone of some unknown creature in its mouth.
This was clearly the recently escaped lava Xian turtle. Their eyes met.
The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Paul froze for a moment, then his face revealed an ecstatic and cruel smile.
A turtle? A mutated turtle? Ha ha ha. Thank you, God, for the gift.
I was just thinking of finding something to eat to replenish my strength, and here you are, walking right into my door. In Paul's eyes, this was just a moving supply pack. Though the color was a little strange, the size wasn't big, and it looked a bit clumsy, it definitely had no attack power. Most importantly, turtle meat is very nourishing. Perfect, I'll use your blood to honor my lost arm. Paul licked his cracked lips, gripping the knife tightly. He didn't choose to run but crouched like a hunter, slowly closing in step by step.
He hadn't seen the earlier livestream. He didn't know that this turtle had just swallowed the meat of a 5th-level magical beast. He didn't even know that this seemingly harmless supply pack was now the second most powerful ruler in this rainforest, second only to Linchinga. On the other side, the lava Xian turtle stopped its steps. It tilted its head, a hint of human-like confusion flashing in its green bean-sized eyes. What is this two-legged creature doing? Why does it look at me, like it's seeing food? Gurgle?
The lava Xian turtle spat out the bone from its mouth, white smoke with sparks shooting from its nostrils. Although it had acted like a grandson in front of Linchinga, intimidated by the Tai Chu sword's handle, and its aura made it feel strangely familiar, this didn't mean it had no temper. On the contrary, its temper was explosive. Especially when this two-legged creature, looking fragile and bloodied, barely able to stand, dared to show murderous intent towards it?
A fury from being offended instantly exploded in its small brain. SSSSS. Its dark red shell on its back began to faintly glow. The temperature around them quietly rose. In the livestream, viewers from both the Dragon Kingdom and the Lighthouse Nation couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. A strange sense of anticipation instantly filled the air. It's over. Paul, this foolish child, really doesn't know how to write the word death. Does he think this is just an ordinary braised turtle? This is too tragic. Just escaped the wolf's den, and now into the fire pit, literally. Chapter 94, A Fierce Duel? On the gravel beach, the atmosphere was tense and charged. Paul's remaining right hand tightly gripped the muddy military dagger, emitting a brutal aura like a wild beast. His bloodshot eyes locked on the dark red turtle in front of him, his throat making a greedy swallowing sound. In his eyes, this was not a dangerous magical beast, but a supply from God to restore his strength. A cruel and mad grin curled at the corner of his mouth. Standing less than 5 meters in front of him was the lava Xian turtle, tilting its huge head. Its green bean-sized eyes flickered with an extremely human-like confusion, quickly turning into thick anger and disdain. It had just devoured the flesh and blood of a 5th-level peak lava red snake, completing a life-level transition, becoming the new ruler of this region. Even though it cowered like a grandson in front of Linchinga, it was because Linchinga's power overwhelmed it. But this two-legged creature, covered in blood, missing an arm, barely able to stand, dared to show killing intent? This was a huge insult to its new turtle shell. Gurgle. The lava Xian turtle's nostrils sprayed out 2 jets of white smoke with sparks, its front claws impatiently scraping at the gravel beach, instantly grinding the hard pebbles into powder. However, Paul, already driven insane by hunger and genetic collapse, didn't even notice this detail. Die. Lowly crawling creature. Without any words, Paul took the first strike. He let out a low growl, forcibly squeezing the last burst of power from the Titan potion left in his body. His entire body left behind a gray-black afterimage, like a mad rhinoceros, charging straight at the Xian turtle with the sound of air being torn apart. The military dagger in his hand gleamed with a cold, murderous light under the sun, aimed straight at the relatively softer face of the turtle. This strike was fast, fierce, and accurate. It showcased the terrifying combat skills of the strongest soldier of the Lighthouse Nation in an extreme situation. F******. Paul, nice job. Kill this mutated turtle. In the Lighthouse Nation livestream, the viewers, who had just been in despair, suddenly became excited, like they had just been injected with adrenaline. This speed, this explosive power, Paul is still invincible. Use its blood to wash away the humiliation from before. However, in the Dragon Kingdom's livestream, the comments were a different scene. Good words can't convince the damned ghost. Paul's move, I would call it the highest level of a moth flying into the fire. Didn't he see that the turtle's nostrils were spraying sparks? How blind is this? Under the watchful gaze of billions of eyes around the world. Faced with this fatal blow, the lava Xian turtle displayed a terrifying agility that was completely out of sync with its bulky body. Whoosh! Its head snapped back into its dark red shell as if it had a spring inside. At the same time, its massive body slid sharply to the side, its 4 thick legs drawing an extremely graceful and smooth arc on the rubble-strewn beach, moving with a skill that seemed like it had been practiced 1,000 times. Whoosh! Paul's knife, which seemed certain to land, struck nothing but air. Due to the excessive force and his already weakened body, Paul nearly stumbled and fell face-first onto the riverbank from the immense inertia. He staggered to steady himself, suddenly turning his head, his eyes flashing with utter shock. How is this possible? The first and second tier monsters Paul had encountered on the outskirts of the Forbidden Zone mostly relied on instinct for brutal killing and charging. But this seemingly clumsy turtle not only dodged his fatal strike, its evasion was filled with a near-mocking intelligence. Yes, mocking. Paul clearly saw that as the turtle slid away, it also extended its head from its shell, its small green eyes full of derision, as if it were watching a clown. F***ck. A lowly beast dares to mock me?
This mocking seemed like a fuse, completely igniting the powder keg inside Paul's heart. The humiliation from being chased for 10 kilometers like a dog by that damn stone statue, the intense pain from having his arms severed, the torture from the Titan potion backlash, at this moment, all of it turned into endless fury. His sanity was instantly consumed by a violent killing intent.
I'm going to smash you into minced meat.
Paul screamed hysterically, even throwing away the dagger in his hand, a piece of junk that could barely harm high-level monsters.
Aha! He threw his head back and howled, his muscles visibly expanding at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye, and the once dull skin began to show the sickly black veins from the Titan potion once more. He gathered all the remaining strength in his body and poured it into his right fist without holding anything back. At this moment, his right fist seemed to inflate, with the overwhelming force of crushing everything. It created a sharp, ear-piercing sonic boom as it smashed toward the lava shin turtle's dark red shell. Break for me! Paul's eyes were bloodshot as he seemed to already see the turtle shattering into pieces, blood and flesh flying everywhere under his punch. The high-ranking officials of the Lighthouse Nation held their breath in front of the screen. The audience from Dragon Country narrowed their eyes in unison, as if they had already foreseen the horrific scene that was about to unfold. Boom! A muffled explosion rang out across the empty riverbank. Chapter 95, I heard you are a super soldier? However, the anticipated crisp sound of the turtle's shell cracking did not come. Paul's ferocious and fanatical expression froze at the very moment his fist made contact with the turtle's shell. He felt as though his fist wasn't hitting the shell of a creature at all. Instead, it was like he had just slammed his fist into an erupting live volcano. Sizzle! 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 A nerve-wracking sound of sizzling meat filled the air, followed by the sharp, acrid smell of burning flesh, spreading instantly. Ah! After a brief moment of silence, Paul let out a shrill, almost distorted scream. He pulled his right hand back as if electrocuted, curling up on the ground like a shrimp, rolling in pain. His right fist was now utterly unrecognizable. The once sturdy fist was now covered with large patches of skin and flesh that had been instantly carbonized, turning into a charred black mass. Among the curled flesh, even the finger bones could be seen, burnt yellow from the extreme heat. Content is blocked. If it wasn't for the Titan potion granting him insane recovery ability and cell activity, this hand, the moment it touched the turtle's shell, would have been completely roasted and rendered useless. My hand! My hand! Paul screamed in pain, his eyes wide with terror as he stared at the turtle, which was still slowly standing in place, as though looking at a demon from hell. How could this happen? How could it be so hot? At this moment, the live broadcast in Lighthouse Country was deathly silent. The netizens of Lighthouse Country, who had just been cheering for Paul, were now like ducks with their throats choked, unable to utter a single word. Meanwhile, in Long Country's livestream, the bullet screen exploded with activity. Ha 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 ha! I'm dying of laughter. This punch has cleared up 20 years of brain clots. Paul, why does this turtle have a built-in anti-reflective shell? Ultimate reverse defense break. This round is like a meat bun hitting a dog, no return. Where are the viewers from Lighthouse Country? Speak up. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Keep bragging about your super soldier. In the real world, the White House in Lighthouse Country. Bang! The president slammed his fist on the desk, his face ashen with fury. Smith! What is going on here? That was just a turtle. Why can't Paul even defeat a turtle? Dr. Smith, who was in the corner, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and typed furiously on the keyboard. As he looked at the data feedback on the screen, his voice was trembling. Mr. President, according to the thermal imaging detection, the turtle's surface temperature just spiked to over 800 degrees. 800 degrees? The president's eyes widened. You're telling me a turtle has a surface temperature of 800 degrees? Yes, and its shell hardness far exceeds all the known alloys we have. Paul's punch was like hitting a red-hot super steel plate. Dr. Smith closed his eyes in despair. This was simply not a fight of the same dimension. In the wild realm, on the gravel shore. Although Paul's desperate punch didn't even scratch the lava shin turtle, nor did it remove a speck of dust from its shell. However, the lava shin turtle was enraged. It slowly turned around, its originally somewhat comical green bean eyes now completely replaced by dark red, murderous light. It was a peak-level Tier 4 mutated beast. How could it tolerate a weakling who couldn't even fit into its teeth, repeatedly provoking it? Roar! A low, beastly growl, completely unnatural for a turtle, emerged from its throat. Immediately after. Crack, crack, crack. The dark red shell on the lava shin turtle's back began to glow at a visible rate. Intricate and mysterious magma patterns seemed to come alive, frantically moving across the turtle's shell. The surrounding air temperature began to rise sharply. The once moist riverbed quickly lost its moisture, with large clouds of white steam rising into the air. The pebbles near the shin turtle's feet even started to turn red, and some were showing signs of melting.
A terrifying aura, belonging to a higher-level magical beast, descended upon Paul as though it were a physical presence.
What kind of monster is this? Paul was now completely scared out of his wits.
He couldn't care less about the excruciating pain in his right hand and scrambled backwards on all fours. It was at this moment that he finally came to his senses. The turtle before him was not some gift from nature, nor a mobile supply package. This was an active volcano that could erupt at any moment. It was a killing god.
No, don't come closer.
Paul desperately kicked his legs, trying to create distance. But his already exhausted body, under the terrifying high temperature and pressure from the Chen turtle, didn't even have the strength to stand.
The lava Chen turtle did not rush to pounce.
It moved slowly, step by step, closing the distance between it and Paul. With each step, a charred footprint was left on the ground.
It slightly opened its mouth.
Whoosh! A ball of orange-red firelight wildly gathered deep in its throat. It was going to use the move it had nearly burned itself with earlier to turn the annoying biped in front of it into a pile of ash. Roar! A deep roar, as if coming from the ancient depths of a volcano, suddenly burst from the small body of the lava turtle. It opened its mouth, filled with sharp fangs, and the deepest part of its throat instantly lit up with a dazzling orange-red glow. The air around it was crazily sucked away in that moment, and the visible heat waves rippled outward in circles, even warping space itself as it was scorched by the intense heat. Then, boom! A pillar of molten lava, as thick as a barrel, surged toward Paul's face, carrying with it the destructive heat and violent force. Paul's pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks in that instant, and the shadow of death seemed to physically clutch his throat.
F***CK.
He let out a high-pitched scream, completely disregarding the bone-deep burns on his right hand. Using the last bit of Titan serum energy in his body, he violently pushed off the ground with his legs, rolling desperately to the side in a wild, clumsy attempt to dodge. Whoosh! The molten lava pillar screamed past his shoulder. The terrifying heat instantly carbonized the tactical vest still clinging to his shoulder, jarring a large patch of flesh along with it.
But that wasn't the end.
The fire pillar didn't lose its momentum, crashing fiercely into a hard boulder the size of an off-road vehicle, some 10 meters behind Paul. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the spine-chilling sound of melting. In Paul's horrified gaze, that boulder, which had weathered the winds and sun for years, incredibly turned bright red in an instant. Then, like snow in the scorching sun, it melted rapidly, turning into a bubbling, boiling stream of lava. The dark red lava flowed down the rocky beach, giving off a pungent sulfur smell and lethal heat.
Is this really a turtle? Paul lay on the ground, staring at the bubbling lava, his mind blank. If that hit had landed on him, he wouldn't have even left ashes behind. Chapter 96, Escape Quickly?
The scene immediately switched to a live global broadcast.
Dragon Country netizens, watching this scene, flooded the screen with hahaha in the bullet comments like an avalanche. I'm dying of laughter. Does Paul think he's not cooked enough yet and wants to add a little more heat to himself? Who said this was a mobile supply pack? This is a moving crematorium. Let me explain, this turtle just showed off the meat of a tier 5 beast in front of our sister Lynn. Paul, who can't even defeat a first tier stone golem, thinks he can headbutt it. Paul, thanks for the gift from nature. Lava turtle, you're welcome, here's your one-way ticket to the afterlife. Meanwhile, in the Lighthouse Country's live broadcast, there was an eerie silence. It took nearly half a minute before bullet comments started to trickle in, gradually turning into frantic denial and self-hypnosis. No. This isn't real. It's just a mutated turtle. Paul was just too tired. That damn statue chased him for so long, he's exhausted. Yeah. Once he regains his strength, he'll definitely turn this turtle into turtle soup. Our super soldier will never lose to a pet. God will bless him. Looking at these comments, Dragon Country netizens laughed so hard their stomachs hurt. This stubborn denial only showed how embarrassing the situation was for the Lighthouse Country. However, ordinary netizens could deceive themselves, but the high-ups in the Lighthouse Country could not close their eyes. The president stared at the screen in the White House with a pale face, his body trembling uncontrollably. Sweat dripped down his forehead, falling onto the expensive carpet, but he didn't notice at all. Mr. President. In the corner, Dr. Smith's voice trembled with an unmistakable shake, according to satellite positioning and energy wave comparisons. Paul's current coordinates are less than 3 kilometers from the waterfall where the 5th-tier beast's energy wave previously exploded. And, the energy frequency of this turtle is 80% similar to the lava viper that Dragon Country just killed. Upon hearing this, the president's heart lurched painfully, as though gripped by an invisible hand. He not only saw the terror of this turtle, but also clearly understood the kind of existence standing behind it. The one who had just slain a 5th-tier lord-level beast. The one holding a divine artifact, the killing god of Dragon Country, Linchinga. We can't fight. Absolutely cannot fight anymore.
The president suddenly stood up, his eyes bloodshot, roaring like a beast driven to the edge of extinction. If Paul dies here, the first phase of Lighthouse Country's competitiveness in the Savage Realm will be completely lost. Even more terrifying is that if Paul's fight draws Linchinga, it won't be a fight at all, it will be one-sided slaughter. The last hope of Lighthouse Country's national fortune will be completely severed. Immediately connect to the national fortune system. The president slammed his fist onto the desk, shaking the coffee cup, causing the dark brown liquid to spill everywhere.
Get me Paul's consciousness communication.
But Mr. President. The senior staff member next to him turned pale. Cross-boundary communication consumes national fortune points. If we deplete our current reserve, it's equivalent to directly evaporating the resources of a small oil field in our country.
Of course I know.
The president's eye twitched violently, his heart bleeding.
1,000 national fortune points. That's real gold and silver, strategic resources.
But right now, this fortune, enough to bankrupt a small country, can only be used to buy their super soldier a chance to escape.
Execute the order. Immediately. If Paul dies, you all die with him.
Yes.
Yes. In the Savage Realm, on the rocky shore.
The battle continued. Or rather, it was the one-sided crushing that continued.
Roar. The lava tortoise seemed very dissatisfied with the missed strike earlier.
Its small green eyes locked onto Paul, and it opened its mouth once again.
Boom. 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 3 molten fireballs shot out of its mouth like a barrage. However, this tortoise had clearly just evolved, and its control over its power was still inadequate. These 3 fireballs, while terrifying in power, were tragically inaccurate. One hit the river, instantly creating a massive white steam, and a large number of scorched monster fish floated to the surface. Another exploded on the riverbank, shattering several ancient trees and setting them ablaze. The last one, however, flew past Paul's scalp, burning a large patch of his already messy golden hair and emitting a disgusting burnt smell. Ah! Oh my God! Help me!
Paul, driven into a desperate situation by the constant bombardment, scrambled, his body covered in mud and blood, no longer showing any signs of the strongest soldier.
He had given up.
This was impossible to fight.
The turtle's defense was more insane than an armored vehicle, and its attack power was comparable to a moving artillery.
Just as Paul's mind was about to break, ready to close his eyes and wait for death.
Ding!
A cold mechanical sound of the national fortune system suddenly exploded in his mind. Immediately after, the desperate, fearful, even slightly cracked warning voice of the president of Lighthouse Country poured directly into his nerves.
Paul! You idiot! Run! Immediately run from that turtle. That's not even a wild beast.
That's the pet of Linchinga, a contestant from Dragon Country.
She just slayed a 5th-tier lord-level beast, and you're at the edge of her territory.
You're no match for her.
Get into the river now, and escape with the current. Hurry! Boom!
These few words exploded in Paul's mind like thunder.
Linchinga? A contestant from Dragon Country? A 5th-tier lord-level beast?
Paul's body stiffened, and he froze as if struck by lightning. Although he had been on the run, he had still heard the grand announcement that had echoed around the world earlier. Dragon Country had materialized 3 large Crimson Soul energy veins. He had been madly jealous at the time, dreaming of snatching such a resource. But he never imagined that the Dragon Country slaughter god, that monster revered globally, Linchinga, was right beside him. And the terrifying turtle that had trapped him in this dire situation was just her pet?
No, impossible, this can't be.
The pride, the killing intent, and the remaining hope in Paul's eyes were completely shattered by a surge of extreme fear and the desire to survive.
His psychological defenses collapsed in an instant.
From being a high and mighty hunter, he instantly became an ant under the gaze of death, and the massive drop left him nearly going mad. Roar! At that moment, the 4th fireball of the lava Shen turtle had finished brewing, and the flames in its throat lit up Paul's face, twisted by sheer terror.
Escape! I must escape. Enduring the humiliation, unwillingness, and intense pain, Paul didn't hesitate for a second.
At the moment the fireball exploded, he gritted his teeth, using the terrifying shockwave from the blast to propel himself out like a ragged cloth.
Splash!
He dove headfirst into the rushing, icy river beside him. The cold river instantly submerged him, stinging his wounds, but it also allowed him to temporarily avoid the fatal flames. Paul didn't even dare surface for air, he could only desperately paddle with his remaining left arm, frantically fleeing with the current, never looking back.
Chapter 97, Did you encounter a strong enemy? On the shore. Gulp?
The lava Shen turtle looked at the figure that disappeared in the churning river water, tilting its head. It snorted 2 puffs of white smoke from its nostrils, letting out a disdainful belch.
Chase? It couldn't be bothered to chase.
The meat on that two-legged creature was both scarce and tough, with a stench of medicinal liquid, not even enough to fill its teeth, not to mention how it couldn't compare to the smell of the fifth-tier snake meat its owner cooked. Sizzle. The turtle withdrew its magma patterns, and the surrounding temperature gradually dropped. It slowly turned around, waddling with its duck-like walk, and ambled toward the cave behind the waterfall. Along the way, it nibbled on a couple of scorched shrubs by the roadside, seemingly savoring the dessert after its meal. At this moment, Paul, drifting with the current in the cold river, was carried along without knowing where this river led, nor what terrifying unknown awaited him ahead. He only knew that he had to get as far away from that dragon country female demon as possible. Inside the cave, Linshinga, who had just finished testing her sword, slightly moved her gaze. She looked down at the handle of the Taichu sword in her hand, then glanced at the direction of the riverbank where black smoke was rising outside the cave.
Over there, seems like something's moving?
Linshinga squinted her eyes slightly, gripping the sword handle tightly as she walked toward the cave entrance step by step. At this moment, the global live broadcast was completely locked onto the roaring river. In the footage, Paul's proud titan Gene Muscles, the strongest soldier and super warrior of Lighthouse Country, were flailing around wildly in the icy cold river like a dead dog scalded by boiling water. At this moment, under the soaking of the river water, it presented a sickly pale color. The wound on the broken left arm, washed by the river water, had rolling blood and flesh with a strange color. And the right fist that had endured the high temperature of the turtle shell, at this moment, had completely carbonized, blackened like a burnt piece of charcoal. He didn't even dare to surface for air normally, only able to act like a drowning person. Every now and then, he would stick his head out of the water, take a quick gulp of air, then immediately plunge his head back into the water, desperately trying to escape downstream. Upon seeing this scene, the live stream and Lighthouse Nation fell into a deadly silence. The viewers of Lighthouse Nation, who had been furiously spamming the screen just a moment ago, shouting that Paul was only adjusting tactics and once he recovered, he would turn the turtle into a turtle soup, were now as if someone had collectively choked them.
Faith, in that moment, collapsed with a loud bang.
If before, being chased by that statue, it could still be explained away as a tactical retreat.
Then what about now?
Pinned to the ground and rubbed by a turtle only the size of a millstone, looking incredibly clumsy. He couldn't even block a single move, almost turned to ashes by the burning heat, and finally had to jump into the river to survive, rolling and crawling.
What's this supposed to be? Tactical water escape?
In sharp contrast, was the volcanic-like celebration in the Dragon Kingdom's livestream. The viewers from Dragon Kingdom, who had been holding back their frustrations for so long, were now unleashing all their mockery and keyboard firepower without reservation.
Ha 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 ha. This is Lighthouse Nation's super soldier? Just this? Just this? What the hell is tactical retreat?
I see this as tactical diving.
Paul's freestyle swimming posture is quite standard, it's a pity he isn't going to the Olympics. Where are the brothers from Lighthouse Nation? Come and speak up. Where did that arrogance go? Your super soldier couldn't even beat our sister Lynn's pet, how do you clean this up? Paul, this turtle is cheating. It not only has anti-armor, but also spits lava. I'm reporting it.
This move is called ultimate face smashing.
Who was the one saying that cultivation is nothing in front of absolute violence? Now, even a leftover eating turtle can teach you how to behave. The contrast in the barrage pushed the satisfaction of face smashing to its peak. At this moment, in the wild world, on the rocky beach, the air was filled with a pungent sulfur smell and the nauseating scent of burned flesh. Sha.
Accompanied by the faint sound of footsteps, a figure slowly approached. Linshinga gripped the dark and glossy Taichu sword hilt with her right hand, her beautiful face showing a trace of seriousness. When she completely saw the scene in front of her, even with her cool and steady nature, her pupils involuntarily contracted slightly.
It was too brutal. The once smooth cobblestone riverbed now looked as if it had been plowed by a heavy bomber.
There were 3 huge deep craters on the ground, and the rocks around the crater had been completely vitrified by the terrifying high temperature, showing a strange glass-like luster. At the bottom of the craters, dark red lava was still bubbling, emitting an extreme heat wave that twisted the air. The ancient trees within a 10-meter radius were either broken in half or burning fiercely, with black smoke rising into the sky.
This is...
Linshinga furrowed her brows, her fingers tightening slightly on the sword hilt. At that moment, a dark red head peeked out from behind a nearby boulder. Seeing Linshinga, the lava turtle's eyes, which had just been full of fierce light and arrogance, instantly turned clear and foolish.
Gulyolu!
It happily called out, waddling with its awkward, duck-like steps, happily running towards Linshinga. When it reached Linshinga's feet, this beast that had almost roasted Paul to death just moments ago
actually acted like a dog trying to please its owner.
Turning over on the scorching gravel beach, exposing its relatively soft belly, the turtle rubbed its head frantically against Linshinga's pants leg. That fawning appearance seemed to say, "Master, look, I've cleaned up the entrance to the house so well.
Praise me. Praise me."
looking at the turtle's expression of seeking praise, and then at the exaggerated destruction around it. Lin Xingge's heart immediately formed an extremely serious misjudgment, one that was tens of thousands of miles off the mark.
Did you encounter a strong enemy?
Lin Xingge crouched down, reaching out to touch the turtle's shell, which was still hot, even faintly glowing with a weak red light, her expression becoming unusually serious.
The lava turtle nodded repeatedly, proudly raising its chin.
Of course. That two-legged beast may be weak to the point of falling apart, but I sprayed 4 molten lava fireballs just to drive it away. I worked hard. However, this nodding motion in Lin Xingge's eyes became irrefutable evidence confirming her guess. As expected, Lin Xingge stood up, her gaze sweeping across the battlefield with lightning speed. The turtle had just devoured the flesh of a 5th-level Lord-class beast, completing its bloodline mutation. Its strength had firmly entered the peak of the 4th level, and its defensive power and fire talent were enough to challenge an ordinary 5th-level beast.
Yet even so, the battle here was still so intense.
The turtle had been forced to unleash at least 3 or 4 molten fireballs, and even the surrounding terrain had been completely altered. To push the lava turtle, in its prime state, to this extent, even forcing it to unleash all its power in a wild barrage.
Lin Xingge took a deep breath, murmuring to herself, "This is definitely an incredibly terrifying unknown threat."
She had no idea that the turtle's bombardment was purely due to its poor aim. Nor did she know that the so-called terrifying threat was merely a disabled cyborg who had been unilaterally crushed by the turtle and couldn't even break its defense.
In Lin Xingge's imagination, an earth-shattering battle between gods had surely just occurred here.
She gripped the Taichu sword hilt and began carefully searching for clues at the edge of the battlefield. Soon, her gaze stopped on a scorched bush. There, a pool of dark red blood, half evaporated by the high heat, a piece of tattered fabric, and half of a melted rubber shoe sole. Lin Xingge used the sword hilt to pick up the fabric, and her eyes instantly turned cold, sharp as a knife. Although most of the fabric had been burned, she could still vaguely make out a very familiar emblem printed on it, the exclusive insignia of the Lighthouse Nation's special forces.
Not a local beast of the wild continent. It's a human.
Lin Xingge's voice was as cold as if ice shards could fall from it.
The top-tier players of the Lighthouse Nation?
They actually have the strength to directly compete with a peak 4th-level lava turtle.
It seems that the technological equipment they brought into the Forbidden Zone is far more terrifying than I imagined.
In Lin Xingge's mind, a super enemy with bulging muscles, wearing a futuristic high-tech battlesuit, and even mastering some kind of destructive genetic power quickly took shape. He was able to retreat unscathed under the full eruption of the lava turtle, which means his strength is at least not weaker than the turtle's. If he waits to heal and then ambushes me from the shadows. A murderous gleam flashed in Lin Xingge's eyes. By my bedside, how can I allow anyone to sleep soundly? What's more, the other party is always targeting the Dragon Country's players from the Lighthouse Nation. This hidden danger, which is enough to threaten her life and even the fate of the Dragon Country, must be eliminated immediately. She could not give him any breathing space.
Little turtle, where did that Lighthouse Nation person run to? Lin Xingge lowered her head, asking coldly.
The lava turtle, with great intelligence, turned around, extending its short right front claw. He pointed to the roaring river beside them. To make his point clearer, he even humorously jumped up, making a splash sound as he pretended to dive into the water, then flailed his front paws in the air as if swimming.
Jumping into the river to escape?
Lin Xingge nodded slightly, a cold arc appearing at the corner of her mouth. Wounded badly and still having to escape in the freezing, rushing river, his stamina must be exhausted. This is the best time to kill him. Without a second thought, Lin Xingge attached the Taichu sword hilt to her waist, and the wild breath method left by Su Chen in her body immediately ran to its maximum limit. Boom! The stones under her feet exploded. Lin Xingge turned into a white shadow, like a hunting female leopard, dashing along the riverbank, speeding downstream. Her speed was so fast that it even produced a sharp sound of breaking air in the atmosphere. The perspective shifted again to the downstream of the river. At this moment, Paul was in a torturous state, feeling like death would be better. The cold river water pierced into his severely burned flesh like countless sharp knives. Hiss! Ah! Paul convulsed painfully in the water, the blood vessels at the break of his right arm contracted violently under the ice-cold water's stimulation. Though the bleeding had temporarily stopped, the excruciating pain deep in his bones made him wish he could pass out right away. What was worse, the side effects of the Titan II gene drug were raging through his body. His cells were being torn apart and recombined over and over again, his internal organs felt like they were being roasted over a fire, while his skin was frozen purple by the icy river water. The torment of both fire and ice shattered the mental defense of the strongest soldier from the Lighthouse Country.
Devils. People from Dragon Country are devils. Paul floated along with the current, hopelessly wailing in his mind.
His mind was filled with images of that terrifying turtle-spewing magma, and the frantic warning from the president of the Lighthouse Country in the communication.
Lin Xingge.
The Dragon Country female killer who slaughtered a Tier 5 Lord-level beast.
I must survive. As long as I can escape her territory. As long as I can find supplies.
Paul gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with resentment and a crazed desire to survive. Ahead, the river began to widen, and the water flow gradually slowed. Paul's heart leaped with joy as he saw a dense reed bed on the left bank of the river, the perfect place for cover.
As long as I climb up and hide in the reeds, I will be safe. Chapter 99, Pursuit?
Cold, piercing. In the rushing river, Paul was like a lifeless piece of driftwood, floating up and down with the rolling waves. The ruthless water rushed into his mouth and nose, choking him to cough violently. Each cough made his broken left arm and the charred right hand throb with excruciating pain. But compared to the physical torture, what truly suffocated Paul was the overwhelming, almost maddening sense of humiliation in his heart.
Why? Why did it turn out like this? Paul opened his bloodshot eyes underwater, his mind replaying the events since entering the Forbidden Zone. He was a super soldier who had injected a gene serum. The strongest soldier created by the Lighthouse Country with countless resources. He had even imagined, when he met a Dragon Country contestant, how he would cruelly slaughter them like crushing an ant under the eyes of the entire world. But reality? Reality slapped him like a heavy blow, smashing his pride and dignity, along with his left arm. First, he triggered a seemingly random stone statue at the gate, and then that unmovable stone lump chased him for over 10 kilometers like a dog, forcing him into a pathetic escape. After a narrow escape from death, he thought he could find a turtle to recover his strength, but then... Was that really a turtle? It had its own anti-damage armor, its shell was over 800 degrees, and it could shoot magma fireballs like a machine gun. He, the strongest lone soldier of the Lighthouse Nation, couldn't even beat a mutated turtle that ate leftovers. He couldn't even take one of its hits and was mercilessly pressed to the ground, being wildly rubbed in the dirt, and ended up having to jump into the river for survival, in the most humiliating way possible. Aha! Paul let out a muffled roar underwater, a large stream of bubbles pouring from his mouth. Frustration. Too much frustration. If he had been defeated by a powerful high-tier beast, he could have at least made an excuse for himself. But being crippled by a pet turtle? The humiliation from that went deep into his bones, more unbearable than being killed. His mental defenses, under the cold rush of the river water, were slowly but surely collapsing completely. At this very moment, in the real world, in the Lighthouse Nation, the entire nation had completely fallen into a boil of chaos. Protest. 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 Incompetent government. Stupid decisions. Give us our national fortune back. Give us our resources back. Outside the White House, hundreds of thousands of people held up signs, completely surrounding the entire block. Angry roars and protests surged like a tsunami, one wave higher than the next, and even the White House's thick bulletproof glass couldn't block the sound. The internet was filled with curses. The super soldier they had once placed their hopes on had now become the joke of the world. The Lighthouse Nation, which prided itself on being number one in the world, was being stomped on by a pet turtle from Dragon Country, rubbed back and forth under its feet. This huge disparity was something the people of the Lighthouse Nation, who had been accustomed to being high and mighty, could not accept at all. They vented all their anger and fear onto the current government. Inside the White House, in the Oval Office, the president sat slumped in the leather chair that symbolized supreme power, his face as pale as paper, cold sweat dripping down his forehead, sticking his meticulously styled hair together, looking a mess. Listening to the faint sounds of protests from outside, his hands couldn't stop trembling. "It's over, it's all over," the president mumbled. He knew very well that Paul not only represented the fighting strength of the Lighthouse Nation in the barbarian world, but also represented his own political life. If Paul died, the Lighthouse Nation would lose any hope of a comeback in the first stage, and he would definitely be torn apart by angry citizens and political enemies. "Mr. President." In the corner, Dr. Smith suddenly stood up, his voice sharp and ear-piercing with extreme fear. "The situation has deteriorated severely. Please look at the big screen." The president jerked his head up like he was electrocuted. On the big screen, the image was divided into two parts. On the left was the tragic scene of Paul drifting in the river like a dead dog. On the right was a white afterimage so fast it was blurry. "Lynching a." She held the black hilt of the primordial sword, her stunning face as cold as ice. She moved like shrinking the earth, madly leaping and weaving through the rocks and jungle along the riverbank. Every time her toes touched the ground, it left a deep crater in the ground, moving at a speed so fast it was maddening. According to the system's calculations. Dr. Smith swallowed nervously, his voice trembling. "Lynching's target is very clear, to follow the river and pursue Paul. At the terrifying speed she's shown, the distance between them is closing at a rate of 800 meters per minute. In no more than 10 minutes, no, 8 minutes. She will catch up to Paul. 8 minutes." It felt like a death sentence, sticking to the president's forehead. 8 minutes, how could he escape?
The president's eyes were bloodshot, like a beast cornered to its last breath. Paul, now heavily wounded and near death, didn't even have the strength to crawl to shore.
How to escape from a monster that can kill a 5th-rank Lord-level beast with a single strike? Once caught, Paul is absolutely doomed to die. He can't die. He absolutely can't die.
The president suddenly slammed his fist onto the table, as if making an incredibly difficult decision. His facial muscles twisted and contorted in extreme humiliation, gritting his teeth and roaring, "Connect with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Immediately send an envoy to the Dragon Country's Special Administrative Bureau. No matter the cost, no matter what conditions we must agree to, we must make Dragon Country stop Linshinga's pursuit. Hurry up." Meanwhile, in Dragon Country, the highest command center of the Special Administrative Bureau. On the enormous circular screen, the scene of Linshinga chasing along the river was also playing.
The atmosphere in the command center was heated to the extreme.
The faces of all the staff were filled with uncontainable excitement and pride.
Sister Lin's speed is terrifying.
Her movements are like the likeness skill in martial arts novels. Zhang Dingbang stood at the control desk, arms crossed, and even on his tough and iron-willed face, there was a trace of a smug cold smile. Although he didn't know why Linshinga suddenly erupted with such intense killing intent to chase Paul, this was exactly what he wanted to see. In the forbidden zone of national luck, mercy to the enemy is cruelty to one's own people. Since Lighthouse Country dared to create this inhuman, monstrous genetic experiment targeting Dragon Country, they must be prepared to be completely crushed. At this moment, a confidential secretary quickly walked up to Zhang Dingbang, and with a strange expression, whispered, "Director, the diplomatic envoy from Lighthouse Country urgently requests an audience."
The attitude is very humble, saying there's something extremely urgent they need to discuss with you.
Oh? Zhang Dingbang raised an eyebrow, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes. Looks like their master is about to be slaughtered and they're desperate.
Let him in. Chapter 100, The National Luck of Dragon Country will never be used as a bargaining chip.
A moment later, the door to the conference room was pushed open. The Lighthouse Country's envoy hurriedly stepped inside. This diplomat, who usually raised his chin in international settings, looking down on others, now seemed like a completely different person. He was drenched in sweat, his waist bent low, and his face was covered with a forced and stiff smile.
"Director Zhang, hello.
Sorry to disturb you at such a late hour." The envoy quickly stepped forward and even extended his hands to shake hands. Zhang Dingbang didn't extend his hand, just coldly looking at him, pointing to the chair across from him. "Sit down."
"Mr. Envoy, you didn't come here this late just to offer me tea, did you?"
The envoy awkwardly withdrew his hand, not daring to sit fully but only daring to rest half his but on the chair, hastily getting to the point. "Director Zhang, let's not beat around the bush. I come with the utmost sincerity from our president, hoping to reach a win-win cooperation with your country."
"Win-win?" Zhang Dingbang sneered. "Let's hear it."
The envoy wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly said, "Currently, your country's Linshinga is chasing our Paul.
We hope Dragon Country can use its national luck points to send a message to Linshinga and stop this pursuit."
Seemingly afraid of Zhang Dingbang's refusal, the envoy immediately threw out his trump card. "Of course.
We will never let Dragon Country consume national luck points for free.
As long as you agree, our country is willing to fully reimburse Dragon Country for the 1,000 national luck points consumed in this message."
Not only that.
At the upcoming Global Energy Distribution Convention and the High-Tech Material Export Restriction Removal meeting next month, Lighthouse Country will unconditionally vote in favor and fully support Dragon Country. After stating these conditions, the envoy stared intensely at Zhang Dingbang's face, trying to catch a glimpse of any sign of interest.
In his opinion, this offer was already incredibly generous. Full reimbursement of national luck points, plus a major concession on an international core treaty.
For the Dragon Kingdom, which has always emphasized harmony and long-term development, this is undoubtedly an irresistible temptation. After all, killing one Paul would bring no substantial benefit to the Dragon Kingdom, except for venting anger.
But exchanging these national interests could provide the Dragon Kingdom with enormous room for growth in the real world.
The envoy even began to breathe a sigh of relief in his heart, feeling that Zhang Dingbang would surely agree.
However, after hearing these words, Zhang Dingbang's expression showed no change whatsoever.
He picked up the teacup on the table, gently blew on the floating tea leaves, and slowly took a sip. The entire conference room was deathly silent, with only the sound of the wind stirred up by Linshinga's frantic running echoing from the large screen.
Bang!
Suddenly, Zhang Dingbang's hand, holding the teacup, exerted force and slammed the delicate ceramic cup heavily onto the table. A muffled sound shook the envoy, making him shiver, and tea splashed across the table.
"Director Zhang." The envoy's face turned pale.
Zhang Dingbang slowly raised his head, his eagle-like sharp eyes fixed on the envoy, his gaze filled with coldness and domineering power that could not be concealed.
"Mr. Envoy, do you think the few chips from your lighthouse nation are really valuable?"
Zhang Dingbang's voice was not loud, but it carried a suffocating oppressive force. Do you think that as long as you're willing to offer some so-called international support, we, the Dragon Kingdom, should be grateful and cooperate with your performance?
The envoy opened his mouth, wanting to argue, no. Director Zhang, this is cooperation, a win-win situation. Bullshit win-win.
Zhang Dingbang suddenly stood up, his hands placed on the table, his body leaning forward like a lion about to pounce, pointing his finger at the envoy's nose, cursing loudly.
Now you come to talk to me about peace? About humanitarianism? About win-win cooperation? Where were you when your monster, injected with inferior drugs, turned into something neither human nor ghost and nearly discovered our second contestant, Li Yi, in the rainforest?
Zhang Dingbang's voice rang like a bell, shaking the envoy's eardrums with a loud boom. Your Paul threatened to tear apart the Dragon Kingdom's contestant alive. Your netizens went wild in the livestream, shouting to trample us underfoot. In the White House office, you must have been celebrating with champagne, right? Why didn't you come to talk to me about peace then? The envoy's face turned red and ears burned, sweating profusely, stammering as he spoke, that was the individual behavior of the contestant, and Li Yi wasn't seriously harmed.
He wasn't harmed because our contestant is capable.
Not because your monster showed mercy. Zhang Dingbang waved his hand, cutting off the envoy's defense, his tone firm and resolute, his words crashing like thunder.
Your monster wanted to kill our people, and that was jungle law, survival of the fittest. Now our contestant wants to kill your monster, and it's suddenly breaking peace, needing intervention? Where in the world is such a cheap deal?
Zhang Dingbang straightened up, his gaze sweeping across Lin Qingge on the big screen, who was less than 2 kilometers away from Paul. A cold, iron-blooded smile appeared on his lips.
Go back and tell your president. The Dragon Kingdom's fortune will never be used for trade.
Zhang Dingbang's eyes sharpened, a killing intent radiating. Since you dare to turn into a beast and show your fangs, be ready to have your skin peeled off and your tendons pulled by our Dragon Kingdom's hunters.
Escort him out.
With Zhang Dingbang's command, 2 fully armed guards immediately stepped forward, one on each side, escorting the envoy out.
The envoy's face turned ashen, and as he was dragged away, he desperately shouted. Let me go. You're playing with fire.
Zhang Dingbang, you'll lead the Dragon Kingdom into an abyss of no return. In the corridor outside the Dragon Kingdom's Special Administration Bureau conference room, the Lighthouse Nation's diplomatic envoy, furious. Even the desperate cries echoed continuously. 2 fully armed guards, expressionless, dragged the envoy's arms, one on the left and one on the right, like dragging a dead dog, mercilessly pulling him towards the elevator.
With a ding sound, the elevator door slowly closed, and the noisy threatening voices were completely shut off.
The meeting room was once again quiet. Zhang Dingbang snorted coldly, reaching out to straighten the collar of his perfectly pressed military uniform. On his face, as hard as rock, there was no trace of fear or compromise, only the iron blood and dominance of someone in power. He turned around and once again cast his gaze onto the giant circular screen that covered the entire wall. Meanwhile, in Longgua's official live broadcast room, it had already turned into a sea of joy and excitement. Just now, Zhang Dingbang's powerful, every word like a knife declaration was watched by hundreds of millions of Longhua viewers through a special internal broadcast channel. The bullet comments instantly flooded the screen like an avalanche.
Refreshing. So damn refreshing. Director Zhang is amazing.
Ha, watching that lighthouse country envoy being dragged out like a dead dog, I could eat 3 more bowls of rice for dinner.
What nonsense win-win. You monsters killing us is jungle law, and when we kill your monsters, it's destroying peace? Screw you. Director Zhang is right.
Those who have nothing to lose aren't afraid of those who have shoes. If you dare to show your fangs, be prepared to have your skin peeled off and your bones extracted.
Longwei is mighty. This is the spirit that a great nation should have. Never trade our national fortune.
The long-standing injustices Longwei had faced internationally were fully vented with Zhang Dingbang's dismissal of the guest.
Chapter 101, Fully Automated Farming Machine? At the same time, in the Savage Realm. Deep in the tropical rainforest.
Hot, humid, the air thick with the mixed smell of decaying leaves and toxic miasma.
Li Yi stood with his backpack in front of a dense thicket.
He glanced down at the simple map he had made from charcoal rubbings off the stone wall in the stone chamber, then raised his head, surveying the surroundings. According to the coordinates and route map left by Senior Su Chen, this should be the so-called dining area. In Su Chen's message, it was called the orchard. However, what Li Yi saw before him was still a vast stretch of towering trees, thick intertwined vines, and waist-high weeds. Forget an orchard, there wasn't even a single tree that looked a bit special, it all seemed like the most primitive, desolate, undeveloped land.
Could the coordinates be wrong?
Li Yi frowned slightly, a trace of doubt flashing through his mind. Meanwhile, foreign viewers who had been watching the Longhua livestream seemed to have finally found an outlet for their frustrations and immediately began their mocking and sarcasm.
Ha ha ha.
This is hilarious, the Longhua contestant has finally been fooled by that so-called Su Chen.
What the hell is an orchard? This is just an ordinary crappy forest. The Longhua people really thought that guy Su Chen was all-powerful, huh?
I think Su Chen is just a lunatic, scribbling on stones, and the Longhua people treat it like a sacred order, really stupid. Li Yi, stop looking, hurry up and dig some tree roots to eat, or you'll starve to death in the rainforest. Faced with the mockery of foreign netizens, the Longhua viewers, although feeling a bit uneasy inside, still firmly fought back in the bullet comments, defending Su Chen's authority. In the Forbidden Zone, Li Yi was not swayed at all by the desolation before him. As the top scout of Longhua, he possessed patience and judgment that ordinary people could not match. More importantly, he knew that the senior Su who could stroll leisurely through the Forbidden Zone would never act without purpose. Since the map marked this place as the orchard, there must be an orchard.
Since it doesn't appear obvious on the surface, let's try another way. Li Yi took a deep breath and began a carpet search. 10 minutes, 20 minutes.
He searched for nearly half an hour, and Li Yi's gaze locked onto an open space 50 meters ahead to the right. There stood a dead giant tree with a diameter of over 5 meters. The tree's trunk had completely rotted, its surface covered in thick moss and parasitic vines, looking no different from other dead trees in the rainforest.
Found it.
Li Yi quickly walked forward, drew his military knife, and without hesitation, cut through the thick vines, starting to clear away the thick decayed organic matter that had piled up around the giant tree's roots for who knows how many years. As the soil and dead leaves were cleared away, a moss-covered, seamlessly integrated underground stone door appeared before him. The stone door was extremely heavy, tightly embedded in the ground. In the center of the stone door, a crooked pattern was deeply carved with an extremely casual stroke.
It was an apple that had been bitten.
This style, it really is Senior Su's work. Li Yi looked at the familiar simple drawing, his lips twitching involuntarily, but his eyes flashed with an uncontrollable excitement. At that moment, foreign viewers in the global livestream collectively fell silent. The foreign netizens who had just mocked Li Yi for being played felt as though their faces were slapped by an invisible hand, burning with pain.
Huff. Li Yi took a deep breath and returned the knife to his waist.
He bent his legs slightly, took a horse stance, and gripped the edge of the stone door tightly, his internal breathing technique working at its peak.
Lift.
With a low growl, Li Yi's arm muscles bulged high, and veins popped out.
Boom.
With a muffled, teeth-gritting grinding sound, the underground stone door, weighing several tons, was forcefully opened by Li Yi, creating a gap.
Li Yi pushed the stone door completely open and stepped down a wide stone staircase. As he continued to descend underground, his view opened up. When he fully saw what lay ahead, even the calm and steady Li Yi couldn't help but have his pupils violently shake. This was not a dark and damp cellar. This was a vast underground terraced field. The entire underground space was as large as several football fields. And in the neatly cultivated terraced fields below, various strange fruit trees that Li Yi had never seen or heard of were planted. Some trees were completely ice blue, with frost hanging on their leaves, others were as thick as dragons, with faint electric arcs flashing on their bark. Just as Li Yi was completely stunned by the spectacular underground orchard before him, an unexpected change occurred.
Creak, creak, creak. A series of dense, piercing mechanical friction sounds suddenly rang out from all directions of the terraced fields. Li Yi's body tensed, and almost instinctively, he drew his knife and assumed a defensive stance. Suddenly, from the dense fruit tree thickets around him, a dozen strange figures appeared. They were stone people, about half a meter tall. Their appearance was strikingly similar to the 5-meter-tall comical stone statue that had pinned the Lighthouse Nation's Paul to the ground earlier in the clearing. The same short, thick limbs, the same bloated torso. And that extremely careless smiley face pattern scratched into the stone with fingers. But these statues were miniatures. Yet, even though their size was reduced by 10 times, when these mini stone statues all turned their heads at once, the empty eye sockets instantly lit up with a glaring red light like blood, a suffocating and terrifying pressure still spread throughout the hall.
Ding! Unknown life form detected. Defense system activated. The cold, stiff mechanical synthesized voice echoed. The sound echoed in the underground orchard.
A dozen mini statues, stepping heavily, surrounded Li Yi, their short stone arms even beginning to gather terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations. At this moment, the audience in the Dragon Country livestream had their hearts in their throats. Foreign viewers, on the other hand, seemed to grab onto the last straw of hope, celebrating wildly once more.
Ha ha ha! The retribution has come. Trespassing into the ruins triggered the Guardian mechanism.
The Dragon Country contestant is doomed. That big statue could even damage Paul, and these dozen little ones combined will definitely crush Li Yi into pieces.
This is the result of greed.
God save him, quickly, kill him. Facing a dozen stone puppets exuding deadly threats, Li Yi's forehead began to sweat coldly. He could clearly feel that each of these little things, if even one were lifted, had the strength comparable to a third-tier magical beast. With a dozen of them together, even with his breathing technique, he would definitely be killed in an instant. Just as Li Yi was ready to fight with all his might.
Ding! Unknown creature detected. Identity confirmed. Alert deactivated. The next second, a scene that stunned billions of viewers around the world unfolded.
Those mini statues, which were originally full of murderous intent and flashing deadly red light in their eyes, instantly turned their eye glow from red to green. The terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations on their bodies receded like a tide. Then, these dozen stone puppets surprisingly lined up in a human-like fashion and gave Li Yi a neat 90-degree bow. Afterward, they turned around, picked up wooden water bottles and rusty iron hose from a nearby corner, walking like ducks. Clumsily, they walked into the terraced fields, starting to water and weed the fruit trees that emitted high-level energy fluctuations. While weeding, the stone faces seemed to carry an air of diligent workers, patiently working without complaint.
Silence. A deathly silence.
Whether it was Li Yi, who was on guard, or the billions of viewers in the global livestream, everyone was stunned.
What the hell are they doing? Am I seeing things? Did that stone person just use a hoe to dig up a weed? After a brief period of stunned silence, the Dragon Country livestream exploded. Pruhaha. What the hell, watering and weeding? I really can't get enough of Su's thought process. If Paul saw this, he'd probably be so mad he'd drown himself in a river, right? He can't even defeat the farming tools Su God uses. Li Yi stood still, watching the mini statues busily moving around the fruit trees, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Although he didn't understand formations, he knew that the ability to give inanimate objects the power to move, to allow them to accurately recognize friend from foe, and even to do delicate farm work, was an ability beyond imagination. To use such ancient puppets, capable of sweeping any modern armored force on Blue Star, as free labor to plant fruit trees? The strength and vision of Senior Su were simply delivering a dimensional blow to the common sense of the entire Blue Star. Gulps. Li Yi swallowed, putting away his dagger, and with a sense of pilgrimage, followed a few mini statues carrying fruit to a spacious underground warehouse at the end of the terraced fields. The moment he stepped into the warehouse door, Li Yi was stunned by the sight before him. There were no shelves, no packaging. Various fruits, exuding strong spiritual energy fluctuations, were casually piled into several small mountains, just like potatoes after a rural autumn harvest. On the left, a pile of fruits, crystal clear like agate, emitted an enticing sweet fragrance. On the right, the fruit skins appeared icy blue, radiating bone-chilling cold, and the surrounding air even began to condense into white frost. And in the middle, a pile of fruits had faint blue electric arcs dancing on their surfaces. The popping sound filled the air. The mixed fruity aroma in the air, just taking a single breath, made Li Yi feel the spiritual energy inside him stir up again, as if his cells were cheering and jumping for joy. These, all high-level spiritual fruits? Li Yi felt his breath become heavy. Any single fruit here, if taken out, would probably spark a bloody battle on Blue Star. In the center of the warehouse stood a black stone tablet, as tall as a person. Li Yi quickly walked up to it, only to see that the stone tablet was inscribed with several lines of dragon-like, phoenix-like characters, carved with wild sword energy. Planting trees was too boring, so I casually made a few figurines to manage the orchard. The fruits here are only up to 3rd rank, they're of no use to me, and eating too many will get them stuck in your teeth, just treat them as snacks. If a fellow from Dragon Country comes later, feel free to take them, treat it like your own home, no need to be polite. Note, remember to peel the fruit with electricity before eating, otherwise it may numb your mouth. Su Chen. Looking at the message on the stone tablet, filled with a tone of showing off, Li Yi fell silent. Only up to 3rd rank? Of no use? Just a snack? Looking at the message on the stone tablet, filled with a tone of showing off, Li Yi fell silent again. Li Yi took a deep breath, feeling his heart twitch violently. Many contestants from other countries would treat these things as treasures. But here with Senior Su, these 3rd-rank spiritual fruits, which would be enough to cause a bloody storm in the outside world, were merely seen as snacks that get stuck in the teeth when eaten too much? Not just Li Yi, but at that moment, in the official live stream of Dragon Country, after a brief silence, there was an unprecedented explosion of bullet screens. What the hell, casually made figurines? Those are several stone puppets that can kill low-level monsters with a single strike. Just now when their eyes shone red, I had already decided what to feed Li Yi, but they turned around and went to water the plants and weed the garden. Su God's move is a dimensional strike, I would call it a fatal blow. Using ancient war weapons as farm workers, the scale, the scene, it's absolutely invincible. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter, where are those foreign dogs who were shouting Li Yi would be crushed into pieces? Come out and show yourself. See this? This is the legacy left by our seniors in Dragon Country. The extreme contrast released the emotions of the Dragon Country audience to an unprecedented level, bringing satisfaction to its peak. And those foreign viewers who had jumped over the wall were now shocked, their scalp tingling, their eyes red with jealousy. Why? Why is it that their contestants are eating tree bark and drinking mud in the Forbidden Zone, being chased and bitten by monsters every day? Yet contestants from Dragon Country can casually visit home to buy goods, in an absolutely safe underground fortress, staring blankly at the warehouse full of high-level spiritual fruits? This is simply unfair. In the Forbidden Zone, Li Yi suppressed the shock in his heart and walked around to the back of the black stone tablet. Sure enough, the stone tablet was not just a message board, but also a detailed product manual. The back of the tablet was densely carved with the names and effects of various fruits. Crimson Bloodberry, first-rank spiritual fruit. Effect: greatly enhances the body's vital energy and blood, can rapidly heal deep external wounds. Bone Cleansing Fruit, second-rank spiritual fruit. Effect: cleanses the tendons and marrow, expels impurities from the body, greatly increases bone density and muscle toughness. Thunder Pattern Apricot, third-rank spiritual fruit. Effect: contains a small amount of violent thunder power, can temper the internal organs, greatly enhancing nerve response speed. Note: remember to peel before eating. There were dozens of descriptions of spiritual fruits, leaving Li Yi dazzled. Although there were no legendary god-level treasures that could instantly make someone ascend to the heavens, the variety was extremely complete, and the quantity was so large that it was shocking. Just the pile of fruits in front of him in the warehouse would probably number in the tens of thousands. Let alone the large area outside, which was as big as several football fields. Still, the underground terraced fields continued to produce spiritual fruits in endless supply. Who? Li Yi exhaled a deep breath, and his eyes instantly became incredibly resolute. As the top scout of Dragon Country, he possessed an extremely strong sense of the big picture. He knew very well that these things, in his hands, could only make him an extraordinary powerhouse at best. But if given to the country, they would be priceless treasures that would make Dragon Country rise to greatness. Without hesitation, Li Yi quickly removed the tactical backpack from his back and carefully selected a dozen or so red blood fruits and thunder pattern apricots from several fruit hills, stuffing them into the pack as his survival supplies for the upcoming journey. Then, he took 2 steps back and directly activated the high-dimensional Will's National Fortune System panel in his mind. His gaze locked onto the tens of thousands of spiritual fruits left in the warehouse, as well as the vast underground terraced fields outside. Ding! A cold and grand mechanical sound immediately rang in Li Yi's mind. Detected, Dragon Country contestant Li Yi has successfully discovered and claimed the unclaimed resource point in the Wildlands, Mini Underground Orchard, Tier 3. Contestant, would you like to upload this resource point to the National Fortune System? Li Yi straightened his back suddenly, feet together, his posture as erect as a pine tree. Facing the black stone tablet, and facing the senior Su Chen, who, though unknown in location, had left Dragon Country with an endless legacy, Li Yi raised his right hand and performed a highly standard, dignified, and powerful military salute. Confirm upload. Li Yi's voice was low and powerful, echoing throughout the empty underground warehouse. The moment Li Yi's voice fell, boom! A colossal beam of light, indescribable by words, suddenly descended from the sky, piercing through thick rock layers, completely enveloping the underground orchard. Immediately after, the cold, imposing, and emotionless high-dimensional Will's announcement, like a heavy hammer, exploded in the minds of all humans across the globe. Global announcement. Congratulations to Dragon Country contestant Li Yi for successfully uploading the Wildlands Tier 3 resource point, Mini Underground Orchard. Triggering the highest level National Fortune System feedback mechanism, 100-fold physical manifestation. Within Dragon Country, the following will materialize: 100,000 first-order red blood fruit trees, 50,000 second-order cleansing plum trees, 10,000 third-order thunder pattern apricot trees. Manifestation countdown, 3, 2, 1. Start. The announcement was like a nuclear bomb, directly triggering an unprecedented frenzy across the globe. In the real world, in the northwest of Dragon Country. This place was once a desolate and silent Gobi desert, where yellow sand filled the sky year-round, and no grass grew, known as the Forbidden Zone of Life. But at this moment, a miracle occurred. Rumble. The earth began to violently tremble, as if a giant prehistoric beast was waking up deep beneath the ground. Then, the cracked surface of the Gobi Desert shattered with a loud crash. Countless green shoots, full of vitality, erupted from the ground at an eye-popping speed. They grew in the wind, and within just a few breaths, they shot up, turning into towering trees over 10 meters tall. Blossoms, fruit, and ripening. In less than 5 minutes, a super spiritual fruit orchard, the size of a medium-sized city, appeared out of thin air on the northwest map of Dragon Country. The red blood fruits hung from the branches like agates, the blue cleansing plum trees emitted a refreshing fragrance, and on the 10,000 thunder pattern apricot trees, faint blue arcs of electricity flickered between the leaves. A rich blend of fruit scents swept across the wind, spreading in all directions, even reaching cities hundreds of kilometers away. The ordinary people, who had been suffering from respiratory diseases due to air pollution, just by inhaling this fruit scent, felt the heaviness in their chest disappear instantly, and their bodies were filled with boundless energy. A miracle, this is a true miracle. The soldiers stationed on the northwest border of Dragon Country. Looking at the vast, shadowy super orchard before them, one by one, they were so shocked that the weapons in their hands dropped to the ground, their eyes filling with hot tears. And inside the highest command center of the Special Administration Bureau of Dragon Country, Bang! Zhang Dingbang slammed his fist onto the alloy desk in front of him, the immense force even creating a dent in the desk's surface.
This director of the Special Administration Bureau, known for his iron-blooded coldness, had his eyes reddened and his chest heaving violently, his entire body trembling with excitement.
Good. What a brilliant man, Li Yi.
Zhang Dingbang stared fiercely at the orchard images sent back by satellite on the big screen, his voice hoarse as he roared, immediately mobilize 3 army groups from the Northwest War Zone, fully armed.
Surround this orchard tightly. Not even a fly is allowed to enter. Director, these fruits.
The confidential secretary beside him swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his voice trembling. These fruits are the cornerstone of Dragon Country's rise. Zhang Dingbang waved his hand, his eyes blazing with unprecedented ambition and dominance. With these 100,000 red blood fruits and 50,000 cleansing fruits, our Dragon Country's army will completely break through the human body's limits. We can mass-produce thousands, even millions of extraordinary soldiers. From today onwards, all gene serums, all exoskeleton armor, it's all trash.
Our Dragon Country is about to truly step into the era of spiritual fruits.
A thunderous cheer erupted throughout the Special Administration Bureau.
All the staff embraced each other tightly, tears of joy streaming down their faces. After so long of being suppressed, Dragon Country was finally going to soar into the sky.
In stark contrast to the nationwide celebration in Dragon Country, overseas nations were immersed in deathly silence and despair.
At this very moment, the major social platforms of the external internet were completely paralyzed.
Countless foreign netizens stared at the vast super orchard in Dragon Country's live broadcast room, watching those crystal-clear, lustrous high-level spiritual fruits, their jealousy so intense that their eyes nearly bled.
Oh God! Tell me this isn't real. 100,000 first-grade fruit trees? 50,000 second-grade? Are they wholesale? Why does Dragon Country's contestant get to inherit such enormous resources? This is unfair. Protest. Dragon Country is cheating.
The high-dimensional will must strip them of their resources and redistribute them to the whole world.
What's most infuriating is that the person who made this earth-shattering achievement isn't even the female-killing god Lin Xingge with the divine weapon, but that second-rate contestant Li Yi. It's like he's shopping for free in a supermarket. Despair, jealousy, anger, powerlessness, all sorts of negative emotions spread wildly in the hearts of foreign netizens. Their prideful technology and gene serums, in the face of Dragon Country's hundredfold manifested cultivation resources, seemed as laughable as primitive fire sticks. At the same time, in the highest strategic meeting room of the White Elephant Country, the atmosphere was suffocating. Dozens of high-ranking officials from White Elephant Country sat around the round table, staring at 2 screens. On the left was Li Yi from Dragon Country, leisurely picking spiritual fruits in the underground orchard, with several mini stone statues respectfully fanning him beside him. On the right was their own contestant from White Elephant Country, the war god Amir. At this moment, Amir stood naked, his body smeared with a stinky, specially made cow dung. He stood in a swamp of mud, dancing a ridiculous dance in front of the live broadcast camera, mumbling incoherently for the blessing of Lord Shiva. The defense minister of White Elephant Country suddenly slammed his water cup onto the ground, the glass shattering into pieces. Bang! Shame! This is a huge disgrace. The defense minister pointed at Amir on the screen, roaring in anger, "Look at what the Dragon Country contestant is doing, then look at what this fool is doing. What is he doing other than smearing cow dung and dancing? What else would you do? Minister, calm down." A senior officer with glasses stood up, his eyes gleaming with greed and cunning. "Actually, through Li Ye's actions this time, we've obtained an extremely important strategic piece of intelligence." The officer pushed his glasses up, pointing to the underground orchard gate frozen on the screen, speaking with certainty. "Don't you all realize? The Dragon Kingdom person named Su Chen, although leaving many valuable relics, the defensive measures of these relics are practically non-existent." As soon as this was said, all the senior officers were stunned. The officer continued his analysis. "Look, when Li Yi pushed open the stone door and went down, he didn't encounter any traps. Those so-called stone guards not only didn't attack him, but even bowed to him. What does this mean?" The officer slammed the table, excitedly shouting, "This means that the relics left by Su Chen are essentially ownerless. As long as we can find the main door, push it open and go in, anyone can take whatever's inside." Exactly. Another senior officer's eyes lit up, immediately agreeing, the resources in the restricted zone belong to all of humanity. Why should only the Dragon Kingdom take them? As long as our White Elephant Kingdom's player finds the other relics Su Chen left first, those 3rd and 4th tier treasures will be ours. Greed had completely clouded the reasoning of these senior officers. They didn't notice at all the extremely faint mechanical voice when Li Yi entered the orchard, scanning for unknown lifeforms. Identity confirmed. They didn't know that the reason the relics left by Su Chen were absolutely safe for Li Yi was because he possessed Su Chen's taught primitive breathing technique. That was a unique identity verification for the Dragon Kingdom.
Without the breathing technique's aura, those seemingly obedient mini stone statues would instantly transform into terrifying killing machines that tear everything apart.
Move immediately.
The Minister of National Defense of the White Elephant Kingdom's eyes sparkled. Without hesitation, he gave the order, at any cost, expend 1,000 national luck points, and send a cross-border message to Amir. Order him to stop that foolish dancing immediately.
Use any means necessary to search for the relics left by Su Chen. As soon as he finds one, he will be the greatest hero of the White Elephant Kingdom.
It wasn't just the White Elephant Kingdom.
At this moment, the Sun Never Sets Kingdom, the Sakura Kingdom, and even the Lighthouse Kingdom, which had just lost its envoy, all the senior officials of these powerful nations who still had the resources, arrived at the same fatal wrong conclusion as the White Elephant Kingdom. They all gritted their teeth and spent precious national luck points to send urgent instructions to their players inside the restricted zone. The content of the instructions was surprisingly consistent: give up hunting magical beasts, and fully focus on searching for Su Chen's relics, seizing fate. A bloodbath, extremely tragic and bloody, targeting foreign players, was quietly brewing within the Barbaric Wilderness Realm. In the Barbaric Wilderness Realm, at the lower reaches of a nameless, rapidly flowing river, the icy, piercing river water slammed against the rocks on the shore, sending up white foam. Paul, like a lifeless floating corpse, was forcefully swept along by the rushing water, landing roughly on a pebble-strewn sandbank. Cough, cough, cough. Ugh.
He struggled to turn over, vomiting large mouthfuls of river water mixed with mud and blood, his chest heaving violently. At this moment, Paul was in a terribly tragic state. His left arm had been broken off at the root, the wound white and curling from being soaked in the river water, exposing his bare white bones. His right hand had been scorched to a crisp, and the slightest movement caused excruciating pain. But he couldn't care about these things. Paul pressed his remaining right elbow hard against the ground, struggling like an oxygen-deprived mudfish, pulling his broken body bit by bit onto the shore. The rough stones cruelly scratched his chest and legs, leaving shocking bloodstains, but he remained completely unaware of them.
Content is blocked. He was solely focused on climbing ashore.
Finally, after climbing up, Paul collapsed onto the muddy shallows, breathing heavily. He looked back in terror at the surging river, then perked up his ears to listen to the silent jungle behind him.
No sound. Ha ha ha, cough. I made it.
Paul's bloodshot eyes bulged violently, a wild joy from surviving disaster suddenly bursting from his gaze. Then, this joy quickly twisted, turning into an extremely malicious and crazy hatred.
Damn Dragon Kingdom people. Damn turtles.
Paul gritted his teeth, his face twisted like a demon crawling out of hell, his nails dug deep into the earth, not even noticing his nails were bleeding as they flipped back. As long as I survive, as long as I can heal, I swear, I will find you. I will crush your bones inch by inch, cut your flesh piece by piece and feed it to the dogs. I will make you howl in agony for 3 days and nights before you die, all on livestream for the whole world to see. Paul howled frantically in his mind, drawing up an extremely cruel plan for revenge. However, before his grim smile fully spread, whoosh! A slight but extremely sharp sound of something slicing through the air suddenly rang above his head. Paul's body hair instantly stood on end, like a wild cat with its tail stepped on. He jerked his head up.
Ahead, on a massive rock about 10 meters away,
a white silhouette, so fast it was blurry, silently descended like a ghost.
Lin Xinga.
Holding the pitch-black Taichu sword hilt, she looked down from above at the collapsed Paul. Despair, like a cold tide, instantly doused the hope Paul had just ignited. You, how could you be so fast? Paul's voice trembled, his pupils violently shaking. But as the strongest soldier the Lighthouse country had spent countless resources to create, Paul knew that begging for mercy in this kind of situation was utterly useless. The Dragon Kingdom people would never let him off, just like he would never show mercy when facing Dragon Kingdom players. Since death was inevitable, then he would fight till the end. A flash of cunning and viciousness passed through Paul's eyes. Without a hint of hesitation, without even a single useless word, he suddenly twisted his waist and abdomen, using the last of his strength. His right leg lashed out like a steel whip toward the ground. Boom! The tip of his foot precisely flicked up a massive river stone weighing several dozen pounds. Accompanied by a sharp sonic boom, the boulder shot out like a cannonball, with terrifying kinetic energy, hurtling toward Lin Xinga's face. This strike could not be called anything but vicious. Even if it didn't kill Lin Xinga, it would immediately block her vision. As long as she tried to block or dodge, Paul could instantly capture her combat habits and flaws, seeking the last chance for a counterattack. However, facing this heavy, powerful sneak attack, Lin Xinga's face remained as cold as ice. She didn't even draw her sword, not even raising a hand. At the moment when the boulder was about to smash into her nose, Lin Xinga's figure just slightly shifted to the left by less than 10 centimeters. Whoosh! The heavy boulder, with violent winds, almost brushed past her hair. Crack! The boulder slammed into a towering tree behind Lin Xinga, directly splitting it in half, wood chips flying. After avoiding this attack,
Lin Xingge didn't rush to counterattack. Her vigilance instantly reached its peak. Even when catching a rabbit, a lion uses all its strength. She knew very well that human players were much more cunning, had more tricks up their sleeves, and could adapt on the spot far better than the beasts in the Forbidden Zone who only knew how to kill by instinct. Though this monster from the lighthouse country was gravely wounded and on the verge of death, who knew what other tricks he might have left? Lin Xingge had no problem with villains dying because of talking too much. She remained silent, her entire aura erupting like a storm, forming an invisible net that tightly locked onto Paul. As long as Paul dared to make any move, he would face a deadly strike of thunderous force. The moment Paul was locked by Lin Xingge's aura, he felt as though he had fallen into an ice cave, his body stiffening. In despair, he realized that this woman from the dragon country not only had terrifying strength but also an absurd level of combat expertise. She didn't follow any predictable pattern, offering him no chance to test or search for weaknesses. Just as Lin Xingge was about to end Paul's life completely. Suddenly, from the dense forest behind, came a heavy and hurried sound of footsteps. Huff! 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 Accompanied by the sound of large bushes being violently crushed. The lava turtle, rushing toward the battlefield following the scent, had finally arrived. At this moment, the turtle was full of fury. Its four thick claws dug deep into the ground, and the shell on its back, marked with crimson-red patterns, emitted an astonishing high heat, warping the air around it. When the small eyes of the turtle, like green beans, locked onto Paul lying on the shallow shore. Roar! The turtle suddenly opened its massive mouth and let out an extremely angry roar. Seeing an enemy made its rage flare even more. The turtle didn't give Paul any chance to breathe or plead for mercy. It pushed down on the ground with its limbs, its neck stretching and contracting with incredible flexibility, and then suddenly shot forward like a spring. A deep, bright, and almost white dark red glow suddenly lit up from deep within its throat. Boom! A dark red magma fireball, compressed to the extreme, shot out of the turtle's mouth, its destructive heat soaring, cutting a deadly arc through the air, heading straight for Paul's face. The speed of this strike was too fast for Paul to react in time. Fuck! Paul was horrified, his eyes almost popping out. Driven by an intense survival instinct, he let out a desperate scream, using his right leg to hook up a huge boulder, half his height, and placed it in front of him as a shield. Boom! A muffled explosion sounded on the shallow shore. The dark red magma fireball collided violently with the massive rock. A chilling sight unfolded. The once indestructible boulder couldn't withstand even a second under the extreme heat. Like butter under the scorching sun, it was instantly melted into a boiling, red-hot magma. Sizzle! Dark red sparks and scalding magma poured down on Paul like a violent rain. Ah! Paul let out a horrific scream, resembling that of a slaughtered pig, not human at all. Half of his body was instantly burned, his skin curled up, and even his white bones could be seen. A nauseating smell of roasted flesh immediately filled the air. Bang! Paul crashed heavily into the mud and water, his whole body twitching uncontrollably. The intense pain felt like countless steel knives slicing through his nerves. Finally, this unbearable pain became the last straw that broke Paul's sanity. The unstable Titan II gene serum in his body, under the extreme weakness and fatal injury, underwent the most thorough and insane backlash. Roar! Roar! Paul collapsed on the ground, his voice no longer resembling a human but a beast-like growl. His eyes instantly became bloodshot, turning bright red, and his pupils lost focus, leaving only pure instincts of slaughter and destruction. Crack, crack, crack. Accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of bones breaking and reshaping. Paul's already mutated body began to swell uncontrollably. His muscles swelled high and high, tearing the skin apart, dark green foul-smelling blood flowing out. Especially the pair of broken gray iron-colored flesh wings behind his back, as if they were forced to grow, twisted, and grew wildly, bone spikes piercing through flesh and blood, becoming hideous and terrifying. His fingernails suddenly grew more than 10 centimeters, like 10 sharp military daggers, deeply embedded into the rock of the ground. A violent, bloodthirsty energy wave filled with the breath of destruction, with Paul as the center, burst out and swept toward all directions. The wild wind howled, sand flew, and stones ran. Even the lava-black turtle that was originally arrogant and overbearing, after feeling this terrifying breath, instinctively shrank its neck back, a trace of fear flashing in its green bean-like eyes. At the same time, in the real world, Lighthouse Country, inside the Oval Office of the White House. The atmosphere, from the dead silence and despair just now, instantly welcomed an extremely crazy earth-shaking reversal. Oh! My God! Did you see it? Did you see it? Dr. Smith stared hard at the battle value monitor wildly jumping on the big screen, so excited that he waved his hands and danced, not even noticing that the gold-rimmed glasses on his face fell to the ground and were stepped on and crushed. He pointed at the terrifying beast roaring on the screen and screamed madly, "Fourth tier peak! His energy wave has reached the 4th tier peak. This is the ultimate potential of the Titan Type 2 gene potion. This is the perfect killing machine.
The president of Lighthouse Country sitting behind the desk also suddenly stood up at this moment. His old face, originally pale as paper because of fear, now flushed red because of extreme excitement, blue veins on his forehead bulging one by one.
Survival from a desperate situation. True survival from a desperate situation.
In the president's eyes, extremely greedy and fanatical hope burned again.
He pressed both hands hard on the desk and roared wildly at the big screen, "Kill! Kill for me! Tear that Dragon Country woman into pieces! As long as you kill her and seize the weapon in her hand, our Lighthouse Country can turn defeat into victory. Snatch all the national fortune of Dragon Country for me."
Inside the entire White House office, a group of politicians in suits cheered like lunatics, as if they had already seen Paul tear Lin Xinga into pieces. They did not care at all whether Paul still had humanity, whether he could still turn back into a human. In their eyes, Paul was only a tool, a weapon used to plunder resources and dominate the world. As long as they could win, even if Paul turned into a complete monster, they would not hesitate to place him on the altar. The view returned again to the barbaric world.
On the shallow beach, Paul, completely beastified, slowly stood up.
His huge body over 3 meters tall stood in the wind like a mountain of flesh. His scarlet eyes stared hard at Lin Xinga standing on the rock, disgusting green saliva flowing from the corner of his mouth.
Roar!
Paul let out a deafening roar, his legs suddenly bursting with force.
Boom!
The ground under his feet instantly collapsed, forming a deep pit several meters in diameter. With this terrifying reaction force, Paul was like a missile fired from the chamber, carrying a suffocating violent pressure, rushing straight toward Lin Xinga to kill. His pair of flesh wings covered with bone spikes suddenly flapped in midair, his speed rising again violently, even pulling out a string of sonic boom clouds in the air. Facing this fourth-tier peak monster rushing in like a mad dog with overwhelming momentum, Lin Xinga stood on the giant rock, the wild wind making her white clothes flap loudly, her long black hair dancing wildly in the wind. On her face, there was not the slightest trace of fear.
Even not a single wave of emotion. Cold, resolute. The next second,
Lin Xinga's eyes turned sharp, killing intent overflowing everywhere. Her right hand, extremely steady, held the pitch-black hilt of the Taichu sword at her waist.
Zheng!
Along with an extremely clear sword cry, as if it could pierce through the soul,
Lin Xinga suddenly drew Taichu. Clang!
A sharp, piercing sword cry rang out, as if it could penetrate the soul, suddenly exploding across the windswept shoal.
Facing the monstrous Paul, charging like a mad heavy tank, Lin Xinga's eyes showed no fluctuation whatsoever.
Her right hand, steady as ever, drew the pitch-black Taichu sword hilt. There was no visible blade, only the bare hilt of the sword. However, the moment Lin Xinga drew the sword from its sheath, boom! An indescribable, terrifying pressure exploded from the hilt of the sword in her hand. Just moments ago, contestant Li Yi had manifested 160,000 high-tier spirit fruit trees for the Dragon Kingdom. Naturally, the national luck of the Dragon Kingdom had been boosted. And as the national luck artifact, the Taichu sword's power was closely tied to the national fortune. At this moment, the originally formless sword body, in Lin Xinga's hands, was frantically drawing upon the vast national luck crossing realms from the unseen. Buzz buzz buzz. Accompanied by intense spatial tremors, a dazzling, several-meter-long golden sword chi, so brilliant it was impossible to look at directly, exploded into shape. This golden sword chi shot straight into the sky, radiating immense heavenly might, as if it were about to tear apart the oppressive rainforest canopy. The violent sword chi storm, centered around Lin Xinga, swept out in all directions, crushing the pebbles on the ground into dust. In midair, Paul, who had completely lost his sanity and was left with nothing but the instinct to kill, flashed an extreme and human-like fear in his bloodshot eyes the moment the golden sword chi took shape. His fourth-tier beast instinct was desperately warning him, it's death. Touch it and die. Even his soul would be completely shattered. Paul's bone-spiked wings flapped desperately, trying to twist his massive body in midair to escape this death zone. His proud gray iron defense scales stood upright, pushing his defenses to their limit. But it was too late. Lin Xinga, in snow-white robes, stood proudly atop a massive rock. She gripped the Taichu sword hilt with both hands, her cold, serene eyes reflecting Paul's ugly, terrified face. No extra words, no flashy movements. She simply raised the dazzling golden sword chi, and with a simple, decisive swing, struck at Paul in midair. Slash! Her voice rang out clearly, like the final judgment of a god descending from the heavens. Shwa! A golden crescent-shaped swordlight, carrying the terrifying force of crushing and destroying everything, sliced through the air. An overwhelming visual crush. Before this sword chi, infused with the vast national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom, Paul's gray iron defense was like a soft butter left in the scorching sun, offering no resistance whatsoever. Sizzle! No blood splattered, no screams of agony. For the moment the golden sword chi touched him, Paul's massive, meat mountain-like body was directly vaporized by the terrifying high-dimensional energy. The sword light didn't lose momentum, slicing through Paul instantly like cutting tofu, then cleaving through dozens of towering ancient trees behind him that required 3 people to embrace.
Boom boom boom.
The sword light finally slammed into the roaring unknown river. The entire river, under this single strike, was forcibly split in half. The water surged back, creating giant waves tens of meters high, exposing the riverbed with a deep, bottomless scar, its edges glowing with dark golden light. One strike cleared the battlefield.
The entire shoal fell into a deathly silence in an instant.
Only the sound of the rushing river water could be heard, thundering loudly. Where Paul had been, there was now only the faint smell of burnt flesh lingering in the air. His whole body, under the strangling kill of the Nation Fate sword energy, did not leave even a pinch of ash, and completely evaporated from the barbaric wild realm.
Who?
Lin Xingge put away the Taichu sword, and the golden sword energy that was originally several zhang long instantly scattered into nothing. Her figure swayed slightly, her face turned a little paler, and she felt a wave of slight weakness.
But immediately after, a trace of surprise flashed in Lin Xingge's eyes.
The backlash has become weaker, she murmured in a low voice. Last time, after she forcibly urged the Taichu sword to kill the magic beast, she was almost exhausted for more than half an hour. But this time, although the sword energy she swung out was much larger than last time, because the Dragon Nation's national fate surged wildly, the draining effect of the Taichu sword on her body greatly decreased. With this one sword swung out, she actually still kept more than half of her fighting power.
Just when Lin Xingge was silently adjusting her breath,
from the bushes at the back came a rustling sound. That huge lava-black tortoise stepped with 4 thick and short legs, huffing and puffing as it crawled to the side of that scorched black sword mark. The black tortoise stretched out that head covered with crimson patterns, its mung bean-like small eyes glanced into the bottomless sword mark, and then raised its head to look at the direction where Paul had disappeared without even ash left.
Immediately after, this high-level magic beast actually shook its head in an extremely human-like way.
On that turtle face that looked as if it had been randomly gouged out of stone, carrying a bit of funny look, at this moment vividly appeared a trace of extremely contemptuous mockery.
Its small eyes seemed to be saying, "Who did you have to provoke? You just had to provoke the big boss behind me? Now it's good, right?
You didn't even get a whole corpse, even your bone ash was scattered for you." The black tortoise snorted extremely disdainfully toward the place where Paul disappeared, spitting out a small cluster of sparks, then turned its head and let out a low growl at Lin Xingge in a fawning way, that flattering looked just like a little fan who saw a peerless fierce person. This scene, through the live broadcast camera, spread clearly to the whole world. In the Dragon Nation live room, after a short deathly silence, the bullet comments completely boiled like a volcanic eruption.
Damn damn damn.
This one sword.
Who the hell can tell me what is going on with this one sword? Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter, look at that turtle's expression. What a damn mocking face. Is it despising Paul for not even being able to take one sword?
Paul, I think I can still be saved.
Lin God, no, you are not even worthy to leave Ash. So damn satisfying.
After holding this bad anger for so long, today we finally let it out.
What bullshit 4th rank peak monster, in front of our Nation Fate sword, it is just a joke.
At this moment, the audiences of overseas countries were all like ducks whose necks were pinched, unable to utter even half a word. Especially the netizens of the Lighthouse Nation, looking at that bottomless sword mark on the screen and the empty shallow beach, their brains were blank. Their most proud strongest single soldier, Paul, injected with the most advanced gene potion.
Just like this gone? Did not even have time to say a last word?
Chapter 107 Respect personal fate, put down the complex of helping people. Just when the whole world fell into extreme shock and deathly silence.
Dawn.
A cold, vast, emotionless mechanical voice, like a dull funeral bell, exploded at the same time in the minds of all humans around the globe.
Global announcement. Lighthouse Nation contestant Paul, vital signs disappeared, confirmed dead. Because the Lighthouse Nation contestant died inside the Forbidden Zone, the Lighthouse Nation will face severe punishment of national fate.
This emotionless announcement sound, like the judgment of the god of death, made the hearts of all Lighthouse Nation people suddenly stop beating. Immediately after, that vast voice continued to broadcast, every single word turning into extremely cruel and real punishment.
Punishment takes effect.
1. All citizens of the Lighthouse Nation, lifespan forcibly deducted 3 years. 2. Within the territory of the Lighthouse Nation, fresh water resources permanently reduced by 20%.
3. Within the territory of the Lighthouse Nation,
3 large cities are about to erupt in a small beast tide.
Countdown, 10, 9, 8. No. God. This is impossible. In the official livestream of the Lighthouse Nation, after an intense silence, an overwhelming wave of wailing, despair, and extremely vicious curses erupted. The bullet comments completely lost control. My hair. Why did all my hair turn white? I'm only 25. Bastard. That useless Paul. Why did he mess with that Dragon Kingdom woman?
He brought this on himself, but why drag us down with him?
Freshwater is down by 20%. Oh my god, my farm is ruined. Water prices are going to skyrocket. Beast tide. Run. A first-tier magic wolf has appeared in the streets of New York. It's attacking pedestrians. Help! Where are the police? In the real world, in the Lighthouse Nation. The apocalyptic scene was playing out crazily on this land that once prided itself as the world's lighthouse. The punishment of forcibly deducting 3 years of lifespan directly affected the genetic level. On the streets, countless young people who were once full of energy visibly became haggard. And those who were already struggling to survive, relying on expensive medical equipment to hold on to life, rich tycoons and elderly politicians immediately passed away in their hospital beds the moment their 3 years of lifespan were taken away. Then, across the country, lakes, reservoirs, and rivers saw water levels rapidly drop at a strangely fast rate, with 20% of the freshwater evaporating into thin air. And the most terrifying thing was the beast tide that followed. New York, Los Angeles, Chicago. The 3 most prosperous super cities of the Lighthouse Nation saw cracks appear in the city centers. Thousands of first-tier and second-tier magical beasts surged out from the cracks like a tide. Magic wolves the size of cows and mutated wild boars covered in bone spikes, with bloodshot eyes, rushed onto the streets and began a frenzy of slaughter against the panicked crowd. Gunshots, explosions, screams, and sirens immediately blended together into a symphony from hell. Panic completely ignited the long-suppressed anger and madness in the hearts of the people of the Lighthouse Nation. It's the government's fault. They had to inject Paul with that damn potion. Down with the incompetent politicians. We need food. We need water. Riot broke out, inevitably. Hundreds of thousands of rioters, armed with guns, Molotov cocktails, and baseball bats, charged at government buildings like a zombie siege. The black mass of protesters completely broke through the National Guard's defense lines. Flames rose to the sky, lighting up the entire night as if it were daylight. The dense gunfire sounded like popping beans, non-stop. Bang! 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 Heavy banging sounds came from the front door of the White House, the bulletproof gate symbolizing supreme power, shaking violently in front of the angry crowd. In the Oval Office. The president of the Lighthouse Nation was like a soft-bodied creature with its spine removed, slumped disgracefully on the expensive carpet. His once rosy old face was now as pale as paper, covered in deep wrinkles. The forced deduction of 3 years of lifespan made him look as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. It's over. It's all over. The president stared blankly at the ceiling, nervously muttering to himself. Just minutes ago, he had stood here, fervently watching Paul mutate, fantasizing that Paul would tear apart Lin Shinga and steal the luck of the Dragon Kingdom. But just minutes later, that dream was ruthlessly shattered by the brilliant golden sword energy, turning into an abyss that could never be escaped. He suddenly turned his head, wanting to find Dr. Smith, who had sworn that Paul would be invincible. But in the empty office, there was no sign of Smith. That cunning chief scientist, upon seeing Lin Shinga draw her sword and Paul being killed in an instant, had already realized the situation was lost, and he had scrambled through a secret passage to escape the White House. Fraudsters, all of them are fraudsters. The president screamed in despair. Boom! A loud bang echoed as the White House's bulletproof gate was finally smashed open by the mob with a truck. The deafening screams and furious roars, like a tsunami, surged into the hallway symbolizing power, rapidly approaching the Oval Office. Hearing the chaotic footsteps growing closer outside, the president closed his eyes in despair, waiting for the fate of being torn apart by the mob, drowning in endless regret and fear. Compared to the hell on earth that was the Lighthouse Country, Dragon Country's online world had turned into a sea of joy. The extreme contrast sent Dragon Country netizens' excitement through the roof. Major forums, social media platforms, and livestream comments were flooded with ridicule and celebration. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Remember when that envoy from the Lighthouse Country came to talk about a win-win with our special administration? Now look. Paul is dead, Lighthouse Country is getting punished with lifespan reductions in beast swarms, and Dragon Country wins twice. This is what true win-win looks like. What about those foreign dogs who were shouting online that Paul was going to tear apart Lin Shin? Why aren't they yelling anymore? Did their throats go hoarse? Or are they too busy hiding from the magical wolves? Feels great. This is the outcome of opposing our Dragon Country. And in the midst of this celebration, the most eye-catching were the sheepdogs who once spent large sums and bent over backwards to illegally immigrate to the Lighthouse Country. These people, when in Dragon Country, would always mock their homeland online, belittle it, and praise how sweet the air in the Lighthouse Country was. But now, with the Lighthouse Country facing national punishment, these people, who couldn't even manage to get green cards, hadn't received any benefits from the Lighthouse Country. Instead, they, along with the entire population of the Lighthouse Country, had their lifespans reduced by 3 years by a high-dimensional will. Not only that, but due to severe riots and resource shortages in the Lighthouse Country, enraged mobs began to crazily attack foreigners.
These powerless refugees instantly became the best targets for the mob to vent their anger. At this moment, on a social media platform in Dragon Country, a video was being shared widely. In the video, a well-known public intellectual who had once boasted online about successfully immigrating to the lighthouse country was now hiding in a dark basement. His face was covered in blood, his nose and face swollen, and the sound of mobs smashing doors and firing guns echoed off the wall behind him. "Help! Motherland, please save me!" The public intellectual cried, his voice shaking. "There are madmen outside. They've taken my water and food, and they want to kill me. I was wrong, I really know I was wrong. Please, send a plane to bring me back. I am a Dragon Country citizen." However, despite this tearful plea, the netizens of Dragon Country had no sympathy. The comment section was filled with perfectly synchronized, heart-wrenching ridicule. "Oh, isn't this the noble permanent resident of the lighthouse country? How come, after a few days, you're in such a bad state? Stop trying to get sympathy. Didn't you cut up your passport when you left? Now you're a noble stateless person. Bring you back? Do you even deserve that? Our Dragon Country's spiritual fruit trees are just planted, but you won't be a part of it." And the comment with the most likes, just 12 words, took the ridicule to its peak. "Respect personal fate, let go of the urge to help others." These 12 words were like loud slaps to the face of every sycophant of the West. Chapter 108, Countries Bow Before Us? The aftermath of the lighthouse country's punishment was like a 12-level apocalyptic hurricane, spreading wildly across the globe with an incredibly violent and unreasonable momentum. As the lighthouse country fell into a dire water shortage, losing 20% of its water resources. And in the swamp of terror that erupted from the three major super cities, the international order that was once led by the lighthouse nation collapsed completely within just a few hours. The international oil market, fresh water resource market, and the high-end medical supplies market all suddenly faced an unprecedented avalanche. The small countries that once followed behind the lighthouse nation, cheering them on and gladly serving as pawns, as well as those self-proclaimed noble and neutral countries that claimed not to help either side, were now all scared out of their wits. Even the former hegemon of Blue Star, the lighthouse nation, was instantly turned into a hell on earth under the punishment of the high-dimensional will. How could these small territories defend themselves against the backlash of the national fortune's forbidden zone? There is only one way out. That is to cling tightly to the only leg of the Dragon Country, which is crazily stocking up in the Forbidden Zone and where the national fortune is booming like fire and oil. And the hotline of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Country was completely overwhelmed at this moment. The phone lines were even getting a little hot due to the high-frequency signal transmission. Outside the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the ambassadors from various countries who usually looked down on others and held themselves high, were now not even sitting in their special cars. Like grannies fighting for discounted eggs in a market, they were squeezing together in their suits, lining up all night to submit national letters. "Let us in. I want to see the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Country. We are willing to unconditionally open 3 deepwater ports, just hoping the Dragon Country can give us 100 washing merrily trees." One diplomat, whose glasses had fallen off due to the crowding, was holding onto the iron gate and crying out with all his might. "Get out of the way. What are you, Sakura Nation?" A diplomat from the Sun Never Sets Nation kicked him away, shouting at the gatekeeper with a face full of flattery, "We, the Sun Never Sets Nation, are willing to transfer the permanent mining rights of 2 large gold mines in Africa. We just want the Dragon Country to protect us and give us a few blood-red fruits. Just a few. We are willing to cede core rare earth mineral rights." Crazy. Completely crazy. In order to get a share of the 160,000 spiritual fruit trees, these countries had completely torn off all their disguises, even discarding their national dignity. Meanwhile, inside the highest command center of the Dragon Country's Special Administration Bureau, the confidential secretary, holding a stack of urgent telegrams half a meter high, was sweating profusely as he rushed into the director's office. "Director! It's crazy. The outside is all crazy." The secretary's voice was trembling with excitement. "As of now, 73 countries have sent us the highest level alliance requests. The conditions they offer are more outrageous than the last." Zhang Dingbang sat behind a large desk, slowly sipping tea brewed with water from the northwest spiritual spring, leisurely blowing away the steam. He cast a cold glance at the pile of urgent telegrams, and the corners of his mouth curled into an extremely disdainful and domineering sneer. "Now you're scared? What the hell were you doing before?" Zhang Dingbang slammed the teacup onto the table with a crisp sound, his eyes flashing with iron-blooded decisiveness. "When the Lighthouse Nation united with others to sanction us, weren't these bastards shouting loudly? Did they really think we, the Dragon Country, are a garbage bin that they can trample on and hug their legs whenever they want? Director, does that mean?" The secretary swallowed nervously and asked cautiously. "Issue my orders." Zhang Dingbang waved his hand, his voice like a bell, echoing throughout the office. "All foreign alliance requests and urgent aid telegrams will be given the cold treatment.
Close the door of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs tightly, not a single fly should be allowed in.
Let them wait for 3 days. Let them wake up in fear and despair, and realize who really has the final say on Blue Star now.
Yes.
The secretary straightened his back, his face flushed as he turned and ran to deliver the order.
It was satisfying. So damn satisfying.
The secretary never imagined that he could work so happily in his life.
At the same time, in the wildlands, at the edge of the toxic swamp,
the air was filled with a nauseating rotten stench and deadly green poison mist. In the rotting mud pool, huge bubbles occasionally rose, bursting with a sharp sulfuric smell. The second player from the White Elephant Kingdom, known as the war god of the White Elephant Kingdom, Amir, was standing naked under a withered tree. His body was covered in a special cow dung that emitted a foul odor, and he was preparing to continue his strange Shiva god prayer dance in front of the live broadcast camera. Suddenly, there was a soft buzzing sound.
In Amir's mind, an extremely stiff high-level command, translated by a higher dimensional will, suddenly rang out.
The higher-ups of the White Elephant Kingdom have spent 1,000 national luck points to send you a cross-world message.
Command content: Amir, immediately stop dancing. Stop hunting magical beasts. At all costs, search for the ruins left by the Dragon Kingdom player Su Chen.
Once you find the ruins and open the door, the high-level resources inside will belong to the White Elephant Kingdom.
You will become the greatest hero of the White Elephant Kingdom.
Upon hearing this command, Amir was stunned for a moment, but then an extremely fanatical and greedy light suddenly erupted from his deep-set eyes.
Su Chen? A Dragon Kingdom person?
Amir's mouth twitched as he showed an extremely ridiculous and disdainful smile. Although he didn't understand Chinese and had no idea what the characters left by Su Chen looked like. But he displayed an unprecedented fanaticism for the part of the command that said, "Open the door and walk in, the resources inside are ours, a task of easy gain, simply picking up the loot."
Ha ha ha. I knew it, the great Shiva god hasn't abandoned me.
Amir trembled with excitement, clasped his hands together, and bowed 3 times to the sky in deep reverence.
What ruins left by Dragon Kingdom people? Those are treasures nurtured by nature itself. It is a gift specially prepared by the Shiva god for me, Amir. If the Dragon Kingdom people can take it, why can't I, Amir, take it? With this thought, Amir quickly formed a unique self-strategy in his mind. He looked around at the toxic swamp, filled with danger, where roars from high-level magical beasts could be heard from time to time, and his eyes spun quickly. Since the higher-ups asked him to search for the ruins, he must not disturb the terrifying creatures in the swamp. Great patience will bring ultimate victory. Amir took a deep breath, and then did something that shocked the entire global audience. He stopped the ridiculous dance, then plopped down, and with a thud, he threw himself straight into the foul-smelling black mud pool. Immediately after, Amir began using his hands and feet, smearing the surrounding rotting mud, mixed with decaying leaves and unknown animal corpses, all over his body. When he had completely transformed into a moving pile of rotting mud, emitting a dreadful stench, he grinned and showed his big white teeth. Perfect. Now no magical beast will be able to find me. Then, Amir raised his buttocks, supported himself with his elbows, and began to crawl forward in the mud like a giant maggot, with his legs kicking like a frog. The sight of Amir crawling in the swamp, covered in cow dung and mud, spread across the globe in an instant through the high-definition live broadcast. In the Dragon Kingdom live chat room, the viewers, who had been celebrating, saw this scene and immediately spit out their food, and the barrage was instantly flooded with question marks and ridicule. What the hell? What the hell did I just see? My eyes are blind. What's this guy doing? Crawling? What the hell is crawling? This is clearly a dung beetle pushing a dung ball. Eye burning. It's so eye burning. This is the war god of the White Elephant Kingdom? I can even smell it through the screen. Ha ha ha, it's killing me. The players from other countries are fighting for their lives, but this guy is like a breath of fresh air in the forbidden zone of the national luck. Is he trying to be funny with his life? However, in stark contrast to the wild mockery of the Dragon Kingdom audience, was the suffocating blind fanaticism within the White Elephant Kingdom. In the official media's live broadcast room of White Elephant Kingdom, several so-called tactical experts were spitting with excitement, making utterly ridiculous interpretations of Amir's crawling footage. Citizens, please watch. This is the patient tactic of our Amir, the war god. One of the experts, wearing a headscarf, slammed the table in excitement and shouted, "He has perfectly merged himself with nature." This not only requires a high tactical literacy but also an indomitable will that ordinary people can't even fathom. The Dragon Kingdom players are just relying on their weapons to kill recklessly, while our Amir is conquering the forbidden zone with wisdom. The netizens of White Elephant Kingdom were like brainwashed, crazily spamming the screen in the bullet comments. Amir the war god is invincible. This is the true master of stealth. What do the Dragon Kingdom people know? Once our war god finds the relic left by that Su Chen and takes all the treasures inside, our White Elephant Kingdom will instantly surpass Dragon Kingdom and become #1 in the world. Yes. The luck of Dragon Kingdom has run out. The era of White Elephant Kingdom is about to come. In this utterly absurd and comical atmosphere, Amir crawled in the mud for hours. His elbows were cut by sharp stones underwater, countless wounds soaked in poisonous water, turning white and curling up, causing him to gasp in pain. But his heart, blinded by greed, made him grit his teeth and endure. Suddenly, the dense poisonous vines ahead seemed to become a little sparse. Like an oxygen-starved loach, Amir struggled to lift his head out of a water pit, pushing aside a patch of poisonous vines, half his height, covered with backward-thrusting thorns. The next second, his eyes widened in shock, his breath momentarily stopped. Suddenly, the view before him opened up. Deep in the poisonous swamp, there was an incredibly steep and towering black mountain wall. At the bottom of the mountain wall, a gigantic pitch-black cave stood tall, at least several meters high. Around the cave entrance, not a single blade of grass could be seen, so clean it was eerie. What made Amir's heart race was that on both sides of the cave entrance, there were several massive rocks severely weathered. Relic! It's really a relic! Amir excitedly jumped out of the mud, rolling and crawling toward the cave, his face covered in mud, twisted in pure joy. Ha ha ha! I found it! I, Amir, have found the Dragon Kingdom's treasure. He stared intensely at the pitch-black cave, as if inside it lay the supreme elixirs and invincible martial arts that could make him immortal and revered. Once I push the door open and step inside, everything in there will be mine. White Elephant Kingdom will dominate the world under my leadership. Amir laughed wildly, without hesitation, taking big strides, stepping over the weathered rocks that gave off a dangerous aura, swaggering deeper into the cave. Boom! When the image of Amir swaggering toward the pitch-black cave was broadcast, the official live broadcast room of White Elephant Kingdom immediately erupted into an unprecedented frenzy. Countless netizens from White Elephant Kingdom, as if injected with several liters of adrenaline, fell into an extreme collective climax. They didn't just celebrate in their own live broadcast rooms, they also organized millions of Water Army members to scale the firewall and flood into the Dragon Kingdom's live room, starting a wild, arrogant barrage attack. Did you see that? Dragon Kingdom's sick men. This is the power of our White Elephant Kingdom's war god. Get ready to face our crushing defeat. Your Su Chen is nothing more than working for the great war god Amir. As long as we get the divine artifact inside the ruins, our White Elephant Nation can instantly kill your Linchinga. The number one powerful nation on Blue Star belongs to White Elephant Nation. The screen full of bullet comments, carrying extremely vicious mockery and mysterious confidence, instantly drowned the screen of the Dragon Nation live broadcast room. Facing this sudden slap-in-the-face attack, the Dragon Nation audience looked at the deep and strange cave on the screen. Although they had absolute confidence in Su Chen in their hearts, they still felt their hearts drop for a moment. Damn, no way? Could it be that this Asan really got lucky like a blind cat hitting a dead rat, and cut off the resource point left by Big Boss Su Chen? This cave really does not look ordinary. There is not even a single weed, and there are so many weathered huge rocks around. No matter how you look at it, it looks like the entrance of a hidden dungeon. Damn it, if this guy covered in cow dung really gets the relic left by Big Boss Su Chen, I will feel so sick that I cannot eat for 3 days. The Dragon Nation netizens gritted their teeth, staring at the screen, their palms full of cold sweat. Chapter 110: The food delivered to the door? At this time, inside the wild world, Amir had no idea about the noise outside. His mind was filled only with divine artifacts, treasures, and ruling the world. Great Lord Shiva, your guidance is indeed absolutely correct. Amir was so excited that his whole body trembled. He crawled and rolled as he stood up from the rotten mud pit. He did not even bother to wipe off the poisonous mud and cow dung on his body. Just like that, without any guard, strutting boldly, he rushed into that pitch-black cave. As soon as he entered the cave, an extremely strong, choking fishy stench rushed straight at his face. But Amir not only did not feel fear, he instead took a deep breath, and an extremely intoxicated expression appeared on his face. This must be the spiritual energy released by an ancient divine medicine sealed for too long. That is right, the more top-level the treasure is, the more it comes into the world together with strange phenomena. Amir's brain circuit had completely finished self-hypnosis. He widened those deeply sunken eye sockets, using the faint light coming in from the cave entrance, and searched everywhere deep inside the cave. On the wall of the cave hung some sticky white silk-like threads. Amir casually pulled a handful, muttering with a face full of fanatic heat, this must be the companion object of some high-level spiritual energy crystal. I am getting rich. All of it is mine. At this moment. Bang! Amir's toe suddenly kicked a hard object, almost making him fall flat on his face like a dog eating shit. He cursed as he lowered his head and brushed away the floating dirt on the ground. The next second, his eyes suddenly widened into perfect circles. Under the dim light, a huge beast bone, more than half a man tall, pale white with faint weak dark green glow, shockingly appeared before his eyes. Hiss! Amir sucked in a cold breath, his heart beating wildly like war drums.
Without any hesitation, he pounced forward and tightly hugged that huge beast bone that gave off a fishy smell, as if he were hugging a peerless beauty.
Bone. A glowing bone.
Amir was so excited that tears almost fell. He directly faced the live broadcast camera floating in midair, held the beast bone high, waving his hands and feet as he shouted crazily.
People of White Elephant Nation. Did you see it?
Lord Shiva has shown his divine power.
This is the remains of a high-level magical beast. It is the bone of the legendary divine dragon.
This is peerless material for refining weapons. As long as we bring this divine bone back, our White Elephant Nation can forge a national destiny divine artifact even stronger than Dragon Nation's Taichu sword.
White Elephant Nation is going to rise. Ha ha ha. Amir's insane laughter echoed continuously inside the empty cave.
At the same time, inside the highest strategic meeting room of White Elephant Nation,
the atmosphere had already reached its peak. Bang!
With a crisp explosive sound, the defense minister of White Elephant Nation, his face red with excitement, directly opened a bottle of top-level champagne that had been treasured for 30 years. Golden liquid sprayed onto the expensive carpet, but he didn't care at all.
Everyone! Cheers!
The Minister of Defense raised his glass high and shouted loudly at the dozens of high-ranking officials in the conference room, all of whom had faces full of wild joy. Amir did not disappoint us.
He found Su Chen's relics.
He obtained the peerless divine bone.
Fantastic!
Immediately contact the Academy of Sciences and get them ready for the highest level reception ceremony. A senior officer excitedly waved his hands. This divine bone, we will use it to create the national treasure of the White Elephant Nation. We will make the dragon country tremble and kneel at our feet.
Exactly.
Announce to the world immediately that the White Elephant Nation has officially taken over the hegemony of Blue Star. The entire conference room erupted in celebration, with dozens of high-ranking officials joyously clinking their glasses, as if they could already see the glorious scene of the White Elephant Nation uniting the world.
However,
at the very peak of Amir kissing the bone madly, and the White Elephant Nation celebrating in full force. In the wildlands, at the deepest part of the pitch-black cave. In that dead, silent shadow, where not even light could penetrate, a faint rustling sound suddenly echoed.
Then,
swish! Two massive, scarlet, cold, bloodthirsty, and filled with extreme violence and killing intent compound eyes suddenly lit up in the darkness without warning.
The temperature in the air dropped to freezing point in an instant.
A terrifying oppressive force, belonging to a high-level predator, surged like a tangible wave, locking Amir, who was still laughing wildly, in place.
At that moment, boom!
A cold, grand, emotionless, high-dimensional will notification suddenly exploded in the minds of all humans around the world.
Global announcement. Warning! A peak second-tier beast, the bloodthirsty poison spider, has been detected. As soon as the announcement was made, the world fell into dead silence. The grand voice did not stop for a moment, adding cruelly and with black humor. Detected the item held by the White Elephant Nation contestant.
Confirmed as the discarded remains of a first-tier beast, the long-haired boar, after its blood and flesh were drained.
Silence. A deathly silence.
Whether it was the White Elephant Nation's netizens, who were frantically jumping with joy, or the tense Dragon Country audience, all were frozen in place at this moment.
In the cave,
Amir's ecstatic smile instantly froze and stiffened, as if he had put on a ridiculous clown mask.
He blankly lowered his head, staring at the bone in his arms, the one he had kissed over and over, thinking it was the peerless divine bone. Discarded remains? So, what he had been kissing and holding just now was a pig's bone, left over after being eaten by the giant spider, covered in saliva? Hiss! Before Amir's brain could fully process this absurdity,
the owner of the two scarlet compound eyes let out an eerie and bone-chilling shriek.
Boom!
A massive spider, as large as a heavy-duty truck and covered in black poisonous fur, suddenly leapt out from the darkness. Its 8 sharp front limbs, like spears, violently shattered the rocks in its path, and venomous green liquid dripped from its sharp mandibles, corroding the ground with a sizzling sound.
Second-tier peak beast, bloodthirsty poison spider. Aha!
Amir was terrified, his soul flying out of his body in an instant. He let out a shrill, pitiful scream, like a castrated rooster, and with a wild swing of his hands, he hurled the peerless divine bone to the ground like a hot potato.
Run! Run!
In the extreme fear of death, Amir unleashed unprecedented potential. He quickly turned, rolling and scrambling, using his hands and feet to rush madly towards the cave entrance. Hiss! The bloodthirsty poison spider, completely enraged by this intruder who was messing with its trash, charged after him without mercy. Its 8 legs surged with power, like a tank speeding after Amir, relentlessly pursuing him.
Chapter 111, A Shameful Defeat. Help! Shiva, save me! Mom!
Amir cried, his nose running and tears streaming down his face, rolling and crawling out of the cave entrance, diving headfirst into the foul-smelling, rotten mud swamp. At this moment, his speed even broke the human 100-meter sprint record. His legs spun like wheels of fire, wildly thrashing in the mud, with mud and cow dung flying everywhere. The scene was so shocking it could burn your eyes. Whoosh! A sickly green poison darted past his head, instantly corroding a nearby dead tree into a puddle of black water.
Ah! Don't eat me! My flesh is rotten!
Amir's desperate running figure, accompanied by his earth-shattering scream, was clearly broadcasted in high-definition livestream, displayed for billions of viewers worldwide. After a brief moment of silence in the Dragon Country livestream, the barrage of comments exploded like a volcanic eruption. The screen was filled with countless ha-ha-ha and WTF.
Ha-ha-ha-ha.
This is killing me. What the hell is that?
A bone that's been sucked dry. A pig's bone.
Where are those white elephant country dogs who were jumping around earlier?
Come out and bark.
Your war god just got the legendary artifact.
A pig's bone, covered in spider saliva. Go worship it now. I can't even stop laughing. Kissing a pig's bone, what is this guy even thinking? This is what you used to steal Su Chen's legacy.
If Su Chen knew that such trash was searching for his relics, he'd probably come back and give him 2 slaps across the face.
The entire Dragon Country network was filled with joyous energy.
The sense of satisfaction from such extreme humiliation made every Dragon Country viewer feel better, even more refreshing than drinking iced cola on a hot summer day. In the White Elephant Country's official livestream, the previously overflowing barrage of fervent comments suddenly vanished. All the White Elephant Country netizens were like they had been collectively poisoned, unable to type a single word.
Shame. An utter humiliation.
In the White Elephant Country's highest strategic meeting room.
Plop.
The half-full bottle of top-tier champagne in the defense minister's hand fell helplessly to the floor, shattering into pieces. The wine flowed over the precious carpet, appearing so ironic. The defense minister slumped in his chair like a pile of rotten mud, his face alternating between blue and white, his chest heaving violently.
Pig bone.
He stared fixedly at the screen, where Amir, naked with cow dung all over him, was being chased by a spider, screaming for his mom. He felt a rush of hot blood to his head.
Put.
A high-ranking staff member who had been fervently praising Amir earlier, unable to bear the extreme contrast and humiliation, spurted a mouthful of blood and fainted, his eyes rolling back. The senior officials in the entire meeting room turned ashen. White Elephant Country had, at this moment, become the greatest joke in all of Blue Star. Hiss. Inside the pitch-black, deep cave, a spine-chilling screech echoed like the sound of death's calling, blasting through Amir's eardrums. A foul-smelling wind rushed at him from behind, and the massive bloodthirsty poison spider, as big as a heavy truck, rampaged through the narrow cave. Its 8 thick legs, covered with black toxic hairs, struck with such force that it seemed like the walls of the cave were splitting apart, the rocks cutting like tofu. Help! Shiva, save me! Amir was using every bit of strength left in him. He was crawling desperately, using his hands and feet like a frightened hairless wild dog, scrambling across the rocky ground. The arrogance and enthusiasm from earlier, when he was kissing the pig bone, had now been completely replaced by a deep, primal fear of death. His nose and tears smeared across his face, mixing with the still wet cow dung on his body, creating an indescribable, revolting stench.
Put.
The bloodthirsty venomous spider's sharp mandibles suddenly snapped open, and a horrible green venom sprayed out like a high-pressure water gun. The venom passed over Amir's head, smashing violently into a huge rock 2 meters ahead of him. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle.
The nauseating sound of corrosion immediately echoed.
That hard rock, about half a person tall, began to melt rapidly the moment it made contact with the venom, like an ice cream under the scorching sun, turning into a puddle of black toxic water emitting a pungent yellow smoke.
Ah!
A few scattered droplets of venom inevitably splashed onto Amir's bare back.
SSSHH.
The smell of burning flesh filled the air as his skin was instantly burned through.
The intense searing pain and agony made Amir scream in the most miserable, pig-like way.
He felt as though a hot iron was pressed hard against his back, even his bones aching with the burn. At this moment, in the official live stream of the White Elephant Kingdom, there was a deathly silence, as if in a graveyard. Millions of viewers from the White Elephant Kingdom had their hearts in their throats. They stared at the battle god on the screen, who was being chased by the venomous spider, his back a bloody mess, their minds completely blank. The barrage of comments had come to a complete stop. Even the most stubborn keyboard warriors in the White Elephant Kingdom, those who loved to twist the truth, could not utter a single word as they watched the terrifying venom that could instantly melt rock. Fear, like an invisible giant hand, tightly gripped the neck of every person in the White Elephant Kingdom. Swish! Swish! The venomous spider clearly did not want to let this intruder slip away. It suddenly accelerated, its 2 sharp forelegs, like black spears, made a loud whooshing sound as they stabbed down hard, aiming straight for Amir's head. Bang! Bang! Rocks exploded, and sparks flew everywhere. Though the sharp forelegs didn't directly pierce Amir's body, the terrifying gust of wind and the passing sharp edge still left 2 deep gashes on Amir's arms and thighs, revealing bone. Blood gushed out, staining the earth red.
I'm going to die. I'm really going to die. Amir's mentality completely broke down.
But driven by an extreme will to survive, he finally saw a faint light through the darkness ahead, a sign of life. It was a smaller hole. Amir let out a beast-like roar. He kicked with his legs and shot forward like a cannonball, aiming at the relatively narrow gap of the hole, closing his eyes and charging through.
Thud. A muffled sound.
Amir flew through the air in a very messy arc and slammed into the black, foul-smelling mud swamp outside the hole. Mud splashed, instantly engulfing him whole. Hiss crash. The bloodthirsty venomous spider's massive body crashed hard into the rocky wall at the entrance of the cave. Because the hole was relatively narrow, its truck-like body got stuck for a moment. When it struggled and poked half of its body out, it saw the toxic, bubbling mud swamp outside, emitting a strong sulfuric and decaying smell. Its crimson eyes flashed with a distinct sense of disgust. As a creature that favored dry, dark environments, the venomous spider hated this slippery, foul-smelling mud pit.
The spider let out an enraged hiss towards Amir, whose half-exposed trembling head was the only part visible in the swamp.
Its sharp forelegs wildly slashed at the rocks by the entrance, but in the end, it chose to give up the chase and retreated into the dark cave.
Chapter 112, Did they really find the treasure?
Amir, now soaked in the stinky, poisonous mud, gasped for breath, his eyes unfocused, his whole body utterly exhausted. At this time, in Dragon Country's livestream, the barrage erupted like a volcano long suppressed, content is blocked.
An unprecedented super explosion has arrived.
The screen is flooded with text, almost drowning the live broadcast.
Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. This is the war god of the White Elephant Nation? This is your master of endurance? What the hell is this movement?
This is clearly running away with your tail between your legs. Where are those guys who were jumping in front of us earlier?
Is the divine bone tasty? A pig bone covered in spider saliva and venom, why didn't you guys take it back to enshrine it?
This is too painful to watch. When this guy was running, cow dung was flying everywhere, the poison spiders weren't chasing him because they were tired, they probably got chased away by the smell.
Mockery. Extreme face slapping and ridicule.
The Dragon Kingdom's netizens are fully firing, every word is like a loud slap in the face, hitting the people of the White Elephant Nation hard. In the official live broadcast room of the White Elephant Nation, the tactical experts who had previously praised Amir to the heavens are now all pale, sitting in the commentary booth like they're sitting on needles.
Well, our player Amir, although he encountered a small setback, he survived.
This shows that his tactical retreat was very decisive, said a commentator wearing a headscarf, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, trying to salvage the situation. But his stammering, unconvincing voice was unbearable even for the White Elephant Nation's own netizens.
Shut up, you idiot. Aren't you embarrassed enough?
What a disgrace. This fool has ruined the face of our White Elephant Nation. In the highest strategic meeting room of the White Elephant Nation, the defense minister was shaking with anger, kicked over the expensive coffee table in front of him, roaring like an angry lion, yet helpless. However, the White Elephant Nation's incredibly ridiculous and tragic failure did not extinguish the greed burning in the hearts of other global powers. In the wild world, near a desolate hill covered in a howling sandstorm and yellow sand,
the second player from the Kimchi Nation, Jin Sanghyuk.
He was leaning on a dry wooden cane, his lips cracked and bleeding, his eyes weary as he trudged through the yellow sandstorm, desperately searching for a water source to replenish himself. Since the first player of the Kimchi Nation, Park Changbyum, was torn apart by monsters due to arrogance early in the game, the Kimchi Nation has suffered severe national punishment. Domestic resources have drastically reduced, the public is full of complaints, and the top leaders are as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Jin Sanghyuk, as the second player, carries the only hope of the entire nation turning things around.
But in reality, he only dared to go out and explore because he was threatened by the Kimchi Nation's government. Damn it, this godforsaken place doesn't even have a single drop of water.
Jin Sanghyuk licked his cracked, bleeding lips and looked desperately at the endless wasteland around him. Suddenly, his footsteps stopped abruptly. The wild wind blew away a thick layer of yellow sand from the bottom of the hill ahead, revealing an extremely incongruous area. Jin Sanghyuk rubbed his eyes, walked a few steps forward in disbelief, then his breath suddenly quickened. At the bottom of the hill, there was a huge concealed cave that had collapsed. But what made Jin Sanghyuk's heart race wasn't the cave itself, but the traces at the entrance of the cave. This wasn't a natural collapse. At the entrance of the cave, the rock face was extremely smooth, as if it had been sliced cleanly by some extremely sharp weapon. Even more shocking, as he looked down at the cave entrance, a perfectly regular set of stone steps, clearly man-made, appeared. Though the steps were covered in years of dust, traces of human activity could still be seen.
Man-made steps.
Jin Sanghyuk's eyes widened, and he made an extremely dry swallowing sound in his throat.
At that moment,
buzz! A mechanical notification sound from a high-dimensional intelligence suddenly rang in his mind. The top officials of the Kinchi Nation spent 1,000 national operation points to send you a cross-boundary message.
Message content, Jin Sanghyuk. We saw it. It's an artificial relic. That is definitely the treasure left by that Dragon Kingdom person, Su Chen. Go down. Immediately go down the stairs. Take back the treasure that belongs to our great Hanming Kingdom. As long as you get the resources, you will become the eternal savior of the Kinchi Nation. Hearing this command full of fervor and urgency, Jin Sanghyuk's eyes immediately ignited with the flames of greed. The death of contestant number 1 had brought humiliation and suffering to the Kinchi Nation. Now, the opportunity for a comeback was right before his eyes. Since this was artificially excavated, it meant there must be good things hidden inside. At the same time, netizens in the Kinchi Nation were all sitting in front of their screens, staring at the hole in front of Jin Sanghyuk. But this time, they had learned their lesson. Having learned from the painful lesson of White Elephant Kingdom Zamir, who madly jumped in front of the camera only to be brutally slapped in the face, the netizens of the Kinchi Nation forced themselves to suppress their inner excitement and joy, not immediately climbing over the wall to flaunt in the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room. They held back a bad intention and frantically posted comments in their own live broadcast room. The cut is so smooth, it must be a high-level relic. The thing left by the Dragon Kingdom people is about to become the treasure of our great Hanming Kingdom. Everyone, don't shout over in the Dragon Kingdom's room just yet. Wait until Sanghyuk Appa has the artifact in hand, and then we'll take the national operation points and surpass their score, and slap the Dragon Kingdom people's faces. Yes. Keep it quiet and make big money. Sanghyuk Appa, go down now. The rise of Great Hanming Kingdom starts today. With the covert prayers and extreme expectations of the country's netizens, Jin Sanghyuk took a deep breath and gripped the knife tightly in his hand. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the dusty artificial stone steps, slowly descending toward the dark, deep hole. Jin Sanghyuk stood at the edge of the collapsed hole, his cracked lips trembling slightly from the overwhelming excitement. He gritted his teeth, pulled a piece of dry wood from his backpack, wrapped it with some old cloth, poured a bit of cheap fuel he carried, and lit a homemade torch. Hoo! The flame flickered in the strong wind as Jin Sanghyuk took a deep breath and carefully descended step by step along the smooth artificial stone steps on the edge of the hole. The further he went down, the weaker the sound of wind and sand outside became, replaced by a chilling and eerie silence. But at this moment, Jin Sanghyuk could no longer care about fear. His eyes were firmly fixed on the rock walls on both sides of the steps. So regular. This is definitely not a naturally formed cave, the cut surface is so smooth, it's almost like it was cut with a laser cutter. As he descended about 10 meters underground, the dim light from the torch finally illuminated the deepest part of the cave. This is... Jin Sanghyuk suddenly stopped, his pupils contracted, and his heart felt as though it had been struck hard by a heavy hammer, pounding wildly. In the light of the torch, a row of deep, powerful characters was clearly etched into the extremely smooth, huge stone wall ahead. Although Jin Sanghyuk couldn't understand these characters, being a person from the Kinchi Nation, how could he not recognize that these were the Chinese characters of the Dragon Kingdom? In this perilous and savage world, who could have left such clear Chinese characters, if not Su Chen? Chapter 113, Don't open the lid randomly when nothing's wrong? I found it. I really found it. Jin Sanghyuk was so excited that his legs went weak, and with a thud, he knelt to the ground, tears mixing with the dirt on his face, flowing wildly. He raised the torch high, aimed the camera at the stone wall covered with Chinese characters, and let out a beast-like, frenzied roar from his throat. People of the great Hanming Kingdom. Do you see this? This is Su Chen's relic. I, Jin Sanghyuk, have found the treasure left by the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Boom! When this scene was broadcast back to the real world through the high-definition live camera, the entire Pickled Cabbage Kingdom has completely fallen into unprecedented madness. Inside the Pickled Cabbage Kingdom's highest command center, the president and senior officials jumped out of their chairs in excitement, hugging each other with tears streaming down their faces. May the great cold underworld kingdom be blessed. May the great cold underworld kingdom be blessed. Quick! Immediately use national-level media to announce this great news to the world. Su Chen's relics now belong to our Pickled Cabbage Kingdom. Within minutes, the internet in the Pickled Cabbage Kingdom was completely boiling over. Millions of Pickled Cabbage Kingdom netizens, as if they had been injected with dozens of liters of adrenaline, with long-suppressed frustration and arrogance, rushed like locusts over the walls and flooded into the Dragon Kingdom's official live broadcast room. A sea of bullet comments instantly covered the entire screen, starting a wild and arrogant face-spamming barrage. Ha 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 ha. Sick men of the Dragon Kingdom, open your eyes wide and see clearly. What is this? The things left by your Su Chen are soon going to become the spoils of our Xiangyi Appa. Tremble. Once we, the Great Cold Underworld Kingdom, get the divine artifact from the relic, the first thing we'll do is kick you, Dragon Kingdom, off the top of the leaderboard. Thank you, Su Chen, for preparing this gift for our Great Cold Underworld Kingdom. Don't worry, we will use this divine artifact to teach you all a lesson about Linchinga. Arrogant. Overbearing. Unmatched.
The netizens of the Pickled Cabbage Kingdom seem to already see a glorious image of Xiang He wielding the divine artifact, dominating the blue star with the Pickled Cabbage Kingdom at its peak.
However, facing this overwhelming and almost insane provocation and ridicule, the viewers in the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room reacted with an unexpected calmness. No angry retorts, no intense insults. In fact, the number of bullet comments didn't even noticeably increase.
Only a few scattered, slow-moving bullet comments drifted by, exuding an almost maddening indifference.
Oh, got it, next. Front row selling sunflower seeds and bottled water, White Elephant Kingdom just finished War God Kisses Pig Bone, and now Pickled Cabbage Kingdom is taking over so quickly? Move along, a bunch of uncultured country bumpkins. Let them bring out the stuff first, don't let it be another piece of garbage left behind by spiders. So interesting, does the Pickled Cabbage Kingdom have a tradition of picking up things no one else wants and calling them treasures? Ignore. Complete, utterly, and arrogantly dismissive ignoring.
This attitude of not caring about the other party at all, as if watching a circus monkey show, instantly became an invisible, resounding slap in the face, ruthlessly hitting all the Pickled Cabbage Kingdom netizens. For the people of the Pickled Cabbage Kingdom, who have extremely fragile self-esteem and are desperate for recognition, the Dragon Kingdom audience's disregard was 1,000 times more painful than the most vicious curses.
Shiba. What are you so arrogant about?
The netizens of the Pickled Cabbage Kingdom instantly broke down, furious and ashamed. They furiously typed on their keyboards, transforming their anger into an intense obsession with the relic's treasures.
Stubborn duck. Wait until Xiang He takes out the supreme divine artifact, let's see if you can still laugh.
That's a stone wall inscribed with Chinese characters.
It's definitely the highest level of inheritance.
You're just jealous.
Xiang He, hurry.
Quickly bring out the treasure and slap those Dragon Kingdom people's faces. At this moment, deep inside the barbarian land cave, Jin Xianghe, completely unaware of the online storm outside, had all his attention completely captivated by something beneath the stone wall. At the very bottom of the stone wall inscribed with Chinese characters, there was clearly a huge stone box half covered in soil. The stone box was about 2 meters long, 1 meter wide, and presented an eerie dark green color. What made Jin Xianghe's heart race was that, in the firelight, he clearly saw that the lid of the stone box was not completely closed, but had a tiny, almost invisible gap. Through that gap, a faint stream of murky gray air was slowly leaking out. Not only that, if you listen closely, you can even hear a faint buzzing sound coming from inside the stone box, like some kind of high-frequency vibration. Spiritual energy. This is high-level spiritual energy overflowing from a divine artifact. Jin Xianghe was so excited that he almost stopped breathing. His poor imagination instantly transformed these gray airflows into the legendary immortal energy that could help one undergo a complete transformation. The Savior. I am the savior of the Great Cold Dark Kingdom. He swallowed, gripping the torch tightly in his hand, step by step, like a devout pilgrim, walking toward the dark blue stone box. At the same time, in the highest command center of the Dragon Kingdom Special Management Bureau, on the huge electronic screen, the footage of Jin Xianghe approaching the stone box was being played in real time. Zhang Dingbang crossed his arms, his brows slightly furrowed, his sharp eyes fixed on the stone wall on the screen covered in Chinese characters. Director, the Kimchi Kingdom is jumping around right now. The external networks are all being led by them and are singing our downfall. The confidential secretary stood to the side, reporting with a somewhat grim expression. Jump? Let them jump. The higher they climb, the harder they fall. Zhang Dingbang snorted coldly, his tone exuding absolute confidence. At this point, Zhang Dingbang immediately turned his head and shouted to the intelligence analysis area not far away, "Where are the language experts? What are they doing? Immediately get me the translation of the characters on that stone wall. What treasure did Su Chen leave for these idiots? Director, we are analyzing it. The lighting is too dim, and the characters are somewhat blurry, so we need to enhance the image." An old expert wearing heavy glasses was sweating profusely while typing on the keyboard. The atmosphere in the entire command center instantly became tense. Everyone held their breath, staring at the progress bar of the translation on the big screen, letter by letter appearing. Ding! 2 minutes later, a crisp prompt sound rang out. Director! It's out! The old expert suddenly stood up, holding the printed report in his hand, but his expression became extremely strange and distorted the moment he saw the report's content. It was a face of someone trying not to laugh, with their face turning red from holding it back, a very comical expression. Read it! Zhang Dingbang raised an eyebrow and strode forward. The old expert took a deep breath, forcing himself to control his twitching mouth, and shakily read aloud, "The message on the stone wall is
Winter of 2034. The low-level monsters around here are too careless, killing them every day is boring, and the bodies pile up outside, stinking.
So, a hole was dug here to raise some scavengers to handle the unwanted monster bodies and daily garbage.
Note, the little cuties inside have huge appetites and are extremely averse to open flames. Don't open the lid randomly." Silence. An eerie silence.
The entire Dragon Kingdom Special Management Bureau's highest command center felt as if the pause button had been pressed at that moment.
Zhang Dingbang froze.
The confidential secretary froze. All the senior officers and analysts present stared with wide eyes, dumbfounded, at the translation report in front of them.
Chapter 114, The Peerless Divine Artifact? The next second. Put.
It was unclear who couldn't hold it in first, but a sudden burst of laughter erupted. Then, like lighting a barrel of dynamite, the entire command center erupted in a roar of laughter loud enough to lift the roof off.
Ha 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 ha. Damn. I can't take it anymore. This is killing me. What divine peerless artifact? That's Su Chen's garbage disposal station. Raised some scavengers to eat garbage? Then what's in that stone box? Could it be all worms raised on dead bodies? Oh my belly.
Those idiots from the Kimchi Kingdom are treating Su Chen's septic tank like it's their ancestor.
Ha 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 ha.
Zhang Dingbang was also laughing so hard that tears were about to fall.
He was patting his thigh while pointing at Jin Xianghe, still fervently approaching the stone box on the screen, shouting loudly, "Quick!
Immediately pin this translation to the official livestream.
Let's give the whole nation something to cheer about." Yes. Director. 10 seconds later.
At the very top of Dragon Nation's official livestream, a highly eye-catching, bold, and red-colored official pinned announcement appeared, like a nuclear bomb, forcefully smashing into the barrage pool where the comments were frantically streaming. Dragon Nation official announcement. After urgent decoding by our experts, the message discovered by the Kim Sanghyok from the Kimchi Nation on the stone wall is as follows. Winter of 2034, some scavenger creatures were raised here to deal with unwanted beast corpses.
Note, they are extremely averse to open flames, don't randomly open the lid. As soon as this announcement was released.
In Dragon Nation's livestream, the barrage froze for an eerie 5 seconds.
Then, an unprecedented barrage explosion instantly flooded the entire screen. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. I'm literally laughing so hard I can't even find my head. Ha 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 ha. Kimchi Nation's fools. Come out and look at your godly artifact.
The pure, natural, pollution-free trash decomposer personally crafted by Master Su Chen.
Tears are literally streaming down my face. Overflowing spiritual energy? That's gotta be the methane gas produced by the scavenger worms. That buzzing artifact resonance? There's probably a nest of man-eating flies inside it. Quick, take screenshots. Quick, record it. This is definitely the greatest comedy moment in human history.
At this moment, those Kimchi Nation netizens who were originally frantically throwing insults and shouting to crush Dragon Nation with their artifact.
Seeing this official pinned translation, they froze collectively. Their once passionate smiles completely froze, their brains buzzing with blankness. A garbage disposal station? Scavenger creatures? Averse to open flames? No, impossible. This is definitely a Dragon Nation conspiracy. This is a fake translation. They are just jealous of us. Right. Sanghyok Appa, quickly open it.
Use the artifact to shatter Dragon Nation's lies.
Kimchi Nation's netizens screamed in desperate panic and frustrated fury. However, in the live stream screen,
Kim Sanghyok, deep in the cave of the Barbarian Realm, remained completely unaware of the warning on the stone wall and the world-shattering twist outside. His face was filled with joy, his eyes revealing an extreme thirst for power. He had already arrived at the dark green stone box.
Artifact, the artifact of the great Han Ming Nation.
Kim Sanghyok's breathing quickened, and without hesitation, he raised the self-made torch in his hand, which was crackling with flames. He moved it close to the gap in the stone box, from which gray gas was leaking, trying to use the light to see the treasure inside.
On the torch, a tiny orange-red spark happily jumped once in the dim cave.
Then, it drifted gently along the gap and fell into the stone box.
Meanwhile, by the riverbank. Drip, drip.
On the shallow shore, the nameless river split by the first sword was still crazily overflowing, the water slapping against the scorched pebbles, making a dull sound.
Lin Chinga, dressed in white as snow, stood proudly on a giant rock.
She didn't let her guard down just because she killed Paul with one strike. Her cold eyes, like those of an eagle, tightly focused on the spot where Paul had vanished and the surrounding forest shredded by sword energy. The bare black sword hilt of the first sword was still firmly gripped in her right hand.
Although the earth-shattering golden sword energy was gone, the hilt still emitted a terrifying residual aura that sent chills down her spine. 3 full minutes passed. After confirming that Paul was truly reduced to nothing, and that no other hidden mutated contestants or high-level beasts were lurking in the ruins, Lin Qing's tense body finally relaxed just a little. Ha! She exhaled softly. At that moment, a rustling sound came from the nearby bushes. The enormous fourth-tier peak beast, the lava mystic turtle, slowly crawled over, its 4 short legs dragging its heavy body, grunting with each movement. This terrifying giant beast, at that moment, resembled a dog trying to please its master. It brought its massive head, covered with crimson-red patterns, close to Lin Qing's feet. It submissively rubbed against the hem of her clothes, making low, whining sounds, its small bean-sized eyes full of flattery and reverence. However, Lin Qing didn't even glance at it. In her eyes, there was no joy from defeating a powerful enemy. Instead, there was a deep sense of crisis. The genetic technology of the lighthouse country has actually reached this level. Lin Qing murmured softly, her brows tightly furrowed. Just now, Paul's monstrous form, resembling a heavy tank, and the violent aura radiating from him, touching the threshold of the peak of the 4th level, rang a heavy alarm in her mind. In order to target Dragon Country in the national competition, the lighthouse country has completely abandoned the human bottom line. They've turned their contestants into mindless killing machines. Paul is just the beginning. Who can guarantee that the next mutated contestant from the lighthouse country won't break through to the 5th or 6th level, or even become more terrifying? There's no such thing as 1,000 days of thievery without 1,000 days of guarding against thieves. Lin Qing's gaze gradually became as cold as a blade. The slight, almost imperceptible pride she felt earlier, from the rise of Dragon Country's national fortune and her own sudden increase in strength, vanished in this instant. She knew very well that in this brutal savage world, falling behind not only means getting beaten, it could also mean the downfall of a nation and extinction. No longer can they be on the defensive. They must take the initiative. Lin Qing decisively put the Taichu sword back at her waist, then carefully took out a small, exquisite object from her chest. It was an ancient compass. This treasure could precisely track the nearest high-energy source. Lin Qing took a deep breath and focused her gaze on the compass. V-room. The needle in the center started spinning rapidly, finally pointing firmly in a direction deep within the jungle. A higher-level energy source. Lin Qing looked at the direction of the needle, a flash of unwavering determination in her eyes. I need more resources to continue strengthening myself. Without hesitation, she leaped lightly from the giant rock. Let's go. Lin Qing coldly threw down 2 words, her figure like a flash of white lightning, instantly disappearing into the perilous ancient jungle. Roar! The lava shin turtle froze for a moment, looking at the terrifying sword mark on the ground, then at Lin Qing's disappearing back. A moment of human-like hesitation flashed across its stone-like turtle face, but then it suddenly shuddered, its 4 short, thick legs spinning like windmills, scrambling to catch up. Chapter 115, Why does this divine artifact smell bad? At the same time, Blue Star, the highest command center of Pickled Cabbage Country. The atmosphere here instantly dropped from the earlier feverish frenzy to a cold hell colder than the Siberian chill. Bang! With a huge sound, the president of Pickled Cabbage Country, like a mad wild boar, kicked over a priceless wooden desk in front of him. Documents, coffee cups, and tablets scattered across the floor, creating a mess. Shiba! 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 The president's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging wildly on his forehead like earthworms. He pointed at the translation notice recently pinned at the top by the Dragon Country official, letting out a hysterical roar like a pig being slaughtered. Trash disposal station? Scavenger creatures? Extreme aversion to open flames? This is impossible. This is definitely a plot by the Dragon Country. They're lying to us. That is clearly a divine artifact. It's the artifact of the Great Cold Nether Nation. The president's roar echoed through the massive command center, but the only response was a deathly silence. All the senior officials of Pickled Cabbage Country present, their faces pale as ashes, their bodies trembling violently like sieves. They stared intensely at the screen where Kim Sang-hyuk was holding the torch close to the stone box's crack, as if their hearts were gripped by an invisible, icy hand, nearly stopping their breath. Mr. President. A senior officer collapsed to the ground, his voice trembling with an uncontrollable sob. That's something left by Su Chen from the Dragon Country. If it's real. Shut up. The president suddenly turned his head, roaring like a gambler who had lost everything. Even if it's a trash can, we can't let Sang-hyuk die in it. Quick. Issue the command immediately. Tell him to run. Tell him to get the hell out of there. But, Mr. President, we just spent 1,000 national points to open the box for him. If we issue another command now, it'll cost another 1,000 points. The operator was sweating profusely, hands trembling on the keyboard. Deduct. Deduct them. Even if we drain all the national points of the great cold underworld, we can't lose our last hope. Hurry up and send it. You useless piece of crap. The president rushed forward, grabbing the operator by the collar, spitting all over his face. And at that moment, inside the livestream room on the internet. Just a moment ago, the Korean netizens who were arrogantly mocking, flooding the screen with insults, were now completely broken. In just 1 minute, the tone of the bullet comments shifted dramatically, an epic reversal. What does this translation mean? I don't believe it. This is fake. Damn Dragon Country people. You're so despicable. Faking translations to intimidate our Sang Hyukappa. Sang Hyukappa. Don't open it. Don't open it. What if it's really a corpse-eating worm? Run. May the gods of the great cold underworld protect you, please, don't let anything happen. The screen was filled with question marks, prayers, and powerless fury, vividly exposing the fragile pride and extreme panic of the Korean people. Meanwhile, netizens from Dragon Country, without mercy, started the highest level of mocking. Yo, weren't you just shouting to step on our artifacts earlier? Why are you starting to pray to gods now? Korean people, don't be scared. Su Chen's trash can is priceless to you. Quick, let your Appa inhale some celestial energy. Ha ha. This is so funny. Lighting a methane pit on fire, I've only seen this in comedy videos, I didn't expect to see a live version in a national livestream today. Front row, selling popcorn. Everyone, sit tight, the fireworks show from Korea is about to start. The noise, mockery, panic, and roar from the outside world never reached the dark and deep cave in the barbarian realm. Inside the underground stone room, Kim Sang-hyuk was completely unaware of the catastrophe soon to befall Korea. On his face, cracked by the wind and sand, there was an expression full of extreme distortion, fervor, and greed. In his view, that tiny orange-red spark fell from the edge of the torch. It traced an extremely slow yet deadly trajectory through the air. Finally, it gently fell into the tiny crack of the large, dark green stone box. Hiss. A tiny sound, like a drop of water falling into hot oil, quietly echoed in the dead silence of the stone room. Immediately after. Boom! The entire dark green stone box began to tremble violently without any warning. A deep, thunderous sound came from inside the stone box, as if an ancient beast was wildly smashing its cage inside. The murky gray gas, which had been leaking like filaments, suddenly erupted like a volcanic eruption, pouring out crazily from the crack. VVVVVV. Along with the gas surge, a high-frequency vibrating sound instantly magnified tenfold, 100-fold. It made Kim Sang-hyuk's eardrums throb with pain. But, faced with this bizarre and obviously extremely dangerous phenomenon, Kim Sang-hyuk didn't take a single step back. It was as if he had been cursed, his face full of wild joy as he brought it directly close. It moved. The divine artifact has moved. Jin Shangha was trembling with excitement all over his body, throwing the torch in his hand casually, and then, like a fanatic welcoming the descent of a god, he spread his arms wide. People of the great cold underworld, can you hear it? This is the roar of the divine artifact's birth. The divine artifact is boiling. The divine artifact is calling for its master. Jin Shangha even closed his eyes, deeply inhaling the foul grayish air that rushed towards him. Ugh! A foul stench, indescribable in words, a mix of rotting corpses, sourness, and the sharp smell of marsh gas, instantly rushed into his nostrils, straight to the top of his head. Jin Shangha was so overwhelmed by the smell that his stomach churned, almost throwing up his leftover meal from the night before. But he forced it back down, even twisting a highly intoxicated smile on his face. Good medicine tastes bitter. This must be the immortal aura that can cleanse the muscles and marrow. As long as I inhale it, I will be reborn, becoming a being even more powerful than that Lin Chinga. Jin Shangha's thoughts, filled with extreme greed and self-deception, had completely closed the loop. At that moment, as he opened his arms, ready to embrace the immortal aura's baptism,